You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective in person. Ellery Queen again gives you a chance to match wits with him as he relates a new story of a crime he alone unraveled. And then, at the point where he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Miss Ann Corio, glamorous screen and stage star, and Mr. Alfred D. McKelvey, prominent Eastern manufacturer. Miss Corio and Mr. McKelvey have accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's story concerns the adventures Nikki and I had when a stool pigeon gave us incriminating evidence against Musso the Moose. I call it The Adventure of the Singing Rat.
Inspector,
Yeah, dear.
look who's paying a visit to headquarters. The Singing Rat.
The Singing Rat. Yeah, come in, Billy. Always glad to see the rat.
Enter, Sir Rodent.
Yes, Sarge, yeah. Billy, shut that door and keep it shut.
Right.
What's your song today, Rat?
Listen, Inspector, I got something big, see? And nobody can hear me, huh?
The rat's a little shaky, Inspector. He's got something for us on Musso.
On Musa. What is it, Rat? Sing.
Listen, Inspector Queen, I can tell you how to get the moose. But good, see?
Musa the Moose. Well.
But you gotta give me protection, Inspector. Put me in stir until this blows over.
Come on, Rat. What do you got?
Tonight, see? 12 sharp. The moose will be in a parked car at the northwest corner of Broadway and Vesey Street. All you gotta do, Inspector, is to hook what he's got in the upper right-hand pocket of his vest. I'll show that dirty
Billy,
me around, huh?
put the Singing Rat in the cell. Book him on some charge. Make it look legitimate.
Suspicion of petty larceny, and that's no lie. Orders, Inspector?
3 men. Here at 11:30. Absolute secrecy. There mustn't be a leak. Maybe what's in that mobster's vest pocket is the evidence I've been looking for 5 years.
Why don't he show up, Moose? I don't like sitting in this parked car.
You be like me, Cockeye. Big businessman. Soft, nice, easy, relax.
Yeah, Moose, yeah. But why do we gotta meet his nibs on street corners? We're wide open, Moose.
Cockeye, you don't understand. That's why you're a punk and I'm a Moose the Moose. He's important man. Sure, I can make him come up to the apartment like last week, but he's taking a chance. If somebody sees him...
Hey, Moose,
huh?
step like sedan. It's the cops.
Cops, now keep your pants on, Cockeye.
You must in that car. Sit still.
Cockeye, no. Don't start nothing.
I got him covered, Sergeant.
Flint, flash the light on him. All right, step out, Moose. You too, Mug. Reach for a rod, and you'll be angel food before you hit the sidewalk. Come on.
Hello, Sergeant. You is sure about something. Sure, we come out.
Good evening, Musso.
Oh, he's my old friend, Inspector Queen.
Neither of them's healed, Inspector.
Inspector, every time you pull in the moose, you gotta let me go again. And you know getting the tires.
Hold your arm tight, Moose. Stand still and you won't be hurt. Flint, glue that submachine gun to his back so he won't get ambitious.
Hey, you nuts, Inspector? What's the idea?
All right, Billy, put your hand in the upper right pocket of his vest and take out whatever's in there.
My vest. You don't do that. I want my mouthpiece.
All right. Take your hand out of my vest. Let me go. See? Nice, Moosey. There.
Somebody sees a squeal. I find out who. He's a dead man. I kill him. I kill him.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more, but first, Ernest Chappell.
Friends, you like to save money, don't you? And you like fast relief from the common sick headache? Of course. But what's saving money got to do with that? Plenty, so listen closely. Right now at your drugstore, you can get the large 60-cent size bottle of Bromo Seltzer for only 39 cents. Now, any way you figure it, that's a saving of 20% or more. And talk about quick, effective relief. But I'll let Mr. Howard B. Abel of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, tell you about that. He writes,
Whenever I get a common sick headache, I always take Bromo Seltzer, because I found out many years ago that there's just nothing better. Recently, I won my wife over to Bromo Seltzer, too. One day, she had a common sick headache, and the preparation she usually took just didn't seem to help her. I persuaded her to let me fix her a Bromo Seltzer. Well, she was delighted at how quickly she got relief. You can be sure there's always a bottle of Bromo Seltzer in our home.
Millions of folks feel just as you do, Mr. Abel. Which reminds me, you old users of Bromo Seltzer will want to get in on this wonderful special, too, but you must hurry. This offer is strictly limited, both as to time and quantity. So tomorrow, go to your druggist. Ask him for the regular, large, 60-cent size bottle of Bromo Seltzer. But pay him only 39 cents. Better still, get 2 bottles. One for your desk or locker, one for home use. And now let's join Ellery Queen and Nikki Porter as they visit Inspector Queen at headquarters the morning after the capture of Musso the racketeer.
What's up, Dad? Why the hurry call?
Oh, Ellery. I didn't want you. I wanted Nikki.
Oh, I see.
Me, Inspector? This is so sudden.
Would you act as my stenographer this morning, Nikki? My own man's homesick, and this is very confidential. Musso case.
Give me a pad and a couple of pencils, Inspector, and I'll be silent Susan herself.
Dad, don't tell me you finally tied the moose up to the bankruptcy racket.
I sure have.
What on earth is the bankruptcy racket, Ellery?
A cute little dodge to defraud unlucky business people.
Oh.
A firm goes into bankruptcy. A crooked judge appoints some politician as receiver. A crooked appraiser undervalues the property magnificently. It goes for a song. And everyone involved in the racket, except the bankrupt and his creditors, makes a heap of crooked money.
We've known about this ring for a long time, Nikki. Judge Lamson appoints the receiver, Phil Boyne. Boyne's a slick politician. Little lisping jerk by the name of Paul Ernie. He's the crooked appraiser. And a woman lawyer, Fanny Wicker, handles the legal end. All on the moose's payroll. But we've never been able to prove it.
I see.
Well, here comes Reedy now with the singing rat. Come in. The rat kicked us off.
Right this way, Brother Rat.
Inspector, Musso's out on bail.
Keep your shirt on, Rat. We couldn't keep him in a cell indefinitely at this early stage.
But he knows I was made at sang, I tell you. He'll get me.
He'll get nobody. Really show those 4 good citizens into my office.
Yes, sir. I've been waiting for this a long, long time. In here, folks. Guard. Wicker.
Rat, get over there near the window and lie low.
Come on.
Yeah, okay.
Ah, Judge Lamson. Come in, Miss Wicker. Mr. Bourne. Mr. Ernie. Really shut that door and see we're not interrupted.
Oh, yes, sir.
Inspector Queen, what's the meaning of this high-handed procedure? Hailing a member of the bench to your office like a felon.
I'll explain in a moment, Your Honor. Miss Wicker, I believe we had the pleasure yesterday when you showed up in court with $50,000 for Musso's bail.
Come on, Inspector. What have you got? You didn't ask me to your office today to admire my new shade of lipstick.
What a horsey woman.
Quiet, Nikki. Notes.
And Phil Boyne. Yeah, I don't see you down here very often.
Well, I always say stay away from wine, women, and police headquarters if you want to keep out of trouble, eh, Inspector?
Mr. Ernie. Man, is something wrong? You look sick. Is the appraisal racket good, Ernie?
No complaint, Inspector. In fact, today is my busy day.
Maybe a lot busier before sundown, Mr. Ernie. Now, last night I arrested Musso the racketeer. In his vest pocket, I found a case full of cigarettes.
Cigarettes?
Yes, cigarettes. The Moose folks a special brand. They bear his monogram in gold leaf. Very swanky. The Moose head. One of the monogram cigarettes in the Moose's case. In fact, this one on my desk here.
Yes?
Yes, Judge. Here. See it?
Yes, sir. That's it.
That one's a very special cigarette. Not like the others in Musso's case.
Looks like one of Musso's regular cigarettes to me.
Does it, Counselor? Ellery, hand me that cigarette.
Here you are, Dad. What is this, Mr. Barnum?
Greatest show on earth, son. Now, this cigarette looks like an ordinary Musso cigarette, but it isn't. Its ends are plugged with little wads of tobacco, which are removable. See? In other words, it's hollow. Contains something. I wonder what it can be. Well.
Ellery, what's that piece of paper tightly rolled up?
A document of some sort, Nikki.
This document in Musso's handwriting is a payroll report.
What?
Quote, paid to Judge Eustace F. Lamson $19,000 for appointing Phil Boyne receiver in bankruptcy.
Wait.
And it's got your signature, Judge Lamson, and received that
It's a
price.
forgery. An attempt to blacken my good name. I don't even know Musso.
Inspector, I seen the judge go up to the Moose's apartment only last week.
So that's why this notorious thief and police informer is in your office, Inspector.
It was the rat. He's the one who sang. Inspector, let's talk this over. I've got some influence, you know.
Have you, Boyne? You're going to need it.
Let's cut the salami. What else have you got, Inspector Queen?
Your signature and receipt, Miss Wicker. Phil Boyne's and Ernie's.
Let's see that paper.
Oh, no, Judge. You'd like to get your hands on this little piece of paper, wouldn't you? Itchy fingers, Counselor? Miss Ernie? Mr. Boyne? We'll just remove temptation. Roll the paper up again. Tuck it back into this hollow cigarette. Like this. Put back the false tobacco plugs, and we've got the evidence all ready for the district attorney.
Well, I don't admit a thing.
I've been in politics a long time, Inspector, and I've seen a lot of wise cops come and go.
Prove it. Take it through the court.
What do you intend to do, Inspector?
I want Musso. The DA will go easy on any one of you who gives evidence to break Musso's power and put him out of circulation. It's up to you four.
Ellery, what's the matter with the singing rat?
He's backing away from the window.
Hey,
What's the matter?
the guy in that building across the street's aiming a rifle at me. Through the window. He's going to shoot. Hey, Boyne, save me. Don't grab me, you rat. Ow, ow, ow.
Billy, that building opposite, man with a rifle.
Clint, Liggett, grab that sniper. Who got it?
Mr. Boyne, Sergeant. He's hurt.
Let me through here, please.
Phil Boyne.
I couldn't help it. I see the rifle. I duck. I grabs Brian so he couldn't start me. It must have been the moose. He's trying to kill me for squealing.
Murder attempt in my office.
Boyne, where were you
I
hit?
don't know. I call an ambulance. When you call a doctor, I'm shot. I'm
Lie still, Boyne. Where does it hurt?
Here's the bullet hole in his coat badge, but I don't see...
Is he hurt badly, Ellery?
Can't find the wound, Nikki. Not a sign of blood. Now, stop crying, Boyne. What are you crying for? Plain funk, Dad. Nervous shock.
Listen, Boyne. You're all right. You're not hurt. Not even a scratch.
Thank goodness.
But the bullet went right through his coat, Master.
Through his coat, Sergeant, through this cigarette case in his breast pocket, and smack up against this steel vest he's wearing.
What?
A steel vest, son.
Yes, Dad, see? Here's the vest, and here's the flattened slug. All he got was a chest bruise. Now get up, Boyne. Stop acting like a baby.
Ooh, I'm shaking like a custard pudding.
Look at the rat, Miss Porter. If he was milk, he'd be butter.
Give me a butt, somebody. Give me a butt, will you? Huh?
Here you are, Mr. Rat.
Me too, Queen. Thanks. I can use one.
I guess we all can, Consular. Mr. Boyne?
No, I don't want any.
I'll have one of those cigarettes, Mr. Queen.
Of course, Judge. Mr. Ernie?
Thanks.
Dad? Nikki?
But yes.
Thanks, son. Now let's get back to cases. Are you good citizens going to testify against Musso or aren't you? Miss Wicker.
I can't think straight now, Inspector. Give us a little time.
Time, Counselor. Sir, I can give you my answer now.
Judge, don't be hasty. Let's talk this over.
Okay. I'll give you people just 2 days to make up your minds. No longer. All right, Billy. Let him go.
This way out, Your Honor. Come on.
Billy, any report on that building across the street?
No luck, Inspector. By the time the boys got there, the guy that fired the rifle had taken the powder.
No, I'll never hear the end of this.
Dad, the singing rat.
He's gone.
Huh?
Billy, where'd the rat go?
I don't know, Inspector. I didn't see him.
I guess Brother Rat decides police headquarters isn't as safe as he'd figured.
Fool, now Musso will get him sure.
I advise you to be very careful about this evidence on your desk. Put this fake cigarette in a safe place.
Don't worry, son. I'm putting the moose's monogram butt with that payroll report inside in the thickest vault at headquarters.
You better do it now, Dad. There are 5 desperate people. Judge Lamson, Attorney Wicker, Appraiser Ernie, Politician Boyne, and Musso himself, who will stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Seems to me we practically live at police headquarters these days, Ellery. What's the occasion for this visit to the inspector's office?
Don't you remember, Nikki? The deadline Dad gave Musso's 4 distinguished co-workers is up this afternoon.
Well, why should that make you look droopy? This isn't your case. Anyway, even if it were, there's no mystery about it.
I know. Just the same, Nikki, there's something wrong. It's been bothering me for days. Can't put my finger on it.
You and your imagination. Here's the inspector's office.
Isn't Daly there either? Well, find him, blast it. Oh, Ellery, Nikki.
Anything new on the moose case, Inspector?
Have you heard from Judge Lamson yet or the others, Dad?
Ought to hear any minute now. He'll only agree to testify against that slippery mobster. Yes?
Fanny Wicker's here, Inspector.
Who's his mouthpiece? Send the consular in. Something tells me this is good news. Ah, Miss Wicker. Well, has that smart legal brain of yours looked over all the angles of the corner you people are in?
You win, Inspector.
Ah.
We'll cooperate with the DA, give what evidence we can against Musso, provided we're protected and the DA makes a deal.
That's very smart.
Look at the inspector's face, Ellery. He looks positively blissful.
There's something wrong, Nikki. Something wrong.
Oh, glad you see it that way, Miss Wicker. You're here as spokesman for the whole group?
All except Judge Lamson. His Honor is going to fight, Inspector.
That's the worst decision His Honor ever made. Well. So the moose is going down for the count at last. Out on bail, is he? Not for long. Excuse me. Yes?
Inspector, Lily.
Lily, I've been combing the city for you. Where are you?
Central Park. Listen, Inspector.
Central Park. What are you doing in Central Park? Sharing nuts with the squirrels?
Now, listen, Inspector. It's about the moose.
The moose? What's about the moose?
A park cop just found him under a bush with a bullet in his brain.
Look at that crowd of reporters, Ellery.
What, Nikki?
Ellery Queen, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, Nikki, nothing. It's just that I can't get it out of my mind.
Just what out of your mind? Oh, your imagination again. Meanwhile, that racketeer is lying here in the park murdered.
Yes. Oh, Dad. Well?
Moose got it in the brain, Ellery. He rounded up his gang with the deaf, dumb, and blind.
What was Musso doing in Central Park, I wonder?
Obviously, Nikki, he had an appointment with his murderer. You see here? Body's lying behind a bush in this clump of trees, and no signs of its being dragged. They were arguing here. Oh, Sergeant, did you find the gun?
Yeah, Maestro. It's the moose's own rod. One chamber's empty.
They struggled over Moose's gun, Ellery, and the other gentleman won.
He's no gentleman.
Dad, how long's the moose been lying here dead?
Doc Friday says he was bumped off sometime today.
He didn't die right away, so Doc says there's no telling exactly how long he lingered.
Could have been murdered any time this morning or early afternoon. Rat it. Have to check alibis.
Dad, look at this.
What, son?
I just found it under the body. This hollow cigarette with the moose monogram on it.
A hollow one? Like the one we got at headquarters?
Isn't there anything in it, Ellery?
No, it's empty. Dad, are you sure the cigarette with the document is safe at Center Street? This looks like the identical casing.
It can't be, Ellery. I locked the evidence up myself.
Just the same, Dad. Let's go back to headquarters and check up. Hurry, Dad. Hurry.
I suppose Musso could have had two.
There. Didn't I tell you, Ellery? Here's the moose's dummy cigarette, just as I left it in the safe.
Let's see it, Dad. Dad, this isn't a dummy.
It's a real cigarette?
Tobacco, clear through.
My evidence. But I locked the dummy monogram cigarette in my safe 2 days ago, son.
You only thought it was the dummy, Dad. The switch must have been made before you locked this cigarette in your safe.
One of those crooks substituted a real moose cigarette for the hollow one in your office 2 days ago, Inspector.
Exactly, Dad. After showing the document to those people in your office, you replaced it in the hollow dummy and put the dummy on your desk. Remember?
Oh, yes.
They all kept wandering around the office.
Yes. Would have taken only a second to make the switch of cigarettes. Say, I know when the switch was made. When the rat screamed that somebody was going to shoot him.
Right, Dad. And one of them came prepared to make the exchange.
But which one?
They all had cigarettes with them, Sergeant. The judge smoked incessantly. So did Miss Wicker, Mr. Ernie. We know Boyne had cigarettes. His cigarette case was pierced by that rifle bullet.
So any of them could have made the switch 2 days ago.
But But how did the stolen one get under Musso's body in Central Park, Ellery?
The thief must have brought it with him today to his appointment with his victim.
Sure.
But I don't understand why he knocked the moose off, Maestro.
It's not hard to reconstruct, Sergeant. The thief, in possession of the vital evidence, wanted money from Musso. Money in return for not handing that evidence back to the police.
Probably intended to milk them all dry, one after the other, and started with the racketeer.
Yeah, and then figured he'd destroy the evidence.
All right. So whoever stole that dummy cigarette in my office the other day is the killer of Musso.
But who?
Looks like a tough one to me, Ellery.
Tough? I don't think so, Dad.
Now, Ellery, don't tell me you know who...
Yes, Nikki. I know who stole the dummy cigarette and murdered the moose. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery, and I hope a solution as well. Nikki, will you be good enough to introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Ann Corio, glamorous stage and screen star who is currently making a record-breaking tour of vaudeville theaters from coast to coast. Miss Corio returns to Hollywood soon for her next film, Sarong Girl. Our second guest is Alfred D. McKelvey, prominent Eastern manufacturer and amateur radio detective. You know, Ellery, Mr. McKelvey's hobby is beating fictional radio detectives to the solution, so you'd better watch out. All right, Ellery?
Thank you, Nikki. Miss Corio, who is the criminal?
Well, rather difficult, but I think the rat stole the cigarette, that he has been living in terror of Musso, and he did it to bribe him.
Have you any clues?
No, except that when the gun was shut off, he seemed to know just what was happening, and he made quite sure that the bullet hit Byrne and not himself. And I think that was all set up so that he could switch the cigarette.
Thank you, Miss Corio. Mr. McKelvey, who do you think is the criminal?
Well, I've missed some easier guesses than this, so I'll probably miss this. But I guess that Phil Barn did it because of the fact that he showed up in the office opposite the sharpshooter with a vest on so that if there was any poor shooting, he was one fellow that wasn't going to be hit. He also happened to have a cigarette case in his pocket, so he could have been the man to make the exchange in the park. And being a politician, he probably knew his way out in the final analysis.
Well, thank you, Miss Corio and Mr. McKelvey. You'll know in just a moment how successful you were as armchair detectives. But first, here's Ernest Chappell, a very reasonable man indeed.
Certainly I'm reasonable, Ellery. For instance, when I tell you folks to get 2 bottles of Bromo Seltzer, one to keep at home, the other where you work, I have 2 mighty good reasons. Firstly, you never know when a common sick headache will affect you, but you can depend on Bromo Seltzer to help you feel better fast. For Bromo Seltzer fights headache 3 ways. Acts on head, nerves, and stomach. You get effective relief. Quickly feel more like your old self again. Reason number 2 for buying 2 bottles. Right now, there's a wonderful special on Bromo Seltzer. The regular large 60-cent size bottle for only 39 cents. Now that means you save 20% or more. But remember, this offer is strictly limited, both to time and quantity. So act at once.
Well, tell us, son. Was it Judge Lamson?
Or that mouthpiece in skirts, Fanny Wicker?
That lisping little appraiser, Ernest.
No. The thief of the evidence, and therefore the killer of Musso, was Phil Boyne.
Boyne? That politician?
The one that got hit by the rifle bullet by mistake?
But how do you know it was Boyne, Ellery?
The clue in this case is psychological, but it's as incontestable as a fingerprint. Consider the situation in your office, Dad, 2 days ago. Musso, or one of his henchmen, in trying to kill the singing rat, fired a shot that struck Phil Boyne by mistake. How did Boyne react?
Like an old lady. Got his start.
Yes. Boyne was so shocked by his narrow escape from death, so unnerved, that he blubbered like a scared child. Yet when, at the height of excitement, I offered him a cigarette, he refused it.
That's right. He did.
The judge, the rat, Consular Wicker, Ernie, even you, Dad, and Nikki, were all so shaken by the murderous attack that you gratefully accepted a cigarette to soothe your nerves. Yet Boyne, the man most immediately involved, the man who had actually been struck by the bullet, although unhurt, the man who threw a fit of hysterics, Boyne refused to smoke. Conclusion? Phil Boyne is not a smoking man. Phil Boyne doesn't smoke at all. If he were a smoker, even a light smoker, he would have grabbed at a cigarette in his condition.
But, Ellery, if Boyne isn't a smoker, why does he carry a cigarette case around with him? He did that day. You said yourself it was pierced by the rifle bullet.
Yes, Nikki. Why did Boyne, a non-smoker, carry a cigarette case? Since it wasn't because he smoked, then that case and the cigarettes in it must have served an entirely different purpose.
I see it now, son.
Yes, Dad. We know one of Mousseau's specially monogrammed cigarettes was substituted for the hollow one with the evidence in it. Therefore, the thief must have come to your office with a cigarette he'd stolen from Mousseau in advance. In other words, the thief came prepared to make a switch of cigarettes if the opportunity arose. And which of the four suspects did come prepared? Obviously, the man who carried a cigarette case but didn't smoke. Dad, if you'll nab Phil Boyne right away, there's a good chance he still has that document with its precious evidence on him. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Ann Corio and Mr. Alfred McKelvey for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. And we have for both Miss Corio and Mr. McKelvey a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer. Also, an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, Sporting Blood, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery, I'm a man who comes to the point.
Chappie, so am I. I know what that point you're going to make, and my answer is you'll have to wait a minute to hear what next week's story is about.
Well, it so happens that I can fill that minute with some mighty important information. You can take it straight from our educated Bromo Seltzer trained friends. The time to try Bromo Seltzer is right now. Listen.
Save money. Buy now. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Yes, buy Bromo Seltzer now, and you'll save money. 20% or more. For right now, your druggist is offering the large 60-cent size bottle of Bromo Seltzer for only 39 cents. This offer is good for a limited time only, so act at once. Remember, Bromo Seltzer fights headache 3 ways. These 3 ways.
Quick relief from headache pain. Fast help for jumpy nerves. Quick help for upset stomach.
So don't be satisfied with anything that does less for you than Bromo Seltzer. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headache, see your doctor. For quick, effective relief from common sick headache, get tried and true Bromo Seltzer. And be sure to ask for the large 60-cent size bottle, now selling at the special low price of only 39 cents.
Save money. Buy now. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
All right, Sherlock Holmes, come on. What's on tap for next week?
Funny you should call me that, Chappie.
How so?
Well, because next week I'm going to tell about a case I had which will remind you of one that baffled the great Sherlock himself. It's about a man who goes into his house for an umbrella and disappears. I call my case The Adventure of Mr. Short and Mr. Long. Be sure to listen next Thursday at this same time.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop travels to Bowling Field in Washington. Fox Johnson and Warren Hull will interview men of our Army Air Force. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for the Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. Music for the Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. Music for the Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. Music for the Adventures of Ellery Queen is...
Bromo Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective, in person. Ellery Queen again gives you a chance to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Then, at the point where he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Mr. George R. Crowley, superintendent of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad Police Force, and Mr. F. Beverly Kelly, director of radio publicity for the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey combined shows. Mr. Crowley and Mr. Kelly have accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective, and your host for the next half hour.
Good evening. In tonight's story, we run across one of the boldest and most dastardly murders in our memory. A murder on a speeding train. And among our suspects are included a giant, a midget, and a fortune teller. I call it The Adventure of the Circus Train.
I'm sure glad this Chicago case is wrapped up, Inspector.
Yes, Bill, it'll be good to get back to New York. Henry, can I take it?
Yes, Dad.
Ever know Ellery to forget anything?
Here's our Pullman. Oh, who's this?
I'm the station master. May I see your ticket?
Oh, what's wrong?
Fine. Sorry, Mr. Queen. The Army's requisitioned all available space on this train. Your reservations are canceled.
How about the next train, Station Master?
Well, the earliest accommodations available are on the special section of the 11:59 tonight, Mr. Queen. It has 3 compartments left.
We'll take 'em.
I'd better tell you about it first, sir. That section's carrying Marco's Mammoth Show, the Midwest Circus outfit.
Oh, that'll be fun.
You mean we have to travel with tigers and elephants and get sawdust in our hair?
Not quite, miss. Your accommodations would be in the end car. It's an all-compartment car with a small lounge and bar at the rear. Mr. Marco himself travels in that car, and his business manager, John Brady.
Well, we certainly don't object to traveling with Mr. Marco and Mr. Brady, Station Master.
But they're not the only ones in that car, sir.
Look, if I got to double up with a talking snake, I'll walk to them.
Who are the others?
Well, there's Goliath. He's 8 foot tall.
Goliath? The circus giant?
Yes, miss. Then there's Captain Pinky. He's a midget. And Madame Zara. She's the circus fortune teller. They're nice folks. Been with Marco's circus a long time, but I thought I'd tell you.
Ever since I was a kid, I've had a yen to travel with a circus. What do you say?
Well, we don't mind one bit, Station Master.
Okay, Mr. Queen, I'll fix it. Ought to be an interesting trip.
Why, this is solid comfort.
My, this lounge back here is awfully cozy, Ellery.
Yes, we should be pulling out soon, Nikki.
Mr. Marco, I hope we're not putting you out in any way.
Oh, can't expect normal conditions in wartime, Inspector. Edward?
Yes, sir.
Edward, set him up.
Yes, sir.
We're having a little celebration, folks.
Well, in that case, maybe we ought to get out of the lounge and go to our compartments, Mr. Marco.
Yes, we don't want to spoil any plans you have.
No, I won't hear of it. Be mighty proud if you'd all join me, in fact.
Well, I'll do what you say.
Oh, John.
Yes?
You say, did you tell him all about it?
Oh, I left the telling to you, Mark.
Folks, meet John Brady, my business manager.
Howdy, folks.
And this is Long Joe Stebbins, professionally known as Mr. Goliath.
Hello.
Mr. Goliath.
Madam Zara, the smartest crystal gazer under the big tops.
How do you do?
And Captain Pinky, 44 years old, and you can put him in your vest pocket.
Any friend of Mark Marco's is a friend of mine.
Edward, pass the flowing bowl, pass it around. Thank you, Edward. Well, you 3 must be wondering what this is all about.
We are.
As you know, I've been in show business over 50 years. Well, Mark Marco's getting too old to run a circus. I know, but I am. Needs younger blood. So I've just sold Marco's Mammoth Show to John Brady here.
Yes, sir.
John, here's the bill of sale. Whole work signed, sealed, and delivered.
Well, thanks, Mark. And here's my advance payment in cash. $30,000.
Boy, thunder, Goliath, will you look at that? 3 $10,000 bills.
I ain't never seen so much money, Captain Pinky.
Money means trouble. I smell trouble.
I smell an Indiana farm and rest for my old bones, Zara. Well, folks, drink up.
You could help, Mr. Marco.
Oh, thank you.
1 minute to midnight. We're leaving on the dock.
How about a song for Mr. Marco? Oh, he's a jolly good fellow. Oh, he's a jolly good fellow. Oh, he's a jolly good fellow.
Pretty late, Maestro. How's about we get the hazy ways?
I suppose we may as well, Sergeant.
What's bothering you, Ellery? Why do you want to come out here on the front platform of the car?
To clear my head, Dad. There was an atmosphere in the lounge I didn't like.
You mean them expressions of gimme on the faces of the giant, the midget, and Madame Zara?
Oh, that's only natural, son. These circus people don't see $10,000 bills every day.
Not only circus people.
Gentlemen, sir. What's the matter, Porter?
I was just cleaning up my bar in the lounge, son.
Yes?
I guessed the bell signal from Mr. Marco's compartment.
Spit the pebbles out of your mouth, Edward.
I rang can't hear bells. There's no answer. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I opened the door and I saw...
Speak up, Henry.
I saw...
The man scared to death, Dad. Let's go see for ourselves. Come on. Here's Mr. Marco's compartment. Dad, look.
Marco. His head.
Bashed in.
Murder.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our story. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more, but first, Ernest Chappell with a mystery of his own.
And it bids fair to be as baffling as any mystery Ellery's been up against. By the way, folks, what's your batting average? Mrs. Neely Jarvie of Lakewood, Ohio, is frank to admit that she and her family haven't piled up a very imposing score of correct deductions, but she says they still get a big kick out of trying to decide who done it. Good for you, Mrs. Jarvie. That's what we like to hear. And here's something else we like to hear. But suppose I let you folks have it in Mrs. Jarvie's own words. She writes,
"We're never without bromo seltzer in our home. And not long ago, when I became a volunteer nurse at our local hospital, I had just one more reason to be grateful for bromo seltzer's quick, effective relief. After my first evening of routine floor work, I came home with my nerves on edge and a bad headache, brought on by nervous excitement. Well, as soon as I got in the house, I took a bromo seltzer. And oh, what relief. I'm not so nervous and excited about my volunteer work as I was at first, but I know that I can rely on bromo seltzer whenever I have a common sick headache like that again."
Well, now, there you have a mighty fine piece of advice from a lady who ought to know. So the next time you have a common sick headache, try bromo seltzer. I bet you'll feel the same as Mrs. Jarvie about it. And say, we'd like to hear from all of you about your bromo seltzer experiences. Just send your letters to Ellery Queen, care of the station to which you are listening. And now, back to our story. It's a short time after the discovery of old Mr. Marco's body. The car has been locked, front and rear. Nikki has been awakened.
But, Inspector, how did it happen?
That's what we've got to figure out, Nikki. Ellery Queen and I were standing on the front platform from the time the party in the lounge here broke up. And we know no one from the forward cars came into our car or left it.
And the two conductors were sitting at the end of the lounge near the rear platform, Nikki, checking their tickets.
And both conductors say no one got into the car through the back.
So, Mr. Marco must have been murdered by someone in this car.
That's the size of it, Nikki.
But who? Which one?
The two conductors alibi each other, and they both alibi the porter.
So the killer must be one of the four circus people.
That nice old man. Why?
Don't you remember Brady handing Marco three $10,000 bills in front of our eyes, Nikki?
And they're not in his wallet now or anywhere in Marco's compartment.
He was bumped off for that $30,000, Miss P.
Killer probably rapped on Marco's door. Marco let him in.
Visitor assaulted the old man, stole the money, and left Marco for dead.
But he didn't die right off. He managed to reach the porter's bell and ring it before dying.
What was the weapon, Inspector?
A man's shoe.
What?
Yes, a shoe.
A shoe big enough to ship freight in, Miss Porter.
A man's shoe. Size 22, Nikki.
Size 22? But a shoe that size, it must be the giant. Goliath must have killed Mr. Marco.
And used his own shoe, Miss Porter? And to top it off, left it in Marco's room for us to find?
No killer would be so simple-minded, Nikki. The big boy's being framed.
Only question is, by who?
Well, Dad, we better start asking questions.
Yes. Billy?
Yeah?
Call them out of their compartments one at a time. While we're tackling each one, you search his compartment for that dough.
Okay, Inspector.
Well, son, this case is a cinch. Marco was killed for the $30,000. So when we find the cash, we find the killer. Oh, Mr. Gladys. Sorry, the sergeant had to wake you.
Oh, what time is it for criminity's sake?
Ellery, he's hobbling.
You'd hobble too, Nikki, if you were wearing only one shoe.
How come you got on only one shoe, Mr. Gladys?
Oh, darned if I know, Inspector. When I went to bed, I put my shoes in that little do-jigger on the floor of the compartment.
I know.
There's a little closet, you know, that the porter can open from outside and take out your shoes and shine them during the night.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, sir, just now Mr. Bealey comes fetching me, and I look for my shoes, and that shoe thing, doggone if somebody ain't stole one of my shoes. What am I going to do? It's the only pair I got.
We hit Pittsburgh in the morning, Mr. Gladys, so we'll send out for a pair of shoes for you then.
Huh. Ain't a shoe store in Pittsburgh or anywhere else carries size 22. Oh, Inspector, what do you want me for?
Come into Marco's room, Gladys, and I'll show you.
Sure.
Ellery, I can't look.
Stay out in the corridor, Nikki.
Well, where's Mr. Marco, Inspector? What's under that piece of newspaper?
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Your shoe, Mr. Glad.
Well, I'll be... What's blood doing all over it? What's under that blanket?
Mr. Marco, he was murdered tonight with your shoe.
Murdered?
What happened in there?
Goliath fainted. Henry, revive this 8-foot he-man.
Right, Dad.
And Nikki, call John Brady in here.
Here's Mr. Brady, Ellery. And he's hobbling, too.
Somebody stole one of my shoes.
From your shoe compartment, Mr. Brady?
That's right. I found 2 shoes in it, all right, but one of them's a woman's. Here, look. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Mark, you in there?
Just a moment, Mr. Brady. Nikki, is this woman's shoe Mr. Brady just found in the shoe receptacle yours?
No, Inspector. It must be Madame Zara.
Nikki, you better go fetch the Zara woman.
All right.
Suppose you go in now, Mr. Brady, and see Mr. Marco.
I don't get all this. Marco.
Put the blanket back, Ellery.
Right, Dad.
But who? Why?
The $30,000 you handed Marco tonight, Mr. Brady. That's why.
Inspector, Madame Zara's hopping mad about her shoe, and I mean hopping.
I don't care for jokes, if you please. Mr. Brady, is this your shoe? I just found it in my shoe compartment, and one of mine is gone.
Let me see. Yes, Sarah. That's my shoe. Here's yours.
Thank you. Why was I awakened in the middle of the night? Has anything happened to Mr. Marco?
Why do you ask that, Madame Zara?
Yes, of course. Mr. Marco is lying under that blanket. He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, Madame Zara. Look.
I should have warned him.
You knew Marco was going to be knocked off?
Before retiring, I looked into my crystal ball. It never lies. I saw an old man lying there dead. Now I realize it was Mr. Marco. An old man with blood on his head.
Don't mind her. She always talks like this.
You saw this in your crystal ball, you say?
With blood on his head.
Did you also see Marco's murderer in your magic ball, Madame Zara?
No. But I could.
Really?
If the conditions were right, yes, Mr. Queen.
Zara, sing murders in a hunk of glass. Zara, go back to your room. You too, Mr. Brady.
Very well, Inspector.
Crystal ball. Where's Veely? Why in the name of Houdini isn't he back with that 30 grand?
Haven't you forgotten someone, Inspector?
Who, Nicky?
Captain Pinky, the midget.
Oh, the midget couldn't have done it. He's too tiny.
He could have stood on something, Dad, and that big heavy shoe would be a murderous weapon even in the hands of a child.
Marco, what's all the excitement about? It's Captain Pinky. Hello. What the devil's going on? Why is everybody rushing around like crazy?
It's an unusual trip, Captain Pinky. By the way, anybody swipe your shoes?
My shoes? Heck no. What would anybody want with my shoes? What blasted all? What's happened?
Mr. Marco's been murdered, Captain.
Mr. Marco? Murdered? Murdered? Oh, dear, he's crying.
Midgets, giants, crystal balls.
Inspector.
Veely, well, where'd you find the money?
I didn't find it, Inspector.
You did?
I searched every compartment, no dough.
Could you find your head?
Huh?
Where are we now?
A half hour out of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
At the next stop, wire Pittsburgh to have some detectives waiting for us when we pull in tomorrow morning. And give this car and everybody in it a vacuum cleaning, Bailey. Even if the Pittsburgh boys have to go to New York with us.
Very well, sir.
Crystal ball. I'll show you how to solve this case, Ellery. Find that money, and you've got Marco's murderer.
Philadelphia.
Time's keeping Bailey and those Pittsburgh men. Still searching after 10 hours. The money must be in this car.
Dad, I've got it.
With the money, yes, son?
No, I mean the explanation for that shoe mixing.
Yeah?
Killer wanted a weapon that couldn't be traced to him. So he stole one of Zara's shoes from her receptacle.
But realized it was too light as a weapon.
So he rifled Brady's shoe receptacle.
And then decided he wouldn't use either one's. He'd use Goliath's shoe. That would make a weapon. So he stole Goliath's shoe.
And then putting back Mr. Brady's and Madame Zara's.
He made a mistake and mixed them up.
Inspector Queen.
Yes? Oh, Goliath.
How much longer do I have to walk around in my socks? I want my shoe.
We're checking you for fingerprints, Mr. Goliath. You'll have it back by the time we reach New York.
Would you wash the blood off?
Sure, Mr. Goliath.
Right, Inspector.
Ellery, I made up my mind. I'm arresting Zara.
Why Zara, Dad?
She knew Marco was dead, the only one who did. How could she have known unless she bumped him off?
Well, that is a puzzle, how she knew.
Dad, she claims she might see the criminal in her crystal ball. Why not call her bluff?
See whom she accuses.
That's an idea. Okay, we'll try it.
I have a hunch Madame Zara has something up her sleeve, and it isn't a crystal ball.
Madame Zara, why is it you people can't ever do anything in the light?
We consult other worlds. Light is a disturbance. I must have darkness.
Hocus pocus. Conductor.
Yes?
Switch the lights off here in the lounge. But tell Sergeant Bailey to have both ends of the car watched.
Yes, sir.
You will all join hands.
This is silly, Ellery.
She knows it's silly, too, Nikki. Zara's trying to tell us something, using the seance as a cloak.
There go the lights.
I must have quiet, or my crystal will tell me nothing. Come, appear. You who shed Marco's blood, appear in the crystal of truth.
Ellery, it's getting a faint glow.
Phosphorus, Nikki. Quiet.
The one who spills the blood of old men. He takes shape. His face comes out of a mist. In a moment now, I see him. I see him.
Much obliged, Madame Zara. Who done it?
The spiller of blood is...
Madame Zara, why do you stop?
Zara.
What's the matter?
Conductor, turn on those lights.
Ellery, do you think she's...
Here are the lights. Zara.
She's sitting so still.
Zara, come out of that now.
She's in one of her trances.
Oh, phew, I thought she was dead, Mr. Brady.
Gosh, Captain Pinky, so did I.
Wake up, Zara.
Thank goodness.
Whose face did you see in that thing?
I must not tell you. Not yet.
Oh, and why not yet?
The time isn't right. Perhaps later.
Madame Zara, you're a first-class fake.
Fake? I'm not going to stay around here and be insulted.
All of you, back to your compartments.
I don't think this, Inspector.
So that's that, Ellery.
Well, Inspector.
Oh, really? Well?
Boy, am I pooped.
Find the money, Sergeant?
Those Pittsburgh guys and me, we've gone over this car 3 times. No dough.
What? Really?
Look, Inspector, we tore those blamed compartments practically apart. You saw how we searched this lounge, the bar, the porter's pantry, the light fixtures, the radio, the Well, do you want me to go on?
How about the people, Sergeant?
Yeah, head to toe. Clothes, luggage, cigarettes. We even examined Zara's crystal ball. Oh, we searched the 2 conductors and the porter, too. No doubt.
Really, you're a crook's idea of Santa Claus.
Huh?
Start all over again. I want that $30,000 before we reach New York.
We're in. End of the line. Ellery, where do you suppose that stolen money is?
Can't imagine, Nikki. Poor Dad.
That must be the inspector's own squad waiting on the platform.
Now, is everybody here?
Yeah. Brady, Goliath, Pinky.
Where's Madame Hocus Pocus? That Zara woman.
She isn't here, Inspector.
But you must know we're in. The train stopped.
What's you up to now? Bailey, get her out here.
Okay. Hey, Zara. Inspector.
Nikki, don't look.
Dead. Zara's been bumped off.
Head smashed in with a crystal ball.
Bailey, hold everybody.
All right. Nobody leave.
Who'd have thought?
But why, Madame Zara?
It's clear now. We wondered how Zara knew about Marco's being dead. Don't you see? Zara must have spied on the murder in the corridor last night. She must have seen the killer go into Marco's room with Goliath's shoe.
And why didn't she tell us?
Because she had her own axe to grind, Nikki. The seance was a veiled threat to the killer. She was warning him she could give him away if she chose.
So that he'd split the 30 grand with her. But instead, he split her head open.
Wait a minute. Of course. Now I see it all. We've been blind.
Ellery.
Been destroyed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crowley and Mr. Kelly. In a moment, you'll learn what the correct solution is. But first, the search for an honest man has come to an end in the person of our own Ernest Chappell.
Oh, me, what Ellery undoubtedly means is that I'm not going to make a single claim for Bromo Seltzer that isn't absolutely true. I'm not going to tell you that it'll do all your errands and finish your housework for you. But I do say there's just nothing better than Bromo Seltzer for common sick headaches. You know the kind, pounding head pain, jumpy nerves, upset stomach. Well, Bromo Seltzer fights headache like that 3 ways. You get effective relief. Quickly feel more like your old self. So be prepared. Keep Bromo Seltzer handy where you work as well as at home.
All right, inside. Come on. Boys, no one gets in till this is over. All right, sit down, you people. Okay, Inspector.
Here's the way this case stacks up. We know the killer wanted a weapon that couldn't be traced to him. So what did he pick? Somebody else's shoe. Mark that. Somebody else's shoe. So whatever shoes he stole last night belonged to innocent people, not to the murderer.
Makes sense to me, Ellery.
Hush, Nikki, I want to follow this.
Whose shoes were stolen last night? Madame Czar's, so she's innocent. Mr. Brady's, so he's innocent. And finally, Goliath's, so he's innocent. Who's left who could be the guilty man? Only Captain Pinky.
Captain Pinky, where'd you hide that dough?
But I didn't kill Mr. Marco.
Dad, haven't you left out one possibility?
What possibility, son?
That the murderer wanted you to think just what you do think. That the crime was committed by the one person whose shoe was not involved.
He deliberately involved all the shoes but Captain Pinky's.
He was framing Pinky?
I'm afraid so, Dad. The big point of this case is one you made yourself repeatedly. That to find the killer, we had to find the money he stole.
But we didn't find the money, son.
And why didn't we?
Because it wasn't in the car.
But it was in the car, Dad. It had to be.
Hurry, the car was practically demolished. Everybody and everything in it was searched.
That can't be, Dad, or the $30,000 would have been found. Obviously, then, one place was not searched. So that place is where the missing money must be.
What place? Where didn't we search, Maestro?
Did you search the weapon, Sergeant?
No, Inch.
The weapon that killed Marco?
Who'd ever think of searching the weapon?
Exactly. That's what the killer figured, too. That we wouldn't dream the hiding place of the money was the very shoe which bashed poor Marco's head in.
But, Ellery, what good did that do him? How could he expect to get hold of the money again? That shoe was a murder weapon held by the police.
Therefore, Nikki, the murderer could be only one person, the owner of the shoe, to whom it would eventually be returned.
Eventually? Goliath asked for his shoe even before we reached Penn Station. And I just gave it to him. Goliath, take that murder shoe off.
Oh, you're wrong. I didn't do it. Oh, no.
Come on, Dad.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Get this tugboat off him.
I didn't do it.
Really? Tear out that shoe lining.
Yes, sir. And here they are.
The three $10,000 bills.
Clever crime, Goliath, because who'd be foolish enough to use his own shoe as a murder weapon and then leave it behind to be found? You knew we'd believe you innocent. You knew we'd therefore return the shoe with its hidden money to you.
But there's one thing Goliath didn't know. He didn't know he was traveling with Ellery, the giant killer.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Mr. George R. Crowley and Mr. F. Beverly Kelly for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. And we have for both Mr. Crowley and Mr. Kelly a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, an autographed copy of my new mystery novel, There Was an Old Woman, just out this week, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Oh, Ellery, I certainly enjoyed that story. I bet you can't top it next week.
I'll take that bet, Chappie, and I'll tell you what it's about in just a moment.
Okay, that gives me time enough to introduce my friend and your friend, the one and only educated train known to man, the talking Bromo Seltzer train.
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Yes, you can't beat that for good sense. Fight headache 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. You see, common sick headaches often affect you 3 ways. Pain in the head, jangling nerves, and upset stomach. But
Bromo Seltzer quickly relieves that pain in your head.
Bromo Seltzer helps settle jumpy nerves.
Bromo Seltzer helps settle upset stomach.
You see what I mean? 3-way misery, 3-way relief with Bromo Seltzer. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headaches, see your doctor. For common sick headaches, do as millions of others do. Use tried and true Bromo Seltzer.
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, now, Ellery, my lad, how's for next week? You got something nice and cheerful?
Very, Chappie. In fact, it's a story about a perfect gentleman. That is, perfect except for one little obsession.
Yeah, what's that?
He wants to murder his wife.
Pleasant guy.
So, Chappie, you better listen again next Saturday for the adventure of The Human Weapon.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop travels to Cheyenne, Wyoming, where Parks Johnson and Warren Hull will interview a flying fortress crew just back from bombing Germany. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. Production is directed by Bruce Cameron.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Bromo Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective, in person. Ellery Queen again gives you a chance to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Then, at the point where he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Ken Sears, New York Yankee catcher, and Art Flynn, business editor of the weekly newspaper Sporting News. We'd hoped to have with us, too, the star second baseman of the Yankees, Joe Gordon, but he was unable to join us. However, Messrs. Sears and Flynn have accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective, and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's story, Nikki and I quite unexpectedly become involved in the crucial game of the World Series. I call it The Adventure of the World Series Crime.
You all know what's happened. The Eagles won the first 3 games. Then the Larks came back to take the 4th and 5th games. And now the Larks are leading in the 6th game 3-2. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. That's a walk for Henderson. Fills the bases for the Eagles. 2 out. We'll see now. Oh, here's the great Sparks himself coming to bat. Now let's see. A hit will score 2 runs. The Eagles will win 4-3, and the World Series will be over. But if the Larks can stop Sparky again, the series will be all tied at 3 games apiece, and the payoff game tomorrow, there it is, strike 1 on Sparks. You know, everybody's asking what's happened to Sparky. Champion batter of the major leagues, he was an Arkansas tornado in the first 3 series games, hit over 500, won the first 3 games for the Eagles almost single-handed, and then he folded. Here's the pitch, strike 2. Strike 2. Well, Sparky didn't get a hit in the 4th game or the 5th. And today, in 3 official tries, the great Sparks has popped up once and struck out twice with men in scoring positions. There it is. Ball 1. That's 1 and 2 on Sparky. You know, there's some ugly rumors around, but take it from your Uncle Ted, they're just malarkey. You know, you've heard them. That Sparky's been drugged, Sparks was sold out to the gamblers. It's all... Here it is. Strike 3. Sparky didn't even lift his bat off his shoulder. He's out. Well, that's the game, folks. Ties it up at 3 games apiece. But what's happened to Sparks? Mr. Dayton, owner of the Eagles, wants to know. Mac McClune, fighting manager of the Eagles, wants to know. What's happened to Sparky?
Yeah. No. Just a minute. Mr. Dayton's private office. What? No. Say, listen, Weisenheimer, I'll give it to you in plain English. There ain't no more tickets. Oh. Hello, Mr. McClune.
The boss in, Susie.
Yeah, he's waiting for you. Say, Mr. McClune, I want to tip you off. The boss said me and the boyfriend could see today's game from his box, and, well, you know what that means.
Yeah. As usual, Dayton's ducking out in a pinch.
Yeah, well, the rest of us still think you can lick them bums, Mr. McClune.
Thanks, Susie. You want to see me, Mr. Dayton?
Oh, come in, Mac.
Yeah.
Mac, I am leaving you in complete charge.
Going away today, Mr. Dayton? I notice you have your golf clubs already.
Yes, I'm running up to the country club. I couldn't stand the strain of the final game, Mac. My heart, you know.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll phone you the result.
Well, it's not as if I were running out on you or the team, Mac.
Of course not, Mr. Dayton.
You'll bench Sparks, of course.
Thought you were leaving me in charge.
But, my dear McClune, he's had half a dozen chances to win the series in the last 3 games. And what's he done?
If Sparky goes, I go.
Oh, he couldn't bat a ball with a coal shovel.
Bat a ball. Bat?
Bat. Oh, what a fool I've been. Of course, the bat.
What are you raving about, Mac?
Look, Mr. Dayton, if your heart can stand the strain of making one phone call before you go out to play golf, just one, mind you, we can still win this series.
A phone call?
I want a detective. Pay any fee he asks, but have him here in 15 minutes.
A detective? What detective, Mac?
The best in the world, Mr. Dayton. If there's one man can save this World Series for us, it's Ellery Queen.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
You know, nobody minds hard work these days because we're working for victory. But what are you going to do when you're stopped by a common sick headache? Miss Edith Hyde of Fremont Avenue, Los Altos, California, has the answer to that. She writes,
I work at the Red Cross 7 hours a day, 5.5 days a week, and spend what time I have left practicing my music. This constant work and study is quite a strain, and sometimes I get a common sick headache and my nerves feel on edge. Well, one evening, while listening to your very entertaining Ellery Queen program, I heard your clever, educated train tell about Bromo Seltzer, and I decided to try it the next time I got a headache. Was I delighted with the quick, effective relief I got. Why, in just a short time, my head felt a lot better, and my jumpy nerves began to calm down. I told everyone at the office about it, but most of them informed me that they were already familiar with Bromo Seltzer's grand health and had been relying on it for a long time. Now I'm never without Bromo Seltzer. I keep a bottle in my desk at the office and another at home.
and that's a wise idea for everybody. You know, these days, you never know when you're liable to get a common sick headache. So if you don't already have a big blue bottle of Bromo Seltzer in your home medicine chest, get one tomorrow for sure. And now back to our mystery. In answer to Mac McClune's phone call, Ellery, Nikki, the inspector, and Sergeant Veely have just arrived.
Hello, Mac.
Hello, Ellery.
You know my father, Inspector Queen.
The inspector.
Hiya, Mac.
Sergeant Veely.
Hiya.
And this is my secretary, Nikki Porter.
Hello.
Miss Porter. When they heard you wanted me on a case, Mac, I couldn't shake them off.
Is anything we can do to help the Eagles win, Mac?
Thanks, Inspector Queen.
We're Eagle fans, all of us.
We need 'em all, Miss Porter.
I got a week's salary on the Eagles, Mac.
You and a flock of others, Sergeant.
Where's Mr. Dayton?
In a place where he won't bother us. Ellery, if you can solve a mystery in 3 hours, we've still got a chance to win. If you can't...
Doesn't sound like Mac McClune talking.
3 hours. Give me the facts.
Well, Ellery, you know ball players. They're all kind of superstitious.
Yeah, remember how Babe Ruth always touched second base on his way in from right field at the end of every inning?
Sparky's worse, Sergeant. He's got a pet bat.
You mean Ellery's got to find one of those nasty things that fly around at night?
Mac's a baseball manager, Nicky, not a zookeeper. He means a baseball bat.
Go on, Mac.
Well, Ellery, with that pet bat of his, Sparky's the greatest hitter in the game today.
Without it, he's just a bum, huh?
Hold it, Sergeant. Mac, what happened to Spark's bat and when?
Well, the morning after the third game, Sparky told me about it, but it went clean out of my head. Somebody stole his bat.
Aha.
If Sparky gets back his bat, you think he'll snap out of a slump, Mac?
Inspector, I'll eat your badge in the Lark's dugout if he don't.
Ellery's been asked to find stolen jewels, stolen documents, but a stolen baseball bat.
Quiet, Nicky. Mac, was the bat stolen from the clubhouse?
No, Ellery. Sparky was so nervous about it, he wouldn't leave it in the regular bat rack. He took it home with him.
Where does he live?
Well, Sparky got married just before the series.
You mean the World Series is Sparky's honeymoon?
Sort of, Miss Porter. So, Mr. Dayton gives Sparky and Lily, that's Sparky's wife, the use of his apartment during the series. They've been living there.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Here's Dayton's apartment, Inspector.
Okay, Mac. Really, you park out here in the hall and watch this front door.
Huh?
We don't want to be disturbed. Go ahead, Ellery. Knock.
Fancy layout.
Oh, Inspector, you ain't leaving me out in the cold in a case like this.
Bailey!
Yes, sir.
Mac, come on in. Hello, Sparky. This is Inspector Queen, his son Ellery, and Miss Porter.
Howdy. I'm going to meet the missus. Lily,
Hi,
meet Inspector
Spark.
Queen.
Gee, it's
awful good of you folks to help Sparky.
I reckon I'm past being helped, Lily.
Maybe not, Mr. Sparks. When did you first discover your bat was stolen?
Well, Mr. Queen, I always put the bat in the hall closet there. The first thing I woke up the morning of the fourth game, I looked in the closet, and Uncle Sam, that's my pet name for the bat, you see.
Sparky calls everything we own by a pet name, Mr. Queen. There's a skunk back home that bothers the chickens. Sparky calls him Hitler, and I'm beginning to like you, Sparky.
The bat was missing, Sparky, when you first looked in the closet that morning?
No, Inspector. That time Uncle Sam's standing there all right. But then all that morning we have visitors, and when they go away and Lily and me get ready to mosey over to the ballpark, why, I open the closet door and Uncle Sam's gone.
How many visitors did you have?
Wasn't it 3, Lily?
Oh, 4, Sparky. 4 visitors. Well, that means one of them must be the thief.
I reckon so, Miss Porter. I wasn't counting Mr. Dayton, Lily. He's not exactly a visitor, this apartment being his'n.
Mr. Dayton come first. He forgot to take his golf bag with him when he gave up this apartment.
So he comes to pick it up.
Tell Mr. Queen who the other 3 were, Sparky.
Okay, Mac. First there was Pagoli.
Pagoli? The big-time gambler?
I smell a rat.
And what did Mr. Pagoli want?
Well, it's sort of personal.
Oh, now, Sparky, you mustn't hold anything back if you want Mr. Queen to help.
Lily's right, Sparky.
Well, Mac,
now, look here, Ellery. Sparky's the idol of sports fans all over the country, and he deserves to be. He sets a good example for the kids. Don't drink, don't smoke, a square shooter. But he's got one weakness that's going to get him in a heap of trouble. It already has.
I know. I read about it in the papers.
Well, that's where Pagoli fits. Gambling.
Looks that way, Dad.
The commissioner had you on the carpet about it, didn't he, Sparky?
Yeah, Inspector.
But Sparky won't listen. He wastes most of his dough paying off.
Oh, gee, I've tried so hard to make him stop. I even refused to marry him until he promised to quit. Only he didn't quit. I reckon you'll have to excuse me.
Lily.
Be a good girl, Nikki, and keep Mrs. Sparks company in the next room.
All right, Ellery.
So you owe Pagoli money, Sparky, and he came here yesterday morning to collect,
When you start talking about gambling, Sparky shuts up like a clam.
Guess who's outside asking to see Sparky, Ellery?
Speak of the devil, Sergeant?
Huh? A big shot Pagoli.
Bring him in, Veely.
All right, Inspector. Step into the parlor, Mr. Fly.
Be careful with your hands, you. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Sparks. I come back tomorrow, eh?
Well, now, I don't know.
Tomorrow'll be too late, Pagoli.
Inspector Queen, I not see you at first.
In an umpire's eye, you not see him.
Be careful how you talk, Mr. Veely.
Sergeant Veely to you, pig.
My business with Mr. Sparks, it can wait. I go now.
Oh, wait, Mr. Pagoli.
What do you want?
Well, seeing how things are, maybe I better tell the truth.
The truth? You told me Pagoli came to see you the other day about the money you owe him, Sparks.
Well, I didn't want to worry you, Mac. Mr. Pagoli here, take care of what you spill, Hick. He was willing to forget my IOUs if...
Mr. Sparks, I warn you.
If what?
If I threw the series, Mr. Queen.
So that's it, Pagoli, you dirty backstabber.
Drop that right, Pagoli. Oh, it's dropped. Now I'll give you a demonstration of the famous Veely. Say, Uncle. That's better.
Fireworks over? Now, Mr. Pagoli, did you have any bundles or packages with you when you visited this apartment the other day?
All of a sudden, I'll talk English, huh?
No, he didn't have, Mr. Queen.
You're sure, Sparky? Did he wear a topcoat?
No, sir.
Okay. Let him out, Veely. Put a tail on him, though. I think we'll be seeing more of Mr. Pig.
Come on, Pig. Back to your style.
Sparky, who were the other 2 visitors you had? Who came after Pagoli?
After Mr. Pagoli comes Collins.
Collins? Manager of the Larks?
Yep, and after Collins comes Buck Fisher.
Fisher's the first baseman on your own team, Mac, isn't he?
Yeah. Sparky beat Buck out of the batting championship by 3 points.
Less than 2 hours left. Time's running out. Dad, you and Mac tackle manager Collins of the Larks. Nicky and I will call on the vanquished Eagle batsman Buck Fisher.
You'll find both of them at the stadium now, Ellery.
Good. That saves us time. Dad, we check with each other at the stadium. Sparks can give us the other details on the way over. Hurry.
Collins, we've known each other since the old Sandlot days. We don't have to spar around.
Well, what's on your mind, Inspector?
Collins, why did you, the manager of the opposition team, drop in to see Sparks, the star batter of Mac's team, during the World Series?
It's your little idea, Mac? Trying to frame me just before the start of the last game?
You know me better than that, Collins.
Okay. Inspector, I ran up to see Sparky about our bet.
What bet?
$2,000, even money on the World Series winner.
Sparky bet his team to win, Collins?
That's a hot one. Did you ever hear of Sparky betting against himself? Sure, he bet on his team. With his team taking the first 3 games, I thought Sparky might be willing to raise the ante. At big odds, of course. But no soap.
Sparky said no?
He was willing, Mac, but his wife said nix.
Collins, were you wearing a top coat that morning?
Who, me? A top coat in this weather?
Did you have any bundles with you?
Criminy, no. Say, what's this all about anyway?
Forget it. Come on, let's go, Mac.
Just a minute, Inspector. Collins.
Yeah, Mac?
Who you pitching today?
See tonight's paper.
There's the door to the Eagles' locker room, Nikki.
Yes, and there comes an Eagle.
Excuse me, are you Buck Fisher?
Yeah? See you out in the field, fellas. Okay.
Who are you?
What? Don't you know Ellery Queen?
Never heard of him, lady. Hey, you're not the new sports writer for the Herald, are you?
Strike. No, Fisher, I'm a detective.
Detective? What goes?
A few simple questions, Mr. Fisher. Why did you pay a visit to Sparks the morning of the 4th game?
Well, Sparky and I had a bet all season on who'd wind up with the best batting average. Sparky won by 3 points. 10 is Hyde.
And I saw him do it. Made 5 hits in the last game of the season.
So what?
So, why'd you drop in to see Sparky that morning, Fisher?
Oh, we had another bet. Who'd get the most hits in the series? Sparky hit like a house afire the first 3 games, but I figured he'd fold. So that morning I comes up and I says, Sparky, how about doubling the bet?
Did he, Fisher?
He says yes, but his wife says no. So what's the matter, Sparky? Cold feet? Well, Sparky says okay. Then his wife starts the waterworks, so I beat it. But the double bet's on. Oh, there's a signal for batting practice. I got to go out and clout a couple.
Oh, Mr. Fisher?
Yeah?
Did you wear a top coat that morning or carry any packages?
What? No.
Miss Porter, why did you ask Fisher those last 2 questions?
If you can ask him of Pagoli, Mr. Queen, I can ask him of Fisher.
That's what I thought. Come on, Miss Copycat. Let's find Dad.
Inspector, you learned exactly as much from Collins as Ellery and I did from Buck Fisher.
Yeah, Nikki, a great big goose egg.
Ellery, the game will be starting in a few minutes. Are we getting anywhere?
Well, Sergeant.
We haven't even got to first base. Ellery, we're no nearer finding that bat than when we started.
I wouldn't say that, Dad.
Ellery, don't tell me you know where...
Yes, I know where Sparky's bat is, Nikki. There's only a 50-50 chance it's still there. Dad, step aside with me. I'll tell you what to do. Now, you telephone.
Ellery and his pesky secrets.
Yeah. I wonder what's cooking.
Nearly 2 hours since Dad made that phone call, Nikki, and no sign of anybody.
You wear out the sidewalk, Ellery.
2 hours waiting at the ball player's entrance, and we could have been inside with Dad and Veely watching the game. Dad, what inning is it?
Last of the ninth, son.
What's the score now, Sergeant?
Still the same, Miss Porter. 1-0 favor of the Larks.
Oh, give up, Ellery. It's too late now. You must have been wrong this time.
Nikki, I tell you I wasn't wrong. I couldn't have been. How can I go in there and face Mac McClune without that pet bat of Sparky?
Well, you can't do the impossible, Ellery. He gave you only a few hours. What's that?
Nikki, this is it.
What, a police call? But Ellery...
You Ellery Queen?
Yes?
Here it is. The bat.
Mac, we got it.
Are we in time, Mr. McClune?
By the snakes of St. Patrick, it is. It's Sparky's bat. Hey, Sparks! Floyd. Floyd, call Sparky back. He's on his way to the plate.
Right. Wait for the police department.
Hank, how's it stand?
Oh, we're behind, Inspector. Same as yesterday. 1-0 last. The ninth base is full. 2 out and Sparky up.
Sparks get a hit. Any hit will drive in 2 runs.
And we win.
Sparky, take the lead out of your feet.
Hey, what is it, Mac? You're not benching.
Your bat, Sparky. Your own bat. Here. Now go on out there and use it.
Uncle Sam. Don't you worry, Mac. Good old Uncle Sam won't let you down. One side, fellas.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery and, I hope, a solution as well. Nikki, will you be good enough to introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening?
Well, Ellery, our guests tonight are certainly the right men to try to solve this mystery, because both of them know just about all there is to know about baseball. And when I tell you who they are, you'll see what I mean. Our first guest is Ken Sears, catcher of the New York Yankees and son of Ziggy Sears, famous National League umpire. You can be sure that when the Yankees meet the St. Louis Cardinals for the first World Series game October 5th, more than a few eyes will be watching Ken Sears.
All right, Nikki, I'll agree the first guest knows baseball. But what about the second?
Well, our second guest isn't a ball player, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know about baseball. He's Art Flynn, business manager of the Sporting News, the Bible of the baseball world. Mr. Flynn has been with the Sporting News for 16 years and has covered every World Series in that time. Mr. Flynn says that the Sporting News has a tremendous international circulation, since so many of its old readers are now in the service, but still yelling for their copies. And, incidentally, they get them. And now, Ellery?
Mr. Sears, I have 2 questions for you this evening. Number 1, where did I find Sparky's bat? And 2, who stole it?
Well, Mr. Queen, I believe you found that bat in Mr. Dayton's golf bag.
Mr. Dayton's golf bag. And how did it get there?
Well, I believe Mr. Dayton visited Sparky's apartment that morning, and I believe he stole that bat and went out to the golf course to play golf and missed that last game of the World Series.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Mr. Sears. And now, Mr. Flynn, where did I find Sparky's bat and who stole it?
I think I've got to agree with Ken Sears, Ellery, that he found it in the golf bag because no one had a top coat. And secondly, I'd say that that the person that put it there was Lily, the wife, because when they were talking about if he threw the series and she walked out and said no when they wanted to double his bet, it's the case of that famous French saying, cherchez la femme.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Flynn and Mr. Sears. You'll have to wait a moment to find out whether you've solved tonight's mystery correctly. And in the meanwhile, here's Ernest Chappell, who, it develops, is up on his modern slang.
Ellery means I'm hep to the jive, I suppose. And all because I happened to mention to him that when you have a headache, you just can't be on the beam. In other words, you don't feel 100%. But if you're hep, that is to say, if you know your way around, the chances are that you know our Bromo Seltzer gives quick, effective relief from the 3-way misery that may often accompany a common sick headache. Yes, Bromo Seltzer acts 3 ways, on head, nerves, and stomach. Try Bromo Seltzer the next time you have a common sick headache. See how quickly it has you cooking with gas. Or, as we old fogies say, feeling more like your old self again.
Where did you find the bat?
That was simple, Nikki, once I knew the facts. Only 4 people, Dayton, Pagoli, Collins, and Fisher, visited Sparky between the last time he saw the bat in the closet and the time he saw it was gone. So obviously, one of those 4 stole the bat from the apartment.
Well, I said that long ago, Ellery, but which one?
The important question wasn't who took the bat, Nikki, but how. How was the bat taken out of the apartment under Sparks' nose without Sparks seeing it?
Strike 1.
After all, a bat is a sizable object, 36 inches long and a solid hunk of hickory.
So that's why you asked about the packages and the top coats, huh?
Right, Dad. But none of the 4 visitors carried a package or wore a top coat. The top coat idea was a shot in the dark. Actually, you can't conceal a 36-inch baseball bat under a coat, or inside a trouser leg for that matter, and still walk like a human being. Yet the bat was taken from the apartment. How?
Ball one.
There was one article taken out of that apartment that was big enough to conceal a 36-inch baseball bat.
But Sparks said nothing went outside.
Wrong, Dad. Sparks said one thing did go out. Remember? Dayton's golf bag.
Dayton? The owner of the Eagles? The one who lent the Sparks' his apartment?
That's right. Dayton came back for his golf bag, Sparky said.
And with the top zippered over, it'd hold a baseball bat and not be seen.
No! Strike two.
Now, either Dayton put the bat in his golf bag or someone else did. If Dayton were the thief, the first thing he'd do once he was out of the hotel was get rid of the bat. But if someone else put the bat into Dayton's bag and Dayton hadn't yet looked inside, the bat would still be there.
So, Nikki, Ellery told me to phone the chief of police nearest to Dayton's country club. Chief rushed to the club, found Dayton's bag still unopened, and the bat inside.
So Mr. Dayton can't be the thief.
And there's ball two.
Then who stole the bat? Who did it? Well, who hid it in Dayton's golf bag?
Well, who was in the apartment when Dayton took away his bag? Not Pagoli, not Collins, nor Fisher. None of them had arrived yet. Only two people were there besides Dayton, Sparks and his wife. Did Sparky steal his own bat? Would he deliberately get rid of the one thing he needed most to win his bet?
No. Couldn't be Sparks.
Then it must be... You mean his own wife?
Mrs. Sparks stole that bat?
She's the only one left, so Sparky's wife must be the thief.
Ball three, Maestro.
For Pete's sake, Ellery, why?
Mrs. Sparks.
Yes, Mr. Queen.
Will you come here, please?
You were wanting me, Mr. Queen.
You heard what I just said.
Mrs. Sparks. Lily, why did you do it? Oh, gee, I thought if Sparky lost his pet bat, he'd lose his bets. And Collins and Fisher and Pagoli and all the others. I thought that would cure him. But I didn't realize what it would mean to Mac and to Sparky's teammates and all the fans. I was scared to admit it.
Doggone it, a foul.
Ellery, do we have to tell Sparky?
If everything comes out all right, I don't see why, Nikki.
Oh, you're a darling.
Don't forget Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam came through in the clutch, and he always will. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Mr. Sears and Mr. Flynn for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment Mr. Flynn on his skill in solving the crime. We have for both Mr. Sears and Mr. Flynn a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
In just a minute, Ellery will be back to tell you about next week's mystery. Meanwhile, here's a friendly tip from an old pal, our famous talking Bromo Seltzer train.
Fight headache 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer. Why, yes, fight headaches 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. You see, common sick headaches may often affect you 3 ways: pounding head, nerves that jingle, jangle, jingle, and upset stomach. So it seems sensible to take Bromo Seltzer, which is scientifically designed to fight all 3. Yes?
Bromo Seltzer gives quick relief from that pain in your head. Bromo Seltzer helps calm jumping nerves. Bromo Seltzer helps settle upset stomach.
Now you can take Bromo Seltzer while it's still fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or recurring headaches, see your doctor.
When it's a common sick headache that has you feeling miserable, let our talking train tell you how to lick it.
Fight headache 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer. Say, Ellery, come on back here a minute. You got anything to say before we close up this shop?
Yes, I have, Chappie.
Well?
Ladies and gentlemen, because you had asked for them, during the summer months, we brought you what we felt were the best of the Ellery Queen mysteries broadcast during the last 5 years. Tonight's story marks the end of these command performances. For with next Saturday's mystery, we will again bring you brand new Ellery Queen adventures.
Bromo Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective, in person. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are Miss Sonia Bigman, contributing editor of Time magazine, and Edward Pauly, who plays Steve Wilson on the famous radio program Big Town. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective, and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's case will really test your mettle as an armchair detective, because I can assure you it had us thinking hard. It's about a man who could disappear almost at will. I call it The Adventure of the Vanishing Magician. Mamie Dover. What's the matter?
Oh, there you are, Mr. Forsythe. Oh, dear, my dinner will be ruined if that husband of mine doesn't get home soon. You'd think after 20 years of married life, a man would get to know his spare ribs get dry.
You were crying, Mamie, and it wasn't about Hal or the spare ribs.
Now, you go back in the parlor, Forsythe, and read your variety and billboard while I see if I can't save my dinner.
You were crying about the house, weren't you, Mamie?
Yes.
Well, we haven't lost the old shack yet, Mamie. Now stop crying. Think of the good old days.
Oh, the good old days. What for? We'll never see him again.
Oh, don't you believe it. Vaudeville's coming back. Yes, sir. Before you know it, you'll be right back in the old 5 a day again. Hal and Mamie Dover, songs and patter.
Maybe vaudeville's coming back, Forsythe, but Hal and me won't come back with it. Nor you, nor Avanti. The great Avanti, magician supreme. Filbert Forsythe, quick change artist. Oh, it's old stuff, passé. They'd laugh us off.
Yeah? Well, I'm as good as I ever was. I've kept in practice, Mame. I haven't let the hinges on my theatrical trunk upstairs get rusty. No, sir. Remember that quick change act I had, Riley of the New York Finest, where I played all 7 parts? Why, it laid 'em in the aisle.
It was corny, Forsythe. Hal and me were corny. Avanti and his magic was corny. We're through, and you know it.
Through, am I? I'll show you all, and especially that sarcastic booker who threw me out of his office yesterday.
Oh, what's the use? You knew we were through when you, Avanti, Hal, and me pooled our savings 13 years ago to buy this house.
Yeah, you're right, Mame. We thought we'd have at least a roof over our heads. Now
Oh, there's the front door. Hal?
Me, Mame.
Hal, I thought you'd never get home.
Home? Oh, evening, Forsythe.
Hal, did you see that pagan at the bank?
I saw him.
What'd he say, Hal?
He busted a gut laughing.
Oh, Hal.
So we lose the house, is that it?
Next week, unless the U.S. Marines save us in the nick of time.
But, Hal, what'll we all do? Where'll we go?
Search me. Oh, Mame, stop crying now.
Dover, I told you we did wrong when we mortgaged that house 5 years ago.
And what were we supposed to eat, Forsythe? Your 1929 billboard clippings?
Hal, Dover, I'll have you know
Yeah.
that.
Well, now, next week is next week. Right now, we have a dinner to eat. Though heaven knows, Hal Dover, you've done your darndest to spoil it. Now, sit down, both of you.
I ain't hungry, Mame.
You're going to eat, mister, and we're not going to wait for the great Avanti. I'll have the ribs out in a jiffy if they ain't dry as dust.
I guess I'm jumpy, Forsythe.
Yeah, it's my fault, Hal. It's losing the house and all the money we put into it.
Going back to a furnished room. Avanti?
Hello, Mamie. Al, Forsythe. Where are you, my friends?
In the dining room, Avanti.
I am late, no? The long faces. No luck today, eh, Hal?
Sit down and eat your soup, Avanti.
Avanti?
Yes.
Oh, it's about time. Now hurry with your soup.
Attention. The great Avanti is about to give a performance.
What's he so gay about?
Cut the clowning, Avanti. I ain't in the mood.
No? Then I shall put you in the mood. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. Observe. There is nothing up my sleeve.
Cut it out, I said.
Hal.
Hell's on edge, Avanti.
Oh, who wouldn't be losing the house?
And who says we are losing the house, huh?
The bank that's holding the mortgage, you punchy dope.
Avanti says it is not so.
What?
Your faces light up, eh? My friends, I have it all fixed.
Avanti, we won't lose our house.
No, Mamie. And what is more, we shall have enough dough to last us a long, long time.
You're crazy with the cold.
That's something crooked. No. It is not something crooked, Forsythe.
But, Avanti, you ain't serious. How can you save the house?
Follow my instructions and have faith.
What do we have to do, Avanti?
merely, when the proper time comes, to get out of the house for one evening, leaving it unoccupied. That is all.
What are you going to do, burn it down?
Even that wouldn't do any good. Our fire insurance lapsed.
Now, you two stop. Avanti.
Yes?
You want us to leave the house for one evening, and that'll save it?
Yes, Mamie.
I suppose you'll do it by magic, Avanti.
Yes, Mr. Dover. By magic.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
I heard tell the other day about a lady who paid her first visit to New York just recently. That was plenty exciting for her, all right. Even though the bright lights aren't quite as bright as usual, there was plenty to see and do.
Plenty. I'll say so. I never saw so many people or places at one time in my life. And the crowd.
Yes, indeed, the crowd. Well, after a few days of helter-skelter running around, the lady woke up in her hotel room one morning feeling like this.
Oh, my head.
Yes, a common sick headache. Not unusual when you're on the move more than you're used to being. But was she going to let that stand in the way of seeing all there was left to see in New York?
Not on your life. I've had headaches in my own hometown, too. And if Bromo Seltzer could make me feel so much better back home, I guess it would work just as well in New York.
So she up and went down to the drugstore, had the clerk mix her a Bromo Seltzer at the fountain,
And pretty soon I felt like my old self again. So I went on to see Grant's tomb and the Statue of Liberty just as I'd planned.
Ah, good for you. And good for Bromo Seltzer. You'll find it's handy to have around, friends. So get a big blue bottle of Bromo Seltzer tomorrow. And now back to our story. It's 2 mornings later, the scene, Inspector Queen's office at police headquarters.
There's the maestro and Miss Porter, Inspector.
Hi, Petey. Come in, you two.
Hurry call to headquarters, Dad, means a case.
Is it a case, Inspector?
It's a case, Nikki, but best if I know what kind. Ellery, shake hands with Mr. Avanti, Mr. Steele. My son Ellery's secretary, Miss Porter.
How do you do?
This really isn't a matter for the police, son.
The inspector and me thought it was a lot more in your line, Maestro. Screwball stuff.
Sounds interesting, Sergeant.
First, I'd better explain, son, that Mr. Steele here is a very wealthy businessman with a peculiar hobby.
I thought I recognized you, Mr. Steele. I read an article about you in a magazine recently with your photograph.
That's me, Miss Porter.
Your hobby's collecting magic tricks, isn't it?
Yes, indeedy. I'm an amateur expert in magic. Know more about magic than these fellows know themselves. Hey, Avanti?
Mr. Steele, you are the boogeyman of my unfortunate profession.
Mr. Steele's a shower-upper, Maestro. These guys make up magic tricks. He figures them out.
I see.
For years, Mr. Steele's had a standing offer of $25,000 to any professional magician who can show him a magic trick he can't solve in 24 hours.
Wonderful. You're sort of magic detective, eh, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. The best of them have tried to collect that $25,000. No one's collected it yet.
Mr. Steele's seen through every magic illusion ever invented, Ellery.
Mr. Steele will not see through mine.
You see, Avanti's taken up Mr. Steele's challenge.
He claims he can pull a trick that'll fool even Mr. Steele.
Oh, swell. What's your illusion, Mr. Avanti?
I shall disappear in thin air.
Oh.
But that's not new, Mr. Avanti. Houdini made an elephant disappear in full view of a theater audience.
I saw the old master do it myself. All disappearance illusions are done with mirrors and apparatus. You won't fool me with one of those moth-eaten tricks, Avanti.
But, Mr. Steele, I do not use mirrors or apparatus.
Huh? Oh, Avanti, I'll hold you to that.
No apparatus, Mr. Avanti? Wow. But may I ask why you've come to the police?
It's going to be a case for the Missing Persons Bureau, ain't it?
I wish Mr. Steele to be completely satisfied about the conditions under which my illusion takes place.
You see, Ellery, Avanti and some old-time vaudeville friends of his jointly own a 2-story brownstone in Chelsea that's in danger of foreclosure.
It's one of them old babies, Maestro, in a solid block of attached houses, all alike.
All alike.
And Mr. Avanti wants to win Mr. Steele's money to save the house? Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Steele, but from now on, I'm on Mr. Avanti's side.
The more the merrier, Miss Porter. Disappear into thin air without mirrors or apparatus? No.
Mr. Avanti, just how do you intend using the house in this magic illusion of yours?
First, Mr. Queen, I wish the house to be examined from basement to roof, inside and out, to satisfy Mr. Steele that there are no sliding panels, hidden passages, tunnels, or secret hiding places anywhere inside.
there goes my solution.
Secondly, Inspector Queen may station police as guards at each exit from the house to see that I do not escape. As many men as you please, Inspector. On the roof, in the basement, the backyard, at the doors and windows. In fact, I shall be insulted if you do not put a veritable human cordon around the house.
You're sure making it impossible for yourself, Avanti.
Ah, that is the essence of the illusion. Finally, I shall enter, alone, in full view of all of you. And you will not find me in the house when you look. I shall have vanished. And then, Mr. Steele, you have 24 hours to solve the problem of my disappearance, or pay me $25,000.
You're crazy, Avanti, but by George, you're on. When will you be ready?
Tonight.
Well, you gentlemen will have to count me out. I can't touch it. No crime involved.
Inspector, please make an exception.
Excuse us a moment, gentlemen.
Oh, yes,
Very
certainly,
well.
Mr. Queen.
Dad, cooperate
No.
with Avanti.
But I've no authority, son, in a thing like
Oh,
this.
you can find the authority, Inspector. It means so much to Mr. Evans.
Well, the guy's a nutter, a publicity
He's
hound.
neither. He's doing it for that little group of ex-5-a-dayers, Sergeant. They need that $25,000 to save their house.
That's all very true.
Be a sport, Dad. Play along with Avanti as a favor to me.
Well, what'll the big chink say? And he talks 3 languages.
Inspector, please.
Well, blast it. All right.
Thanks, Dad. Mr. Avanti, Mr. Steele.
Okay, Mr. Queen.
I ought to have my head examined, but... Okay, gentlemen.
Oh, good.
Fine. Avanti, get ready to disappear from that house of yours. Tonight at 9.
Do you really think Avanti's going to be able to pull this off, Hal?
I don't know, Mame. I'm hoping.
That man Steele must be as crazy as Avanti. Without apparatus, impossible. Why, when I headed the bill at the New York Palace back in 27...
Yes, we know, Forsyth. You laid them in the aisles, eh? Mamie, smile. The house is as good as ours again.
Oh, Avanti, please don't miss.
Avanti, well, good luck.
Avanti, I'm not against you. Well, it's just that, well, people get so darn bitter.
I understand. And I will not fail you.
Come on, you people. You're not supposed to be here, Mr. and Mrs. Dover, Mr. Forsyth.
Now, according to the agreement, you folks wait in that corner cafeteria till this is over.
And don't worry, Mrs. Dover. I have a hunch Mr. Vandy's really going to do it.
Oh, I hope so, Miss Porter. Come on, Hal. And Mr. Forsyth,
All
get
right.
some coffee.
Avanti will bring the bacon to the house. Now, are you gentlemen all satisfied?
Yes, Mr. Avanti.
And where is Mr. Steele?
Here I am. Are you ready, Avanti?
If you are Mr. Steele?
Hold it a minute. Billy,
Yeah, Inspector?
hurry up before the reporters get wind of this.
Everything set, Sergeant?
Yes, sir, myself.
Mr. Steele, are you satisfied that there are no secret passageways or hiding places in the house?
Well, it's true. I searched it myself.
It's okay, Mr. Steele. I had a department expert look the house over from top to bottom. He says there's no way out of the house except through the regular doors and windows and the roof and cellar.
I'll testify to that, Mr. Steele. I looked myself.
Is the house completely empty now, Sergeant?
Well, no, I met one cockroach in there. He kissed me. He was so glad to see somebody.
That was good for a laugh at Tony Pastors. Come on, Billy. How about the police detail?
Okay, Inspector. The whole place is surrounded. I've even got 8 cops on the roof watching the roof door. Don't worry, Inspector. He won't get out.
Okay, Billy. Mr. Vandy, go to it.
I shall, Inspector. Now, you gentlemen will please allow me exactly 2 hours inside the house. At the stroke of 11, enter. And try to find me.
Billy, escort Vandy up this stoop and see that he enters the house.
Up to daisy, magician. Brother, you're faded.
Best of luck, Mr. Avanti.
And I hope we'll not be seeing you.
Hey, you'll see him, Miss Porter. Don't worry.
In you go, Avanti.
Arrivederci. Until later.
Watch closely, Mr. Steele. We don't want you saying afterwards he didn't go in.
I'm satisfied. He went in.
Keep that back of yours against the front door up there, Sergeant.
You'll have to ooze out of a crack to get by me, Maestro.
Well, now for a 2-hour wait. Might as well sit down here beside me on this bottom step, Mr. Steele.
With pleasure, my dear. If Avanti gets out of this house now, he is a magician.
I thought this would be exciting. All I've got out of it so far is a bad case of yawns.
Isn't the time nearly up, Ellery?
Yes, Dad. 1 minute to 11. 2 hours. He'd need 2 centuries.
Don't laugh yet, Mr. Steele. Oh, here's Sergeant Bealey back.
Bealey, shake a leg up this stoop. What do the men report?
You've made the rounds of the police on guard, Sergeant?
Yeah, Mr. Steele. They all say the same thing. Vandy didn't come out.
How about the roof, Dad?
You men up there in the roof.
Yeah, Inspector.
Everything under control up there, officer?
Vandy ain't come out of the house this way, Inspector. Hey, boys. Hey, Inspector, what's this done over? We're dying from the excitement.
It's exactly 11 o'clock. Let's go in and see.
Yes, let's get it over with. Well, open the door, Bealey.
Okay.
Wait, Sergeant. I see it now, by George. The tricky devil. Simple as ABC, too. What simple as ABC, Mr. Steele? Look, Queen. Avanti built up the psychology of his audience, in this case us, by making us wait out here for 2 whole hours. Of course he's still in there. But he's hiding in the hall somewhere, and he's waiting for us to come in.
So that we'll impatiently rush upstairs?
Exactly. Then he'll simply sneak out of the house through this front door we'll have left unguarded. Of course, that may be Avanti's plan, Mr. Steele, but somehow...
If it is, it won't work. Bealey, stay on guard at this front door while we go in.
Huh?
Don't move a step from this door.
Is that what I get after waiting 2 hours? Okay.
Ellery, for goodness sake, open that door.
Here we go.
Avanti! I don't see him hidden in the foyer down here. No place for him to hide.
It's awfully quiet, isn't it? Mr. Avanti? Oh, dear. Well, Inspector, where did Ellery and Mr. Steele go? Don't tell me they disappeared, too.
They're searching the downstairs rooms, Nikki.
Here I am, Dad. He's not down here. Oh, Mr. Steele, any luck? No, he must be upstairs. Avanti, come down out of there.
Let's go upstairs, too.
Right, Dad.
If he's really disappeared, it's the most marvelous thing I ever heard of. Oh, Mr. Steele, what...
He's not in that bedroom. Avanti. Queen, try that room. Right, Steele. Oh, that's empty. I'll try this one. Oh, looks like a study. Not in this
Not
one
in
either.
there.
Dad, did you look at the stairs leading to the roof trap door?
Not hiding there, Ellery. Well, Mr. Steele, it looks as if...
No. There's one door we missed. This one. Oh, yes. That's the door to Avanti's own room. And this is where he is. Game's up, Avanti. We've caught you. Confound it, Avanti. Open this door and stop making a ridiculous fool of yourself. You might try the door, Mr. Steele. It may not be locked, you know. No, it isn't.
He isn't here. This is the last room.
But it's not possible. Wait. That clothes closet. He's hiding in this clothes closet.
It's empty.
By thunder, he did it.
But he can't have. Mr. Steele, you might be interested in this note I just found on Avanti's bed. A note?
Let me see it, too, Ellery.
What did the little whiz write, son?
Gentlemen, you may search this house until doomsday, but you will not find me for the simple reason that I am not here. Mr. Steele, you have 24 hours to figure out how I vanished into thin air, or failing, pay me $25,000.
Signed, the Great Avanti.
Listen, Mr. Steele, how many times do I have to tell you Vandy didn't sneak past me at the front door?
But he did it some way. He got out some way.
This is getting monotonous.
You still have 5 minutes of your 24 hours left, Mr. Steele.
He didn't get out. He's still in the house.
Where, Mr. Steele? You practically picked the house to pieces in the past 23 hours and 55 minutes.
Inspector, you're sure the police are still on guard outside? They mustn't leave their post yet. You hear me?
I don't know why I take this from you, Mr. Steele. But my men haven't left their post since they came on duty last night.
Then where is he? I can't understand it. Not a single clue, not one.
I disagree, Mr. Steele.
You what, Queen?
It's really a very simple problem.
Don't tell me. Maestro.
Yes, Sergeant. I know how Avanti did it.
Queen, tell me how. Quick, before my time's up.
Ellery Queen, don't you dare. He's supposed to figure it out for himself.
You heard the voice of the people, Mr. Steele.
I'll give you $5,000 if you'll tell me how Avanti performed this trick, Queen.
Tin horn.
Make it 10, Mr. Queen. 10,000.
You're a chiseler, Mr. Steele.
Sergeant, open the front door. We'll wait for Avanti on the stoop.
Well played.
I'll make it 15, Queen. Hurry.
Mr. Steele, I'm beginning to dislike you.
You want to chisel these people out of their home when you've lost a bet you yourself made.
It's not that. It's my reputation.
Time's up. He's lost.
Oh.
Yes, you've lost, Mr. Steele. Our 4 ex-vaudeville friends of one.
I want to say,
And here comes the great Avanti strolling up the street. And ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. While you try to puzzle out just how Avanti disappeared, suppose we see how our guests are making out. Nikki, will you introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening, please?
All right, Ellery. Our first guest tonight is Miss Sonia Bigman, contributing editor for theater and radio on one of the nation's most important and widely read publications, Time magazine. Miss Bigman is an avid mystery story fan, and as such, we heartily welcome her as guest armchair detective tonight. Our second guest is a man who, like yourself, Ellery, is tough on criminals. He's Edward Pauley, who plays the part of Steve Wilson on the famous radio program Big Town. Big Town is the inside story of a big metropolitan newspaper, the Illustrated Press. Each Tuesday evening, Steve Wilson, as managing editor, with the beautiful Lorelei and ace photographer Dusty Miller, give radio one of its most exciting programs. Ellery?
Thank you, Nikki. Miss Bigman, how do you think the great Avanti disappeared?
Well, I can only think because I'm not guessing it at all. The only spot that I can tie up this thing is when Mr. and Mrs. Forsythe, or Hal, and Mamie Dover were talking about the great Avanti. They said he had once played all 7 parts in something called Rally of the New York Finest.
Mm-hmm.
I think he probably got himself dressed up as a policeman and walked in and out all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Without being seen? Well, he just joined the cops or something like that. The only other thing is, the only other clue might be that all the houses look alike.
Thank you, Miss Bigman. And now, Mr. Pauley, how do you think the great Avanti disappeared?
Well, Ellery, managing editor, isn't a detective. Not much good without his staff. Now, if I could have Lorelei and Dusty Miller and Fletch to help me out, I sound like an expert. Well, I'll just have to take a flyer and say that I'll string along with Miss Bigman on their solution. As a matter of fact, I actually have some mental notes here, and that direction I follow pretty closely what she did. In other words, my mind goes back to the fact that there was a quick change artist involved, and I think that, like a lot of the actual function of these disappearing tricks, is that it happens before we actually think it. We're expecting it to happen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pauley and Miss Bigman. We're going to tell you the correct solution to tonight's mystery in a moment. But first, Ernest Chappell has a most important word to say to you.
Friends, before you crumple a piece of paper to toss it into the fire, wait half a second and think about this. Waste paper is mighty valuable. America's paper mills need every scrap in order to produce enough new paper and paper board to make the containers and cartons that are so essential. Now, you'll be doing your country a real service if, instead of burning waste paper or otherwise disposing of it, you sell it to junk dealers, donate it to charitable organizations, or hold it for your local salvage committee. Consult your newspaper for dates of collection. We've got to get our mills back to full production so they can make the cartons for food, the containers for shells, the bomb fins, camouflage paper, dozens of other vital products needed to win the war.
All right, Mr. Steele. Cough up. Avanti, here's my check for $25,000. And I still can't believe you did it.
My friends and I thank you, Mr. Steele.
But you've got to tell me how you did it. I've just paid a lot of money for not knowing.
Yes, I think we ought to tell, Mr. Steele, Mr. Avanti?
You've solved my illusion, Mr. Queen.
Oh, he always solves everything, Mr. Avanti. Ellery, please.
I tell you, if you don't, I won't sleep tonight.
All right, Lily. Well, our magician went into the house. 2 hours later, we searched it, and he was gone. Vanished, as he claimed, in thin air. Yet the reports from the policemen on guard at every exit from the house were that Mr. Avanti had not left.
But he did leave, Ellery. That's a fact.
Yes, sir. Consequently, when your policeman said he hadn't left, they only thought he hadn't. He had.
You mean Mr. Avanti got out of the house under the eyes of grown policemen without their knowing it?
It's the only possible explanation, Nikki.
But how?
Well, what was the situation? A house surrounded by police, men in uniform, a couple of dozen of them. Take the roof. 8 uniformed police on guard. Let's consider those 8 policemen. Each officer, wherever he turned, saw another officer, another blue coat. The police uniform is a great leveler of personality. And besides, Mr. Avanti cleverly set the time of the illusion at night, when visibility is poor. And because the roof held the largest congregation of police, I say Mr. Avanti got away by the roof, disguised in a police uniform.
Oh, sure. What a fool, what a fool.
Confirmation, yes.
Mr. Vanty asked for 2 hours when obviously a few minutes would have sufficed. Why did he ask for 2 hours? Because he's a student of human nature, like all magicians. He knew that in 2 hours the watching police would be bored, that their vigilance would relax, that they'd start trudging around the roof to keep warm, smoking, chattering, milling about. So that Avante, watching from inside the roof trap door, merely had to wait for a single instant when none of the 8 pairs of eyes was on the roof door, and in that instant slipped noiselessly out onto the roof in a policeman's uniform. And there he was, on the roof at night, just another officer of the law. He might have done the same thing, not disguised. But he knew he'd never be able to get off the roof once he slipped out of the trap door without being spotted. Dressed as a policeman, however, all he had to do from that moment on was saunter quietly about among the 8 real policemen, minding his own business, until he saw a chance to slip on to an adjoining roof. Remember, this is an attached house, and make his escape from some house farther down the street.
He may just make the trick possible by insisting on a big police car.
But where did Mr. Vanty get the policeman's uniform, Ellery?
There was even a clue to that. We've all been told that Mr. Forsythe, the quick change artist, lives in the house and his old theatrical trunk is in his room. And what was the sketch Forsythe used to do in the glamour days of vaudeville? He used to play all 7 parts in a skit called Riley of the New York Finest. So in Forsythe's trunk, there must have been a New York policeman's uniform. Mr. Avante, I should like to shake the hand of an artist.
No, Mr. Queen. The honor is mine. Believe me, Mr. Queen, I am so happy it wasn't you I challenged to solve my illusion of the Vanishing Magician.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Bigman and Mr. Pauley for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment both of them for their skill in solving the crime. We have for both Miss Bigman and Mr. Pauley a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Hang on now, friends, because Ellery will be right back to tell you about next week's mystery. Meanwhile, you can grab a seat aboard the one and only talking train. Here we go. All aboard.
Fight, headache, 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Yes, that's the right track to quick, effective relief from common sick headache. Bromo Seltzer. You see, Bromo Seltzer fights headache not 1, but 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps relieve that pain in your head.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps settle upset stomach.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps calm jumpy nerves.
Now, you can take Bromo Seltzer while it's fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headaches, see your doctor. But when it comes to common sick headaches, take a tip from our educated train.
Fight, headache, 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
And now, Ellery, suppose you tell us about next week's case, huh?
Sure, Cat, sure, Chappie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next week, a young lady offers me $5,000 to get back the stolen sum of $3. I can't tell you more. I'd tell you too much. So I'll just caution you to get your thinking caps all shined up next Saturday for the adventure of the $3 robbery.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop starts its 12th year on the air. That's it, its 12th year in radio, when it takes you to Halifax, Nova Scotia, for interviews with Canadian Navy U-boat fighters. Don't miss Vox Pop next Monday. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Here she
comes, ladies and gentlemen, the Bromo Seltzer Special. Bringing you radio's most thrilling mystery drama, The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective in person. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are Miss Genevieve Bean, a member of the United States Cadet Nurse Corps, and Mr. Peter Cusack, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think tonight's mystery will keep you guessing. It's about a strange chain of anonymous letters. I call it The Adventure of the Mischief Maker.
Hubert. Hubert.
Yes, my dear?
Put that newspaper down and finish your breakfast.
Oh, yes, of course, dear. Bloat was jolly good this morning. My dear, for an American, you really perform miracles with a bloater.
For an American... Hubert Lester, you've been in this country long enough to stop being so patronizing.
Now, Pet, I wasn't being anything of the sort.
I suppose I ought to get down on my knees to you because you deigned to marry an American girl.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way.
Married 4 months. Already you're reading newspapers at my breakfast table.
But, darling, I was merely looking up the situation in Tea. When Sir Eustace sent me here from London to take charge of the New York branch of Spofford Tea Limited, he said to me, Lester, old chap, he said...
Looking up the situation in Tea, were you?
Mm-hmm.
You were looking up that movie star's photo, that's what. That hussy with the legs.
My love, I just happened to glance at it in passing.
Seems to me you've just happened to glance at an awful lot of females, Hubert, since we've been married.
Oh, what utter nonsense, my dear. And even if I wanted to, which is rot, of course, you know I couldn't risk the scandal, my dear. I'd be given a sack, you know. Sir Eustace won't brook the least breath of scandal.
What about you and your secretary?
Me and my secretary? That spindle-shanked, weather-beaten antique, my dear. Now, really,
well, maybe I'm wrong. Eat your bloater, dear.
Of course, darling. Oh, by the way, what was that letter that arrived in the Morning Post for you?
Well, this letter? Addressed to Mrs. Hubert Lester, 230 Hatton Avenue, New York City. Well, whoever wrote it certainly ought to fix his typewriter. Broken letters, out of line, some all smudgy.
Well, who's it from, Pet?
Let's see. Mrs. Lester. Your husband, Hubert, is... I knew it.
Huh?
I knew it. Hubert, this proves it.
Proves it? Proves it what?
You snake. You worm. You...
I know the table. Here, let me see that. Your husband is in love with his secretary. He's leading a double life. Signed, a friend. But I mean to say that...
Weatherby.
But, my love, you don't put credence in gossips who don't even sign their name. I scarcely know what my secretary looks like.
Oh, I'll bet.
Now, darling, I give you my sacred word.
Your sacred word. Out of my way, you Judas.
But, Pet, where are you going?
I'm going to Reno. You time a respectable American girl, will you? Well, Hubert Lester, I'll get a divorce from you so fast that precious Sir Eustace of yours will think his New York representative was tarred and feathered and boiled in oil.
Mr. Plunkett, to meet my son, the secretary, Nikki Porter.
How do you do?
Mr. Plunkett came here to headquarters just this morning, Ellery. He's back this morning for a report.
A report on what, Dad?
My son's a sucker for screwy cases, Mr. Plunkett. Tell him.
Well, Mr. Queen, it's sure a Lulu. Here, read this letter that come yesterday morning.
Read it, Nikki, aloud.
Goodness, what a bad machine this was typed on. Broken letters, dirty, out of line.
Never mind the typing, Miss Porter. Just read it.
It's addressed to the president of the West Side Bank, 315 Hatton Avenue, New York. It says, Dear Sir, the rent collector for your bank, Ethan A. Plunkett, is a thief. He is stealing rent money on properties the bank owns.
Signed, a friend.
You're the Ethan A. Plunkett this anonymous letter refers to?
That's me, Mr. Queen.
Well, I'm sure the president of the bank you work for doesn't believe this charge, Mr. Plunkett.
He don't, Miss Porter, seeing he's me.
He's you.
Mr. Plunkett's only been posing as the realty representative of the West Side Bank, Nikki. Secretly, Mr. Plunkett's the president. Owns the bank, lock, stock, and barrel, and all its properties.
Protective coloration, Mr. Queen. I got a slew of hungry relatives. If they knew I owned a bank, they'd make a pauper of me in no time.
But, Ellery, if Mr. Plunkett owns the bank, how could he be stealing rent money from the bank?
Obviously, the writer of this letter didn't know Mr. Plunkett owns the bank. Just tried to get him into trouble. Some kind.
That isn't all, son. Peavy.
Yes, Inspector?
Come in here. You see, one of the properties Mr. Plunkett owns is a five-family brownstone on the west side.
I live there myself, Mr. Queen.
Oh, Peavy.
Yeah, Inspector.
Tell Ellery what you found out at Mr. Plunkett's house.
Oh, that cockeyed kiss. You see, Maestro, the inspector sent me over to 230 Hatton Avenue yesterday to see if anybody else living there got one of these letters signed A. Friend.
Someone else got one, Sergeant?
Yep. One of Mr. Plunkett's tenants and neighbors there is people named Lester. Mrs. Lester's hitched to this Hubert Lester, a British who's been in this country around 6 months. The playboy type. I mean, he'd like to be.
I know. A friend wrote Mrs. Lester that hubby's being untrue to her.
On the nose, Nikki. So Mrs. Lester packed up, and now she's heading for Reno.
Five-family house, Mr. Plunkett, who were the other tenants at 230 Hatton Avenue?
Well, there's Miss Bertha Lamb, an old maid.
And a bachelor named Hodge, Lewis Hodge.
And a family named Drayton, husband, wife, and 15-year-old daughter. Drayton's a psychiatrist.
Mr. Plunkett, Mr. and Mrs. Hubert Lester, Miss Bertha Lamb Spinster, Mr. Lewis Hodge Bachelor, and Dr. Drayton and family. I've got it all down, Ellery.
Fine, Nikki. Mr. Plunkett, does anyone in the house bear a grudge against you and the Lesters?
Mighty funny you asked that, Mr. Queen. My janitor there, Joe's a big sorehead. Pretty tough egg, Joe. Born on Hester Street in New York here. He'd have been a gangster, I guess, if he'd had more brains.
What's Joe sore about, Mr. Plunkett?
Well, seems like Joe didn't get Christmas presents enough from most of the tenants, including me. It slipped my mind.
So Joe sends anonymous letters?
It's hardly a laughing matter, Nikki. One of these letters has already separated a husband and wife.
Yes. Anonymous letters have done a lot of mischief in this world. They've even caused death.
Dad, I think we'll look into this, and we'll begin by asking Dr. Drayton, Miss Lamb, and Mr. Hodge if they've received letters from the Mischief Maker who signs himself a friend. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
Oh, for the life of a fireman. Bells clanging, men sliding down poles, fire trucks racing through traffic. Nothing but thrills and excitement. Oh, but that's not the way Mr. Thomas Byrne of Elmhurst, Long Island tells it. He writes,
"We're called out on the average of twice every day. Some of the fires don't amount to much, but when we get in on a real blaze, then I've got to be quick on the trigger, ready for anything. Besides working under a nervous strain, there are the discomforts of going through heavy smoke and fumes and getting drenched by water from the hoses. Sometimes, after a session like that, I've got a pounding headache. My stomach feels upset and my nerves are on edge. But I can count on Bromo Seltzer to help me feel better fast. A great many of us down at the firehouse keep a bottle of Bromo Seltzer in our lockers all the time.
and that's a mighty good idea for everybody. So, friends, tomorrow, get a bottle of Bromo Seltzer for your medicine chest. Then the next time you're suffering from a common sick headache, you'll know where to go for quick, effective relief. And now back to our story an hour later. The Queens, Nikki, and Sergeant Bealey are standing before an apartment door at 230 Hatton Avenue, New York City. Inspector Queen has rung the bell marked V.V. Drayton, M.D. Suddenly.
Yes?
Dr. Drayton?
Yes?
May we see you a moment privately?
All four of you? Oh, I'm pretty busy.
Police.
Oh. Come in. Sit down, please.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now, what's the matter?
Dr. Drayton, we're investigating a slight case of anonymous letter-writers.
Anonymous
Oh. 2 people living in this house got anonymous letters yesterday morning.
Did you receive such a letter, Dr. Drayton?
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm. Let's see it, Doctor.
Very well. Here.
Same broken type, out of line, smudgy.
Typed on the same machine as the other two.
Dr. Drayton, your 15-year-old daughter, Sissy, is in serious danger. Take a tip from a friend. Dr. Drayton, why didn't you report this to the police?
Your own daughter in danger.
Nonsense.
My wife was frightened, too, but as a psychiatrist, I'm quite familiar with anonymous letter writing.
Really, Doctor? You mean it's a psychopathic manifestation?
Very often. We call it anonymous graphomania. It's a form of hysteria. Not a crime or a prank, but an illness. The writer of this letter is probably a neurotic, maladjusted, emotionally unstable individual whom it would be criminal to prosecute. Well, I've handled lots of them.
Very interesting, Dr. Drayton. Haven't you found that anonymous letter writers are often of a certain type, age, and sex?
Well, yes.
What type, Ellery?
I'm sure Dr. Drayton's more competent to explain.
If it's a case of true anonymous graphomania, why, the writer is often an adolescent.
Of which sex, Doctor?
Female. Neurotic, adolescent, female.
Why is it that every time something bad happens, men blame women? I'll bet just as many nasty boys.
Nikki, Doctor, we'll keep this letter if we may.
I'd prefer... Yes, of course.
Good day, Dr. Drayton.
Good day.
Thanks, Doc.
Good day.
Say, you know what I think?
Not yet, Sergeant. So that's letter number 3. Dad, let's call Miss Bertha Lamb, spinster, and see if she's got number 4. Miss Lamb.
Go on, Annie.
Here, madam, keep that door open. We're from police headquarters.
I bought a ticket to the policeman's ball.
We're not selling anything, Miss Lamb.
You let us come into your apartment for a few minutes,
I
madam.
will not. How do I know you're a policeman? What's this painted girl doing with you? Painted... Why, now...
Oh, Nikki. Sergeant, show Miss Lamb your shield.
Here. If you want to see the inspectors, his is gold. Satisfied?
Well, come in. What do you want?
Have you received an anonymous letter, Miss Lamb?
Anonymous letter? I should say not.
You haven't.
3 of your neighbors have received such letters, Miss Lamb.
Well, considering my neighbors, I'm not surprised. You take the Lesters, that Englishman, and his vulgar American wife. She's a nasty woman. And as for her husband, you just let me catch Mr. Hubert Lester making eyes at me. At you, Miss Lamb? Well, he better not. I have the blood of American pioneers in my veins.
What about Mr. Plunkett?
That awful Yank rent collector? He lives in one of the apartments, so you'd think he'd see to it my bathroom plumbing stick. But not Ethan Plunkett. Why, from the way he won't spend their money, you'd think he owned the bank.
Yeah, wouldn't you?
And Dr. Drayton and his family, Miss Lamb.
Oh, horrible people. Mrs. Drayton's an absolute pill. Comes from the Midwest somewhere. Always knocking New York. And Dr. Drayton, they're both from the same hometown. Why, he ought to be rolling pills back where he come from. And nosy? I don't know how many times he's asked me about my dreams.
I could tell him your dreams, Lammy Pie. Painted girl.
Miss Lamb,
that 15-year-old daughter of theirs, Sissy. If ever I saw goon in my life, that child is one. Absolutely weird. Very homely. Wears thick glasses, stays home all the time, reading nasty books. I tell you, that girl gives me the shivers.
What do you give her?
Miss Lamb.
The only person in this entire house fit to be a decent person's neighbor is that grand Mr. Hodge. So nice. A bachelor, you know. Keeps to himself, poor man. So shy.
Thanks.
You know, I've often wondered why...
Well, thanks, Miss Lamb. We've got to be going.
But let me tell you about Mr. Hodge. He never throws wild parties.
Let's go, for Pete's sake.
He's a perfect gentleman, so I know that he would...
Well, Miss Bertha Lamb didn't get a letter.
Interesting. Let's see if her dear Mr. Hodge did.
Ring Hodge's bell again, Ellery.
Right there.
Ellery, where'd you send Sergeant Velas?
Downstairs to fetch Joe the janitor.
Where is this Hodge, anyway?
Not home. We'll have to come back later, Dad.
And I tell you, you ain't gonna. Give me that. Look, don't get tough, Joe. Hey, folks, look what I found.
Really, what are you doing with that typewriter?
Whose is it? Where'd you find it, Sergeant?
In a trash bin in the basement when I went down to get this tough mug janitor. I almost passed it up as a piece of junk.
Certainly an old baby, Ellery. Think that's the typewriter?
No doubt about it, Nikki. This is the machine used to type those anonymous letters. Yes,
You,
identical
Joe.
characters, out of line.
How did typewriter come to be in your basement, in this house?
And who are you, Grandpa?
Oh, wise guy. Hey,
Cut. I don't know. I never seen it before.
yes, you do. Joe, did you receive an anonymous letter yesterday morning?
What's that?
A letter with no name, just signed a friend.
I don't get no letters. I'm just the janitor.
You're just smart enough to play dumb.
Joe,
Yeah?
how'd you make out this Christmas?
I'll bet you got oodles of presents from people in the house.
Yeah.
Presents? Nah, they're all tightwads. That Berta Lamsane, she give me $2, but not another dime from nobody else. Be a good janitor. Work like a horse. Comes Christmas time, nothing. I got a good mind not to collect that garbage.
Yes, we heard you were peeved, Joe. Billy, send this typewriter downtown to be filed. Let's go to some restaurant around here where we can have some lunch and talk this pesky case over.
Oh, here's Sergeant Veely back.
Phone headquarters, Sergeant.
What's your report, Billy?
That's like Ellery figured, Inspector. The boys didn't dig up a single other letter signed A. Friend anywhere else in the neighborhood. Now let me eat, will you?
So only the tenants of 230 Hatton Avenue got anonymous letters. Well, son, with the typewriter found in the basement of the house where the writer tried to dispose of it, and the basement being accessible only to the tenants.
Yes, Dad, it means that the letter writer is one of the tenants of 230 Hatton Avenue.
Think that somebody go to all that trouble just maliciously to make mischief.
Well, how do we know? Maybe he's only making it look like crank stuff.
To hide some other motive? Could be, really. Oh, say, there's Mr. Plunkett just walking in.
Mr. Plunkett.
Eh? Oh. Hi, folks.
Hi,
Just come in for some lunch. My bank's just on the next block, you know. Well, find out who's writing those letters, Inspector?
We're still working on it, Mr. Plunkett.
We haven't even been able to see all your tenants at 230 Hatton Avenue. Lewis Hodge didn't answer our ring. What do you know about Hodge, Mr. Plunkett?
Nice fella, Mr. Queen. Quiet, minds his own business. I wish all my tenants was like that fella Hodge.
I wonder if he got one of those letters.
Hodge? Of course he did.
You did?
Oh, is that so?
Didn't I mention it? Thought I did. Must be getting old.
How do you know Hodge got one of the letters, Mr. Plunkett?
Because I saw it in his letterbox yesterday morning with my own eyes, Inspector. Couldn't mistake that typewriting. Same's on the envelope I got.
Then, of course, you don't know what it said, Mr. Plunkett. What's Lewis Hodge do for a living?
Nothing right now. Fact is, he's behind in his rent. Only last week I said to him, Mr. Hodge, I ain't a man to kick a fellow when he's down.
Good Lord.
Hurry, what'd you jump up for?
What's the matter, son?
Hodge out of work, behind his rent, facing eviction, and received one of those mischief-making letters yesterday morning. Come on, Mr. Plunkett. We've got to get into Hodge's apartment at once.
Mr. Hodge still doesn't answer.
Better unlock his door, Mr. Plunkett.
But I didn't tell him nothing about evicting him. Had to jog him up, didn't I? Confound it. Can't seem to...
Sergeant, unlock the door. Take the key from Mr. Plunkett.
Sure.
Nicky, you and Mr. Plunkett better stay out in the hall till we take a look.
All
we
right,
are.
Inspector, we'll be right out here.
Living room.
Empty. That letter on the table.
Looks like one of the same crop.
It is. Typed on that old wreck of a machine.
To Lewis Hodge, this address. Mr. Hodge, the cops are watching you. You can't get away. Signed, a friend.
Some friend. Where is Hodge, anyway?
That door over there. Must be his bedroom. It's locked.
We better force it, Dad.
One side, gents. Again. There he is.
On the bed.
Dead. For at least 24 hours, I'd say.
Shot through the left temple.
Gun still in his hand.
Windows and doors locked from the inside.
So it can't be anything but suicide. That blasted letter drove Hodge to suicide.
Yes. At last, our friend, the Mischief Maker, has caused a death.
Ellery.
What's up, Dad?
Taken us 2 days, but we finally identified Lewis Hodge.
Identified him? Well, who was he?
An escaped convict serving a life sentence for murder, born in Cincinnati and was doing his stretching in an Ohio pen when he managed to make a break. He's been holding up in New York.
Yeah, his real name was James Lewis Hodgkiss.
Escaped convict. No wonder Mr. Hodge was such a model tenant.
Yes, he must have been at the end of his rope. Broke, afraid he might be recognized and sent back to prison. Hodgkiss undoubtedly lived in constant fear. That anonymous letter saying the police were watching him broke his nerve, and he took the easy way out.
But how did the letter writer know who he was?
We probably never know, Nicky. May have recognized him from having seen his photo somewhere. Or it might have been a complete shot in the dark.
Anyway, we're back where we started from. Who sent the letter that drove Hodge to suicide? Who wrote to Mrs. Lester and broke up her marriage? Who wrote Dr. Drayton that his 15-year-old daughter was in danger? Who wrote old man Plunkett trying to get him in trouble with the bank?
A friend, Sergeant. I think it's hopeless.
Dad, have you got those letters on file here?
Here, son. Here.
The envelopes, too, Dad. Thanks.
What are you looking him over again for, son?
He's examined them all before, Ellery.
Oh, I ought to have my eyes examined.
What do you mean?
Why?
Here it was all this time, and I didn't see it.
Didn't see what, Maestro?
Look at these 4 envelopes. Don't you see there's one thing all 4 addresses have in common?
There. What thing, son?
A clue. A clue in the addresses. The same clue.
In the addresses? Well, the one to Mr. Plunkett's addressed to the bank. The ones to Mrs. Lester, Dr. Drayton, and Lewis Hodge are addressed to the apartment house. The addresses are all correct, Ellery.
Wait. There's one erasure on each envelope.
Right, Dad. And in the same place in each case.
Where? Say, that's right.
Some typewriter character. One character has been erased just after the house number on each envelope.
Between the house number and the name of the street.
I wonder what was erased. Can't make it out, son. Can you?
No, Dad, but I know what was erased just the same.
You do?
Yes, and that tells me the identity of the Mischief Maker who wrote these anonymous letters. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Have you figured it out yet? Well, suppose you compare solutions with our guest armchair detective. Nikki, will you please introduce our guest?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Miss Genevieve Bean, a nurse in training at New York St. Vincent's Hospital with the United States Cadet Nurse Corps. Our second guest is Mr. Peter Cusack, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. Miss Bean, after you've completed your cadet nurse training, do you become a nurse in the armed forces?
Well, Nikki, either that or a nurse in public service on the home front. We can select any branch of nursing, military or home front, as long as it's essential.
The Cadet Nurse Corps is quite a plan, isn't it, Miss Bean?
Yes, Ellery, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for me. I get a lifetime education free.
How right you are. Well, Mr. Cusack, how's the March of Dimes going? Think you'll reach your goal this year?
Well, frankly, Ellery, we don't set a goal. You see, our work in combating infantile paralysis is so vital to the welfare of American children that we can use every dime and dollar.
It's a never-ending fight, isn't it?
Yes, but one of these days we're going to wipe out the dread disease.
And that day can't come too soon. But now, let's solve our mystery. Miss Bean, who wrote the anonymous letters?
I think Dr. Drayton.
And why do you think so?
Well, because he hesitated so much in answering the questions and he didn't report his letters to the police force as the others did.
Thank you, Miss Bean. And now, Mr. Cusack, who do you think wrote the anonymous letters?
I think it was Dr. Drayton's daughter, Mr. Queen, who was described by Miss Lamb as being very weird.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that?
Well, Miss Lamb said that she stayed home all the time, reading strange books. And I think she probably found access to her father's scientific books, and that her imagination started to work.
Thank you, Mr. Cusack and Miss Bean. You'll find in just a moment whether you've solved our mystery correctly. And now, Ernest Chappell.
Friends, for United States Cadet Nurse Corps information, write in care of Box 88, New York City. Now, if you can qualify, you'll do your country a great service and build yourself a future through the United States Cadet Nurse Corps. And don't forget the March of Dimes. Send your dimes and dollars now to help fight infantile paralysis.
All right. Let's have it.
Wait. We know that the 4 anonymous letters all came the same morning. They must all have been typed at the same time. We also know that in addressing the 4 envelopes, the writer typed a single character of some sort between the house number and the name of the street. And that in all 4 cases, before mailing the letters, he erased that character. Now, what were those typewriter characters he put in and then took out? Were they different characters in each case?
I'd say it was the same character in each case, because at least 3 of the 4 addresses were identical. And the erasure occurs in exactly the same spot on the 4 envelopes.
Right, Dad. So it was the same character.
So what character was it, Ellery?
Let's figure it out together. What are the possibilities? Well, the erased character could have been a numeral.
Like 1, 2, or 6.
Yes, or it could have been a letter of the alphabet.
Like A, B, or X.
Right. Or it could have been a special mark.
A dollar sign or a percent sign.
Or any of the other special keys on a typewriter. Or finally, it could have been a punctuation mark. Now, the erasure in each case occurred just after the house number. Could the character have been a numeral?
Oh, but that would mean that the writer originally typed the wrong house number, Ellery. One with 4 numbers instead of 3, like 2305 instead of 230.
Exactly, Nikki. But how could the writer have typed the wrong house number? You know he was someone in 230 Hatton Avenue. He certainly knew his own address. So the erased character wasn't a numeral. Was it a letter of the alphabet?
Might have been. The erasures are between the house number and the name of the street, so they could have been a wrong letter to start the name of the street.
Don't be a fool, Davy. If he knew his house number, then he knew the name of the street, too. Better.
Dad's right, Sergeant.
So the erased character wasn't a letter of the alphabet either.
Well, it certainly couldn't have been a dollar sign or a mark like that.
No, Nikki. A special mark in that particular spot and an address would make no sense at all.
Okay, so the character erased must have been a punctuation mark. The same punctuation mark. But which punctuation mark?
Well, Dad, do we use punctuation marks after the street number in an address?
We? Who's we?
We, the people. We Americans.
Americans? Certainly not.
You mean there's countries where they do?
Yes, Sergeant. In certain foreign countries, it's accepted practice to put a comma after the street number. At 230 Hatton Avenue, citizens of those countries would write 230, Hatton Avenue. So I knew the erased characters must have been commas. If they'd been erased after typing them in, the writer realized they betrayed his foreign origins. Question: who at 230 Hatton Avenue is not an American? Mr. Plunkett, a Yank. The Draytons, Midwesterners. Miss Bertha Lambs, of American pioneers. Louis Hodge, or Hodgkiss, born in Cincinnati, Ohio. Joe the janitor, born in Hester Street, New York City. Mrs. Lester, an American. Hubert Lester, her husband.
An Englishman.
Right, Nikki. Hubert Lester, in this country only 6 months. Not long enough to have broken himself of his English punctuation habits. So I knew it was Hubert Lester who wrote that letter to his wife, accusing himself of being untrue to her.
But why, Maestro?
Well, Sergeant, obviously Lester decided he'd made a serious error in marrying Mrs. Lester. And this was his devious way of getting her to divorce him, instead of giving her the actual grounds which might have caused a scandal and the loss of his job.
Then why did Lester send those letters to the other people in the house?
Obviously, Dad, to divert suspicion from himself. To make the writer seem to be someone of a diseased or disturbed mind, a chronic and indiscriminate mischief maker. I imagine Lester had in mind putting the blame on Dr. Drayton's unhappy, neurotic 15-year-old daughter, a type often responsible for anonymous letters. Yes, Lester is a mischief maker in this case, Dad, and I'm sure you can dig up some charge to make him pay for it. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Bean and Mr. Cusack for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We have for both Miss Bean and Mr. Cusack a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Before Ellery gives us a preview of next week's Mystery Friends, here's an important reminder from our famous talking train.
Fight headache 3 ways.
Now, that's the ticket, all right. Fight headache 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. After all, there's no point in relieving just the ache in your head if you're also suffering from jumpy nerves and upset stomach that may accompany a common sick headache. Bromo Seltzer, unlike some headache preparations, gives you the 3-way relief you want.
Quick relief from headache pain, fast help for jittery nerves, quick help for upset stomach.
Now, Bromo Seltzer is pleasant, easy to take. You can take it while it's still fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For persistent or recurring headaches, see your doctor.
But when it's a common sick headache that has you feeling miserable, take this tip from our talking train.
Fight headache 3 ways.
And now, Ellery Queen.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week I promise you one of the most exciting and intriguing mysteries to date. I call it The Adventure of the Scarecrow and the Snowman.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Remember, Vox Pop, next Monday. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. This is Ernest Chappell reminding you to catch the Bromo Seltzer special again next week. Same time, same station.
Fight headache 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
comes, ladies and gentlemen, the Bromo Seltzer Special. Bringing you radio's most thrilling mystery drama, The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective, in person. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are film star Miss Jean Cagney and Mr. Peter Cusack, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, I'm going to tell you about the exotic adventure of the Scarecrow and the Snowman. One July morning, some years before the war, Dad, Nikki, Sergeant Veely, and I were driving through the rich farm country of the Midwest. Suddenly, we rounded a curve and saw a red barn and a big clapboard farmhouse shaded by elm trees. Sergeant, stop.
What for, Maestro? We're in the middle of no place.
I want to take color movies of this farm.
Huh?
You and your movie camera, Ellery.
Try a shot of that scarecrow over there in the cornfield, son.
Oh, swell, Dad.
So that's a scarecrow. What do you know?
Get that farm in the picture, son.
There, Ellery, see? Walking toward the Scarecrow.
Yes, very nice.
Wait a minute. Something's wrong.
Yeah.
What's he yelling at us?
Yelling for help, Nikki.
Oh.
Come on, let's get over there. Hey, farmer. What's the matter?
What's wrong?
Why, he's the color of death.
It's bleeding. It's bleeding.
What's bleeding?
Scarecrow.
The Scarecrow? It is bleeding.
Them rags. That's Straw Kitty. That's our regular scarecrow.
And how could a scarecrow bleed?
Because it's not a scarecrow, you clerk.
It's a man dressed in the Scarecrow's duds.
Let's get him off this pole.
Right.
Okay, I
He's
got
been
it.
tied to the stake by his belt.
How the old five tarnation did he get here?
Don't you know? Oh, easy now. That's it, Dad.
Badly wounded, Ellery. Unconscious. Hey, you, farmer. What's this farm? Who are you?
This is a Mayfield place. I'm Josh Bullen. I run the place for old man Mayfield.
Where's the nearest doctor, Mr. Bullen?
Berryville Hospital, 6-7 miles from here.
We'll have to rush him there. Come on, Dad. It's going to be a race with death.
That country doctor's certainly taking his time in there. Just how was the man hurt, Inspector?
Stabbed twice in the chest, Nicky.
I wonder who he is. Not an identifying mark on him.
Yes, quite a mystery. Mr. Bullen.
Yes, Mr.
Who
Quinn.
lives on the Mayfield farm beside yourself?
Well, now, there's me and my wife, Josie Mayfield. We've been married 4 years now, and Josie's pa, old man Mayfield. It's really his place, but I run it for him.
Don't tell me there's no Ma Mayfield, Mr. Bullen.
Sure is, Miss Porter. Josie's ma, my mother-in-law. Wonderful woman. Cooks, keeps house, helps out in the fields. Strong as a plowmare, Ma Mayfield is. I sort of wish Josie took after her ma.
Your wife, Mr. Bullen? What's wrong with her?
Josie's been sickly, Mr. Queen. Ever since our baby died. Stays abed most times. Ain't got the strength to crawl downstairs near. Well, say, here's Doc Jenkins.
How's your patient?
Will he pull through, Dr. Jenkins?
Yes, he will. Must be made of iron.
I'd like to talk to him, Doctor.
Can't now, Mr. Queen. He's unconscious. Say, Josh, who is he, do you know?
I'm darned if I do, Doc. Never seen him before.
Me neither. Huh. Thought he knew everyone in the county, too.
Doctor, I'd like to photograph your patient.
I know it.
Take his picture? Well, I imagine you'll have to get the sheriff's permission.
But it's attempted murder.
Ellery, take your photo.
And, Doctor, no one's to see or talk to the victim till we can question him.
All right.
Please notify us at the local hotel the moment he regains consciousness.
Yeah.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
Maybe you think you've got a tough job. But Mr. Willis C. Latchaw of Spring City, Pennsylvania, has a job that really puts the pressure on. Here's what he writes.
I'm one of the guards in an important aircraft engine company. We've got to see that nothing and nobody gets into our plant who's not supposed to. Picture us on a 12-hour watch, every nerve tense, ready for anything that might happen, when up pops one of those pesky headaches. The boys on my ship know how to handle that, though. We make a beeline for the plant dispensary or first aid station for our old friend Bromo Seltzer. We found there's nothing better for quick relief from headache and jittery nerves.
And you're right, Mr. Willis. Bromo Seltzer fights headache 3 ways. Helps you feel a lot better fast. So the next time you've got a common sick headache, friends, try Bromo Seltzer, won't you? Then write and tell us your own experience. Just address your letter to Ellery Queen in care of the station to which you are listening. And now back to our story. Ellery has photographed the mysterious Scarecrow man and had the photo developed. Now, several hours later, the Queens are driving Josh Bullen back to the Mayfield farm.
Henry, think someone on the Mayfield place carved that fellow up?
I don't know, Dad. Keep your eyes open.
Well, here we are.
Whew. Isn't it hot?
Man, what I'd give for a sidle of beer. Beer? I'll get Ma Mayfield to fix you the finest drink of ginger beer you ever tasted.
Stop by me! Oh, who's that crazy-looking old man on the porch?
What's he waving that shotgun at us for?
It's all right, Pa. I know these folks.
Don't get scared. That's just my father-in-law.
Mr. Mayfield, if you'll put that shotgun down.
I know you, Jonathan, minute I clapped eyes on you. Stand where you be.
Pa, this ain't Jonathan. It's Mr. Queen.
It's too, Jonathan, Josh. You, boy, make tracks for a plug you dead.
Hey, the old squirrel ain't kidding.
You won't get, eh?
He's going to shoot.
Ellery, Dad, come on. Get behind the car, all of you.
All right, I warned you.
He's shooting.
What's the matter with him anyway?
Pa!
For heaven's sake, Mr. Bullen, who does he think I am? Who's Jonathan?
My wife's brother. Old man Mayfield's son.
Ma!
Who's the shooting?
Land of mercy, Paul, you give me that gun.
Come on, I'm going to shoot Jonathan dead.
You are going to march up to the attic to your room, Paul Mayfield.
No, I'm not.
Sorry. The old lady's okay. See the way she took that gun away from the old bazooka? Sorry as all get out, folks. You see, Jonathan Mayfield got into a heap of trouble, and his pa said he'd kill him if he ever showed his face around the farm again. Old man's out of his head.
Why don't you put him away, Bullen?
Ma won't hear of it, Inspector. Besides, Pa's quiet most times. Come on into the house. Ma, that you?
Yeah, George. Well, Paul's all right now. Come on in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma, these folks are fretting for some of your extra special ginger beer.
Josh, you take him into the parlor, and I'll be right in with a big pitcher. Just make yourselves right to home, folks.
Now, this way, folks. What? Why, Josie.
Josh? Oh, hello.
Downstairs, Josie? Sitting in the parlor all by yourself. Folks, this is my wife, Josie Mayfield Bullen. Mrs. Bullen. I am, Mrs. Bullen.
Oh, I'm so glad. It's so very nice having you.
Well, sit down, folks.
Yeah, guess you will.
My, Josie talks mighty fine, eh? Had 2 years of state college, Josie did.
This girl is so pretty. Are you married?
Why, no, I'm not.
I am. I had a baby once. It was the cutest baby. She had blue eyes and the softest blonde hair.
Now, Josie, you know we don't talk about the baby. Ma, where's that ginger beer?
Come in, Josh, come in. Well, what's everybody so quiet for? Josie, have you been talking about the baby again?
It was a girl, Mom. Remember? Oh, the sweetest little girl.
This place gives me the jeepers, Inspector. Not this girl here.
Henry, show him that photo and let's beat it.
Come on, folks, now. Come on, try some of this.
Thank you, Mrs. Mayfield.
Hey,
by the way, do you recognize a man in this photograph?
This fella?
Mm-hmm.
Nope, can't say as I do. Josie, drink?
No, thanks, Mom. I was going to name my baby Mary Ellen, you know.
Ellery, please. Let's go.
We're talking photos now. Here's one of Jonathan, Josie's brother.
Josh, you put that album away.
Please, may I see it, Mr. Bullen?
Sure.
Dad, come over here.
Here, miss. Can I give you some ginger beer?
It's not the wounded man, Dad.
Nope. No resemblance to the stranger at all. What do you say we go?
No, Dad. We're staying in Derryville till I find out who that Scarecrow man is and who tried to murder him.
Finally, 3 days later, Dr. Jenkins said we could question the stranger. But when we went to the man's room at the hospital, we found that he'd escaped through a window. Was Ellery hopping? The Scarecrow man gone, and we still didn't know who he was or who had tried to murder him.
Well, we hung around trying to find someone who recognized the Scarecrow man from Ellery's picture of him, but no one knew him, so we gave up. 6 months later, January it was, we got a letter from the Dairyville Justice of the Peace, an old fellow named Clem Hunter. Hunter confessed that he'd lied about not recognizing the stranger, and he wanted to clear his conscience. He wrote us, "You certainly won't find it out from anybody else, because me and the town clerk, who's dead, were the only ones who knew who this fellow was. If you'll come see me, I'll tell you the whole story."
But 2 days before we got back to Dairyville, old Clem Hunter up and kicked the bucket. Pneumonia. Boy, you should have seen the maestro. Our last hope of solving the mystery 6 feet under. But the maestro says, now that we're here, I'm not going back to New York without taking another whack at the Mayfields. Well, we drive over to the Mayfield farm in practically a blizzard. The roads were so bad, Ma Mayfield makes us stay overnight.
Late that same afternoon, the storm subsided a bit, and Ellery and I went outside to find Josh Bullen hammering away at a thick pole driven into the frozen earth right off the porch.
Hi, Mr. Bullen. What are you doing?
Making a snowman, Mr. Queen.
A snowman?
That's steady enough, I reckon. Now to pack more snow around it.
Oh, may I help, Mr. Bullen?
Sure thing, Miss Porter. Pitch right in.
Oh, by George, that looks like fun. Move over, Nikki.
Ellery, I asked first.
Seeing this pole, Josh, stuck in the ground this way.
Sort of reminds you of the fellow we found hanging in the cornfield last summer, don't it?
Yes. Ever hear anything more about him after he escaped from the Dairyville hospital, Josh?
Nary word. Say, this is coming along fine. You make his head, Miss Porter.
Oh, fine.
Hope Josie likes him. She's watching from her bedroom window up there.
Hi, Josie. Like it, Mrs. B?
Oh, Josh, he's lovely.
Well, wait, he ain't finished. He still needs eyes, nose, and a mouth.
And a pipe, Josh. Stick a pipe in his mouth. Oh, how my baby would have loved him.
Baby? She's still...
Hope you don't mind, folks.
Sure, Josie. Pipe it is.
Yes, who ever heard of a snowman without a pipe?
A corn cob, Josh.
Yeah, gotta have a corn cob. Oh, blame it, I left my cob up in my bedroom this morning. Of course, Paul Mayfield's got a raft of them. Keeps all his cobs up in that attic room of his. But I guess we better not bother Paul. Might start shooting at you for Jonathan again, eh, Mr. Queen?
Yeah.
Oh, but gee, here's that other corn cob of mine right here in my jeans. Forgot all about the second one.
There, Josie. How's he look?
Oh, he's a beautiful snowman with that pipe, Josh.
Oh, hi, Inspector and Sergeant. Look at this.
Hey, that's some production.
A snowman. Where's the maestro?
Ellery, what? It was right here a second ago.
Here I am, Nikki.
Oh.
Him and his movie camera.
Yes, Sergeant. I remembered he was in the car.
Gonna take movie to the snowman, son?
Dad, you're a mind reader.
Who's there? Who's doing that? Somebody's at the door of this iceberg they call a bedroom.
Climb out of bed, son. See who it is.
Oh, must be 10 below zero in here. Yes, who is it?
Ellery, it's me.
It's Nikki crying. Oh, wait, Nikki. This floor. Coming.
Ellery, I just saw it.
Saw what, Nikki?
Look at it. Like you crying.
I couldn't sleep. I got up and looked out my bedroom window at the snowman in the front yard and...
Nikki, stop. What did you see?
The snowman. He's bleeding.
Less noise, Bailey. You want to wake the others?
Okay, Inspector.
There, you see?
A red-brown stain all over the snowman's chest. Henry, what in thunderation do you think you're doing?
Photographing a snowman, Dad. Lucky this moonlight's so bright. Now, let's have a look.
Oh, if that ain't blood, real blood, I'll turn in my badge.
Somebody's idea of a joke.
Nikki, go back to bed.
Oh, no.
Go on, Nikki.
All right, Inspector.
Joke, huh? Some joke.
Maestro, it's a dead man under this snowman.
I thought so. Strapped to the pole by his belt?
Yeah, just like that Scarecrow guy last summer.
2 ugly stab wounds in his chest, son.
Brush the snow off from around his head, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Lord.
It's the same guy.
The man who escaped from the Dairyville hospital.
The Scarecrow man.
Why isn't Bailey back? He breathes as hard as this corpse in the front yard here. Again, all identification marks gone, drat it.
How long do you figure he's been dead?
I'd say since late last night, son.
Yes, about the time the snow stopped. We slept through the whole thing.
Bailey.
Yeah, Inspector?
Mushing from Nome? Well, what'd you find out? Where's the single set of tracks leading up to the snowman come from?
The Mayfield barn, Inspector. Blood in there. And signs of a fight.
Murdered in the barn, huh? And the killer carried the dead man to this spot, knocked down Josh Bullen's snowman, slung the corpse to the pole with his own belt, and rebuilt a snowman around it.
Why do you suppose he did that now, Maestro?
To delay discovery of the crime, Sergeant, the killer was afraid of us. By the time the snow melted, we'd long since have left the neighborhood.
It'd work, too, if the dead man's blood hadn't soaked through the snow. Really, was there any clue in the barn to the killer?
I looked my eyes out, Inspector. No dice.
And these tracks don't tell us anything. Killer wore huge galoshes. Could have been anyone's.
But aren't there any other tracks, really, to show where the killer came from or which way he went?
Nary a track. Anywhere's on the Mayfield property.
Dad, that means the victim came to the barn during the snowstorm, as did his murderer. Then more snow fell and wiped out all the tracks they'd made.
So by the time the killer lugged his victim's body from the barn to the front yard here, all he left was this one set of tracks.
Hey, wait. Then where are the killer's tracks escaping from the yard here after he put the body in the snowman? There ain't no escaping tracks.
Sergeant, you've hit it. The only place the killer could have escaped to without leaving further tracks in the snow is up onto the porch of the Mayfield farmhouse here.
Say, yeah. He could have made it from the snowman to the porch in one big step.
But, Henry, that means the killer is one of the people in this farmhouse.
Yes, Dad. At last we know the stranger was murdered by one of the Mayfield tribe. So let's wake him up and find out which one.
Well, we went to work on the Mayfields. We might just as well have saved our breath. They all claimed they didn't know a thing about the corpse and the snowman. So we turned the whole mess over to the local sheriff and headed for home. I don't like to remember Ellery the next few weeks. Irritable. Snap your head off for a look. Haul out his reels of movie film that he'd shot on our 2 trips to Dairyville and run them over and over. But anyway, one night, he was showing his shots of the blood-stained snowman when...
Nikki, stop the machine. Sergeant, put the lights on.
Yeah.
Why the excitement, son?
What cooks?
Now I know who killed that man.
You know who killed him. But, Maestro, we don't even know who he was.
You mean the victim?
Yeah.
I've known that for some time.
What?
You have?
Not his name, of course. But it wasn't the victim's identity which held me up. It was his killer's identity.
And now you know that, too? But how can you, Ellery? All you've done is run the Snowman movie.
They're what told me, Nikki. Didn't you notice a difference between the Josh Bullen snowman and the snowman the killer built around the corpse?
No.
The snow at the base of the killer's snowman had been shoveled up. Don't you see? After concealing the body inside the snowman, the killer then began poking in the snow at its feet with a shovel.
He'd lost something in the snow and was looking for it.
But what, Ellery?
My films even answer that. There's an object in the shots of the original snowman that's missing from the shots of the made-over snowman.
Something missing? What, Maestro?
Josh Bullen's corncob pipe.
Hey, that's right. When we found the made-over snowman with the corpse inside, the pipe wasn't there.
Exactly. The killer dropped the pipe accidentally and shoveled frantically around trying to find it. He never did find it. Otherwise, he'd have stuck it back in the snowman's mouth.
Yeah. So we'd think it was still the same snowman and not get suspicious and find the body.
That's all very well, Mr. Queen. But what's the missing corncob got to do with the killer of the stranger?
The missing corncob, Nikki, tells me who the killer was.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have the mystery of the Scarecrow and the Snowman. Have you puzzled it out yet? Well, let's compare solutions with our guest armchair detectives. Nikki, will you introduce our guest, please?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Miss Jean Cagney, the famous screen star and sister of Jimmy Cagney. Our second guest is Mr. Peter Cusack, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. All right, Ellery.
Thank you, Nikki. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment here to remind you that the March of Dimes to fight infantile paralysis is on right now. Won't you help protect America's children from this dread disease by sending your dimes and dollars, as much as you can afford, to President Roosevelt, Washington, D.C.? Thank you. And now, Miss Cagney, who is the murderer?
I'd say it was Ma Mayfield.
Have you any reason?
Well, I would suspect that Ma Mayfield wouldn't have a second pipe on hand.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I think she'd be strong enough to be able to commit the crime and to reconstruct the snowman.
Thank you, Miss Cagney. And Mr. Cusack, who do you think the murderer is?
I think the murder was Josh Mayfield, Ellery.
Oh, why do you think that?
I don't know what his motive was, but the clue of the missing corncob pipe makes me feel that it was he, because he referred to the fact that Pa Mayfield had this collection, and Pa Mayfield being very fussy and irritable, I would think that Josh would not want to lose the pipe.
You mean Josh Bullen, the husband of Josie Mayfield?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Cusack and Miss Cagney. We'll let you know in just a moment whether you've hit the solution to our mystery. But first, here's Ernest Chappell, who can't seem to get his mind off sabotage.
And it is sabotage when a common sick headache makes you lose out on work or pleasure. You can't do a first-class job or enjoy your fun when you've got pounding head pains, plus the upset stomach and jittery nerves that may accompany a common sick headache. And that's why I say the next time you're feeling miserable with a headache, step up to the nearest drugstore fountain and ask for a Bromo Seltzer. Now, 10 cents is all it costs to try Bromo Seltzer. And once you experience the quick, effective relief it gives, you'll want to get a bottle for your home medicine chest.
Harry, you said you knew who that dead stranger was.
Well, Dad, remember your mentioning that we got a letter from the Derryville Justice of the Peace?
Commander, who wrote saying that he knew who this stranger was?
Yes. Now, what could a Justice of the Peace and a town clerk know that other members of a rural community might not know? Well, what do we usually associate with Justices of the Peace?
Marriages. He performs.
Yes. And marriages also involve a town clerk, who probably issues a license and certainly records the marriage in the town rolls.
So you figured the stranger had been married in Derryville years before.
Right. But who else would know of the stranger's marriage? Only the Mayfields, because the killer is one of them. So we must ask, what woman at the Mayfield farm was of marriageable age? Only one. Josie, the daughter.
Josie's married to Josh Bullen.
Conclusion, Josie and the stranger had been married before Josie's marriage to Josh Bullen. A secret marriage, because no one in Derryville was able to recognize the stranger from that photo I took of him at the hospital last summer. So it was reasonable to conclude that one of the Mayfield tribe had killed the stranger to keep his secret marriage to Josie from becoming public knowledge.
Josie and the stranger elope or something. Old man Mayfield finds out and either drives the man away or buys him off. Must have been something pretty raw about the man that the Mayfields couldn't stomach.
So when they thought Josie's husband would never turn up again, Josie never bothered to get a divorce.
Then when Josie married Josh Bullen, she committed bigamy.
Yes. Well, the husband did turn up again, last July. Probably with demands for more money, which the Mayfields couldn't or wouldn't meet. So one of the families stabbed him early that Sunday morning and hid the body in the cornfield scarecrow till it could be disposed of permanently at nightfall. But we came along during the day, found the stranger still alive, took him to the hospital, and he escaped. And the one who knew Josie's bigamous secret was loose again.
Then why did he come back in January?
We'll never know exactly, Sergeant. Anyway, the same Mayfield murdered him for keeps this time and hid the body in the Snowman so that we'd fail to discover the crime and leave.
But who is the killer, son? How do you know?
The missing corncob pipe tells me, Dad.
The corncob pipe?
We know the killer wanted a corncob and hadn't located the one he'd lost in the deep snow. Because if he had found it, he'd have stuck it back in the snowman's mouth, and he didn't. But that fact clears Josh Bullen and old Pa Mayfield.
There's Bullen and his father-in-law? How so, son?
Because either man could easily have got another corncob to stick into the snowman's mouth, Dad.
How do you figure that out, Ellery?
Well,
we know that Josh Bullen had a second corn cob up in his bedroom. And we also know that Pa Mayfield kept his corn cobs in his attic room. Either man could have procured a corn cob to replace the lost one merely by stealing up to his own room in the middle of the night while the rest of us were asleep. Since the killer didn't replace the lost pipe, it means he didn't have one to replace it with and couldn't get another from his own room.
But, Maestro, that leaves only...
The two women of the house.
Precisely. Could the murderer have been Josie, Josh's wife? No. It was a man-sized job to carry the dead body from the barn to the front yard, demolish the original snowman, tie the corpse to the pole, and build a new snowman around it. Josie is an invalid, bedridden most of the time, so Josie couldn't possibly have done it.
The old lady?
Yes, Sergeant. Ma Mayfield. Did Ma Mayfield have the strength to commit both these strenuous crimes? Oh, yes. Josh told us she even helped with the farming. In fact, Josh said she was as strong as a plowmare. Yes, Ma Mayfield killed her daughter's husband to protect Josie's reputation in that rural community and save what was left of the poor girl's life. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Cagney and Mr. Cusack for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment Miss Cagney on her skill in solving the crime. We have for both Miss Cagney and Mr. Cusack a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
While we're waiting for Ellery to tell us something about next week's mystery, come on there, swing aboard our famous talking train.
Fight a headache 3 ways.
Now, you couldn't ask for better advice than that. Fight headache 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. Your own experience will tell you it isn't always just the pounding in your head that makes you feel so miserable. It's also the upset stomach and the jumpy nerves that may accompany the headache. And that's why we say, for that kind of 3-way misery, take a Bromo Seltzer. Remember, it fights common sick headache these 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer quickly relieves headache pain. Bromo Seltzer helps settle upset stomach. Bromo Seltzer helps calm jumpy nerves.
Now, you can take Bromo Seltzer while it's still fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For persistent or recurring headaches, see your doctor.
But when it's a common sick headache that's got you down, take this tip from our educated train.
Fight a headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
And now, Ellery, let's hear about next week.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, next week we tell you a ghost story. Yes, a ghost story with a real ghost that seems immune to bullets. Don't miss next week, Adventure of the Family Ghost. Our guests will be Martha Scott and Mark Conley.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop takes you to the Winchester Repeating Arms Company at New Haven, Connecticut. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for the Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. This is Ernest Chappell reminding you to catch the Bromo Seltzer special again next week. Same time, same station.
Fight a headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
The Adventures of Ellery Queen. For all you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, a rebroadcast of radio's thrilling mystery drama, The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Now, here's Ernest Chappell to introduce the guests and the show. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are Miss Marjorie Lawrence, Metropolitan Opera star, and Mr. Beverly Kelly of the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey combined shows. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight we tell you the strange mystery of the ghost in the mountaintop cave. I call it The Adventure of Dead Man's Cavern.
Hello? But Mr. Queen doesn't know anyone in Canoka, New York, operator.
Canoka, New York. Give me that phone, Nikki.
Why the excitement, Mr. Queen?
Hello, operator. Ellery Queen. Put her on, please.
Put her on.
Hello, Grace?
Ellery, how's the mastermind?
It's grand to hear your voice, darling.
Darling?
What are you doing at your Adirondack Lodge, Grace?
Stretching my soul. How'd you like to join me this weekend?
It's a date. How about my gang, Dad, Veely, and my secretary?
Well, really?
Sure, I'll have a lodge full anyway. Wait a minute, dear. I'll look up the train schedule.
You bet, darling. I'll hold on.
Ellery Queen, if you think I'm going to kick my heels around an Adirondack... shameless woman.
Grace? Why, Nikki, she's Dr. Grace Grayson. Probably the most famous living woman physicist. An old friend.
Oh? How old?
About 50, Nikki.
Oh.
Ellery?
Yes?
There's a 9:45 on Grand Central Saturday morning. I'll pick you and your folks up at the Canoka Station. Well, it ought to be fun.
Grace, I don't like that laugh. What have you got up your sleeve?
Oh. See, the fact is you can help catch a murderer this weekend.
I thought so. Who is he?
A gentleman known as the Strangler.
A strangler? That sounds grim. How many people has he killed?
29 at last report. Well, see you Saturday.
Strangler. I could strangle you, Grace. Stringing me along about catching a murderer who's been dead over 100 years. Why didn't you tell me he's the ghost of a local legend?
Well, I wanted to excite your curiosity, Ellery. Refill Inspector Queen.
Don't mind if I do, Dr. Grayson.
I'm getting plastered on this mountain air. So you got a ghost up here, huh, Doc?
Lives in a cave near this lodge, you said?
Yes, called Dead Man's Cavern.
Your three other guests seem mighty interested in that haunted cave, Grace.
Mr. and Mrs. Gabriel and Ernest Withers? Well, I suppose I ought to warn you. Hector Gabriel and Ernest Withers are supernaturalists. Spend their lives running down ghosts. Oh, here they come. Going to join us on the porch, gentlemen?
Oh, Gabriel, you're a gullible idiot. The way you were taken in by that ectoplasm trick in Seattle.
You would have been fooled, too, Withers.
Oh, really? Remember how I exposed that crowd of fake mediums in Nashville, Gabriel? But you were ready to tell the whole world.
You annoy me.
Sit down, boys. Now, that's the way it's been with those two for 20 years, Ellery. Friendly enemies.
Mr. Gabriel, I'm told you have the largest and most valuable library of psychic works in the world.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Queen. Eh, Withers?
Lucky dog. You've got books I'd give my right arm for.
Dr. Grayson tells us you two gentlemen are up here to investigate that haunted cave, Mr. Withers.
That's right, Inspector.
We're going to conduct a scientific experiment.
Now, see here, Hector Gabriel. I'll let you and Withers turn my lodge into a psychic laboratory, but don't drag the respectable name of science into it.
Are there actually psychic manifestations, Grace?
Oh, Lord, some lug in 1840 began strangling people in that cave, and ever since then, they've...
What's that?
Sounds like a wolf or something. Listen.
Why, that's the moan, Gabriel, the ghost sound.
Now someone's screaming. That's no ghost.
Sounds like my wife. Told her Miss Porter took a walk in the woods and...
Here they come, running. Wife, Mrs. Gabriel.
Hold it, dearest.
Oh, Miss...
There. Nikki, what happened?
We were walking in the woods, Inspector, when that ghastly moaning started from the direction of that cave. Mrs. Gabriel got frightened. Hector, please. Don't you and Mr. Withers go near that cave. It's haunted.
Why, hold it. That's what Withers and I came here for.
Yes, Mrs. Gabriel, if those moans were made by a ghost, it's our duty to psychic science.
Now, see here. Those sounds are a natural phenomenon. Nothing ghostly about them. Then what made that noise, Dr. Grayson? My dear child, the cavern probably has a peculiar rock structure which causes it to catch the wind at the top of the mountain and then expel it with a moaning sonic effect. There it is again.
Sure sounds funny, Ellery. What do you think?
I think, Dad, we'd better have a look at Dead Man's Cavern.
Grace, must we go through these woods to get to the cave?
Yes, Ellery. No way of going around it. Sheer cliff on either side.
I wonder why the moan stopped with us.
Exasperating, Gabriel.
Hold it, everybody. Someone coming. Sounds like a big, heavy man.
Wasn't the strangler supposed to be big and heavy?
Oh, nonsense, Sergeant. It must be Hank Pete. Oh, I was right. Hi, Hank.
Howdy, Professor. You hear them moans from Dead Man's Cavern, too?
Yes, we're going to the cavern now. Hank, these are friends of mine.
How do you do? How do you do? All right, Billy, get moving.
Strangler's getting pretty restless lately.
Huh? Say, Daniel Boone, you don't believe in this ghost bunk, too.
Man gets to believe in a lot of things, mister. Living alone up here in the hills.
Just what is the story of this strangler, Mr. Gabriel? Well, some mountaineer, Mr. Queen, over...
Let me tell him, Gabriel. He lured wayfarers into the cave, you see, and strangled them for their money.
Nice fella. What did he do with his victims' bodies?
There's a natural opening in the rear wall of the cave, like a window.
It overlooks the lake, Inspector, the same lake that's behind my lodge.
The strangler threw his victims out of that cave window into the lake 50 feet below.
And ever since, them folks he strangled keep a-moaning like you all heard.
Oh, of all the succotash, Hank, the brute was finally caught and hanged.
It's the ghost of the strangler. Murdered one of his victims all over again. Well, here we are.
Right at the top of my mountain.
Why, there's a clearing here between where the woods stop and the entrance to the cave.
Hey, ain't that a wooden door covering the entrance to the cave?
Yes, Sergeant.
Let's cross the clearing.
Go ahead, really.
Well, how come a door, Grace?
Hank Pete knows more about it than I do.
Some city fella a few years back put the door in, charged admission to see the haunted cave.
Was his name P.T. Barnum?
One night he was in here alone, and the moan started. He lit out like a buck deer, and he ain't been seen since.
Good stout door. Let's go in.
I think I'll stick right here by the entrance.
Sergeant, you'd never make a physicist.
Or a psychic research worker either. Interesting cavern, eh, Mr. Queen? Yes, Mr. Gabriel, from what I can see of it in this gloom.
Solid rock. No walls. Roof.
The roof is really the inside of the very crest of the mountain, Inspector.
And there's the window in the rear wall. Yes, this opening looks right out over the lake. Sheer drop of 50 feet.
What kind of experiment are you gentlemen intending to conduct here, Mr. Withers?
Well, Gabriel and I plan to spend an entire 24 hours in this cave, Inspector Queen, from 6 tomorrow morning until 6 a.m. the following day.
We'll take food, water, blankets, oil lamps, and a sound recording apparatus. We want to be in here when the moaning begins.
Very scientific, you see.
Go ahead, jeer, you female Philistine.
Billy, thought you weren't coming in.
Well, I got lonesome out there. Say, supposing you meet up with this ghost, don't you gents think you better pack a rod just in case?
If what's making them sounds could be shot, he'd be a dead ghost long ago.
We're taking every precaution against the possibility that the moans are caused by a human agency. We picked tomorrow for our vigil because the weather forecast for tonight is heavy rain. And the rain will soak down the loose earth of the clearing in front of the cave.
Yes, get it so soft that anyone approaching the cave will have to leave footprints in the mud. Well, let's go back, eh?
Yes, but you gentlemen will leave footprints when you cross the muddy clearing tomorrow morning.
We'll cross it barefoot to identify our own prints.
Appears to me like you two fellas aim to tinker with trouble.
My dear Pete, ghosts don't scare us. Gabriel, you have that new lock we brought out?
Yes, Withers. There. And the key remains in my pocket. Well, that's all until tomorrow morning at 6. And if you want to see us off, you'll have to be up early.
We'll be up early, Mr. Gabriel.
Gosh, I'm sleepy, Ellery. Mrs. Gabriel and I had to double up last night, and she moaned all night long. Are the others following us?
All except Hector Gabriel. I wonder where Gabriel is. He bunked with me last night, but when I woke up this morning, he was already gone.
He must be waiting for us at the cave. Oh, look, Ellery. Is that the old woodsman Dr. Grayson mentioned last night?
Hank Pete? So, yes. Morning, Hank.
Up early to see Mr. Gabriel and Mr. Withers start their watch in the cave?
Mr. Queen, I just been over to the clearing at the edge of the woods. Somebody's in that cave. Cave door is open.
What's that, Hank? Cave door open?
Why, it can't be. Gabriel and I put a new lock on it yesterday, and he has the only key.
Come see for yourself.
It must be your husband, Mrs. Gabriel.
Well, I don't understand it, Sergeant. But weren't Mr. Gabriel and Mr. Withers to go into the cave together?
Yes, we were.
Keep your shade on, Mr. Withers.
Take a look.
The prints of a small man's bare feet.
And they go perfectly straight across the mud of the clearing to the cave door.
Just one set of prints. Ingoing.
Why, he's tricked me. His word of honor we'd go in together. His word of honor.
I'm sure Hector wouldn't do anything dishonorable, Mr. Withers.
Well, these are his footprints, aren't they? There couldn't be anyone else's here. They're so small. Cheat.
Mr. Withers, you're a dreadful man. Oh, it's probably a joke. Hector Gabriel!
Mr. Gabriel!
Hey, Mr. Gabriel!
Hector! Why don't you answer?
Something's wrong.
Dad, I'm crossing this clearing alone. I'll detour to keep out of the way of Gabriel's footprints. If you have to follow me, detour too.
Right, son.
Dad, Billy.
Coming, Ellery. Come on, Billy.
I'm coming.
Something wrong, son?
What is it, Maestro?
Look.
Gabriel. On the cave floor.
With all the supplies around him.
Dead. Dead about an hour, I'd say. Since 5 a.m.
Face contorted by a horrible fear.
And no wonder. Look at his neck. He's been strangled.
Well, son, I don't get it. Even these marks of strangulation are queer.
You mean the upward-pointing thumb impressions at the back of Gabriel's neck?
Yes. Why weren't the thumbprints in his windpipe?
Who's that?
It's Grace Grayson, Sergeant.
You and Hank Peace didn't mess up Gabriel's footprints in crossing the clearing, did you?
No, Ellery. We detoured, too. Poor Gabriel. I can't believe it yet. Hank, look at him.
The ghost of the strangler, I told
Will
you.
you stop jabbering about ghosts, Daniel Boone?
You're scared. Get out of here.
Stop it, Hank. What are we going to do? Poor Huldah's in a state of collapse. Nikki's trying frantically to calm her down, and that man Withers hasn't uttered a word since this happened. Who did it?
Come outside. I want to show you something.
Very good, son.
The only way Gabriel's murderer could have got into the cave was the way Gabriel got in, by crossing this muddy clearing.
Well,
where are the killer's footprints?
You didn't see no prints in this mud when we got here this morning, except the ones of Gabriel's bare feet, did you?
I see. Obviously, the strangler entered the cave some other way.
How, Grace? The only other opening into the cave is that natural window in the rear wall, which overlooks the lake. And that opening is 50 feet above the lake at the top of a sheer cliff.
The roof of the cave. Not a rope down.
We've been up there. It's covered with smooth mud.
And no human foot ever stepped on it.
And at the sides of the cave, it's sheer precipice, too. Oh, well, of course. The killer came here during the rain, which wiped out his prints. Lay in wait for Gabriel, who came when the rain had stopped.
What happened to the prints the killer made leaving?
That's not the important point, Dad. The killer couldn't have got into the cave before Gabriel, Grace. The door was locked with a new lock, and only Gabriel had the key, which is still on his person.
Then the killer used a grappling iron at the end of a strong line.
You mean throw a line up from the lake, Grace?
Yes. Someone stood in a boat on the lake below and threw up a grappling iron which caught the window.
Guess again, Dr. Grayson. The iron would have left scratch marks on the sill of the rocky opening.
And there ain't no scratch marks.
Then how do you explain it?
You're wasting your time. Ghosts don't need grappling irons. And they don't leave footprints.
Yes, Grace. Remarkable as it seems, it looks as if Hank Peets is right. In the setup, Hector Gabriel could only have been strangled by a ghost.
I don't know what I'm going to do. Aldous, stop. You've been crying a whole day and night.
But they took Hector away, Nikki. Why don't they let me go? I don't want to stay here.
What's the inspector up to?
What's going on, Ellery?
I don't know, Grace. I'm still grappling with the problem of the strangler ghost.
Wait.
The moans from the cave again.
Oh, don't be silly, Nikki. It's the wind.
The wind, is it? It's the ghost. The ghost who strangled Hector. They can't keep us all here to be murdered. I'm going.
Where are you going, Mrs. Gabriel?
Oh, Dad.
Really shut that door and set your back against it.
Right, Inspector. Ghosts, huh?
Miss Gabriel, did I hear you say you were going somewhere?
Yes, Inspector. Home. And you can't stop me.
Miss Gabriel, I've done a lot of investigating by phone in the past 24 hours. One of the things I've discovered is that your husband was a rich man.
Hector, I suppose so, but...
What is it, Dad?
I've had Gabriel's will checked, Ellery. He leaves nearly his entire estate, worth $2 million, to his wife, Huldah.
You mean you think I killed Hector?
Your husband was almost 20 years older than you, Mrs. Gabriel.
Oh.
Yes, quite possible.
Why, you're crazy. Next thing we know, you'll be accusing me of strangling Gabriel.
Exactly what I had in mind, Mr. Withers.
Wait, what? What do you mean, Inspector?
You and Gabriel were at each other's throats for over 20 years, Withers. Enemies.
Why, we were friendly enemies.
Also, he owned something you wanted bad, Mr. Withers.
Gabriel's library. The most valuable collection of books on psychic phenomena in the world.
Right, son. One of the things I found out in the past 24 hours is that Gabriel willed his psychic library to Ernest Withers.
But that's so absurd, Inspector, to kill a man for possession of some books.
You think so, Dr. Grayson? Maybe you'll agree that your motive was stronger.
My motive? To kill Hector Gabriel?
Dad, Grace involved with Gabriel.
She was his first wife.
Gabriel's first wife? Did you know that, Ellery?
No, I didn't, Nikki. Grace.
Surely you're joking, Inspector.
Depends on your sense of humor, Dr. Grayson. Fact is, Hector Gabriel ditched you to marry Huldah.
And you know what they say about a woman scorned.
So you think I killed Hector out of revenge for having thrown me over? I can see your point, Inspector. Only I didn't.
It's not any one of us. It was the ghost, I tell you. The ghost.
Ah, that ghost story is a lot of camouflage.
Yes. One of you three strangled Gabriel in that cave. Only question is, which one?
Now, who would that be?
Billy, see what it is.
Right,
Inspector. No, please don't open it. Oh, it's just old Hank, the woodsman.
What do you want, Pete?
Thought you'd want to know.
We'd want to know what, Hank?
Right at the edge of the woods where you enter the trail from here, just a couple of yards from the lodge, there's a lot of loose stones. Them stones were slippery from the rain.
Well?
Alongside them slippery stones is a couple small juniper bushes. They've been smashed flat. I figure it's how this fella Gabriel slipped on them stones on his way to the cave yesterday morning and fell under them junipers.
That's a help, that is.
It certainly is, Sergeant. In fact, it clears up the mystery.
What do you mean, son?
I mean, Dad, that now I know the identity of the ghost of Dead Man's Cavern. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery of Dead Man's Cavern. Have you an answer to it? Well, suppose you compare solutions with our guest armchair detectives. Nikki, will you please introduce our guest?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Miss Marjorie Lawrence, famous metropolitan soprano. Stricken with infantile paralysis a couple of years ago, Miss Lawrence has fought against this dread affliction courageously and successfully, as evidenced by her recent triumph in the role of Isolde at the Met. Our second guest tonight is Mr. Beverly Kelly of the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey combined shows, or, as All America calls it, the Circus, now playing at Madison Square Garden. Mr. Kelly has described the Big Top to millions over the radio and is well-known author of books and stories on circus life. All right, Ellie?
Thanks, Nikki. Miss Lawrence, who strangled Gabriel?
Well, I don't think anyone strangled him. I think that he slipped and fell on those stones under the juniper bushes.
Yes?
I think the moaning sounds came from natural means somehow. The wind through the rocks or something.
Yes?
So that's what I would say.
Well, thank you, Miss Lawrence. And now, Mr. Kelly, who do you think strangled Gabriel?
Well, Ellery, if those footprints outside the cave weren't so small, I think we could blame it on Gargantua. But I think I'm going to put my money on Gabriel's first wife and say that he fell from grace.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kelly.
What do you mean?
All right, I'll tell you. Now, first, let's lay the ghost. No ghost killed Hector Gabriel. The strangler's hands were human hands. They left human fingerprints deep in the flesh of Gabriel's neck and throat.
Well, sure. That's right. Then those moans we heard must have been made by the wind through the cave like Dr. Grayson said.
Right, Sergeant. Now, since the strangler had human hands, he also had human feet. And human feet leave prints in mud.
But, Ellery, the only footprints in the mud were Gabriel's. One set, ingoing.
I know. Gabriel choked in the woods and then staggered across the clearing alone to the cave to die.
Nikki, you yourself pointed out that the trail left by Gabriel's feet across the mud was perfectly straight. Men dying of strangulation don't walk in a straight line. No. When Gabriel crossed that clearing, unlocked the door, and entered the cave, he was perfectly well. So the murder was committed in the cave. And for the murderer to have choked Gabriel in the cave, he had to get there. Problem. How did the killer cross that muddy clearing without leaving footprints? And the more you think about it, the more obvious the answer gets.
What do you mean?
He crossed it on Gabriel's back.
Gabriel carried him. But, Ellery...
I know, Dad. Other theories are possible, but my theory can be backed up. What was the exact position of the strangler's thumbs on Gabriel's neck?
The thumb marks pointed upwards on the back of Gabriel's neck.
Which is possible only if at the time he committed his crime, the strangler was behind Gabriel. Strong confirmation that the strangler rode across that mud on Gabriel's back. And when Gabriel entered the cave, the person he was carrying began to choke him before even getting down.
Oh, but Maestro, how did the killer make Gabriel carry him?
Important question, Sergeant. Grown men don't play piggyback at 5 o'clock of an Adirondack morning. One person carrying another suggests that the person being carried had to be carried.
An injury?
Yes, Dad. Hank Beach just told us he'd found a place in the trail where someone had slipped on loose, wet stones and fallen into some juniper bushes. Hank opined it was Gabriel, because he thought Gabriel was alone. But since we know Gabriel carried someone, isn't it evident that it wasn't Gabriel who slipped and fell, but his companion?
The killer faked a tumble, pretended to twist his ankle or something, said he couldn't walk. And Gabriel lugged him all the way through the woods to the cave.
Exactly. And why? Deliberately to leave only one set of footprints in that mud, Gabriel's, to make us believe that the murder had been the work of a convenient strangler ghost of the haunted cave.
All right. You've accounted for how the strangler got into the cave without leaving prints.
Yeah, but how did he get out, Maestro, without leaving him after Gabriel was dead?
In the only way possible, through that natural window in the cave wall.
What?
Yes, for while no one could have got into the cave through the opening in the cave wall, someone could have got out simply by diving out into the lake below.
What who did all this, son?
Dad, where did Hank say he found the crushed bushes?
At the edge of the woods as you went to the trail leaving Dr. Grayson's lodge.
Yes. In fact, Hank said it was only a few yards from the lodge. But observe, the killer pretends to injure himself a few yards from the lodge. Yet Gabriel carries him all the way through the woods to the cave. Why? Why didn't Gabriel carry him back the few yards to the house? Wouldn't he have done that if, say, his companion had been his wife or Dr. Grayson, or, in fact, anyone except one person?
One person?
There can be only one reason why Gabriel carried his companion all the way to the cave. And that was because he and the killer were bound for the cave. Because he and the killer were supposed to share the cave for the next 24 hours.
Well, I'll be...
Yes. Gabriel's companion, the man who got his victim up an hour earlier than planned on some trumped-up excuse, who wanted to kill Gabriel because he hated him for over 20 years, and because Gabriel had willed him his unique and valuable psychic library, that man could only have been Ernest Withers.
Adventures of Ellery Queen. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest tonight, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the talented Hollywood character actor, Mr. Charles Latour. And now, here's Ellery Queen, Master Detective.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Tonight, we'd like to tell you about a murder that occurred right under our very noses while we calmly enjoyed a ball game. I call it The Adventure of the Foul Tip.
Good evening, Mr. Ames.
Evening.
Say, it was a sharp movie you just made, Mr. Ames. Here, let me open the door for you.
Hey, look who's here. Sit down. Evening, Mr. Ames. Check your hat.
Reckon I'll hold on to it, ma'am.
Welcome to the Society Club. Shall I call Mr. Vincent?
Oh, thank you. No, I'm looking for my wife.
Irene? Yes, sir. This way, sir. Irene just finished a dance number with her partner. There he is now. Reno. I come right away, headwaiter.
That fancy Dan with bear grease on his hair, that's my wife's dancing partner?
Yes, Mr. M. Marino, Mr. Chicken. Excuse me, Mr. The Hollywood Chicken. Enchanté.
Me too. Where's my wife, Mr. Marino?
We have just finished the dance. Oh, that Irene. She is not a woman. She's a spirit. It is like dancing with a perfume breeze.
Well, where'll I find my wife, Mr. Marino?
Oh, in her dressing room. Here, right through this door, Mr. Ames. Mr. Ames, you must see us dance together. It will enchant you.
Thank you. Some other time, fella.
But I go in with you. You shall see us dance.
Make tracks, Mr. Marino.
You send me away?
Yeah, I do.
Lover of horses. Imbecile, amante di cavallo.
Go on, Bernie, boy. So what does he say?
So Bernie says, if I didn't know you were Irene's press agent, I'd have swallowed this publicity on hook, line, and sinker. Just the same, he's running it with a 2-column head in tomorrow's paper.
No.
How's that, honey?
Remind me to give you a kiss, Bernie.
You remind me to collect it.
Oh.
Well, the great Chick Ames. Well, hiya, Chick. How are you?
Evening, Mr. Bernie. Well, Irene, here's your old chick in person.
You took your sweet time. And what do you mean sneaking in on me this way?
Well, I didn't sneak in, honey. I just opened the door.
Oh, yeah? Chicken snoops again.
Well, I guess I'll be moseying on out to the bar and get a few drinks, friend. Far be it from a press agent to horn in on husband and wife.
No, Bernie, stick around.
Okay. Looking mighty pretty, Irene. Thought I'd get to see more of you on this vacation of mine from pictures.
Oh, slice that baloney someplace else. You know why I sent for you, Chick. You're going to say yes or aren't you?
Now, honey, if you're aiming to start up that divorce talk again...
Aiming to start up again? I didn't finish the last time, you lop-eared horse's collar.
But, Irene, girl, you know I got a 5-year movie contract. Says I can't get into no scandal. The kids of America would be disappointed in their old chick Ames.
Divorce is no scandal. Not when a girl's hitched to a stable opera in a 10-gallon hat.
Oh, now, honey, I'm real sorry you can't get to see more of me.
Oh.
If you hadn't got that society fella, Mr. Vincent, to open this New York nightclub for you, you could go right back on west with me.
Riding into the sunset on your saddle horn, I suppose. No, thank you. Do I get my divorce or don't I, you great, big, beautiful movie star, you?
Hey, Irene, take it easy.
Mr. Bernie, you stay off my range.
Okay.
Irene, why do you want a divorce? So powerful bad?
Because I'm in love with a man, that's why.
Well, I'm a man. Huh? Who?
None of your rootin', tootin' business.
Kind of heard rumors about that, Irene. Supposed to be a man mighty close to you, ain't he? Don't give it no mind, but now, who is it?
Oh, stop that phony cowboy hero stuff. I know you from way back, Chickamauga Ames. Tied for life to a saddle. I want a divorce.
Yeah, well, you ain't a-getting it.
Now, look, Chick, how about you sort of ambling off somewhere and cooling down, huh? And Irene,
You keep out of this, Bernie.
Now, look, you dopes, you're going to have the riot squad in here bozying about
you look here, Chick.
Mr. Vincent, come on in. Quick, for the love of Mike.
What's going on in here, Bernie? But no.
Chick Ames. Listen, Mr. Vincent, you got to help me break this up. Irene's ready to open fire. She's going to start breaking stuff in a minute.
Sure, Bernie.
Well, hello, Chick. Well, I'm delighted to see you in New York.
Huh? Oh, evening, Mr. Vincent. That's what I get. You see, I come east between pictures to see my own wife.
It's no wonder you didn't ride into Grand Central on a pack mule yodeling home on the range.
Irene, now that Chick's in town, I got a terrific plan. We'll get some great publicity.
Oh, go away.
You two ought to be seen together, oughtn't they, Mr. Vincent?
I should say they should, Bernie.
Now, look, here's the angle. We make up a party. There's a hot ball game at the field tomorrow. We'll
ball
all
game.
sit in one seal box. We'll take along Marino because he's Irene's dance partner. We'll get photographers, reporters. We'll make swell Sunday stuff. Right, Mr. Vincent?
Absolutely, Bernie. Chick, what do you say? I don't know, Mr. Vincent. I'm aggravated.
He's aggravated. I'd like to know what he's got to be aggravated about.
Take Irene aside and talk to her, will you? I'll work on it. Right. Look, Irene, come on over here.
I don't want to talk to you.
Now, come on. Chick, be a sport. Bernie's right. You know, an afternoon at the ballpark will do you both good.
Well, I don't know. I'm aggravated, Mr. Vincent.
But think of the fresh air, Chick. An outdoor man like you shouldn't be cooped up in some New York hot box. What you need is air and sun, the wind in your face.
Yeah, well, that is a fact, Mr. Vincent.
Then you'll do it?
Well, Mr. Vincent, I will.
Fine. Splendid. Bernie, Chick says he'll go. Oh, that's great. Great. Then we'll all meet outside the ticket booths at the field tomorrow afternoon before the game. I'll have the publicity all set up, Chick. And Irene's changed her mind, too. Haven't you, Irene, baby?
Yeah. I have changed my mind.
One side, Joker. Hiya, Chick. You been waiting long? Hello, Miss Bernie.
Hey, here comes my wife. My Irene's a mighty sweet
And
gal.
whose idea was this, anyway, a jam like this? Manuel, here we are over here.
There, grease fancy, Dan. Oh, I'm so sorry to be late. Irene, may I kiss your hand? You are exquisite today.
Cut it out, Manuel. Bernie, where's Vinny?
Vincent will be here. Let us through, Rube.
But, Bernie, where are all the photographers,
Don't
huh?
worry, handsome. You'll get mugged inside. Here, Chick, I'll go first in the line.
Oh, that's right, friendly of you, Mr. Bernie, but I reckon Chick Ames can afford a few baseball tickets.
Nothing doing. Let me at that window, Chick.
Bernie, it's a wonder you didn't get reserved seats in advance, making me stand on a line. I don't see you fighting to get to the ticket window first, Manuel.
When two Bulgarians argue over mere money, my beautiful Manuel Merino looks on with scorn.
Yeah. Oh, there's Vincent inside the gate. Hey, Vinny!
Hey, Mr. Vincent, howdy. Oh, hello there. Hey, here, Bernie. Don't buy any tickets. I'm just for them. Here, let these people through the gate, will you, please? Here you are, tickets for box 13. All right, this way, people. Boy, block of score cards and pencils here.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Hey, this is Ames. Isn't that Ames? The cowboy movie star. Hey, Mr. Ames, give me your autograph, will ya? Give me your autograph.
Make a pretty bow to your public, Chicky boy.
Now, folks, be nice now. I'm just seeing a ball game. No autograph.
Did you hear what Mr. Ames said? No autographs. Now, one side. Come on, Marino, take a leg.
Who wants to get the publicity today? A cowboy or Merino and Irene, huh?
Oh, nuts. Mr. Vincent, which box was it again? Box 13, Bernie. All right, here, this way, Irene.
Box number 13. Say, that's an unlucky number.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery.
When the number 13 crops up, something's bound to happen. And before anything else happens, here's a number by Paul Laval and his orchestra. And now back to our story. Just a little later, at the third base field boxes of the jammed ballpark, a typical New York Sunday crowd is watching fielding practice.
Box 14. Here you are, Mr. Queen.
Thanks, Fletcher. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Queen.
Nikki, sit here. Dad.
Ellery, it was a gorgeous idea to come to the ball game today. And especially you look younger already.
Yes, ma'am. Well, Vinny, you still think that punk team of yours is going to win today?
Thanks. Say, I'm the sure inspector with clobber pitching. I've got 4 bits says I don't score 2 earned runs off.
You're wrong, sucker. Where's the scoreboard? What's the lineup?
Oh, see that tilt? Well, bang, son, Inspector. You see Mac struck that ball to deep center field. They'll murder those bush leaguers of yours today.
They all look like Babe Ruth in practice.
Come on, smile, chick. Put your arm around my ring.
Okay.
Who we think anyway? Look at those photographers.
Ellery, it's the movie star Chick Ames in the next box. That girl, Irene, that's his wife. Oh, there's Mr. Vincent. He's a millionaire society man who opened a nightclub for us.
Who cares? Come on, play ball.
Sure, play ball.
Come on. Ellery, they're the ones we saw outside the ticket booth, remember? They say Irene's been trying to get a divorce from Chick Ames for a year, but he won't give her one. She's in love. Some people say it was Mr. Vincent, though one columnist hinted it might be Bernie, a press agent.
Nikki, I'm in love, too, with a ball game this afternoon. Practice is over.
Rat it, they're leaving the field. We missed the practice.
What is this? A ball game or a personal appearance by that He-Man of Hollywood?
Look at those fans fight to get his autograph.
Now, one at a time, please. Mr. Ames, do you want an autograph for these people? Well, I'll take just 6, Usher. I'll take mine. Mr. Ames says to take just 6. Now, no more. Please, don't.
I don't think Mrs. Ames enjoys her husband's popularity very much, judging from the expression on her face.
Honey, they should be seeing a ball game together. She's trying to... but what do I care? Play ball!
Beautiful woman, that Irene.
Brother, you ain't exaggerating.
All right, now that's all. Mr. Ames said 6 and he's given 6. Now stand back. Will you, everybody back?
Please, get away from Mr. Ames' box, you...
Sorry. Ellery, take a look at that hombre coming toward box 13.
A cowboy with a guitar.
He's handsome.
Where? For the love... What's baseball coming to, anyway?
Arizona! Come on in this here box, you old bow-legged coyote. Hi, Arizona. I reckon you remember my wife here, Irene, huh?
I reckon I couldn't forget her, Chick. Howdy, man.
Hello, Arizona. Long time no see, sir. Come and sit by me, sugar.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I've been traveling around with Chick here, sort of keeping him cheerful, you know. Me and my guitar.
How'd you find my box, Arizona?
Just followed the herd, Chick. Knowed you'd be where the autograph mavericks was sick.
Ha, you old man. Arizona, shake hands with these folks.
I remember. That's Arizona Yankee, Ames' pal. Chick pays Arizona a salary to play the guitar for him when he's feeling low. Well, he does.
I'm feeling powerful off my feet, Arizona. Sing me one of them sad songs of yours, will you?
Reckon I will.
He's going to sing here.
That's mighty pretty, Arizona. Yes, sir.
Mighty pretty.
Bernie, this is humiliating. I'm not going to sit in this box and be made a fool of. Look, they're going to snap his picture.
Now, Irene, this is great stuff for the pamphlet.
Now what, Nikki?
It's Chick Ames, Ellery. He fell out of his seat. He's sick or something.
Get back in the middle, will you? Chick, for heaven's sake, what's happening?
We better have a squint at his, baby. One side, please. He's in a bad way. We've got to take him to the clubhouse. Call a doctor, somebody. Bailey, clear these people away.
Come on, one side, Rubberneck.
All right, take him out.
Easy now. Ellery, do you suppose anything is really wrong?
You mean foul play, Nikki?
Well, considering the setup.
That is a possibility. But, Nikki, I came here to see a ball game, and by the babe, I'm seeing it.
Come on, you bums. Play ball.
Sergeant back from the clubhouse.
My God. How's she gone? How's my 4-bid back? Well, look at that scoreboard. Strike. Oh, my boy.
Yes, he's got it, Sergeant, but it's only the 5th inning.
Pitch to that bum Carver. He can't hit the deck.
But, Sergeant, what about Chick Ames?
Chick's dead.
See, I struck the bum out.
Dead?
Oh, Lord. Really, was it a natural death?
No, poison. Doctors just examined him. Chick was bumped. Now watch this guy, Carver. He likes him down the alley.
Murder. Ellery, what is it?
It's a conspiracy. Well, Sergeant, let's have the details.
Poison through the mouth, but Chick didn't eat or drink anything for an hour, and the doctor says it was quick poison, so the inspector figures he took the stuff right here in the field box. What did I tell you? Carver retired the car.
Well,
Inspector accurate, Sergeant.
Ellery Queen, what on earth?
He's climbing onto a chair. Your attention, please. See this roll of bills? I'll give $5 for every autograph Chick Ames signed in box 13 there before this game. 5 genuine American bucks, gentlemen. Come and get it.
Maestro, you gone nuts.
All right, now. One at a time. Don't crowd. Let's see it. Yes, there's one. Here's your 5. Now, let's see that autograph, please. Here's your $5. All right, now. There you are. What's going on here? Let me see it. Oh, Hey, listen, Mr. Queen, I'm sorry, but you can't start a riot. Oh, the usher. Stand by, usher. Anybody else? There should be one other autograph.
Hey, for Pete's sake.
What are you doing? What are you doing,
He's
son?
buying back Chick's autograph.
That sunstroke, Inspector. Call the wagon.
Oh, shut up, Beely. Son, what's I did? Beely says Ames was poisoned by mouse, hadn't eaten or drunk anything recently, and happened right here in box 13. So it's obvious Ames must have been poisoned by one of the pencils an autograph hound handed him to write with.
One of the pencils?
Yes, sir. Ames is notorious for his habit of sucking the point of a pencil. Lord knows it's been publicized enough. He sucked every pencil offered him before he scrawled his name.
The pencils had a poison tip.
And the killer's one of those 5 guys who just showed up to sell back the autograph. There, you with a straw case.
No, Sergeant, no. Let those men alone. If any of the 5 was guilty, you don't suppose he'd be fool enough to show up to you. There were 6. The 6th one stayed away.
The missing one's the killer, all right. Usher,
Yes, Inspector Queen?
what did that 6th felucca look like, remember?
Why, yes, sir. It was a kid, a little boy.
What?
What a deduction, Mr. Queen. A boy.
That's that. Go on back to the clubhouse if you want to question these people, son.
That's not that bad. The secret of Ames' death lies in the hands of that boy. We must find him. Now, Sergeant, here's what I want you to do.
Your attention, please. If the small boy who got Chick Ames' autograph in box 13 just before the game will kindly proceed to the clubhouse with the autograph, he will receive a genuine Chick Ames 6-shooter, a genuine Chick Ames cowboy suit, and a genuine signed photo of Chick Ames. Attention, please. If the boy who got Chick Ames...
Officer. Yes, sir, Miss Queen. Any sign of Sergeant Beely and that kid yet, officer?
No, sir, Miss Queen.
Officer.
Yes, sir, Miss Queen.
What's the score?
Score to skunk. Favor the home team. Boy, this flopper is hot.
May he fry in his own lard. No sign of Beely and the boy yet, Dad. Carry on.
Miss Ames, how do I know you didn't slip your husband a poison pencil with your own dainty white hands, huh? You stood in your way. You're in love with another man. Chick wouldn't divorce you.
I didn't poison him. I didn't. All I know is all of a sudden he fell off the seat in the box.
Who's this man you're in love with?
That's none of anybody's business, including the police.
Is it Mr. Vincent here? He opened that nightclub for you, Irene. He's your angel, isn't he?
No, I mean, it's not the...
Inspector, this is rather high-handed, isn't it?
I'll high-hand you later, Vincent. Well, then, Irene, is it this loud-mouthed press agent of yours, Bernie?
Hey, now, wait a minute. There's nothing between Irene and me except business.
No, it's not that.
This is Manuel Marino, your dance partner.
She's lying her head off, Ellery. It's one of the men she sees constantly. It must be.
Oh, Dad, here's Sergeant Beely with the boy.
Come on. I want to see this man's ball game, too, you know. There's your criminal, Maestro, 11 years old.
Come here, son. Don't be afraid. What's your name?
Who's afraid? My name's Montgomery, and no crack. Where's the genuine Chick Ames 6-shooter, the announcer said? And the cowboy suit? And the signed picture of Chick Ames? I gotta get back to my seat.
We all do, Montgomery, but first let me have the autograph Chick Ames gave you.
Well, I got it right here on my scorecard. But how do I know this ain't the old double cross? Hey, wait! What's the idea of grabbing my pencil?
Relax, Montgomery. I never grabbed. Is this the pencil you handed Ames to autograph the scorecard with?
So what? Give me what you promised. Here's luck.
Now, Montgomery, be nice, Montgomery.
Dad, now let's look at this pencil.
Very faint. Enough to establish it. Pencil that poisoned Ames, all right. Sonny, where'd you get this?
Let me out of here.
Oh, now, Montgomery, come on. You answer these gentlemen's questions, and they'll let you go right back to your baseball game.
But I don't know nothing, lady. I come down to the game all by myself, and I bought a ticket, and I just got inside the gate when a man comes over to me and says, "Listen, kid, you know Chick Ames?" So I said, "Sure. Everybody knows Chick Ames from the movies." So he says, "Well, look, Chick Ames is going to be at the game today in box 13. So you take this scorecard and pencil and get his autograph for me on account of I'm kind of bashful." Then the guy says, I'll meet you right here after the game and give you $5 for the autograph. So I got it, that's all. But I'd rather have the chick Ames gun and stuff any day. Give me it and let me go.
What'd this man look like, Montgomery?
Oh, he was wearing a big coat and a hat pulled down over his face and dark sunglasses or something.
Wouldn't you know? Disguised. Montgomery, how about his voice? Think you'd recognize it?
Well, he kept a handkerchief over his mouth while he was talking to me, and sometimes his voice was low and sometimes squeaky. Sounded awful funny. He must have been sick. Where's my chick Ames gun and cowboy suit?
Mr. Bernie, take this boy's name and address and see that he gets what I promised him.
Sure thing, Mr. Queen. Hey, Arizona, what are you digging me in the ribs for?
I guess that's sort of old Arizona's job, Mr. Bernie. Now that old chick's gone west for the last roundup. Come here, boy.
Say, you a real cowboy? I bet you're a phony. Better take my address. My name's
Imagine using a little boy as an instrument of a murder. Whoever that man was, he's a monster.
Disguised. Face, figure, voice. Killer's gone by now. 100 miles away.
And even if he's still in the park, how you going to pick out one guy in a crowd of 40,000?
Just a minute. Officer.
Yes, sir, Miss Queen?
What's the score now?
Hey. Tied up, Miss Queen. 4-4 in the ninth. Coming up.
Tied up and going tonight. Thanks. I gotta talk fast if I expect to see the end of this game.
Talk fast? What do you mean?
Of course, Nikki. Dad, get these people out of here. I'll tell you the name of the person who handed Montgomery that poisoned pencil to give to Chick Ames. I'll tell you who really murdered Ames. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Have you figured out an answer to it? Well, suppose you compare your solution with that of our guest for tonight. Nikki, introduce our guest to our home armchair detective.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight is Mr. Charles Latour, the famous Hollywood character actor. Incidentally, Mr. Latour is really an old friend of us on the Ellery Queen program because before he went to Hollywood, he was a member of the cast on many an Ellery Queen mystery.
Charlie, it's nice to see you again. How are you?
Fine, Ellery. Couldn't be better.
That's great. You know, Charlie, it seems every time I see a picture, you're in it. Passage to Marseille, Song of Bernadette.
And he's in Harry Ape now, Ellery.
Yes, they keep me busy, all right. 51 pictures in the last 26 months.
Oh, my goodness. Charlie, I hope you haven't forgotten your old training in solving Ellery Queen mysteries.
Now, look here, Ellery. You solved the cases. I was the murderer, remember?
Okay. Well, let's try this one anyway. Charlie, who do you think gave Montgomery the poison pencil? That is, who really killed Ames?
Well, I really think Arizona did it. On the face, it would look like either the press man would do it or the proprietor not to want to lose their featured star. But I think Arizona's a bit jealous of his cowboy star, and he wanted to break in pictures, and he scoped all this out by himself. And this was his chance, and I think he did it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Latour. We'll give you the solution to tonight's mystery in just a minute.
And while you're trying to figure out your solution, here are Paul Laval and the orchestra to keep you from concentrating.
No, don't waste time. Now, here's how it works out. The killer of Ames, that is, the one in disguise who handed Montgomery the poison-tipped pencil, told the kid that Chick Ames would be at the ball game and that Ames would be sitting in box 13. Question. How did the killer know that Ames was going to be at the game? Which means it was all planned before Ames got there. How did the killer know that Ames was going to sit in box 13?
That is clear. It means the murderer knew where the party would be sitting before they got to the park.
Well, who knew? Hurry.
Ames and Bernie had a friendly argument in front of the ticket windows as to who'd buy the tickets. That means Bernie didn't know in advance where they'd be sitting.
Sure. And Irene even cracked to Bernie that it was a wonder he hadn't got reserved seats in advance. That shows none of them know.
And yet, one of them did know, Sergeant. The one who gave Montgomery the pencil before the Ames party got to the park. The one who was inside the gate with the already purchased tickets when the others arrived. The only person in that park, or in the world, who knew in advance in which box Ames would be sitting.
Vincent, to open that nightclub for Irene.
Yes. It was Vincent who arrived early in disguise, bought the tickets for box 13, accosted Montgomery, gave him the poisoned pencil and scorecard, instructed the boy where he'd find Ames sitting later, then simply discarded the disguise and waited for the rest of the party to show up. Motive, to free Irene so he could marry her. Now, gangway.
Ellery!
Where are you running, son?
To see the end of the ball game.
Hey, Maestro! Wait for the cop!
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution. We wish to thank Mr. Latour for being our guest armchair detective this evening.
And thank you, Ellery Queen, for solving the mystery. And now, while Paul DeVal and the orchestra are hanging around with some unplayed notes staring them in the face, let's listen to some more music. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
You all remember reading about it in your newspapers 5 or so years ago. The attacks always were grouped. The weapon was always a sharp knife. The victim was always an unusually attractive young lady. The newspapers called it the case of Nick the Knife. Hello, Crepes. This is D4Y opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. You can come in. We won't hurt you tonight. Not very much, that is. Our tale is concerned with a terror that ravaged the city for many months. It was solved, finally, by your good friend, Ellery Queen, who's here to tell you all about it.
Well, tonight's mystery is the grim tale of a crime that terrified a city. I call it The Adventure of Nick the Knife.
say goodnight here, Lou.
Oh, but Gladys, your house is a block away.
Oh, you know, Pa. He gets awful mad when I stay out this late with a fella.
I know, but I don't like you walking the rest of the way alone in this dark neighborhood, Glad.
Oh, you're sweet. Well, good night, Lou.
Okay. Good night.
Gee, gosh, it is dark tonight. Well, I sure hope Pa ain't waiting up for me. Who's that under the tree? Pa. Pa, is that you?
Well, here's the launch, beautiful. Here's where I shove off.
Oh, gee, Jimmy.
You get home all right, Kathy? It's pretty foggy on the waterfront tonight.
And you'd care a lot, wouldn't you, if something happened to me?
So talk like. Hey, there it goes. Come back, Kathy.
Jimmy, you didn't even kiss. Oh. Is that Jimmy? Jimmy coming back? Jimmy, is that you? Oh, I'm hearing things. I better be getting back home. What is? It is somebody. What is? You better stop following me or I'll call a policeman. Help! Help! Who's that? Somebody there.
Struck again tonight, claiming his 31st weekly victim since he launched his mysterious one-man terror wave last Christmas Eve. 20-year-old Henrietta Rutherford of the Bronx was found unconscious on a dark path in Central Park by a park patrolman less than 3 hours ago. As in all previous cases, Nick the Knife's attack consisted in slashing his victim's wrist and face with a sharp instrument. Police are investigating as usual. But so far, still as usual, no clues have been turned up to the identity of...
Inspector?
You worked pretty late yourself tonight, Dad.
Don't play innocent, Ellery. There's the radio.
Well, we did have the late news on, Dad.
Any clue in this one, Inspector?
Nope. Girl died without recovering consciousness.
Oh,
In spite of all our warnings, these girls will keep frequenting lonely spots after dark. And he gets them.
Ellery, couldn't you help find out who he is?
I wish I could, Nikki. Of course, this fiend the papers have named Nick the Knife as psychotic, probably paranoid, but that's not much help. As for his victims, there's nothing in common except they're all female and attractive. I'm afraid, Dad, the best you can hope for is a lucky break.
Better come soon, son, or I'll be out of a job. Well, I'm going to bed.
Night, Dad.
Night, Inspector. Which reminds me, I'm tired. Would you hand me my hat, Ellery?
Just where do you think you're going?
Going? Home.
After midnight, alone, Nikki?
Oh, Ellery, that's ridiculous.
Is it? Come on. I'll see you home.
This is the first time we've been out together since you took me home last week.
Mm-hmm.
We ought to make it a habit. Oh, this new park is beautiful. Ellery. Oh, never mind. When you're thinking up a new mystery plot, a girl may as well be playing solitaire. What's that over there?
There, that's the entrance to the maze.
Entrance to the what?
The maze. M-A-Z-E. Theseus killing the Minotaur.
Oh, you mean a labyrinth?
Oh, in parks they're called mazes, Nikki. A crazy arrangement of crisscrossing paths that get nowhere.
This one is enclosed in high wall and has a glass roof over it.
Oh, how silly.
No, it's fun. There's only one exit. That gate there where the policeman is talking to that...
Well, he's talking to Sergeant Billy.
By George, he is. Sergeant!
I'll get in the car. Go ahead. Marshal, Miss Porter.
Hi, Sergeant.
What are you two doing here?
Not mine in your park. How about you?
Nick's a nice case.
Oh.
The inspector figures the opening of a new park will draw Nick like a fly in a mustard. The place is it's filled with extra detail.
Yes, it's a good thing, too. Sergeant, who's that handsome young cop you were just jabbering with there at the entrance? Why, he's disappeared.
Yeah, I told him to go inside and have a look around. Nice kid on the cot. He's just been reinstated in the force. He stopped a Nazi sniper's bullet a couple of weeks before VE Day and got his honorable discharge.
Some hunk of man.
I'm sure if you want to meet Officer Endicott Nikki, Sergeant Veely...
A girl screaming.
Nick, the knife.
Come on, Nikki. You stay away. Call an ambulance.
Ellery.
Don't argue, Nikki. Do it.
I told her the next one to die.
Give it to me, Billy.
Here you are. Land on the cot whistle.
I'm going in.
Wait for me.
No, Vic Veely. You stay here. This is the only exit from the maze. Nobody's come out since that girl screamed.
Nick, the knife is strapped inside. We got him. I better whistle for help, too.
If anyone tries to get out,
shoot to kill, Billy. Are you kidding?
Another dead end. Blast this maze. Endicott, officer, where are you? Blow that whistle again so I can...
Stand still or I'll blow a hole through your back. Drop the gun. Drop it. Okay. Now turn around and keep your hands high.
Oh, policeman. I thought... You're Endicott, aren't you? I'm Ellery Queen.
Inspector Queen's son?
Yes. Where's the girl? You seen a man? Officer, for heaven's sake, we're wasting time.
Only man I've seen in here is you. How do I know this isn't a trick?
Oh, yeah, reach in my pocket. You'll find my wallet and identification.
Yeah?
Satisfied?
Okay, sorry. Here's your gun, Mr. Queen. Follow me.
Did you find the girl?
Yeah, take this turn.
She dead?
No, she's bleeding bad, though. Had to apply tourniquets to both her wrists. Here, through this hedge, Mr. Queen. There she is.
Pulse is pretty fair. These tourniquets did the trick, officer. Good work.
Thanks.
Unconscious. I wonder who she is.
I can tell you, Mr. Queen. Her name's Jane Stepley.
How do you know?
I recognized her. She lives in the boarding house where I room. I've passed her in the hall lots of times. Not much to look at, huh?
No, Nick's change his pattern, all right. A daylight attack on a homely girl.
I better take a look around.
All right, but watch yourself, Endicott.
Watch yourself.
Jane Stepley. What he did to your face. Oh, ambulance. Veely, that you?
Maestro, where are you?
Follow my voice, Veely.
Say some more, son.
Dad, how did you get here so quickly? Right here. Oh, Nikki.
The inspector was cruising in a squad car right in the parkway. Oh.
Stay back, Nikki. Ambulance man. Hey, you better get us to the hospital fast.
Her name is Jane Stepley, Dad.
I can wait. Where's the officer who's here?
Endicott, searching the maze. Sergeant, did you have any luck at the entrance?
Just one guy, Master, trying to get out. And who do you think it is?
All right, ambulance men. We'll see you at the hospital. You men, bring Snow Summers over here.
Snow Summers, the hophead, Dad?
Ties in, doesn't it, son?
What a ratty little man. And look at his eyes, Ellery. Just pinpoint.
Effects of the drug he takes, Nikki. Snow Summers.
Oh, let me go. You got me wrong. I nicked a knife to go. What do you
Summers
know?
are after the eyeballs. What did you do with the knife?
Knife? Now, look, ain't putting the strap on me. Let me go, will you? Let me go. Let me go.
Very nice, Dad. I just found it under that shrub, tossed away.
Ooh, what a wicked-looking thing.
That's your knife, Snow, isn't it?
No. I didn't cut nobody.
Why waste time, Inspector? He's a hot. He was the only one in the maze, so he's nicked the knife.
Oh, now, listen. I come here to pick up some pennies, yeah? I won't lie to you. I'm a dip, see? Okay, I'm a dip, but I ain't no dame cutter. I isn't down south, though, so I think I better face, see? This cop stops.
Bring him downtown. He'll talk there.
Let go, boys. Let go.
Just a minute. Look.
Officer Endicott with another prisoner. Oh, but Ellery, that little man can't be nicked a knife. He's so jolly looking.
Yes.
Who's this now, officer?
Inspector, I found this one here in the maze, roosting up in a tree.
A tree? Hiding, huh? What's your name?
Hodges. Joyce K. Hodges.
Ellery.
The K is for Kennicott, but I changed to K for Kilmer. Joyce Kilmer Hodges. You see, I love trees.
You love trees?
Yes. Trees are so green, you know.
Trees are so green.
Yes.
Joyce K. Hodges. Ellery, that case in the papers 2 years ago.
Yes, that's Dad. Recall this man's wife left him for another man. Particularly nasty mess. Hodges tried to kill her.
With a knife. Now look at him.
Yes, Mr. Hodges.
Yes?
Ever been in a big sort of hospital, Mr. Hodges?
That, I'm perfectly well now, you know.
I see. Do you recall your wife, Mr. Hodges?
Gloria. Oh, yes, indeed.
She was young, I suppose? Pretty?
Very young. Very pretty. Oh, parks. How I love parks and trees. Isn't that tree green?
What tree? Ellery, he's looking at me.
Take him away.
Come on, little acorn.
That's it. Count can not only be Snow Summers the hophead, but Mr. Joyce Gilmore Trees Hodges.
Inspector.
Right, Bailey.
Now, take it easy, Inspector.
Hey, what easy, Bailey?
The boy just found another one.
Another one? Sure there aren't any more?
Oh, no, he's the last. One of the boys found him laying under a bush sleeping.
Sleeping? Bring him here.
Okay, come on, bring him in here.
Is that the man? That tremendous fat man? Look at his hand.
He is a brute, isn't he? What's your name?
Adolf Blutner.
Blutner. What do you do for a living, Blutner?
Butcher.
Butcher? Yeah. You working at your trade, Blutner?
Right. Laid off. Now for months already. No meat.
No meat. It's too bad. You, enjoyed your work, hmm?
Yeah, sharp knife, cut meat good. But now no meat, no good.
What were you doing in here today, Blutner?
My head hurts. I'm lonesome. I like see people.
Pretty girls, huh?
Yeah, pretty girls. Like Fräulein.
Me? Ellery.
There you are, Blutner.
Take him away.
All right, now grab him to headquarters. Come on.
Well, Dad, it looks like a job.
Yep. Unless this latest victim can identify one of the three as her assailant. As soon as Jane Stepley can be questioned, we'll take Summers, Hodges, and Blutner down to the hospital and have her pick out Nick the knife.
Dr. Barrows? Ellery, you're sure they can't do any harm?
Calling Dr.
I
Barrows.
don't like them so close to me.
Nikki, each one is handcuffed to a detective.
Here's the doctor.
All right, Inspector.
Fine. Get those mugs on their feet, Bailey.
Okay, man. Bring him in. And you three better behave, you understand?
No, please don't bring them near me.
Miss Stepley.
Doctor, somebody, please. No.
No, just calm down, Miss Stephanie.
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Jane, listen to me. Nobody's going to hurt you anymore. They just want you to look at these three men, that's all.
He cut me.
Now, take it easy, Miss Stepley. We'll have him out of here in no time at all.
Summers, step forward. Into the light near the bed. Now, will you take a good look at this man, Miss Stepley?
Was this the man, Miss Stepley?
I don't know. Take him away, please. Take them all away.
I need a shot. I need one bad.
Step back, Summers. Pickett, bring Hodges over here. Will you look at this one, please?
She isn't a very green tree, is she?
Was it this man, Miss Stepley?
I don't know. I don't know.
Take him aside. Okay. You, Blutner. Hey, some, watch this guy.
I have knife. You do not touch me.
Shut up.
Keep him back. Jane, just this last one. It was this big fat man, wasn't it?
How can I tell who it was when I didn't see who it was? I was walking along in the maze when all of a sudden I was grabbed from behind. Somebody very strong. A man's sweaty hand. I screamed and I struggled, and then my face and my wrist. And that knife. My face. They won't let me see my face.
Your face will be all right, Mrs. Stepley. I've spoken to the doctors, and they say you'll be out of here in a week. And then when you're all rested and healed, a little plastic surgery will...
I knew it. I'm disfigured for life. I knew it.
We're finished anyway, Doctor. Okay, outside. Finished is right.
Unless the medics can tell us which one of them is Nick the Knife.
Or the eminent Mr. Queen can come up with one of his brilliant suggestions.
As a matter of fact, I have one.
What is it, Ellery?
No, Dad. You turn Summers, Hodges, and Blutner over to the psychiatrist first. I don't want to make this suggestion except as a last resort.
Come in, son. Your too, Nicky.
What's up, Dad?
Ellery was just going to take me to dinner when we got your call to come to headquarters.
Doctors are stymied in the Nick the Knife case.
I was afraid of that.
We shipped Summers, Bluter, and Hodges up to the state hospital in Stonewood 10 days ago, and they've been under observation ever since.
We got a lot of fancy reports on it, but nothing that says this guy is Nick the Knife.
So, it's your move, Mr. Queen.
Yeah, what'd you have in mind, Maestro?
A trap.
Trap? What kind of trap, son?
Well, it's obvious that Nick the Knife is abnormal. He gets murderous impulses. When the impulse seizes him, he's got to use his knife. He can't resist it. What's more, he gets those impulses regularly. All 32 attacks were 1 week apart. But now it's 2 weeks since his attack on the stepladder girl. He's overdue. If right now, tonight, he thought he was free and had a knife...
Well, then I'm glad he's not. Oh, you mean...
Yes. We can rig up our trap right at Stonewood State Hospital. Now, let's see. It's 7 o'clock now. By fast car, we can make it in 2 hours, so it'll be dark by the time we get there. Darkness, lonely country, woods all around. It's a perfect setup.
Say, that is an idea, Inspector. We can take up a big squad.
Release Bluter, Summers, and Hodges.
See that there's some knives around. They could swipe before we turn them loose.
Have each one tailed by 3 or 4 of our best men. Son, I buy it.
There's only one thing.
You bet. You've got everything for your trap up there but the bait, Mr. Queen. A pretty young girl. Well, why are you looking at me? Oh, no, I should say not. If you have any fantastic idea that
Now, Nicky, I've got it all figured out. You don't think I'd put you in any real danger, do you?
Now, there's no use talking. I simply refuse to do
There won't be any
it.
danger for you, Nicky.
You don't have to be scared, Miss Porter.
Scared?
We wouldn't.
No.
Silly, Nicky.
Just now, Nicky, relax.
Oh, relax, the man says. Sits me here in this glade all alone under a bright moon at midnight with a knife-toting maniac prowling in the woods looking for me. And he expects me to relax.
I'm right here behind this bush, Nicky, so close I can touch you.
Why did I ever let you talk me into this? Oh, a wolf.
Just a farmer's dog, Nicky. There's a detective on every tree surrounding this glade. All of us are armed. The knife hasn't a chance to get near you, dear.
I suppose he's given you a written guarantee. Ellery, someone's coming.
I'm right here, Nicky.
Oh, something's gone wrong. You got your gun?
Yes. Now, keep behind me. Here he comes.
Oh, it's Sergeant Field.
Ellery, Dad, what is it?
Maestro, I just got word.
Nick the Knife struck again.
Again?
Another successful attack where, Dad?
Back in New York, in the same park where the Stepley girl got it.
In the city, but how?
How? Who knows how? Come on. Back to headquarters. Petey. Well? What's the hospital say?
Girl just died, Inspector.
Oh, the poor thing.
Oh.
This is the cop that found her.
It's Officer Endicott again.
Hello, sir. Inspector Queen, I've made my written report.
I want to hear it, Endicott.
Yes, sir. I was making my usual 10 rounds in the park.
Where in the park?
In the maze, Inspector. I wasn't in there 3 minutes when I heard a girl scream.
From inside the maze, Endicott?
No, Sergeant. Outside in this case. I ran out and started looking. Screams had stopped. Took me a few minutes to locate her. Finally, I found her. Frances Kahlberg of First Avenue, Manhattan. And by that time, she'd bled badly.
No doubt, I suppose, it was Nick the Knife's work, Endicott.
Both wrists slashed and the girl's face all cut up, just like the others. It was Nick the Knife, all right.
What was that time again, officer?
She screamed at 10 minutes of 10, Inspector. That's it.
What's it, Maestro?
Ellery, don't tell me...
Yes, Nicky. Now I know who Nick the Knife is.
But I don't understand it. None of our 3 suspects can possibly be Nick the Knife.
Why not, Inspector? Suppose one of them managed to give his trailers the slip tonight and came back to the city.
Impossible, Nicky. Just before we started out for Stonewood State Hospital, Ellery said it was 7 o'clock, that it was a 2-hour drive by fast car. That means the earliest we could have got there was 9 p.m. Even if you figure that we let them go as soon as we got there, at 9 o'clock, what's the earliest one of them could have got back to the city? The same 2 hours fast drive, or 11 o'clock. But when was the attack in the city park tonight? At 10 minutes to 10. Over an hour before any of the 3 could possibly have gotten there.
Bloy, 3 suspects and 3 eliminated.
Wait. Oh, what idiots we've been. There weren't just 3 suspects. There were 4.
4? But the only ones we found in the maze after the attack on Jane Stepley were Snow Summers, Trees Hodges, and Butcher Blutner.
Oh, no, Sergeant. There was one other man in the maze, only you'd never dream of suspecting him. The policeman who supposedly found Jane's unconscious body, Officer Endicott.
Me, miss? Me, Nick the Knife?
Yes. With 3 of the 4 possibilities eliminated, the 4th must be guilty. And that's you. How's my logic, Mr. Queen?
Tell her, Dan.
Endicott can't possibly be Nick the Knife. Nick the Knife began operations in New York City last Christmas Eve.
And I told you myself, Miss P, that Endicott had just rejoined the force. He'd stopped a Nazi bullet a couple of weeks before VE Day, and that was May 8th. So, he was in the American Army in Germany, at least until the end of April.
So how could Endicott have been making attacks in New York once a week for over 30 weeks, beginning last Christmas Eve?
Oh. Exit Officer Endicott. I'm awfully sorry.
It's quite all right, miss.
Yeah, well, where does that leave us? 4 suspects and all 4 eliminated.
Why do you say there are 4 suspects, then?
Yeah, because there were only 4 people in the maze during the attack on Jane Stepley.
There were 5.
5?
Who was the 5th, Ellery?
Jane Stepley herself.
Jane Stepley herself? But, Misto, she was the one attacked with a knife.
And she attacked herself with a knife, Billy. No other possible conclusion. Only 5 people were in the maze during the attack, and 4 eliminated. So the 5th must be Nick the Knife. Yes, even if the 5th was the victim. It's not so strange. This homely woman, brooding over unattractiveness, became psychotic and began hunting and attacking girls who were pretty. Then what happened? Into the boarding house at which she roomed came a new boarder, a policeman. Now, you yourself, Endicott, told me how you'd keep running into her in the house. That's how you recognized her in the maze. To Jane Stepley's disordered mind, the sudden arrival of policemen to live in her boarding house meant only one thing, that she was being watched. In cunning desperation, she decided to banish the policeman's non-existent suspicion that she was Nick the Knife by staging an attack on herself, on his beat, where he'd be sure to find her bleeding and unconscious. And she very nearly got away with it, poor thing.
Now, Ellery Queen in The Adventure of the Message in Red. Because it relieves headache pain so fast.
Take an Anacin.
Because it gives prolonged relief.
Take an Anacin.
Because it's made like a doctor's prescription.
Take an Anacin.
Anacin presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Anacin bring you another thrilling adventure of Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Tonight, Anacin's guest, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the famous actor Victor Jory. And now, here's Ellery Queen, master detective, and your Anacin host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight's mystery really had my father going.
Your father, huh?
Oh, Nikki.
I suppose all those murders were duck soup for you, huh?
Oh, well, no, Nikki, this case was no harder than many I've had. Anyway, I call it The Adventure of the Message in Red.
Hotel Arbutus. Public stenographer. Yes, I'm Miss Kirby. At this hour? But... All right. If you drop into my office right away, I'll try to get it out tonight. Oh, why can't they just take their old business letters during the day? Oh, gee, I'm tired. I better douse my eyes with cold water. I'm so sleepy I could... So soon. Coming. Gee, they must have used the house phone from the lobby. Come in, won't you? Now, who's that? Huh. Nobody out here. Oh. Now, who'd be using that talky thing from the vestibule? Nobody does. Yes? Yes, this Miss Hazel? What, at this time of night? I was just going to bed. Been washing my supper dishes. All right. If they've just got to have a reader's report on it by tomorrow morning, just open the vestibule door, and my apartment's the first door on your right. Would be my luck if it's one of those 500,000-word jobs. Just a second. Oh, I wish I were in the land of cotton. Old times there are not...
Yes. Yeah. And that's all you've got to tell me, Pickett? Call back when you make sense. Sorry, Ellery, to keep you and Nikki waiting.
Those 2 killings last night, Dad, huh?
Yes. Blasted.
What 2 killings, Inspector? I haven't seen today's paper.
2 girls, Nikki. First one, a public stand with the Hotel Arbutus on Lexington Avenue. Shot to death at 9:15 p.m. Name of Kirby.
Second one, a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison, the publishers, of Miss Hazel. Shot to death around 10:30 p.m. in her Greenwich Village apartment.
Both as they opened their doors. No evidence of robbery. Both unmarried, unattractive. No entangling alliances. Lived alone. No witnesses. No clues. No motive. And the girls never knew each other. Never knew any of the same people. Cute?
Then the murders aren't connected, Inspector.
But they are, Nikki. Ballistics reports the same gun killed both of them.
I don't wonder you're puzzled.
I think it's enough to kill myself, Ellery. Yes, Billy?
Afternoon, Sergeant.
Hi, Miss Porter. Maestro.
Oh, Sergeant.
Inspector. Know what?
No. What?
Another one.
No.
Huh?
Yeah, a girl shot to death. She answered her door around 1 a.m. last night. Body wasn't found till this morning.
Ooh, number 3 last night.
Who was this one, Billy?
Lady's maid, Lucille Dubois.
Dubois, Sergeant, French.
Yeah, French maid. Worked for the Canellas.
Canella? The, Vetti Canella?
The same.
She was shot in the Canella house, Sergeant.
Yeah, that 199-room shack on Upper Fifth Avenue. In her bedroom.
A stenographer, a publisher's reader, and a lady's maid. Mind if I sit in, Dad?
You can make any sense out of it, son. Come on.
Oh, my poor head. My home overrun with police officers. I've had to cancel the most important appointment this afternoon with my hairdresser.
Mrs. Canella, if you let me get away...
My husband is simply furious. My daughter, poor child, frustrated.
Look, Mrs. Canella.
And I'm on the verge of losing what little mind I have.
Mrs. Canella.
You understand, Mr. Queen. I know you do.
The death of your maid has upset you, naturally.
Oh, yes. Where am I going to turn? How can I replace Lucille? You don't know the trouble I had getting her originally. And now she's dead. It's not fair. It isn't.
The trouble is, gentlemen, you don't know the problems we girls have.
Yes.
Look, madam, how did this happen?
I'm sure I don't know. People shooting off guns in my home and everything. I'm so glad I wasn't home when it happened, even though the house is completely soundproof.
Your husband with you, madam?
Mr. Canet? Oh, no, he was out somewhere. His club or something.
How about your daughter?
Madge. Oh, now, please, don't drag poor Madge into this. She's suffered so much already.
When did you first learn your maid was dead, Mrs. Canella?
About 11 o'clock this morning, Mr. Queen. When she didn't bring my breakfast in bed, I knew instantly something was wrong.
Well, of course. That's the way you tell.
Oh, yes. I rang and I rang and I rang.
Mrs. Canella, who found the stiff?
Stiff?
The remains, madam.
Why, my daughter. One of the servants told Madge that Lucille's light was still on this morning, and she didn't answer the door. So Madge went up to the servants' quarters and went in, and... The poor child, the poor child. That's why no one answered my rings, you see.
Leaving you without breakfast. Oh, that's simply frightful, Mrs. Kennelly. Yes. Well, suppose you have a little snack of caviar and cold pheasant or something while we hunt up your dog.
Oh, dear. Must you?
Must we what, madam?
Give Madge the third degree or whatever it is. You don't know how sensitive the child is. She's always been so delicate. She shrinks so from the more brutal aspects of life.
Oh, Mother, stop drooling.
Oh, Madge, darling, are you all right, dear?
Definitely not. There'll be some more policemen. Who's the wench, your sob sister? The wench is Nikki Porter, Mr. Queen's secretary.
Ellery Queen. Sergeant Villy.
Inspector Queen. Now, Miss Canella.
And you're in charge. Why isn't that body taken away, and who's going to clean up the mess? And you're to keep reporters out, too, do you hear? Thing like this happening now. Do you hear me? No newspaper men.
Oh, dearest, don't excite yourself.
Oh, shut up, Mother. All this is your silly fault anyway.
My fault?
Yes, I told you long ago you should send that Snoop packing, but no. You had to hang on to it till she had the bad taste to get herself murdered all over our house. What am I going to say to Evie?
Evie?
My fiancé. 3-star engagement was supposed to be announced this week. One of the very best Boston families. He'll never stand for a scandal.
Why should you think there's going to be a scandal, Miss Canella?
Oh, well, isn't a murder scandal enough?
I don't think that's what your daughter meant, Mrs. Canella. Well?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I didn't mean anything.
Let's take a look at the corpse.
Interesting.
What, Henry?
Notice the facing surfaces of the tips of her index and middle fingers, Dad, on the right hand.
All calloused. Only place for calluses?
Yes.
If you gentlemen are through admiring Miss Dubois' calluses, would you mind covering up again so I can turn around?
All right now, Nikki.
But how do you know this maid's murder is connected with the other 2 murders?
Bradley was here early and dug the bullet out of her chest, Nikki. Ballistics just reported it came from the same gun that shot the Kirby and Hazel girls. Just what the connection is, I'm blessed. Oh, Veely?
You through with the corpus, Inspector. The morgue wagon's here for the pickup.
Take her away.
She's all yours, boy. What did you find out about the other servants, Sergeant? Names, Butler, James Smathers, Cook, Sally Fabian, Chauffeur, Waller Boyle. Upstairs maid, Vera Andorf. Smathers and Boyle share a double room, so do the Fabian and Andorf woman. Each bunkie alibis the other for last night. Period.
Mother, you know you shouldn't be up here. Just your morbid curiosity.
Oh, I don't know why you say such things to me, Madge, baby. Oh, look what they're doing.
Stay out here in the hall, Margaret. You too, Madge. Inspector Queen.
Who are you?
I'm Milford Canella. My wife just phoned my club. Is there anything I can do?
Excuse me, folks. Okay, boys, take her through.
Oh, Madge, I can't look. Oh, poor Lucy.
Be yourself, Mother.
Well, Mr. Canella, we were just... Pardon me. Harry, what's that you just picked up?
Oh, well, this piece of scrap paper was hidden by Lucille Dubois' body, Dad.
A message in red. Red? Message. Let me see.
In red, is it? Oh, it is.
Written in blood.
She must have lingered a few minutes after the shot. When that killer left, she tried to write something before she died.
What's it say, Ellery?
Starts with a capital M, but there are a lot of spatters in the paper, and I can't quite make the rest out.
I'll have Craney look it over in the police lab. He'll decipher it. Give it to me, son.
It's quite important that you make a quick arrest, Inspector.
What's that mean, Mr. Canella?
I expect very shortly to be appointed to an extremely important diplomatic post abroad. So this unfortunate little affair must be cleared up at once. And without scandal.
Milford has worked so hard for the honor.
Yes, it's been Father's pet dream.
In fact, Inspector, unless you solve this case within 24 hours, I may have to see to it that someone else is put in charge. Come, Margaret. Madge.
And Father's just a little guy who can do it.
Dad.
Harry, where are you going?
I have to confirm a theory, Dad.
Theory? About what, son?
About the connection between the 3 murders last night. I think I know now what it was. Anybody care to come along? And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll tell you more in just a moment, but first, here's Don Hancock for Anison.
Friends, if you want quick, comforting relief from pounding headache pain...
Take an Anison.
Yes, take an Anison, because Anison relieves headache pain so swiftly. Millions now know that easy-to-take Anison tablets act fast, give prolonged relief, And that's why we say...
Take an Anacin.
There's a good reason why Anacin relieves the agonizing pain of headache so much more quickly. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. Your own physician or dentist may have already recommended Anacin to you. That's how millions first discovered Anacin's incredibly fast relief. And now, at the first sign of the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis, they simply...
Take an Anacin.
Anacin, spelled A-N-A-C-I-N, is sold at all druggists. So if you want fast, prolonged relief from headache pain...
Take an Anacin.
And now, back to our story. It's a short time later, and the inspector's car, with Sergeant Feely at the wheel, is threading its way through Midtown Manhattan traffic.
But what is the connection, Ellery?
And how'd you know, Maestro?
Well, what was the occupation of the first victim, the Kirby girl?
Public stenographer.
And the second one, Miss Hazel?
The Greenwich Village gal?
Or she was a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison.
A public stenographer, a publisher's reader. Now, Dad, you recall the peculiar calluses we found on Lucille Dubois' right hand?
On the facing sides of the tips of her index and middle finger.
What very ordinary activity, if sufficiently prolonged, would cause calluses there?
Holding a pen or a pencil.
Yes, Nikki, writing. But not casual writing, like the occasional writing of letters. Lucille Dubois was writing a great deal for a long time. Weeks, months.
A diary.
Perhaps, at least a very extensive manuscript in longhand, Sergeant. So, we have Lucille Dubois, lady's maid in a very wealthy society family, writing a long manuscript by hand. When it was finished, what would happen to such a manuscript?
You take it to a public stenographer.
To be typed.
Surely, the unfortunate Miss Kirby. And where do people usually take typed manuscripts?
To a publisher.
And most publishers employ readers to weed out undesirable submissions. And that's your Miss Hazel of the village. Simple?
Maestro, you're a genius.
The murdered girls are probably the only three people in the world who've read a certain unpublished manuscript.
And that's why they were murdered.
Man, it must be dynamite. The killer must have swiped it, probably from the Hazel girl's apartment in the village after he bumped her off.
And destroyed it, Terry.
Yes, but there's still a possibility that something...
Well, here we are, Maestro.
Here's Rockefeller Center. Come on.
I must say, Mason and Morrison go in for book publishing in a large and handsome way, Ellery.
They're a bit on the sensational side, Nikki. Miss Jenkins?
Yes. Alberta Jenkins.
Are you the assistant editor my son spoke to on the receptionist's phone?
Yes. And you must be Inspector Queen.
That's right.
I must say I'm all of a flutter. Am I arrested?
Not exactly, Miss Jenkins. Did you bring the list I asked you for?
Here it is. All the manuscripts turned over to Miss Hazel the past few months for a reader's report.
Let me see, Ellery.
Say, she read a lot, doesn't she?
It'll be quite recent, I think. Look at this entry, Dad.
Maid tells all. By Lucille Dubois.
Wow.
Miss Jenkins, where's this manuscript? Are you sure Miss Hazel didn't return it to Mason and Morrison?
I'm pretty sure she didn't inspect it, but come into my office. No, it isn't here.
Oh, no.
But I just remembered. Where is that again?
Remembered what, Miss Jenkins?
There was a letter from Miss Hazel in this morning's mail. I've been so busy today. Here it is. Still unopened.
Jimmy, give that to me, Bailey.
Well,
Dear Miss Jenkins, enclosed is a short preliminary report on 3 of the last batch of manuscripts.
I will personally deliver the manuscripts plus full reports later this week. The enclosed thumbnail reports cover number 1.
Give back my lover by Flo Gently.
Phooey.
Romance in a phone booth by Georgette Bag. Wow.
And The Maid Tells All by Lucille Dubois.
No.
Miss Jenkins, would you mind leaving us for a moment?
I certainly do mind, Mr. Queen, but... Well...
Where's that report the Hazel woman enclosed? Here.
Now we'll find out.
Maid Tells All. Sensational true life story of high life as seen from backstairs. Style is faulty. Author obviously thinks in French, but might be worth a rewrite. Possibly high sales appeal, but must be screened carefully by legal departments against libel suits. That's all.
Mate's manuscript's full of a lot of nasty, unsuspected stuff about the Canellas that would have cost Milford Canella that high diplomatic post he's been angling for.
Or Madge Canella, her blue blood Boston marriage.
Yeah, somehow the killer discovered what Lucille was writing, who typed her manuscript, and the name of the publisher she sent it to.
And through the publisher, which reader had it.
So he's got to wipe out whoever read it. Steno, wham. Reader, wham. And he swipes the manuscript from her apartment. Then he goes back to the Canella dump and blasts Lucille in the secret society.
Too safe, blasted. I thought we might find a clue here to the killer's identity. But apparently the whole Canella family has motive.
Stymied. Let's go down to headquarters. Maybe the autopsy's turned up something.
Don't drive so fast, Sergeant. You just passed a snail.
Well, there's nothing to rush for, Miss Porter.
You could only see some daylight.
In this darkness, Inspector? Oh, at least I'm enjoying this ride on the East River Drive. Or I would be if the great man's thoughts weren't.
Of course.
Oh, Mr. Queen is with us again.
Why they not?
The answer, Dad. It's right in your pocket.
What answer?
To the triple header, Maestro?
In my pocket.
I forgot. You forgot. We all forgot, Dad. A certain message in red.
Holy. That dang message Lucille wrote in her own blood.
Say.
The one we couldn't decipher.
Where'd I put it? Ah, here. What's the matter with me? Billy, get down to headquarters. Quick.
Yeah, man. Ha. If anybody can make it out, it's that Wisner lab. Men, we're in. Sailing, sailing over the mountain.
Speed it up. Huh? What's eating you now, Sam?
A car right in our trail coming up fast.
There's some drunk who wants a race.
With a police car out.
Billy, he's out to wreck us.
Oh, yeah?
Keep going, faster.
Look out, Sergeant!
No, not with Nikki in the car.
Don't mind me.
He's gaining.
I could only spot the driver. It's too dark.
Billy!
Don't tell me I'm in one piece.
Sorry. I'm okay, too. Inspector.
No bones broken, Bailey. Ellery.
Miracle, we're all right. Oh, Billy, that was quick thinking.
Certainly was.
Well, if it weren't for the way you took that crash, Sergeant, we've been through the retaining wall at the bottom of the river.
Thanks, but look at the car, Inspector.
Never mind the car. Why?
Dad, Lucille's message.
Huh?
All three Canellas were present when I found it under Lucille's body this afternoon.
One of them must have trailed us.
Waiting a chance to destroy Lucille's clue before we could get it to headquarters.
Then the killer is one of the Canellas. And her message tells which one.
Hey, the car, Bailey. Let's get to that lab.
Sergeant.
Well, Bailey?
What's the lab verdict?
Well, it's this way.
Sergeant.
No good.
Kind of looks like a puzzler, Inspector.
Never mind characterizing it, Billy. What did they say the message is?
It starts with a capital M, Maestro, like you said, then a period.
M period, yes?
Then a space, then a capital K, then a small I-N, the N trailing off like she died before she could finish the word. And that's all.
Capital M period, space, capital K, small I-N.
Capital K, small I-N. The start of the name Canella.
No doubt about it, Nikki.
But what's the capital M period space mean?
Last name Canella. M period must be the initial of one of the Canella's first names.
Milford Canella. M for Milford.
Oh, the daughter's name also starts with an M, Nikki. Madge.
Well, then it's either Madge or old man.
Let's not leave out Mrs. Canella. Don't you recall Canella addressing his wife as Margaret?
Frost. Another washout. Again, it could be any of the three. Let's go back to the Canella house. I'll find out which one it is. Good evening.
Oh, dear. Back Inspector Man again.
And that nice Mr. Queen, etc.
Well, Inspector, have you cleared up this mess?
Where were you three late this afternoon and early evening? Where were you?
I needed air. I was strolling in Central Park.
Alone, Mrs. Canella?
Yes.
How about you, Mr. Canella?
Well, as a matter of fact, I took a walk myself down Fifth Avenue. Very upsetting business, you know.
Meet anybody you know, Mr. Canella?
No.
And you, Miss Canella?
I took one of our cars and drove around town for a while just to cool off. I'd had a phone call from dear Evie in Boston.
My daughter's fiancé told her they'd better wait about announcing the engagement until this miserable affair blows over. I knew it. I just knew it.
Aren't we getting off the track?
No alibis.
Well, Ellery, anything to ask these three people before I take them downtown for a real going over?
No, but why do you want to take them to headquarters, Dad?
Why do I? To find out which one of them bumped off the Kirby and Hazel girls and Mrs. Canella's maid. That's why.
Oh, I can tell you that, Dad. Right here and now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives match wits with Anison's guest for this evening.
And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest, the famous actor of stage, screen, and radio, is Mr. Victor Jory, who is starring on Broadway in the hit play Therese.
Good evening, Mr. Jory. It's nice to have you with us. Well, Mr. Jory, I guess tonight's show is a change for you, isn't it?
It certainly is. Because generally I'm on the other end. I'm the person who's done the murdering, Ellery.
Well, you always are the criminal, but you're always so wonderful, too.
Well, thank you, Nikki. I hope you like me just as well in the role of detective.
Sure. Well, Mr. Jory, who do you think murdered the three women?
Well, I'm not very sure. I think it was the mother, Margaret Canella.
Why do you think that?
My only reason for thinking that is because the Milford Canella... suspicion is planted on him instantly by the fact that he says that he has a very important post and it's very valuable to him. The daughter backs that up. The mother has said nothing. Furthermore, the mother's alibi, being in Central Park, seems to me one that could be shaken less easily than the man who walked down Fifth Avenue, which might be checked on, or the girl in the car, because the car could be checked on afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Jory. You'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here's Don Hancock for Anison.
Today, millions are switching to Anison. For Anison is the modern way to relieve headache suffering. There's nothing to fuss with, nothing to mix or spill. Just easy to take little tablets that you carry right in your pocket or purse. And Anison is the fast way to prolonged relief. Prove it. Next time you have a headache,
take an Anison.
Anison must give you fast, prolonged relief or your money back. I'll repeat that. If you're not thoroughly satisfied that Anison does much more for your headache pain, simply return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So tomorrow, ask your druggist for the small, inexpensive package containing 12 Anison tablets. Take only as directed. If pain persists or is unusually severe, see your physician. Remember, there's only one Anison. Don't be satisfied with anything less. Next time you have a headache pain,
take an Anison.
Time! All right, son. You know which of these respectable citizens killed the three girls? Sing out.
Dad, what was the message Lucille Dubois left in her own blood?
Start of a killer's name. Capital M period, space, capital K-I-N for Canella.
Yes. But what did the capital M period stand for?
Well, it could only mean the initial of one of the Canella's first names, Ellery.
How can it possibly represent one of the first names, Nikki? Milford, Madge, Margaret. All M's. If Lucille had presence of mind enough to write that message, certainly she wouldn't have left an ambiguous clue. Clue that could refer to any of the Canellas. So when she wrote that capital M period, she didn't mean the initial of one of their first names. She meant some other abbreviation. One she thought would be perfectly clear.
What, Maestro?
Well, Sergeant, what abbreviation, other than the first initial, usually precedes a last name?
Huh? Abbreviation for Mr., Mrs., or Miss. Oh, no, that would be MR, MRS. And Miss has no abbreviation.
Oh, so it can't be that either, Ellery.
It can't stand for Mr., Mrs., or Miss in English. But how about French?
French?
What?
Mrs. Canella's maid was French. And that reader's report in her book actually remarked that the author obviously thinks in French. What's the French abbreviation for Mrs.? Any schoolboy knows that. Capital M, small M-E for Madam. Miss, capital M, small L-L-E for Mademoiselle. But for Mr., Monsieur, it's simply capital M, period. Get in, Billy.
I'll see you all sizzle for this. Oh, yeah.
I disagree, Mr. Canella. If anyone's going to sizzle, it's you.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. We'd like to thank Mr. Jory for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of the occasion, Anison has for Mr. Jory a beautiful Gruen, very thin wristwatch, a copy of my new mystery anthology, Rogues Gallery, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery will be back in a moment with a preview of next week's story. Meanwhile, remember, because it relieves headache pain so fast...
Take an Anison.
Because it gives prolonged relief.
Take an Anison.
Because it's made like a doctor's prescription.
Take an Anison.
There's only one Anison. Get Anison tomorrow. And now, Ellery, how about next week's case? Got another mystery with 3 or 4 murders?
No, Don, only one murder next week. But it's one of the most confusing to come our way in a long time.
A tough one, huh?
Yes, we had so much evidence we didn't know what to do with it. Not to mention the problem of the bending corpse.
The bending corpse?
Looks like that did it, Don. Now you'll have to wait till next week when Anison presents The Adventure of the Happy Marriage.
If you are suffering miseries of a cold, why take chances with untried remedies when time-tested, reliable Hill's cold tablets may promptly relieve that dull, headachy feeling and the muscular aches and soreness of colds? Double your money back if you do not get satisfactory relief from such distress in half an hour. Take only as directed. Time the action. Only Hill's offers you double your money back if you do not get half-hour relief. Hill's cold tablets.
If you're suffering from painful corns, listen. One cool drop of Free-Zone liquid corn remover instantly cools, soothes burning, painful corns. Instantly goes to work to relieve tormenting pain. Equally amazing, when used as directed, Free-Zone helps remove corns. Get Free-Zone liquid corn remover. There's no fuss, no bulky, messy pads. One cool drop of Free-Zone instantly cools, soothes burning, painful corns. Ellery Queen. In the interests of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united States, the makers of Anison bring you Ellery Queen.
I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not merely crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America.
Anison, for the fast, prolonged relief of headache pain, brings you another case in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. Anison's guest armchair detective, who's in the studio to solve the mystery, before Ellery reveals the solution, is Mr. Kent Smith. And now, Ellery Queen tells the story of a mysterious international figure suspected of diamond smuggling, number 31.
Just a minute, Charlie. Inspector.
Huh? Who is it, Billy?
A radio phone. Charlie says some guy's calling the police department from the steamship at G at sea.
So I'm elected, huh? Inspector Queen speaking.
You kept me waiting.
Hi, Kip. Who is this?
George Arcaris.
Oh, yes, Mr. Arcaris. Well, what can I do for you?
You and your police and your customs officials can let me alone. That's what you can do for me, Inspector, whoever you are.
Now, I don't get you, Mr. Arcaris. If you're on shipboard in mid-Atlantic,
You can let me alone when the ship docks in New York.
Oh, you expecting trouble with the customs, Mr. Arcaris?
Very humorous. 3 times now I've been searched in your customs like a common criminal. If it occurs this time, I shall make the most vigorous representations to my government. Do you understand me? Inspector, what is your name?
I understand you.
He's going to make trouble, Inspector, huh?
That's what he says, Veely.
Is this a private fight, Dad, or can anyone get in on it?
Oh, that was a bird named George Arcaris, Ellery.
He's from the Near East.
Yeah, and he has plenty of connections.
Arcaris, of course.
What's your interest in him?
Well, son, about a year ago, we got a tip he was smuggling diamonds in. We passed the tip to customs. They gave him the business.
But no diamonds, I take it.
No diamonds. Still, after Arcaris sailed back to his homeland, some stuff turned up around New York that seemed to jibe with our tip.
The same thing happened on his next 2 trips, Maestro.
Now he calls from mid-ocean to say that if he's bothered again, he'll make a diplomatic issue of it.
Well, if he's innocent, you can't blame him.
Listen, Miss Porter, this Arcaris is an international mystery man.
And he's suspected of everything from espionage to murder, but never any proof.
Well, it certainly doesn't keep him out of cafe society. He's always being wined and dined by people like Pip Istrom and Sue Mounting and that crowd.
Oh. Who's been passing these tips along, Dad?
Oh, they've been coming in by way of the underground. Veely, get me ZK at customs.
Yes, sir, right away.
Of course, it's occurred to you, Dad, that Arcaris may be smuggling the diamonds in through a Confederate?
Oh, sure, it's occurred to us, but
That's right. Yeah.
what can you do? It's one of those things that...
Yeah, just a minute, please.
Would be simple enough.
Here's ZK, Inspector.
Zach, anything come in on George Arcaris? Uh-huh. Yes, I know. Well, I just got a notion about that. I'll call you right back. There's been another tip. Now, listen, Ellery. We must make sure that Arcaris isn't slipping the ice to a co-worker to carry off. Now, would you make sure for us?
It's a delicate situation, Maestro.
If you tell us he hasn't passed anything to a pal, we'll search Arcaris and customs, Ellery.
I'd have to board the Aegea quite a bit before she docks, Dad.
That'll be a cinch now. I can arrange it with the port and customs people.
All right.
Now, look here. You go out Sunday with the pilot and mingle with the passengers.
I don't see Ellery getting off, Inspector.
Yeah, neither do I. Oh, wait a minute. There he is.
Now, Veely, be ready to take Arcaris over from Ellery.
Okay.
All right, get going.
So that's Mr. Arcaris.
Let's get closer, Nikki.
Why, Inspector, there's Pip Istrom and Sue Mounting, his fiancée.
His society friends, huh?
Pip, Susu, here I am. Susu, there he is. Hi, George.
Darling, hi.
I'll see you as soon as I am finished with the customs. Don't let him push you around, George.
Don't worry. Well, Ellery?
Nothing doing.
He didn't pass it.
I'm positive. Haven't had my eyes off him. If he's smuggling anything, Dad, it's in his luggage or on him.
Well, that means a body search. And I better go tell Zach. Thanks, son.
Phone me at home, Dad, will you?
Uh-huh.
I wonder if they'll find anything, Ellery.
I wonder. Nothing, eh?
Not a blasted thing, son. And Veely swears Arcaris didn't pass anything to anyone from the gangway to the customs ship.
Arcaris raising Cain?
He's calling Washington right now. I guess those tips are phonies, and we fell for them.
Yeah. Keep me informed, Dad. Oh, Nikki.
The inspector?
Yes, and it's a washout.
Uh-oh. Oh, by the way, Ellery, there's a Mrs. Prine waiting to see you. She's terribly concerned about her son.
Her son?
Well, all right?
Oh, as long as she's here already, yeah.
Come in, Mrs. Prine.
Yes, please, come in, Mrs. Prine, and sit down, won't you?
Oh, Mr. Queen, it's about Arthur, my boy.
Yes?
He's missing. He didn't come home yesterday.
Well, suppose you tell me all about it.
Well, we live in Harlem, Mr. Queen, just Arthur and me. I'm a widow. I'm sickly, and Arthur supports me.
Where was Arthur supposed to be coming home from, Mrs. Prine?
From his job. He's got a butlering job over on Park Avenue, employed by Mr. Istrom.
Ellery.
Oh, the buddy of our good friend, Nikki. Please go on, Mrs. Prine.
Well, every Saturday for 3 years, Mr. Queen, that boy's come straight home from Park Avenue with his salary. Here it is Sunday, and he ain't home yet.
Have you called Mr. Istrom?
Oh, yes, sir, yesterday evening. But he said Arthur had left at the usual time, saying he was going right home. Don't know what I'll do if Arthur don't show up by tonight.
Mrs. Prine is afraid he'll lose his job, Ellery.
Mr. Istrom's awful strict. Every morning, Arthur has to have Mr. Istrom's breakfast ready by 9 o'clock. Monday mornings, Arthur always gets there by 8:30, just so Mr. Istrom can eat on time.
Did Istrom offer any possible explanation, Mrs. Prime?
Well, he said not to worry. But I don't know, Mr. Queen. It don't sound like Arthur.
Have you notified the police?
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Istrom wouldn't like that. That's why I come to you, Mr. Queen.
Yes. Well, now, you go home and stop worrying, Mrs. Prime. I'll make the inquiries.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Queen.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Pip Istrom's butler, and today George Arcaris came in. Funny coincidence.
Nikki, get me the Missing Persons Bureau.
Here she is, Ellery.
Oh. Good morning, Mrs. Prine.
Morning, Mr. Queen. Miss Porter.
Morning.
I got down here just as fast as I could.
Mrs. Prine, I think we've found Arthur.
Oh, you have? Well, where is he?
Mrs. Prine.
Yes, sir.
I'm afraid we have some dreadful news for you. This is the city mortuary.
What, sir?
This is the morgue, Mrs. Prine. Nikki.
It's all right, sir. It's all right.
Lean on me, Mrs. Prine.
Do you think that you're up to identifying Arthur officially for us, Mrs. Prine?
I want to see my boy.
Nikki?
I know, Ellery.
All right, Mrs. Prine. Sergeant.
Right, Maestro.
That's my son. Arthur. He was all damp, wet like.
His body was taken out of the East River at 5 o'clock this morning.
Arthur never did a wrong thing in his life. Only maybe play 10 cents on the numbers once in a while. He won $20 last month playing the number 31.
What?
Yes, sir. He liked that number, 31. Been playing it for most a year. Do I go home now?
Sergeant, take Mrs. Prine home, will you?
Yeah. Go on, Miss Prine. Easy. Go on.
I think I'd like a cup of coffee, Ellery.
Then Pip Istrom is going to have to give it to you.
Istrom? But, Ellery, it's so early in the morning. It's only 7:15.
This can't wait, Nikki. There's a connection between Arthur's death and George Arcaris. That number, 31.
You mean just because Arthur played 31 all the time in the numbers
The number
game,
of Arcaris' cabin on the Aegea was also 31. Come on, Nikki.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. If you want to relieve headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist, an easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. And now, back to our story. Hopping into a cab, Ellery and Nikki go directly from the city mortuary to Pip Istrom's apartment on Park Avenue.
I can't see anyone at this hour. I'm just having my breakfast.
Mr. Istrom, your butler is dead.
Arthur? Dead? Well, come in.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Please forgive the appearance of my apartment. Arthur was the only servant I employed. Dead. That's something of a blow. He was a jewel. Won't you sit down?
Thanks, Mr. Istrom, but we...
Mind if I have another cup of coffee?
Not at all.
Join me?
No, thanks.
Arthur's mother phoned me Saturday night, but naturally... How did he die? Run over? Stabbed in some Harlem brawl?
Even if he was in a brawl, Mr. Istrom, I strongly doubt that it took place in Harlem. He died of a cerebral fracture. There's a bruise on his jaw, and the back of his head is not pretty.
And then his body was dumped in the East River, like a sack of garbage.
In a word, Mr. Istrom, Arthur was murdered.
That's clumsy of me. Well, see here, Queen, do the police think I did it or some such nonsense? The last time I saw Arthur was Saturday evening when he left here perfectly all right.
Mm-hmm. I take it that your friend, George Arcaris, knew Arthur.
Sure. What has Arcaris to do with Arthur's death, Queen?
That, Mr. Istrom, is what I propose to find out.
George. He only got into the States yesterday morning.
Arthur may not have been murdered until yesterday afternoon. Immersion in water, you see, often makes it difficult to fix the exact time of death.
Now, look here. I'm getting a little bit bored with all this. My fiancée, Miss Mounting, and I have known Mr. Arcaris for a long time, and I'm quite
31.
Sure... I beg your pardon?
I said 31. Does the number 31 mean anything to you, Mr. Istrom?
Not a thing.
Oh. Then, I'll let you return to your breakfast. Nikki?
Now you're way off, son. What possible connection could there be?
I don't know, Dad, but there is one.
All on account of a number 31, a coincidence.
Just the same.
31, a coincidence.
Just the same, I'm going to see Arcaris.
Ellery, no.
Why?
Now lay off Arcaris, will you? You don't know the stench he's made. Now, please, son.
Okay. But, Dad, I think you're making a big mistake.
And that seemed to be the end of the diamond smuggling case. And of the Arthur Prine case, too. The police got nowhere on it, and Ellery got grumpier every day. Then 2 weeks later, it was a Sunday.
Nikki, is that you?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
In my Sunday best. Ellery, what's the matter?
The Aegea, it's sailing today.
So what?
George Arcaris is sailing on it.
Suppose he is.
Nikki, we can just make it.
Make what?
The Aegea. I just solved it, Nikki. Come on.
I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Queen.
Trust me, Captain.
You hope.
Queen. Captain Dillian, Mr. Arcaris. Open your cabin door, please.
Yes? What is it, Captain? Who are these people?
Mr. Arcaris, would you mind if this gentleman searches your cabin?
Search. I mind very definitely, Captain.
Perhaps if I explained. Mr. Arcaris, it's my theory that this cabin contains a hiding place.
Hiding place? Of what?
Of some diamonds.
Oh, I see. Formerly, I've been accused of smuggling diamonds into the United States. Now I am accused of smuggling them out. Is that it?
Not exactly. But you will admit, Mr. Arcaris, won't you? That it's a very odd coincidence you're always booking Cabin 31 on the Aegea, both coming and going?
Man is demented. Very well. Go ahead.
Sir, I can't hold up the ship, Mr. Queen. We sail in 10 minutes.
Ellery, 10 minutes.
One side, Nikki.
You'll have to hurry, Mr. Queen.
It is a pity my good friends, Mr. Eastrom and Miss Mounting, did not stay on board long enough to witness this spectacle.
So Istrom and Miss Mounting were here, Mr. Arcaris. Here in your cabin?
You know them? Yes, Mr. Queen. They always see me off.
That's very interesting, Arcaris, because the steel support of this bunk comes out, revealing a very effective hiding place.
What?
Why, it's big enough to hide a fortune in diamonds.
But Mr. Queen, it's empty.
Certainly, Captain, but it was full of diamonds when the Aegea docked.
But Ellery, he was searched when he got off the ship.
Arcaris left the diamonds on board, Nikki. He never carried them off when the ship made port. but he made sure always to get Cabin 31 for the return trip. You heard him just now. Pip Istrom and Susu Mounting always see him off. Visitors to the ship on its outgoing voyage. Such visitors are not searched when they leave. One of them carried the diamonds off just a few minutes ago.
Stand very still.
Oh. My error.
Do not move, please. Not even a little. Very good.
Oh, the swine. Oh, locked.
Ellery, look here, through the porthole. He's running down the gangway just as they're pulling it in.
Never mind our carrots, Nikki. We've got to get to Istrom's. Captain, get us off your ship. And so, Mr. Istrom, I will trouble you for those diamonds.
Queen, they have nothing to do with our carrots. My fiancée, Miss Mounting, did turn some jewels over to me this afternoon, yes. But...
Oh, she did?
Yes, she often does. Susu was very popular before our engagement, you know, with some extremely wealthy gentry. She gambles a little, I'm afraid, and she turned some of their gifts over to me for disposal. You know, my father made his money in South African diamonds. I still have some of Father's connection. Do you doubt my word?
Are you as big an idiot as you sound, Istrom? Your precious Susu has been smuggling diamonds into the United States for your friend Arcaris and getting you to turn them into cash.
That's a lie, Queen. That's a filthy lie.
Ellery, watch yourself.
Semper, Mr. Istrom. Sorry.
Wow. You knocked him out, Ellery. He's out cold.
Yes. Now to find those diamonds.
Don't bother.
Huh?
Susu Mounting.
I've got them. Mr. Queen, isn't it?
You know, Miss Mounty, that gun is probably loaded. You sure you know what you're doing?
Oh, stop it. Now, you're both going to march out of here and go down to the street. You'll pretend nothing's wrong. You'll get into my car. Drive it. I'll be in the back with this thing pointing at you. And you'll drive out to the country.
Sounds cozy.
Nikki.
Shut up.
Where are we going, Susu?
To a little hideaway cottage used by George Arcaris.
Arcaris?
Get going.
You are an idiot, Susu, to bring them here. Why did you not shoot them in Pip's apartment?
Well, I'm not as used to shooting people as you are, George. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are. Perhaps it is just as well, Mr. Queen. I owe you something. Personally. Now that Susu has brought you here, we will make the best of it, huh? We have the diamonds. This is Pip Istrom's pistol. We will concoct a plot.
Ellery.
It's all right, Nikki. Arcaris wouldn't be that foolish.
Foolish? This cottage is owned by Pip Istrom, Mr. Queen. An accommodation to his good friend George. But nothing on paper, you understand. So we will bury you here. By the time you are found, Mr. Istrom, who has been a dupe throughout, we'll have some explaining to do.
No, don't. George, wait. Wait till I go away with you.
My dear Miss Mounting, we smuggle diamonds together. We will commit murder together.
Oh, no.
Or would you rather join them? I give you 5 seconds, Susu.
Get it over with. Quick.
Duck, Nikki! I've got his gun, Dad.
Nice shooting, Billy.
Stand still, girlfriend.
Take your paws off me, you. It's Mr. Ekstrom. Pip.
You filth.
Has anybody got a drink?
You've done your last drinking for some time, Miss Mounting. And I don't think, Arcaris, that you'll smuggle any more diamonds like these into the United States for some time.
You will get me a physician and my consulate at once.
Sure. Well, son, another narrow squeak.
You got Mr. Istrom to thank, Maestro. He came to after the mounting woman hustled you out and phoned us pronto.
I heard Susu's confession, Mr. Queen. It quite restored my sanity.
Thanks for saving our lives, Istrom. Well, Dad, now...
Ellery, let's get out of here.
Nikki, don't you want to know who killed Mrs. Prine's son, Arthur?
The murder of Mr. Istrom's butler.
You mean, son, the two cases are connected?
Oh, yes, Dad. And I'll tell you how right now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, Nikki, will you introduce our guest?
Sure thing, Ellery. He's the popular screen and stage star, most recently seen with Anne Sheridan in the film Nora Prentice. Mr. Kent Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Smith. Nice to have you here.
Good evening, Ellery. Thanks for inviting me.
I understand that this season you're going to be playing for the fourth time with Catherine Cornell in Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra. Is that right?
That's right, Ellery. I played with Miss Cornell in Candida, St. Joan, Wingless Victory, and I'm looking forward with great enjoyment to Antony and Cleopatra.
Well, lots of luck, Mr. Smith. Let's hope the play has a long run. But now let's get down to business, shall we? Tell me who killed Arthur Prime.
Well, it seems rather simple from where I sit. I don't know whether it is or not, but I guess that Sousa's the real villain in this piece, except that she...
The villainess.
The villainess, yeah.
Just to be grammatically correct.
Well, I must say that I was fooled about Pip, but as long as he turns out to be okay, he probably...
Having saved our lives, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It came in handy then.
And you gather it was Susa.
Certainly did.
Yeah.
And the motive?
Well, that I can't quite establish, except she might have found him. Pip sent his butler to Cavern 31, and the code they used was
and
the numbers
connect it
code.
with the diamonds.
Yeah.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and you'll
right.
find out in just a moment what the solution is.
I can't wait.
Good. Now, here is Don Hancock.
If you want to be certain your breath is sweeter and your teeth are brighter after brushing, listen. Colinos toothpaste has a mouthwash effect built right in to sweeten the breath. The moment you use Colinos, its mouthwash effect instantly and unfailingly sweetens every case of unpleasant breath due to improper cleansing. Sweetens every case. At the same time, Colinos polishing action brightens teeth beautifully by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. So to be certain your breath is sweeter and your teeth are brighter, get K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colinos toothpaste or tooth powder tonight.
No, but how do you think? Look, Maestro, what gives?
Listen, every morning for 3 years, Arthur Prime prepared his employer's breakfast by 9 o'clock. On Monday mornings, Arthur always got to Mr. Istrom's apartment by 8:30, Mrs. Prime told us, Nikki. Just so Mr. Istrom can eat on time. Now, Nikki, do you recall the morning Mrs. Prime identified Arthur's body at the morgue?
Yes, it was a Monday morning.
And what time was it when we left the morgue to go to Mr. Istrom's apartment?
Very early. I think I said it was 7:15.
That's right. We took a cab. We went directly from the morgue to Istrom's Park Avenue apartment. So when we saw Istrom, no more than 15 to 20 minutes could have elapsed. In other words, it was around 7:30 in the morning. And what was Istrom doing when we called on him at that hour?
Eating his breakfast.
At 7:30 a.m. But this was breaking a fixed habit of years. Why, on that particular Monday morning, did not Pip Istrom wait for his man Arthur to turn up to prepare breakfast for him?
Because he knew Arthur was dead, Ellery?
Well, Dad, the only ones who knew Arthur was dead at that time were ourselves and Arthur's mother. Arthur's body hadn't been fished out of the East River until 5 a.m., hadn't been identified by his mother until 7:15 a.m. 15 minutes before we found Istrom eating a breakfast he himself must have prepared, since Arthur was his only servant. There is only one way Istrom could have known Arthur was dead, and that's if Istrom had killed him. Correct, Istrom?
Correct.
Yeah, but, Maestro, why? And what did the number 31 have to do with it?
Well, for some time, Arthur, who had a weakness for playing the numbers game, had been playing 31, because he had noticed that your good friend Arcaris always occupied cabin 31 on the Aegea. Arthur took that as a hunch, as so many numbers players do. But that last Saturday, Arthur suddenly realized that Arcaris wasn't using cabin 31 on the Aegea just because he liked it. He had probably noticed also that each time after Arcaris sailed in cabin 31 on the Aegea, your fiancé, Istrom, invariably deposited some diamonds with you. And your butler made the connection you were too blind to make. He told you that Saturday afternoon, and you must have...
I was so outraged, I lost my temper and hit Arthur in the jaw with all my strength. He fell hard and fractured his head on the floor. I didn't mean to kill him. I hit his body then, in the middle of the night. I took it down the surface elevator into my car, disposed of it in the river.
I'm afraid, Istrom, that you've been your own worst enemy throughout. Too infatuated with Susu Mounting to see what she really was, too hot-headed to control that murderous temper of yours, and too foolish to call the police when Arthur died and rely on the simple truth. Now you'll have to face a jury under very different circumstances.
And it'll be your own fault, Istrom, if they don't believe your story. Sergeant, take him in, too.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you again, Mr. Kent Smith, for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of your visit with us, Anderson is proud to present you with this autographed copy of my new anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1946, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine. As a special gift, we have for you a Stromberg-Carlson radio phonograph combination, complete with push-button tuning and automatic record changer. We're also presenting you with a generous supply of Anacin for the relief of headache pain. Perhaps your own doctor has already recommended Anacin for the fast help it can give.
Ellery will be back in a moment. The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast, and here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, Ellery, what about next week?
Next week's story, Don, is about a tense problem in human relations and crime. I call it Tragedy in Blue. This is Ellery Queen saying goodnight for Anacin and enlisting all Americans in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
All names of characters used in this program are fictitious and do not refer to real people, either living or dead. Among the members of tonight's cast were Larry Dobkin, Charlotte Keene, Bill Smith, and Ed Latimer. Music by Chet Kingsbury, Don Hancock speaking. Beginning September 28th, the makers of Anacin and Kalinos will bring you at the same time a new and exciting program direct from Hollywood called Hollywood Star Preview. Remember the date, September 28th.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to the Great Detectives of Old Time Radio. From Boise, Idaho, this is your host, Adam Graham. If you have a comment, send it to me, box13@greatdetectives.net. Follow us on Twitter at Radio Detectives and become one of our friends on Facebook, facebook.com/Radio Detectives. Well, before we do get started, I do want to let you know that this episode's brought to you in part by the support of our listeners. And I want to thank Josh and Edward so much for their support. And you too can support the show at support.greatdetectives.net. You can also mail in a contribution at the address shown there, P.O. Box 15913, Boise, Idaho 83715. And you can contribute monthly at patreon.greatdetectives.net. Well, Ellery Queen moved from an NBC summer series over to ABC for its very last run over American radio. The series began on November the 27th of 1947, and there were some changes to the cast. Larry Dobkin was still the star, but the supporting cast received upgrades all around. Virginia Gregg as Nikki Porter, Herb Butterfield as Inspector Queen, and Alan Reed as Sergeant Veely. Has to be one of the stronger cast of any detective show, and we'll see how they do. So here now, from November 27th, 1947, is the Saga of Ruffy Rux.
Ellery Queen. In the interest of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Ellery Queen. I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not merely crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new series in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery. And before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detective, is Mr. McCullough St. John. And now, here's Ellery Queen himself, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For Dad, Nikki, the sergeant, and myself, this is a happy occasion. And to celebrate it, we're going to tell you a particularly unusual story tonight. I call it The Saga of Ruffy Rux.
Ellery Queen, come in. It's okay, I'm alone. Something wrong?
Reno, I don't like it.
Hmm?
I don't like it.
Why?
No particular reason. Call it a hunch.
But everything's going great, Ellery. I'm in the mob with both
I
feet.
still don't like it, Reno. I'm pulling you out.
No.
Yes. We'll get Ruffy Rux some other way. Pack your bag, Reno. You're going back west tonight.
That murdering bat got my brother Charlie in the back while I was in New Guinea. That sort of brings out my stubborn streak.
He'll get you, too. Look, Reno, I pulled the boner. This isn't going to work. I know. I feel Rux is onto you. Pack your bag, kid. Pack it and hit for home. My hero. That Medal of Honor gone to your head?
It's a nice pitch, Ellery. But you can't scare me and you can't rile me. I'm delivering Rux.
I don't know why I love you, Reno. How's the street?
I'll have me a look. Mighty pretty. No, Ellery, you better let me.
Okay.
Clear as my gal's conscience. Adios.
Reno, Yeah. Good luck, old man.
Thanks, old lady.
We know you whistle like a canary.
Ruffy Rux. And Glitch. Hi.
Glitch, you sure yet?
Just getting in his bus, Ruffy. Bye-bye.
Oh, him. Yeah. Some gumshoe tried to pump me, Ruffy.
Make with a window, Glitch.
You can imagine how far he got. Say, how'd you Houdinis get in here?
Radio, Glitch.
Oh, the closet.
Yeah.
You got in while I was out for a bite. Hid in the closet. What's the matter, Ruffy? Don't you trust me?
Get his heater, Glitch.
Uh-huh.
Other side of the room, we know?
Just like that. Give me about as much chance as you gave my brother.
Yes, we know. You, saying?
Oh, he's still trying to come.
Can't make it. You're not kidding, Glitch. What I do now, Ruck? Bleed to death?
Now you'll receive my special canary treatment. Glitch, turn up that radio.
Glitch, you give it to me. Quick.
He'd give it to me. Look, Ruffy.
Turn up the radio.
Here he is, Ellery. Just the way we found him, Maestro.
Get Ruffy Rux.
Nervous, Ruff?
He doesn't even know he's doing it, Felix. Doing what?
That music you've been playing, Ruffy, with those $2 silver of yours.
Oh. My lucky buck, Sarge. Some mugs carry a rabbit foot, Inspector. Me, I carry my cartwheels. I once run these two babies up to 10 grand in Reno. I mean, I always carry them. See what I mean?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, if that's all.
Rux?
Hi, Ellery.
Rux, I've been watching you for the last 20 minutes. I'd heard about your $2 silver, but I wanted to be sure.
It's no secret, Ellery.
You thought you left a corpse in that room today, Rux. But you underestimated Reno's will to live. Great little guy, Reno. He left me a message.
Wrote my name down, I suppose.
Yes. In a way. We found blood in his right-hand pants pocket where he'd groped for something. In his right hand, we found $1 silver, $2 silver.
Oh, the mug was from Nevada. They all carried cartwheels out there. Probably homesick. Is that all you got?
Wait.
Oh, you got some real evidence. Something they could hang on me in a courtroom.
Wait. Dad, Sergeant. Talk to the DA.
He won't touch it, Maestro. No case.
Not a chance, remember.
Oh, Master, didn't you find
Not a thing.
Rux gets away with this one, too, sir.
Do me a favor, Reno. Leave the two of us alone.
Come on, Vic.
Right with you.
Where you going? You walking out on us, Inspector? What are you going to do, Ellery? Get tough? Don't take it so hard, Pally. I'm just too smart. Always play safe. Always got an angle. Always lucky. That's Ruffy Rux. I'm so smart, I'm changing the scenery. I didn't know that. Yeah. I had my one in New York. Did all right for myself, too. No, I'll give some other yokels a break. I've been all set to pull freight for a week. I just had some unfinished business.
So have I, Rux.
I'm putting that one down in my book, Queen.
Ross! Hey, let him go, Ellery. We can't hold him. Ellery, what happened?
My dad, I think I broke my hand.
Nikki Porter speaking. Ellery's secretary. Hi. Well, all this happened over a year ago while I was on vacation. When I came back to work, I found Ellery wild. Ruffy Rux had quit New York. Disappeared. Ellery wanted to throw up everything and go hunting for him, but the inspector sat on him, and his hand was broken. So after a while, he cooled off, and another case came along, and that seemed to be that. But then, only a few weeks ago, Ellery and I dropped into Inspector Queen's office at police headquarters.
Morning, Dad. Sergeant.
Morning, Ellery.
Why, what's the matter?
Somebody die?
Ellery,
Yes?
remember Ruffy Rux?
Rux. What about him?
Finally found out where he is.
He's in California, Maestro.
Poor California.
Dad, how do you know?
Had a call this morning from the Los Angeles DA's office. Seems a man named Google, victim of a gang feud, made a dying declaration naming Ruffy Rux as the man who shot him.
Oh, that ought to call for a celebration.
Yes, why all the gloom?
This Google shuffles off before he can make a face-to-face identification of Rux.
They suspect a man out there who calls himself Max Roselle. If they can prove Roselle is Rux, it's the gas chamber for our old friend. So, L.A. is asking for our file on Rux, and by thunder, it's gone.
Gone from police headquarters?
How can it be?
Last month, Maestro, we suspended a police steno here for suspicious criminal connections.
Oh.
Now, blast that spy. Right in headquarters. Now, with Rux's photos, measurements, prints, and record missing, we can't help L.A.
Yes, we can.
Well, how, Maestro? Rux never served time. There was only one file on him in existence. That file was here. Now it's gone.
I sent Veely or somebody out there to make a personal identification. But I can't spare a man right now.
I'll do it.
You?
Yes.
But, Ellery, that magazine commitment, you...
Yes, I'll have to clean that up first, won't I, Nikki? Dad, notify the DA's office. I'll be in Los Angeles in 10 days.
Rux will be tipped to that, son. That kind of news gets around.
Isn't he in the clear?
They couldn't hold him indefinitely just on suspicion, Miss Porter.
Might see to it you never get to the DA's office, Ellery.
I'll get there. Los Angeles, watch your step, please. It's here now. You heard the man, Nikki.
Huh?
What's the matter with you? Why do you keep looking over your shoulder?
You see that tall fellow back there? He looks enough like you, Ellery, to be your brother.
Doesn't he?
You noticed him long ago.
Come on, Nikki.
California, here I am.
Nikki, stop here on the steps. I want to see if he passes us. Oh, darn it. Something flew in my eye. Dear, would you take it out? Here, use my handkerchief. Is he passing us, Nikki?
If you'd only hold still. Just passing now. How's that? Did I get it?
Oh, thanks, dear. Yes. To tail or not to tail, that's the question. There he goes. Let's go.
You're nervous.
Oh, he's trembling all over.
Well, I'm nervous.
Then why didn't you stay home? Who's this?
Get your gun ready.
Oh, you bloodthirsty wench. Yes?
Miss Queen? Ellery Queen?
Yes.
McLagan's the name. Detective McLagan. L.A. Police Department.
Wow.
My orders are to get you down to the DA's office in one piece, Mr. Queen. This way, sir. Car's right over there behind the hangar.
Thanks, Max. Oh, my secretary, Miss Porter.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello. Now I feel better, Detective McLagan. I really do.
Oh?
I was just shaking.
Yeah, Ruffy Rux is no bargain, miss. That is, if this Max Roselle is Rux. Oh, right this way.
Oh, tell me, Max. How did you know I was Ellery Queen?
Huh? Well, I had your description, Miss Queen. Here's the card.
Well, I don't have yours.
You don't? What do you mean?
Let me see your credentials.
Well...
No, keep your hands in sight. It's all right, Nikki. This fellow is an imposter.
Ellery, look out behind.
Hey?
Oh.
That's for the crack on the jaw, Ellery.
Help!
Got him in, Ruffy.
I'll take the bait, Mac. Okay. Whoa.
If you say, where am I, Nikki, I'm going to put you right back to sleep.
Ellery.
How are you feeling, honey?
Oh, awful. I've had the ghastliest dream. It wasn't a dream.
You've recovered.
Why's my head?
Chloroform. We were both given the dreamland treatment.
Oh.
Don't even know how long we were out. They've taken my watch away and all the contents of my pocket.
My purse.
Uh-huh. Ditto.
The man who hit you from behind had a jaw like a rock crusher, a face like a fig, and he pronounces his R's like W's.
Mr. Ruffy Rux.
Well, that's what I thought. He's going to kill us.
I don't think so.
Oh, you're such a gentleman. Ellery, don't try to kid me. You're a Minister Rux, and he's got you just where he wants you, not to mention me.
Pretty nice for an execution chamber, wouldn't you say, Nicky?
Huh?
Well, not exactly the Devil of Wiltshire, but not a dank, dark cellar either. And we've been treated very gently, barring the initial jolt. No, Nicky. Now, Rux is up to something. But it's not murder.
You hope.
I think.
Ellery.
Relax.
Be smart, Queen.
Well, if it isn't Detective McLagan.
You actor?
Go on in, Glitch. I'll cover him from here.
Just remember, Mac, it's my back. Yes. Isn't Charles?
Glitch. Of course, Ruffy's torpedo when he isn't on the trigger himself.
See, Mac? I'm famous.
Come on, come on.
What are these? Arsenic sandwiches?
Shut up.
Whatever it is Rux is up to, Mac, you don't care for it.
Queen, don't move. Come on, Glitch.
Yeah, dry off, Mac. So I says to Ruffy, why horse around? Knock them both off and we'll get out of it.
It wouldn't really be arsenic, would it?
Wait, Nicky. No, Nicky, don't touch the sandwich.
I could spit it right out again.
It might be dope. Now, if only I had something to open that door with.
You could fly out the window. There was a window.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the matter? Quit stalking me.
Your hair.
My hair? Oh, I mean, it's all ropey.
Well, don't back away from me. Stand still, will you?
Ellery.
What?
You do the silliest thing. You were both practically dead, and you're playing with my hair. Ouch.
You do have one.
One what?
Bobby pin, Nicky. A bobby pin is going to pick that lock. Gangway.
You did it.
Quiet.
Be careful.
Here goes. Nick?
There's the front door, and it's open. Listen. Ellery, look, my purse. Oh, it's darling.
And the truck from my pocket, even my watch.
Perfect. Compact. It's all here. Perfect gentleman. They even left a newspaper for us, I see.
Well, that's an odd note, even in this fantastic business. Oh.
Oh?
Read this headline.
Ellery Queen clears suspect. Ellery Queen clears suspect. Notice Fluke says Max Roselle is not Ruffy Rux. But Ellery, how?
That fellow on the plane who looked just like me. While we were held here, my double showed up at the DA's office as Ellery Queen. No doubt with the contents of my pocket for identification and cleared Rux. Yuck, yuck, exactly. Rux's revenge. Really very subtle for him. In the last analysis, stupid. How can he make it stick? If he had killed me, he was very careful not to. Nikki, there's something more to this. Come on. Are you the assistant PA in charge of the Google case, Mr. Protherick?
Yes?
I'm Ellery Queen.
Oh, yes, come in. Funny question, Mr. Queen. You were here only yesterday. I was just cleaning up with this gentleman here.
Were you? And suppose I tell you, Mr. Protherick, that this gentleman here is Ruffy Rux.
Oh, come now.
You're quite in error, sir.
Ellery.
I'm not even the
You
ex-suspect.
can pronounce his R's.
Ruffy, repeat after me.
Ruffy? My name is Harry Roselle.
Repeat. The red rabbit ran wrathfully across the rhinoceros's rear.
The red rabbit ran wrathfully across the rhinoceros's rear. Oh, this is ridiculous, sir.
You said you were smart, Rux, and you are. Spent a couple of months with a good teacher of phonetics, and he's corrected your speech defect. Now you can pronounce R's correctly or not, as it suits your purpose.
Mr. Protherick, what's this fellow raving about?
Queen, this is Mr. Harry Roselle, as he says. He is not our suspect.
I suppose he's his twin brother?
That's right.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, they're twins, all right. It's Mr. Roselle's brother Max whom we suspected of being Ruffy Rux. That is, before you cleared Max yesterday, Mr. Queen. Bill, have Max Roselle come in.
Twins? No, it's too corny.
Corny or not, there he is.
Mr. Protherick, I'm really getting fed up with this one around. Hi, Harry. Hello, Max.
Mr. Protherick, this man is Ruffy Rux.
If you ask me, Mr. Protherick, this man is crazy.
Queen, this is too much. Yesterday you told me Rux is not Max Roselle. Today you say Harry Roselle is. Now you say Max Roselle is. Make up your mind, will you?
I really must get over to the studio, Mr. Protherick. I'm on call, you know.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Roselle.
Wait, Harry, I'll run you over in my car.
Don't let them go, Protherick. Don't you see? This is all part of a plan to discredit my testimony, make me appear confused.
You seem to be doing that very well by yourself, Mr. Queen.
Oh.
Sorry about all this, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Go on.
Exit Mr. Rux, laughingly.
And now, Mr. Queen, I don't know who this young lady is, but I'm really
Take your
very
paw off that buzzer, Protherick.
Oh, see,
Sit down. You're going to sit there and you're going to listen.
It's incredible. An incredible story.
You don't believe me?
Why should I? How do I know you are Ellery Queen? This fellow yesterday said he was.
Oh. Yes, the fellow yesterday.
And he looked more like you than you do.
Hollywood.
What?
I said Hollywood, Ellery. Actors, it's full of them, and a lot of them down on their luck.
Nikki, I could kiss you.
Don't strain yourself.
Of course, that's it, Mr. Protherick. The man who impersonated me can't be a member of Rux's gang. It's too coincidental. He was hired for the job because of the resemblance. Find him and sweat him, and he'll tell you the story.
Find him where?
Do I have to do that for you, too? Try Central Casting over... Oh, wait a minute. No, not at Central Casting. Rux wouldn't leave a loose end like him flapping. No. I think it's quite likely, Mr. Protherick, that you'll find my impersonator in your morgue.
It was a lucky pickup, Mr. Protherick. If that old scow hadn't come along, or just that minute, this stiff would have sunk and stayed sunk, maybe for years.
Mr. Queen, I apologize. This is the man.
Of course, he might be Queen, and I might have murdered him. Hadn't you better call my father, Inspector Queen in New York, Protherick?
I've wasted too much time already. Bill,
Yes, sir?
we're picking up Max Roselle.
What, again?
This time for keeps. He's Ruffy Rux. That's Roselle House.
Lights are on, Ellery.
Stay back, Nikki. Who's that over there?
Where, what?
That man running away from the house, Protherick.
Joe, get that fellow.
Hey, you, come back here.
No surprise possible now. Come on. Queen, wait for us.
I've got you. There you is
Another one. All right, hold it, boys. He's had enough. All right, turn that flash on him, please.
Why, it's the arsenic sandwich man, Glitch.
Rux's torpedo, Broderick.
You, where's Ruffy Rux?
In the house. Keep holding on to Glitch. Door's wide open. Rux? Rux?
Glitch, where is he?
Right in his room. Here? Rux, come on out.
Your number's up, Rux. Don't.
What's going on here? Police again?
Harry Roselle.
Well, what's the matter now? Where's my brother Max?
In there, Harry, with 3 bullets in him.
Apparently nothing touched on the body, Queen. $1.79 in small change. A wallet stuffed with 50s and 100s. Certainly wasn't robbery.
No, it wasn't.
Well, I don't get it.
I think, Miss Porter, Rux was getting too smart for his own associates. This was an inside job, all right. Glitch, did you rub out Rux?
What do I look like? A hero?
You admit you found him.
Found cold meat, that's what I found. Why was Ruffy Rux killed, Glitch? Me, I don't know for nothing.
Well, don't all look at me. I didn't do it, although heaven knows I've wanted to often enough this past year.
Oh, have you, Harry?
Ruffy came out here. I hadn't seen him for years. Took over my professional name, my home, threatened my life if I didn't do just as he said. He killed that fellow Google, all right, and he killed that young actor he hired to impersonate you, Queen. My brother was a vicious killer, and I'd like to shake the hand of the man who rid the world of him.
Makes nice listening, Harry, but just the same, you had a darn good motive. Joe, you got that fellow you chased?
Sure did. Get in there, you.
Well, if it isn't Detective McLagan.
So I impersonated an officer, okay, but that's all.
Max, when you kidnapped Miss Porter and myself, another charge against you, incidentally, you were one worried tough guy. Why?
I got a worrisome disposition, Mr. Queen.
You rubbed Ruffy out, Max. You didn't like this deal. He was getting too smart for you.
Prove it.
Well, one of you 3 pulled this job, and I will prove it if it takes me a year.
It didn't take that long, Mr. Potter.
Huh? What, Mr. Queen? What did you say?
If he said what I think he said.
Yes, Nikki. Now I know which one of these 3 committed the murder. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives and our guest in the studio compare solutions. Nikki, will you introduce our guest?
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest armchair detective tonight is McCullough St. John's, managing editor of Radio Mirror magazine.
St. John's? Not of the Adela Rogers St. John's, Nikki.
Yes, Ellery.
I'll have to plead guilty to that one. She is my mother.
Well, if having such a famous mystery writer for a mother is any help, you may prove better than any run of the armchair sleuth, right, Mac?
Don't put me on the spot, Ellery. Any observer of crime knows that things are not always what they appear to be. I learned that much in 6 hectic years as a police reporter on the New York Mirror.
Well, that experience ought to be very helpful. Should put this right up your alley. All right, Mr. St. John's, tell me. Who do you think committed the murder, and then tell me why?
I think Harry Roselle. He looks like my man.
You mean Harry Roselle committed the murder and killed Ruffy Rux?
That's the way I see it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mr. Roselle is really Ruffy Rux, and his brother was a front for him.
Now, I'm not sure I follow. You think Mr. Harry Roselle is the criminal, and Max Roselle the one who lisped, the one who slurred his R's?
That
was
is
merely
right.
a front man.
That's right.
For the executive behind the scenes.
That's the way I see it.
I see. Now, do you have any concrete bit of evidence? One bit.
You mentioned at the police station that Mr. Roselle could have taken lessons from a speech.
That's your evidence. And thank you very much, Mr. St. John's. You'll find out in just a moment whether your solution is the correct one. Now, here is Paul Masterson.
With the world picture what it is today, it becomes increasingly apparent that we must raise our level of citizenship. With this in mind, the American Heritage Campaign started last September 17th, the day of the 160th anniversary of our Constitution. The Freedom Train, carrying more than 100 of our nation's most famous original documents, is traveling throughout the nation with a message of citizenship for all to join in. Freedom demands that each of us carry out his duties as a citizen, to vote so that the best man is placed in public office, to take an interest in public issues, and participate in community, state, and national affairs. Let's all actively support our American heritage. Remember, freedom is everybody's job.
Now, look, Queen, just how do you figure this thing out? Come on.
me a chance. Broderick, you yourself remarked when you examined the body that the man's money was untouched. A wallet full of 50s and 100s, you said. And you said there was $1.79 in small change.
Well, yes, Queen. So what?
If this were really the body of Ruffy Rux, you'd have found $3.79 in change.
Rux is superstition.
Right, Nikki. Broderick, the underworld and the police in the East all know, Rux has never made any secret of it, that he always carries his lucky bucks, as he calls them. $2 silver. Never without them, he said so himself. But if Rux is never without them, then this is not Rux's body.
But it looks just like
His twin brother. Rux, I wouldn't try that.
Keep him alive.
Yes, this is Harry Roselle's body. After they left your office this afternoon, Broderick, Rux killed his brother, exchanged clothes and effects with the corpse, and no doubt thought he'd pulled his smartest coup. By taking over his respectable twin brother's identity, he escaped all possibility of conviction for the murder of Google, the dying man who had named Rux as his assailant.
Fellow's out of his head. Ruffy couldn't pronounce an R to save his life, and you hear me run, read, Harry,
I
Ellery.
suggested the answer for that before. You had secretly had your speech defect corrected so that now you can pronounce R's either way.
Don't try it.
Yes, Ruffy. You had all the angles. All but one. You held on to your $2 lucky silver. And it wouldn't surprise me if they're in your pocket right now.
Search him.
Ellery, are they on him?
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you again, Mr. St. John's, for serving as our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of this occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery, what's on the blotter for next week?
Well, next week, Paul, we're going to try to pick a potential killer out of a rather large number of suspects.
How many suspects were there?
10,000.
Huh?
Listen in next week to the curious case of the man in the street. This is Ellery Queen saying good night until next week, and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
All names used on this program are fictitious and do not refer to real people, either living or dead. Among the members of tonight's cast were Larry Dobkin, Herb Butterfield, Alan Reed, Virginia Gregg, Louis Van Ruten, Jack Petruzzi, Charles Steele, Paul Freese, and Jack Webb. Music by Rex Corey. Direction by Dick Woolen. Now, here's a special program note. For laughs, don't miss tonight's Willie Piper Show, the delightful comedy of what happened on Thanksgiving to one family, including one father-in-law. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned next for Candid Microphone, the entertaining program that brings you the frank reactions of people when they are caught off guard. WJZ, New York's first station.
This is Andrew Rhines with OTRWesterns.com, where we stream live old-time radio westerns 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with a special twist. You select the tracks that get to be played. We've got 1,000 different episodes from shows like Gunsmoke, Tales of the Texas Rangers, Escape, Gene Autry, and many more. Come check us out at OTRWesterns.com/live. Again, that's OTRWesterns.com/live. You're listening to The Great Detectives of Old Time Radio with Adam Graham. And now, let's get back into the show.
Welcome back. When I heard Jack Webb was in this episode, I had to go back and re-listen to the show to find where Webb appeared. And it was actually at the beginning. he played the character of Reno. However, he played the character with a very slight dialect, and it's actually pretty effective. In his book, My Name is Friday, Michael Haid said that fellow actors at KGO didn't think much of Webb's ability at different voices and dialects, but this was actually a pretty decent accent. I've heard some very corny Southern/Texan accents, and this one was subtle enough I actually missed it. Overall, this also reflects the fact with Ellery really coming on as a lot stronger character than we heard in the Carlton Young era. There's a lot more energy, passion, even fight, than we would have seen in these earlier portrayals. And that reflects changes in the detective genre. I think we heard it to a degree with Nick Carter, though Nick was a little bit more action-packed to begin with. Though it's I think, fine performances all around. And of course, we do hear that same focus of the anti-bigotry message that was used on so many programs in this era directly after World War II. All right, well, on to some listener comments and feedback. Wes comments regarding the episode, The Message in Red. It kills me the way writers are so blunt about the women involved being unattractive. They did the same thing during Nick the Knife, as if they could understand someone attacking attractive women, but attacking a homely woman just made no sense to them. Yeah, it was definitely different times. Then I have an email from Linda who writes, Adam, thank you for the podcast. I listen to them before going to sleep, then the following morning replay what I missed by falling asleep. Have you considered scheduling Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police as one of your future shows? They are geared more towards adolescent boys with lots of cliffhangers, but I found them fun. Hearing about the real daring required to fly at that time was interesting. Of course, I always wondered how everyone seemed to know about the secret police, but that didn't stop my enjoyment. Each show is 15 minutes. Thank you so much for the tip, Linda. I hadn't considered Speed Gibson. From what I gathered, it was more of an adventure show. But I will take a listen to it in the near future and see if it might fit. Thanks so much for the tip. And there are lots of secrets in old-time radio that really aren't. The biggest thing I'm actually struck by is the man called X is a secret agent, but everywhere he goes, someone announces that it's the man called X. How about just the man called Ken Thurston? It could be just as anonymous. At any rate, though, it's no secret what's coming up tomorrow. It's the Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And then next Tuesday, join us for another episode of the Adventures of Ellery Queen. In the meanwhile, send your comments to box 13 at greatdetectives.net. Follow us on Twitter at Radio Detectives and become one of our friends on Facebook. Facebook.com/Radio Detectives. From Boise, Idaho, this is your host, Adam Graham, signing off. Welcome to the Great Detectives of Old Time Radio. From Boise, Idaho, this is your host, Adam Graham. If you have a comment, email it to me, box13 at greatdetectives.net. Follow us on Twitter at Radio Detectives and become one of our friends on Facebook. Facebook.com/Radio Detectives. Before we do get started, I do want to let you know this program is brought to you by the financial support of our listeners. And I particularly want to thank Haskell for his support. He became a Patreon supporter at the Shamus level, which is a monthly donation of $4 or more. You can become a Patreon supporter at patreon.greatdetectives.net, and you can also give a one-time donation at support.greatdetectives.net. Well, now it's time for today's episode of Ellery Queen. The original air date, December the 4th of 1947. The title, The Man in the Street.
Ellery Queen. In the interest of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Ellery Queen.
I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not merely crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America.
The American Broadcasting Company presents a new series in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery. And before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the prominent radio and motion picture actor Gerald Moore. And now, here's Ellery Queen himself, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we tell you the story of a man who was surrounded by enemies. 10,000 of them. I call it The Man in the Street.
I'm not tickling you, Marner. This is a frisk. Stand still.
I'm a little nervous, Sergeant.
He's a little nervous, Inspector.
It's that crowd outside.
Stand still, Marner.
Why don't you chase them away? Where's my brother, Joel? Why didn't Joel come home from our office tonight?
Because he was smarter than you, Elias.
Leaving me to face this mob alone?
Fickle, ain't they? Marner, stand still.
Yes, Elias. Only a few days ago, the man in the street was calling you his benefactor. You and your brother had a great idea, Elias. Build a model town, Mana City. Cheap, good housing, co-op stores, fine schools and playgrounds for the kids, a great modern hospital. Everything shared by the community. Utopia for Joe Dokes. No wonder they were giving you and your brother testimonial dinners.
Oh, please. They'll try to break in here. There's only that window between...
Stand still, Marner.
How many people did you and Joel rope in, Elias? 10,000 from this area alone, wasn't it?
10,000 suckers. You're gonna stand still.
But Mana City turned out to be some rotten marshland in a Long Island swamp. Those 10,000 investors will never see a cent. Wiped out, Elias. Only it came out too soon, didn't it?
They're throwing rocks. They're going to break this. Oh, that one almost hit me. Inspector, you've got to get me out of here.
Through that mob, we'll wait for the reserves, Elias.
They'll tear me to pieces.
If it'll make you feel any better.
Lock the shutters. Lock them.
Okay, Inspector. His wallet, papers, jewelry, everything, even his small change.
You better get him ready. Where's that butler? Butler?
Yes, sir?
Come in here.
Yes, sir. Inspector Queen, sir. I'm just an employee.
Yes,
I'm sure you...
Yes, you've got nothing to worry about. Get Elias Marner's hat and coat.
Well, go on. Whom are you staring at?
Why, Mr. Marner, you're frightened.
Didn't you hear the inspector?
The voice of the people. How you and your brother used to laugh at them. Suckers, you call them. And now the suckers don't make you laugh anymore, Mr. Marner.
Get my hat and coat.
Mr. Marner, sir. Get your own hat and coat.
Take that, Mr. Marner, sir.
I'll get my things myself. They're just in the hall out here.
Too bad his brother smelled a rat, really, and took a powder before we could grab him.
Look at this roll I just took off Elias, Inspector.
Chicken feed. Joel's got the real poke, I'm afraid. They're really getting ugly out there. Hey, Marner, hurry up. I said, Marner, hurry up. There's the reserves. This is our chance.
Marner, where are you? Marner!
Marner!
Inspector!
Marner! Not all, really.
Hey, you, Butler.
Where'd Marner go? You see him?
Why, yes, sir. He went to the rear, the kitchen.
The
slide.
Not in the kitchen.
That back door, Billy. It's open.
alley. Runs right through to the side street, Inspector. He got away, like his brother.
Send out a general alarm. I see. Okay.
Inspector, was that...
Nothing, Feely.
But I don't understand it. Where can he be?
I don't get it myself. I frisked him dry. Elias didn't have a red cent on him when he gave us the slip, Miss Porter.
A man needs money in New York.
Especially one on the lam. Unless Inspector Elias and Joel had fixed up a meeting place beforehand, and Joel had plenty of moolah.
I don't think so. It happened too quickly.
Then maybe a friend.
They ain't got a friend in the Western Hemisphere, Miss Porter.
Or any relatives. Blast it. Covering every car, road, bridge, tunnel, railroad station, airport. The city sealed tight. But where is he? Ellery.
Huh?
2 con men floating around the city with 10,000 yowling suckers after their hides, and you sit on your spine in my office reading the morning paper.
Aren't you interested, Ellery?
In saving the Mona's lives, Nikki? Oh, yes.
Well, don't sound so sincere, Maestro. They're hardly worth the effort.
No, I disagree, Sergeant. Saving their lives is one of the most important jobs you'll ever be called on to do.
Why, Maestro? Keep a couple of highbinders from getting what's coming to them so they can lay around in the cell for a few years and think up some more finagles?
Oh, Sergeant, the Monas didn't merely steal money. They stole hopes, plans, years of hard work on the part of a lot of ordinary people. They stole Johnny Doe's first payment of the house, Mabel Brown's wedding money, the operation that Bill Smith's wife may need a year from now. That's why the Monas must be kept alive, Sergeant. Kept alive to give back that house and that trousseau and that operation. Oh, by the way, Dad, seen this ad in the personals column?
What ad?
Let me see. It's addressed to Dear Dot. Dot. I suppose that's short for Dottie or Dorothy. And signed Dash.
Dot Dash. Who cares? I want the Mana Brothers.
Dot Dash.
Dot Dash. Hey, that's the basis of the Morse code.
Calligraphy? So what, Maestro?
I believe the Mana brothers used to be telegraph operators.
A code, a hidden message. Read that ad, Nikki.
Dear Dot, sorry had to run off before get-together. If P.X. Jones will engage room at Haven Hotel between 2 and 4 this afternoon, we'll contact him there to arrange export details. Dash.
It's from Joel Marner to Elias.
Joel must have read in the late extras last night that Elias escaped.
Without a cent. Not knowing where Elias is hiding, Joel puts this ad in the paper.
To get Brother Rat to come to the Haven Hotel under the alias of P.X. Jones.
Where Joel will join Elias and arrange export details. For both of them.
They're going to skip the country.
I believe that's what Joel had in mind, Nicky.
All we have to do is watch the Haven Hotel. Keep an eye on Elias when he checks in as P.X. Jones this afternoon, and wait for Joel to contact him. Cinch, Feely.
Maybe not, Inspector. The Haven's like Grand Central. 1,000 rooms, crowds pouring in and out all day. Even if we spot him, Elias knows our pusses. He'd run like a rabbit. Maybe we'd lose him again. And Joel, too.
Yet I don't feel like trusting this one to the boys. Our spotter has to be somebody smart. Somebody the Monas don't know. Somebody who can keep him alive long enough for us to get him safely in a cell.
Ellery.
Hey.
What do you say, son?
I would consider it a privilege.
How much longer are you going to park in my hack here?
My friend ought to be along any minute now, driver.
And it's your dough. Hey, what do you think of this Mana deal? Look at here. Look at them mushes in the paper, the dirty crooks.
Ellery.
No, Nicky. The Mana brothers? Oh, the cops will catch them.
Yeah, they better work fast.
Why? What do you mean, driver?
Yeah, there's an awful lot of people in this town got hooked, lady. If one of the victims spotted those crooks... Oh.
Hey, stupid, who you bumping into, you? Hey, get up and keep out of the way. Oh, yeah?
Ellery, do you suppose that's why Elias hasn't shown up at the Haven here?
Could be. He knows he's surrounded by enemies. 10,000 of them. Might be too scared to come out of hiding.
Imagine not knowing who your enemies are. Might be a newsboy, a stenographer, even a policeman. Anybody on the street.
Wait, Nicky.
What's the matter?
That old man shuffling toward the hotel entrance.
Where?
Right there.
Bundled up to the ears. Dark glasses. Hat pulled down over his eyes.
Several days' growth of beard. Nicky. That's Elias Mana.
But he's carrying a suitcase, Ellery. He had no money.
It's an old piece of junk, Nicky. He might have picked it up. Here he comes.
Ellery, that fat woman with the shopping bag, she's going to stop him.
Keep back, Nicky. I may have to jump out.
Sorry, mister, excuse me.
What?
Could you be telling me which way to the subway?
Oh, that way.
Or
Wow. For a second, I thought that woman was going to...
There he goes. Into the Haven.
Driver! Driver! Yeah, what is it, mister?
Here you are. Keep the change. Come on, Nikki.
But you...
Can we see him, Ellery?
Calm down, Nikki. There he goes. He's heading for the desk. Easy, Nikki.
Maybe he's not alive.
He is if he registers as PX Jones. No. Stop right here, Nikki. Pretend to be looking at the magazines.
Yes, sir. I want a room, please.
Yes, sir. Single and back?
Do you have a reservation for me?
What's the name, sir?
PX Jones.
Ellery.
Read that magazine, Nikki.
X. Jones. Why, no, Mr. Jones. We have no reservation listed for you.
Oh. Well, give me a room, any room.
Register here, please.
Yes, of course.
You know, you're lucky at that. A convention just checked out.
I don't want conversation room, clerk. Where's my room?
Yes, sir. Front. Yes, sir. 1409, boy. Here's the key.
Yes, sir. I'll take your bag, sir.
All right.
Elevator's right this way.
Not yet, Nikki. All right. Now.
Fourteenth floor. Watch your step, please.
Thank you. Nikki?
Thank you. 1409, wasn't it?
Yes. It's to the left, I think. Oh, there, Nikki. Bellboy just came out. Wait.
Why, Ellery, he's putting his ear to the door.
Here, you, boy. What do you think you're doing?
Huh? Oh. Hey, you see that old crumb I just brought up to 1409?
Yes?
Know who I think he is? Elias Marner.
Oh, he couldn't be.
Of course not. Press the elevator button, will you, dear?
All right.
I tell you, he is.
I just heard that Marner was seen heading for Mexico.
Horse feathers. I tell you, that guy looks just like the newspaper photos of Elias Marner.
I wouldn't spread that story around, young fellow. You might get a harmless old man into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but gosh, he sure looks like him.
Going down, please.
Yeah, Joe. Say, Joe, you know that old boy I just brought?
Not so good, Ellery. He'll talk.
Yes. Nikki, I'll watch 1409. You run over to that hotel across the street, the Universal. Dad and Veely are waiting in the lobby there. Tell them to join me up here right away.
So in a case like this, I always go to the manager, the top. Can you do it?
Well, Inspector, just a moment. Give me the desk. Naturally, hotels aren't crazy about this sort of thing. Hello, desk. Manager speaking. Is 1407 occupied? Then how about 1411? Hold 1411 open. All right, Inspector Queen. You can watch 1409 from 1411. It's next door.
Thanks a lot.
There wouldn't be a communicating door between them, would there?
Why, yes. It used to be a two-room suite.
Couldn't be better. I want the key to 1411, manager, and also the key to the door between the two rooms.
And keep this under your hat, please.
Naturally, Mr. Queen. But tell me, is it true this man Jones in 1409 is Elias Marner?
Huh?
Marner?
One of my bellboys claims he is.
Nothing so exciting.
I wish he were. Now, get me the keys, huh?
Yes, I'll be glad to.
You should have strangled that bellhop, Ellery. Must be all over the hotel by this time. In a half hour, it'll be all over New York.
Well, we can't take Elias away from here either. Not if we expect to nab Joel, too.
Maybe it'll work out. With Veely and the squad covering the 14th floor, you and me in 1411 listing it. Where you going, son?
To have a little talk first with the chief operator of the hotel.
You want to be notified the second there's a phone call to or from 1409. Is that it, Mr. Queen?
That's it, operator.
We'll be in 1411.
Not you, Nikki. You'll be in...
Oh, here's 1409 now.
See what Jones wants, operator.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
This is PX Jones in 1409. Have there been any phone calls for me, operator?
Phone messages are sent to your room box at the desk, Mr. Jones.
But I just spoke to the desk. They said there's no message in my box.
Then I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. If there'd been a call, you'd either have got it directly or found a message in your box.
Oh, yes. Well, ring me here in 1409 the moment I get a call. You understand?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Operator, how late are you on duty?
Well, all the day shifts in the hotel are from noon to 8 p.m., Mr. Queen.
Then I'm leaving Miss Porter here with you.
Doing what?
Yes, Nikki. You can operate a switchboard, and this young lady can arrange to leave you in charge when she goes off duty tonight. The fewer who know about this, the better. Now, remember, operator, I'm relying on you to keep this Jones business absolutely hush-hush.
Oh, I won't tell anybody, Mr. Queen. I realize that Mr. Marner... Oh, Why, I mean, Mr. Jones mustn't know he's being watched. Oh, pardon me. Hotel Haven, good afternoon.
Ellery, she's heard the rumor, too.
Well, you keep her from shooting off her mouth, Nikki. I'll be in 1411 with Dad. Don't tell me you haven't heard a thing through that door since he phoned room service for some food.
He just keeps walking around in there like a caged weasel, Ellery.
Yeah. What time is it, Dad?
6.
Why no word from his brother? I don't understand it.
Unless Joe's got cold feet, or some of these blamed rumors got to his ears. Ellery, take another look into the card.
Uh-huh. Not a thing. Oh, yes. Here comes a hotel waiter pushing a table.
Must be that chow Elias ordered.
Little wider, son.
Okay, Dad. Son, could that waiter be Joel Marner in disguise?
No, Dad, no. Too short.
Yes, who is it?
The waiter.
Oh, food I ordered. Just leave it outside my door, waiter. I'll take it in myself.
I got to collect it, sir.
Put it on my bill.
Well, then you got to sign for it.
Oh, yes. Hang it. 1 second. All right, waiter, quickly.
It's true what they say. You are like a miner.
No, waiter. You're mistaken.
I'm making no mistake, ladrone.
Out of my way.
Making a break for it, Dad.
Can't lose him again.
Billy! Inspector, what's the matter? Hey!
Sergeant, help me.
All right,
He
break it up, break it up.
The crook.
Hold that fool waiter's tongue. Get them both admonished real quick.
Stop it, Mona.
In here, both of you.
I don't do that.
That's it, Maestro.
Let me go. They'll kill me.
Nobody's killing you, Mona.
Sit down.
Yes.
Waiter,
Yes,
we're police. This is not Elias Marner. He's Santa Claus. You understand? You forget this.
Don't shoot off your mouth. Capiche?
Yes,
Really pass them along to the boys. Have them
It's
sent
going.
home.
Come on.
I don't know what I...
Well, Marner, now that the cat's out of the bag, we may as well keep you company here till your brother shows up.
Yes. Only don't leave me. You don't know what it's been like. Man can face anything when he knows who's after him, but this, me, there are thousands after me. Don't let them get me.
Oh, then you'll play ball, Elias. You'll help us grab your brother when he contacts
Oh,
you.
anything, Inspector, anything. Only don't let them get me.
Oh, that's a mighty fine spirit. Isn't it, Ellery?
Where's Joel? Where is Joel?
Stop it, Ellery. It makes me tired just to look at you.
What time is it now, Dad?
10 minutes to 9. Wait a while longer.
You're not going to leave me.
Would just about serve you right, Elias.
Why doesn't Joel call? Why doesn't he
The phone in 1411.
Nikki from the switchboard. Nikki?
Just got a call on the board for PX Jones. Not even sure it's a man's voice, all muffled.
Uh-huh.
Ellery, what'll I do?
Tell him you're trying to reach Mr. Jones, Nikki. Meanwhile, ring operator and have her trace the call. I'll hold on here. Dad?
Joel Marner?
Think so?
My brother?
Elias, when that phone in 1409 rings, you answer and stall. Do you understand? Hold your brother on the line. Try to find out where he's calling from.
I'll do my best.
Nikki?
Yes, Ellery?
Having the call traced?
Yes.
Good. Now ring 1409.
Back in the other room, Elias.
Very well, I'll do as you say.
Now, if he won't say where he is, Elias, get him to come to the Haven.
All right.
Now, answer it.
Yes, Hello? You'll have to speak up. You'll have to speak loud. I can't hear you.
Feeling. Shut up. That's Joel Marner calling.
Oh, yeah? Where's he calling from? Slab 8?
What are you talking about, Sergeant?
Joel Marner's body's been fished out of the East River.
Why, are you sure
You heard me. 3 rifle slugs in him, rubbed out. Joel's been dead at least 48 hours.
Dead 48 hours.
Yes, now.
Who put that ad in this morning's paper?
Yes.
Who's that on the phone?
PX Jones
Dad, it's a
speaking
trick.
now.
Mona, drop that phone. Get away from that window.
What, Mr. Queen, you...
Mona, rifle shot on the window of the hotel across the street. Billy, get over there and grab the sniper, right? Ellery, is Elias...
He's dead.
No! All we know is we found a smoking rifle in this room at the Universal Hotel, under an open window. Same gun that killed Joel Marner the night before last. Killer got away before my boys could cross over here from the Haven. Now lay off and let us walk, will you?
Inspector, it wasn't anybody's fault.
From this 14th floor window, the killer had a perfect view of Marner's window on the 14th floor of the Haven. Across that narrow street, you could have plugged Elias with this rifle, Nicky.
Whoa, slow down, Dad. Nicky's right. No one could have foreseen this. Killer must have trailed Joel Marner 2 nights ago from his office, shot him, and dumped him into the river.
Then he must have gone gunning for Elias, but by that time, Elias had escaped and disappeared.
Yeah. Somehow this killer found out, maybe from something on Joel's body, that the brothers used the code words dot and dash for secret communication.
So he got the idea of luring Elias out of hiding by placing that ad in the paper as if from Joel.
Yes, and when Elias fell for the trick and checked into the Haven, the killer simply waited for nightfall, drew Elias to the phone at his window by calling from this room at the Universal. A clever touch, that. And then when he was sure it was Elias on the phone, simply shot him from across the street and made his escape.
But who, son? No clue in this rifle. It's a hock shop job. Killer must have brought it in dismantled in this suitcase we found here. But the suitcase is also a pickup. There's not a print in the room or a single witness who saw the killer after he checked in.
Come on, Inspector. Give us that. Let me through
Oh,
here.
really?
Inspector.
Yes. Really?
Here, I
Find
got
out anything else?
Yeah, I got his hotel registration card, Inspector.
Now, give me.
When did he check into the Universal, Dad?
On the stamped date down here, same night he bumped Joel 2 nights ago.
As who?
J.J. Jones, Chicago, in block letters. Of course, it's a phony.
But there must be a description. The bellboy who carried his bag up here.
What's on that, Billy?
Description, sort of short, bellhop says, or maybe not so short. Age around 25 to 50. Wore dark glasses, sort of medium-colored hat and coat. Hat pulled over his eyes. Held a handkerchief over his mouth when he talked. Bellhop remembers him fine.
Well, that might be anybody, even a woman dressed up as a man.
Any one of the 10,000 victims of the Marner's con game blasted.
What do we do now, Inspector? Start checking 10,000 alibis?
I don't think, Sergeant, that's going to be necessary.
You don't?
What other way is there?
I suppose, son, you picked the killer of the Marner brothers out of the whole city of New York, just like that.
It's one of the people we met in the course of the investigation.
It is? Well, how do you know?
And what people? Whom have we met?
A butler?
A taxi driver? A woman on the street?
Some hotel employees?
Room clerk, manager, waiter, telephone operator, bellboy, elevator man. Oh, come off it, Ellery.
We didn't even get their names.
We don't even know if any of them was a victim of the swindle, Maestro.
Just the same, I know exactly who murdered the Marner brothers. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives and our guest in the studio compare solutions. Nikki, will you do the honors?
Gladly, Ellery. Our guest tonight is Mr. Gerald Moore, the prominent wolf.
Nikki, is that nice?
No, but it's true, Ellery. Mr. Moore plays the title role of the lone wolf in the Columbia picture series of the same name.
Thanks for the explanation, Nikki. I'd hate to have anybody get the wrong idea.
Well, I know radio microphones are no new experience to you, Jerry. You also play the part of Bill Lance in The Adventures of Bill Lance over ABC every Sunday, don't you?
Yeah, that's right, Ellery. We do our share of tracking down criminals, too.
Good. Now, suppose you draw upon your experience as a clue chaser
Uh-oh.
and, well, it has to be done, and expose the killer in tonight's mystery. Tell me now who killed the Marner brothers.
Well, your solution was incomplete. You see, I'm alibying myself in advance.
Oh, I see.
But,
my solution has not yet been offered. So...
No, that's what I mean. I have 2 favorite suspects.
Tell me quickly now.
Yeah, I have the butler and the bellhop.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. You'll find out in just a moment if your solution is the correct one. Now, here is Paul Masterson.
Save wheat, save meat, save the peace. This, in simple terms, is the slogan adopted for the World Food Emergency Campaign. We little realize here in America the rather grave food crisis in the majority of countries throughout the world. A world food crisis that could easily precipitate another major conflict among nations, because the seeds of discontent are forerunners of intolerance among nations and are greatly influenced by hunger and malnutrition. A healthy, properly educated nation breeds healthy, intelligent minds, minds that work in unison for a better understanding of world problems and world peace. Each individual in this great country of ours is an integral part of the whole scheme of things. Your responsibility now may avert an irresponsible act in the future. Your part as an individual may seem small and inadequate compared to the greatness of the task ahead of us. But it is to you, Mr. and Mrs. America, that a world struggling in the agonies of hunger and despair looks for hope. Think over this slogan: save wheat, save meat, save the peace. And you'll begin to realize the pressing need for food conservation at home, a conservation that will help make world security a reality today.
Strictly logical. Now, what do we know about those two hotel rooms involved? The room the killer checked into at the Universal and Elias Marner's room at the Haven. Well, we know that both rooms are on the 14th floor of their respective hotels, that their windows face each other across a narrow street. In fact, that the killer's room commands a perfect view of Elias' room, as you yourself pointed out, Dad.
Yeah?
Now, could that have been chance? Accident? Oh, hardly. Obviously, the ideal relation of these two hotel rooms to each other was a planned element of the killer's plot. And that tells us who the killer is.
Not me, it don't.
Well, that's, Sergeant, plus one other fact. Which room was hired first? The killer's or Elias Marner's?
Killer's registration card indicated he checked into this room at the Universal 2 nights ago.
And we saw Elias check into the Haven this afternoon, Ellery.
So the killer's room was hired first. But if the killer checked into this room 2 nights before Marner checked into the one across the street, how could he know in advance that Marner was going to draw a room at the Haven on the corresponding floor? A room from which Marner would be a perfect target.
Say.
In other words, how was the killer able to control Marner's getting room 1409 in the Haven Hotel?
Maybe he reserved 1409 for Marner.
No, he didn't, Sergeant. We actually heard Elias Marner ask at the desk if a room had been reserved for him, and the clerk said no.
But if there was no reservation, it's impossible, Ellery. When a transient walks into a hotel, there's only one person controls the room he gets. The man behind the desk.
A room clerk, Maestro.
Exactly.
The room clerk.
Undoubtedly one of the 10,000 victims of the Marner swindle. And the present repository of all that stolen money. Well, it's another example of the folly of taking the law into your own hands. And it's going to land Mr. Room Clerk in the usual place. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you again, Mr. Gerald Moore, for occupying our guest detective's armchair this evening. And as mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery, don't go away.
Huh? Oh, Paul, what's the matter?
I don't want to put you on the spot, fella, and maybe it's none of my business, but how long has that yum-yum girl, Nikki Porter, been your secretary?
Nikki? Oh, quite a while, Paul. Why?
Maybe it's news to you, Ellery, but I'm told your friends out there are sort of worried.
Worried about what?
About what gives with you and Nikki, son. You two don't seem to be getting anywhere.
Oh. Oh, Nikki.
Yes, Ellery?
As a special favor to Paul, Nikki, would you announce the title of next week's case?
Oh, yes. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Ellery Queen presents the case of Nikki Porter, Bride.
This is Ellery Queen saying good night until next week and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
All names used on this program were fictitious and do not refer to real people, either living or dead. Among the members of tonight's cast were Larry Dobkin, Virginia Gregg, Alan Reed, Herb Butterfield, Ruth Parrott, Jack Lewis, Charlie Seal, Peter Leeds, Paul Frees, and Jay Novello. Music was by Rex Corey, direction by Dick Woolen. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Andrew Rhines with OTRWesterns.com, where we stream live old-time radio westerns 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with a special twist. You select the tracks that get to be played. We've got 1,000 different episodes from shows like Gunsmoke, Tales of the Texas Rangers, Escape, Gene Autry, and many more. Come check us out at otrwesterns.com/live. Again, that's otrwesterns.com/live. You're listening to The Great Detectives of Old Time Radio with Adam Graham. And now, let's get back into the show.
Welcome back. Well, there have been few murderers given less characterization than Mr. Room Clerk. But in defense of the show, when you have 10,000 suspects, it can be hard to fully flesh out every single one of them. And I did find the concept and just the suspense of the show as to what was going to happen interesting. And I do find this whole format of the ABC version very intriguing, because we're not getting to find out even the exact crime that we're going to solve at the beginning. Rather, the crime happens towards the end, and we have to have been paying really close attention to solve it. And certainly that is a challenge. Also, I really hope listeners appreciated the Easter egg of our armchair detective as Gerald Moore. True, he didn't come up with the right solution, but I doubt anyone would have. Of course, Moore was known for the Lone Wolf films, and he even did star in a Lone Wolf radio program, though the episodes with him in the lead are missing. We definitely do need to get around to the Lone Wolf one of these days. Also, I wish we had the program they played on December 11th of 1947 with Nikki Porter. I guess it was Virginia Gregg's fate to play long-suffering secretary/wannabe love interest, also playing a similar role with Brooksy in Let George Do It, though Brooksy's a stronger character to be sure. Also, I do want to let listeners know I've received some requests to be armchair detectives, and I have those, and I will email you hopefully the week before you're needed. I know that we will need at least one more group, and what we will do is I'll send out notification to everyone who has asked to be an armchair detective, and it'll basically be first come, first serve the top two. So watch your email. And now we turn to listener comments and feedback, and we have this from Lawrence, who writes, Lawrence Dobkin was such a staple of old-time radio. Indeed he was, Lawrence, and thanks so much for the comments. All right, well, that will do it for today. We'll be back tomorrow with the adventures of Philip Marlowe, and then join us again next Tuesday for another episode of Ellery Queen. In the meantime, send your comments to box13@greatdetectives.net. Follow us on Twitter at Radio Detectives, and become one of our friends on Facebook, facebook.com/Radio Detectives. From Boise, Idaho, this is your host, Adam Graham, signing off. Welcome to the Great Detectives of Old Time Radio. From Boise, Idaho, this is your host, Adam Graham. If you have a comment, send it to me, box13@greatdetectives.net. Follow us on Twitter at Radio Detectives, and become one of our friends on Facebook, facebook.com/Radio Detectives. Before we do get started, I do want to thank Rochelle for supporting the show during our listener support campaign. You can still support the show on a one-time basis at support.greatdetectives.net, or by on a monthly basis at patreon.greatdetectives.net. Well, we have something extra special for you. The very first Ellery Queen over radio was Hugh Marlowe, a famous stage and screen actor. Marlowe starred as Ellery Queen in a series of one-hour stories that aired from 1939 to 1940. Here, he's brought back by the Ford Theater to once again take on the role, and with Santos Ortega and Ted DeCorsia, who played Inspector Queen and Sergeant Beely in the original radio series. This program originally aired January the 4th of 1948, and the title is The Adventure of a Bad Boy.
This is the Ford Theater, an hour of radio drama presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, tractors, and motor coaches. Today's play, Ellery Queen's The Adventure of the Bad Boy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Howard Lindsay speaking. Welcome to the Ford Theater. Begins today its second calendar year. During 1948, if you care to join us here each Sunday afternoon, you will encounter at this hour just about every sort of dramatic entertainment possible to radio. In the Ford Theater, the play's the thing. And in choosing plays, the management aims at quality, contrast, and variety. Last week, an original radio comedy. Next week, a great motion picture adapted for radio. And this week, mystery. This week, the Ford Theater presents The Adventure of the Bad Boy by Ellery Queen. Now, there's a man I've always envied, Ellery Queen. He gets around so much, meets so many different kinds of interesting people, alive and dead. In the last few years, on paper and on the air, Ellery must have averaged one mysterious murder case per week, each neatly solved in the end with the culprit delivered over to justice. And not only does young Mr. Queen solve the mystery, he writes the story, too, between calls for help from the homicide squad. Also, of late, he's found time to edit an excellent magazine for detective story fans, to pen learned dissertations on the gentle art of mystery fiction, and to publish, just last month, an anthology of choice crime tales. He's a versatile man, Ellery, and a busy one. He is also, by this time, a legendary hero, an American Sherlock Holmes, with thousands of worshipful followers. We know that he's the son of gruff, steely-eyed, snuff-using Inspector Richard Queen, who can always be reached at police headquarters on Center Street, Manhattan. And we know that he employs as his secretary the beautiful, worshipful, long-suffering Nikki, who even now is typing up a forthcoming chapter in the multitudinous works of Ellery Queen. Meanwhile, Ellery relaxes in an armchair, deep in thought.
Because, Mr. Figgerson, nature is maddeningly logical, said Ellery Queen. A bird flies, the sun rises, a river flows, and a wound bleeds. Underline, and a wound bleeds. End of chapter. Ellery? Ellery, where are you?
In the armchair, Nikki.
I'm finished.
Lucky girl.
Are you kidding?
Huh?
Well, all you have to do is dictate these foul mystery masterpieces of yours. I have to type them, remember? I said, remember?
What, Nikki?
Oh, skip it. You haven't actually seen me for years. Now you don't even hear me.
Nikki, I'm sorry.
Think nothing of it. After all, who am I? Bertha the typing machine girl. Even in the sweatshop, the boss made a pass once in a while.
I'm sorry, Nikki, but I've been deep in thought.
Really?
About a little boy, Nikki.
About a what?
A little boy.
Why, Ellery.
Yes, it's time I did something about that situation.
You're the screwiest character, Ellery. You would find a different way to do it.
Do what?
Oh, now we're being coy again. Most men would start the other way around. With the little boy's mother.
A very nice woman, I'm told.
Why, thank you. Coming from you, Ellery, that's a lavish compliment. I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Oh, you don't have to think about it, Nikki. It's really my problem.
Why, you egotist.
Well, I didn't think you'd be interested.
Ellery, why do you think I've held on to this thankless, frustrating job all these years? Interested? The first thing we'll have to do is tell your father.
Dad? Oh, no, Nikki, not quite yet.
Not yet. Well, why keep it a secret from the inspector?
Because I'm not familiar with all the facts, Nikki.
Facts?
Yes, it might not even be a matter for the police at all.
Police?
Yes, I'll know more about it as soon as Dr. Milton gets here, which, incidentally, ought to be any minute now.
But Ellery,
Nikki, would you clear away all this truck? Of course, if you want to sit down in on it, I'll be very glad to have you make notes.
Ellery Queen. Exactly what little boy were you talking about?
Bobby Hayes.
Bobby Hayes. And the nice woman?
Bobby's mother, of course. Frances Hayes.
I see. You fiend.
Why, Nikki, what's the matter?
No, nothing. Nothing at all. No, don't you dare come near me.
I don't seem to follow this at all. Oh, of course. You don't know a thing about this case, do you? And here I've been talking as if you knew all about it.
Yes. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, you just sit right down here by the fire, and I'll tell you the whole story. That is, if you'd like to hear it, Nikki.
Oh, I'm simply fascinated.
Well, to begin with, I first got to know about it when Dr. Melton phoned me. And he got the story from the principals. His landlady, Sarah Brink, a spinster, who owns a small apartment house in Greenwich Village. And Sarah Brink's unfortunate sister, Frances Hayes. Mrs. Hayes and her little boy, Bobby, who's 8, live with Sarah Brink. I think it was 4 nights ago that it began.
Bobby?
Yeah?
Yeah. Can't you say yes, Auntie? What is it? Bobby? Bobby Brink.
My name is not Bobby Brink.
Well, it is in this house.
It is not, Aunt Sarah. It's Bobby Hayes.
Bobby, how dare you take that tone with me?
It is so, Hayes. That's my father's name. That's Mommy's name. So it's my name, too. I know my own name, I guess.
Your father's a bad man, Bobby. He ran away. Left you and your mother alone.
He did not. Mommy says he's dead.
Well, it'd be a mercy if he were. At least you and your mother'd have his insurance.
Insurance? What's that, Aunt Sarah?
Never you mind. Bobby, put the funnies down for a minute.
Do I have to?
Bobby, dear, don't you feel just a little bit grateful to Aunt Sarah?
Huh?
When Auntie takes her sister into her home and her sister's little boy gives them nice, soft beds to sleep in and good things to eat, even money to spend. Don't you think the little boy ought to sort of, love his auntie?
Oh, I don't get so much money to spend.
You're a wicked, ungrateful boy. What have you been up to in here while I've been making supper in the kitchen? Answer me, Bobby. Some mischief, I'll bet.
I'm not doing nothing. I'm just reading the funnies.
Chasing the cat, most likely.
I was not. I've been reading the radio page,
Oh? You miss all those nice programs since your mother's radio got broken accidentally. Don't you, Bobby, dear?
Aunt Sarah, couldn't we have it fixed? I gotta ask the fellas all the time what's happening to Superman.
Fix it? Now, Bobby, listen to me. How would you like Aunt Sarah to buy you a nice new radio? Maybe a television set. Just for you.
Gee, Aunt Sarah, would you? Wow.
Well, maybe. If you gave me a real big kiss once in a while, Bobby. Who's there? Francis, is that you?
Yes, Sarah. Oh, Bobby.
Hi, Mom.
Wow. Superman, that's some hug. Darling, what did you do today, huh? Oh, something wrong, Sarah?
Yes, he was a bad boy, Francis, as usual. I declare I don't see why you don't...
You're always snitching.
Bobby.
Mom, I played with the fellas in the park and a cop chased us just because we were climbing an old tree.
You might have fallen, dear.
And that's not all.
Yeah. Snitch some more, Aunt Sarah. I threw a rock, Mom.
Oh, Bobby, you did.
Just a little hunk of rock. Couldn't have hurt nobody. And it just happened to break a window.
There, Francis. Are you satisfied now?
Oh, that was wrong, Bobby. And I've told you so many times, you mustn't talk to your Aunt Sarah this way.
If you'd stay home and take care of your child, Francis, instead of prancing round all day.
I wasn't prancing, Sarah. I was walking my legs off looking for a job.
Oh, you and your jobs. Your first duty is to your child. You know you don't have to have a job, Francis, as long as you live with me.
Yes, Sarah. I know.
Coming home at all hours. Supper's ruined. It is my stew. It's burning. Oh, just in time.
I don't want your old stew. I don't like stew.
Bobby, why, Bobby, you're not having stew. What would you say to a nice raspberry jelly omelet?
Jelly omelet? Wow.
Well, just as soon as I set these 2 plates of stew down, I'll fix your omelet, Bobby. Francis, hurry, will you? For pity's sake, Bobby, now you stop playing with that canary's cage.
Oh, Bobby, didn't hear what Aunt Sarah said. Now stop it.
Oh, okay, Mom. And can I have prune juice too, Aunt Sarah?
Why, certainly you may, Bobby, dear. Bobby Briggs, now see what you've gone and done, leaving the canary's cage open.
Oh, Bobby, there goes the canary. Sarah, catch him.
Oh, of all the spoiled, misbehaving brats. If we could only... There he is, Francis. Catch him. Catch him.
I've got him. No. Oh, dear. Now he's flown up on the chandelier. Oh, Bobby.
Come down here, drat your
Sarah,
dog.
shut the dining room door. He'll fly out.
Shut the window, Francis.
Yes, Sarah.
Look out, the cat. Columbus. Stop that, you bad cat, you.
Sarah,
Oh.
I think I could... Got him.
Well, it's about time.
You naughty canary. Back you go. Ah, there.
Are you quite finished, Francis? Well, now, Bobby Brink, suppose you tell me why you opened that canary's cage and why you've been sitting at the supper table and haven't so much as lifted a finger to help catch him.
I don't care. I was just playing with the old bird. He flew past me, the dirty old bird.
Bobby Hayes, what's come over you? Bobby, come here.
What?
Son, you've always been so kind to Aunt Sarah's pets. But now you chase Columbus, torment the canary, go fishing in the goldfish bowl. Do you like tormenting animals and birds and fish?
Oh, Mom, I didn't hurt him.
Well, I suppose that lets him off. Kindness, reasonableness. Trouble is, Francis, you don't discipline him. If he were mine,
But he
I'd...
isn't, Sarah. Son, we'll talk about this after supper.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, eat your stew, Francis.
Yes, Sarah.
I suppose I might as well eat mine, too, even if it is icy cold by now. Well, what's the matter, Francis? Isn't my stew good enough for you?
Bobby's omelet, Sarah. You've forgotten.
Oh, have I?
Bobby, I'll make it for you.
Sit down.
Sarah, please.
I've told you 1,000 times, Francis. I won't have you or anybody else messing in my kitchen. Bobby'll wait for his supper, since he's spoiled ours.
Well, Sarah, the stew can be reheated.
As if my gas bills aren't high enough as it is. He'll wait.
Bobby, I won't eat
Oh,
until...
go ahead, Mom. I can wait. I'm not hungry anyway.
Thank you, son.
Every time we sit down to eat, that awful fiddling starts. I declare that foreigner does it on purpose just to annoy me.
That's only Mr. Weber downstairs, Aunt Sarah. He likes to play that song.
Bobby. Oh, I must have been insane when I rented that apartment to him. Fiddler playing. I'll have him evicted, that's what I'll do. I'll have him thrown right out into the street. Him and his nasty fiddle.
Well, don't stop there, Ellery. What happened then?
Then, Nikki, they finished their supper. Sarah Brink made Bobby a jelly omelet, which he devoured with great relish, while his mother began to clear the table.
Boy, that was good.
Oh, you liked it, Bobby.
Better than that old stew.
Bobby Brink.
Bobby. The stew is delicious, Sarah. Bobby, you may leave the table.
But, Mommy, why can't I have a piece of apple pie? I'm especially hungry for a piece of apple pie.
I've already told you, Bobby. If your mother won't punish you, I will.
You're just mean.
Oh, I am, am I?
Bobby, please. I told you to leave the table.
Oh, okay. downstairs and see Mr. Gordini, I promise.
You certainly may not.
Sarah, aren't you forgetting that I'm Bobby's mother?
I've told you and told you, Francis. Letting a young child spend all of his time with that worthless, greasy actor.
He's as nice as anyone you know, Sarah. Bobby, you may visit Mr. Gordini for a half an hour, then come upstairs to bed.
Gee, thanks, Mom.
Bobby, wait. Bobby, I forbid you. I forbid you. Do you understand? You are not to go downstairs. And Francis, just as long as you live in my home on my money, you'll do as I say. Is that clear?
I can't stand this anymore. Oh, it's throwing up to me how dependent I am on your charity. Trying to run my life, my child. Because we have no other place to live. And I'm going to leave. I'd rather starve.
Oh, stop that silly crying, Francis. If you'd listened to me, you wouldn't have been deserted by that no-good husband of yours and left penniless to support a child. I was good enough to take you in, and I'm good enough to dictate what's best for you.
No, I'll take Bobby and get out of here.
Well, if you want to live in the street, I suppose you're of age, but you're supposed to love this child. What are you going to feed him on? Kisses?
Mom? I don't want to see Mr. Gordini. It's okay. I'll go right to bed, Mommy.
It's all right, Bobby. You may go downstairs. Please, Bobby. Go on now, dear.
No. He's staying here. Bobby Brink, if you set foot outside this apartment, Oh,
Sarah.
Oh, Francis, I feel so funny.
Sarah, what's the matter?
Mommy, Aunt Sarah fell down.
Sarah.
My throat. Stomach. On fire. Can't breathe.
Bobby, run downstairs for Dr. Melton. Quick! Attempted poisoning.
I'm afraid so, Nikki. Curious case.
Not that I condone it, but it seems understandable. What an old bat. She owns the house, huh?
Yes, one of those old three-story brownstones facing Washington Square Park. She's converted it into a four-family apartment house. The Brinks apartment's on the top floor. Dr. Melton lives on the ground floor. And the intermediate floor is occupied by two tenants. Weber, a refugee who teaches the violin, and Gordini, who seems to be an actor.
But, Ellery, they can't possibly have anything to do with it.
Oh, that's Dr. Melton.
I'll go.
Yes?
I'm Dr. Melton, and this is Miss Sarah Brink.
Come in, Doctor.
Dr. Melton and Miss Sarah Brink, Ellery.
Well, how do you do?
Evening. Miss Brink's the patient I phoned to you about, Mr. Queen. Easy now, Miss Brink, please.
Here's a chair.
Thank you.
Sit down, Dr. Melton. Oh, this is my secretary, Miss Porter.
How do you do, Miss
How
Porter?
do you do?
I must say I'm a little surprised, Doctor, to see Miss Brink with you.
She's still pretty shaky, but I thought we'd risk it, Mr. Queen, even though it's only 4 days since...
The accident.
Now, don't excite yourself,
I
please.
told you, Dr. Melton, it was some sort of accident. Oh, I don't know why I've let you bring me here. A detective.
Miss Brink, it couldn't have been an accident.
Oh, dear.
What do you suspect, Doctor?
I don't suspect. I know. Miss Brink was poisoned.
By accident.
Please, Miss Brink. I suppose you're asserting that not as a theory, Doctor, but as a fact.
Judge for yourself. I know you've had some experience with these things, Mr. Queen.
Yes?
Miss Brink ate on an empty stomach. About 10 minutes later, she fell writhing to the floor.
Symptoms?
Burning pain in throat and stomach. Intense thirst. Collapse. Cyanosed skin. Difficult respiration. Cramps in the calves of the legs.
Arsenical poisoning.
Yes.
How awful.
I suppose you had the remains of Miss Brink's portion of stew analyzed, Dr. Melton.
Of course. It was heavily dosed with arsenic.
Miss Brink, who are your heirs?
My heirs?
Yes.
Well, my sister Frances. She's my only living relative.
Your sister and her little boy, you mean? He's your nephew, isn't he, Miss Brink?
Yes.
Comfortably fixed, are you?
Well, I own my own house, have a few $1,000s.
Any domestic help?
I do my own housework and cooking. Can't afford servants.
I see. Dr. Melton.
Yes, Mr. Queen?
I believe you said Mrs. Hayes, Miss Brink's sister, ate stew that evening and showed no ill effects.
None at all.
Obviously, then. Only the stew on your plate, Miss Brink, was poisoned. Was your sister in the kitchen at any time during the preparation or cooking of the stew?
Why, Frances was away all day. She didn't get back till a few minutes before I fetched the 2 plates of stew from the kitchen and set them on the dining room table.
Was your nephew in the kitchen while you were cooking?
Bobby?
Yes.
Oh, no, not at any time.
And after you set the plates down on the dining room table, Miss Brink, Did your sister have an opportunity to drop arsenic into your plate?
I tell you, it was an accident.
Did she?
No. Just as I set the plates down, Bobby let the canary escape, and Francis and I began to chase it.
I know that, Miss Brink. I just wanted to be sure. By the way, what was your nephew doing while you and Mrs. Hayes were chasing the canary?
Bobby? Why, Bobby was seated at the table.
Alone and unobserved.
No, I mean, yes, he was, but...
Miss Brink, please.
That's
please.
horrid, Ellery.
Facts very often are, Nikki.
Dr. Milton, take me home.
Miss Brink, you can't let this drop.
I won't have another word said about the entire matter. Understand?
You may have no choice, Miss Brink. This is attempted murder.
It's not. Anyway, if you interfere, Mr. Queen, I'll deny everything. Yes, and you needn't try to send me a bill. I won't pay it.
Well, Mr. Queen, I didn't realize who was involved. I think you ought to know, though, that she's concealing her real financial status. She owns half a dozen buildings in Greenwich Village, and she's one of the wealthiest women in the neighborhood.
I'm sure of that, Dr. Melton.
Well, I'd better get her back home. She's still pretty weak, you know, and at her age, it was a narrow escape. I'm sorry.
It's all right, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ellery, isn't there something you can do?
If she denies the story and refuses to press charges, Nikki, I'm afraid not.
But I just can't believe it. It's frightening. An 8-year-old boy, Ellery.
Yes. Apparently, the boy released the canary deliberately to lure his mother and aunt away from the table so that he could poison his aunt's stew unobserved.
I don't care how much of an old witch Sarah Brink is. To do a thing like that, a boy of 8, he must be a fiend, Ellery.
Psychopathic case.
Well, something ought to be done about it. The woman's in danger.
That's quite true, Nikki. Unsuccessful poisoners usually repeat. Nikki, what kind of stew did Sarah Brink say she cooked that night?
Kind of stew?
Yes.
I don't know, Ellery. I don't think she said.
Oh, careless of me. I should have asked her. Well, about all we can do, Nikki, is to try to interest some social service agency and hope for the best. Hand me the phone, will you?
But it wasn't to be. Everything was closed for the New Year's weekend. And then it was just yesterday afternoon. Ellery Queen's residence.
Naturally. Hello, Nikki.
Oh, Inspector Queen.
Nikki, put Ellery on.
Right. Ellery,
Yes?
your father.
Oh. Yes, Dad.
Son, you'd never forgive me if I didn't let you in on this.
In on what, Dad?
Cockeyedest case I ever saw. Can you get down here in 15 minutes? I'll try and hold him.
Hold him? Hold whom?
Witnesses to the crime. About 3 dozen of them.
3 dozen what?
Fact. If you don't hurry, there'll probably be 300 of them.
Dad, I don't see what...
36B Washington Square North. Make it snappy, Ellery.
36B Washington Square North.
What are you mumbling about, Ellery? What did the inspector want?
Nikki, that's the address of Dr. Milton's poison case.
Sarah Brink?
Yes. And Dad says there's been another crime. Come on.
Three dozen witnesses. And Inspector Queen, usually the coolest cop between the Battery and the Bronx, is in a state of considerable excitement. We'll meet the witnesses and Queen the Elder in Act 2, along with Sergeant Veely and a quorum of suspects. In the meantime, and in the intermission, we'll meet with Kenneth Banghart, who speaks for the Ford Motor Company. Ken?
Among the hardest working and most respected people in our nation are the country doctors. The men and women who bring healing knowledge and skill to even the most remote farms and homes. Day after day, in all kinds of weather, they make their rounds through forests and mountains and deserts, going wherever they're needed. And because their work is so important and their travel is frequently difficult, the Ford Motor Company is proud that so many doctors prefer to drive Ford cars. One of these is Dr. H.F. Lawson of Crossville, Tennessee. The people who live and work in the hills around Crossville know Dr. Lawson very well. Summer or winter, dust, or snow, or mud over the roughest roads and steepest hills, Dr. Lawson gets there when he's needed. Recently, Dr. Lawson wrote to the Ford Motor Company to say why he preferred to drive a Ford. He said that he can always start his Ford in any kind of weather, that it rides comfortably, that his Ford always takes him where he wants to go, no matter how bad the driving conditions. My Ford has never failed to come through, he wrote. As a rural doctor, I am qualified to say that no other car can beat a Ford for all-round performance under all conditions. That's the kind of service and dependability that millions of Americans have learned to expect from Ford products. That's the kind of performance you can expect from any product made by Ford. Act 2 of The Adventure of the Bad Boy will be presented after a brief pause for station identification.
The Ford Theater, The Adventure of the Bad Boy, Act 2. Our intermission turned out to be just long enough for Ellery Queen and Nikki to hail a cab, hop into same, and head for 36B Washington Square North, the scene of the crime. We picked them up as they swing around the lower Fifth Avenue corner of Washington Square.
Hop it, Nikki. Come on.
Gentlemen, wait for ladies.
Excuse me, please. Mind letting us through?
Or you might carry me.
Pardon me. Officer.
Hello, Mr. Green. Here, one side, you people. Stand back there. Stand back. Here.
You still with me, Nikki?
It's not your fault if I am. Ellery, you don't think there's been another...
I'm trying not to.
Come in, Maestro. Come in.
Oh, Feely, it's about time.
Well, you all set for a little surprise?
What's happened here, Sergeant Beale?
Right this way, folks. Inspector's waiting for you.
Feely, what's all the mystery about?
I got my orders, Maestro. You'll say.
A surprise, you said, Sergeant?
I'll say it's a surprise. One more flight.
The Brink apartment.
That is correct. Hey, you know the old dame, Maestro?
That Ellery, Billy?
Yes, sir.
Dad.
Hello, Nicky.
Hello, Inspector.
Wait till you see this, son. You won't believe it.
Try me.
Inspector?
This way, please. This is the upper hall, Ellery. Doors off here all lead to various rooms of the apartment. It occupies the whole floor. Here we are. You men ready?
Yeah.
Billy? Flint?
Yes,
Take it, Hagstrom.
Yes, sir. We do a repeat, huh?
Oh, but Inspector Queen, we don't have to go through all that
You'd
again.
think once would be enough, Flint.
I'm not mad. They are, all of them. Dad, will you please...
It's a joke, isn't it, Inspector?
Some joke. All right, boys. Take your positions just outside the door.
All right, make it sure. Come here.
Ellery, this is exactly what we found when we got here and opened this door.
Yes?
Open it, Bailey.
All right, remember, fellas, this is all for Gerald NYU. 2/14/89. Hep.
There's one getting away. Last one, you fine.
Come here, you little devil.
Rabbit! Rabbit!
Rabbit? Yes, rabbits. Herds of them. Spent half an hour chasing through the house trying to recapture that dad-blasted bunnies. They all came out of this bedroom, Ellery.
Whose room is it, Dad?
Woman named Sarah Brink. Owner of this house.
Sarah Brink.
No, Nikki. Stay in the hall.
Yep, son. That's just what we found when the rabbits scooted past us.
What?
Sarah Brink, Nikki. Dead.
Yeah. Now, let's see.
In the appearance of these bedclothes, Doc, looks like there was a struggle.
Sure there was a struggle, Inspector, with old man Death. Yeah. You'd struggle, too, if you'd died of what she did. Now, let's see.
Well, what was it, you cadaver mechanic?
No, Dick, your blood pressure.
Well, this is a fine time for a fiddle to be scratching.
Yeah, who's that?
Some fiddle teacher that lives downstairs named Weber.
What? Well, Pappy?
Oh, it's no use, Inspector.
The family lunched on rabbit stew today, huh?
Yes, and right after lunch, the old girl came in here to lie down for a nap.
Had some victuals in her stomach, I'll bet, before she ate that stew. Otherwise, she'd have passed out at table. Well, gentlemen, it's arsenical poisoning.
Ah. Well, if it ain't the maestro.
I was beginning to think we weren't speaking, Ellery. Yes, sir. Arsenical poisoning.
You're positive, Dr. Prouty?
Sunken features, cyanose skin, irritation of eyelids, and skin eruption.
There can't possibly be a mistake.
Doubt, my boy, is the deity of science. But in this case, I'd stake my professional reputation it was arsenious oxide.
White arsenic.
Better do an autopsy right away, Prouty. Make sure.
Naturally. Runch's test will do the trick. She'd have been luckier if she'd been born a rabbit. Arsenic won't kill them. They're immune. Okay, call the wagon.
On the way, Doc.
And here's your removal order.
What's this?
That's what, son?
This top hat on Sarah Brink's night table, Dad.
Oh, you've spotted it, Ellery.
What was she, a male impersonator?
Interesting, huh, Maestro?
Well, I'll be. Observe, I have nothing up my sleeve. I insert my right hand in the hat. Hocus pocus, open sesame, till Erlenspiegel, presto, a rabbit.
Very interesting. So what?
Oh, merely one bunny too scared to run away when you boys opened the door, Sergeant. Took refuge in this silk topper. Top hat and rabbit. The murder must have been committed by a magician.
What'd I tell you, Veely?
Maestro, you threw me. You threw me.
Walk over that buck.
Oh, here, Inspector.
Didn't I tell you to say that, Veely?
I bet you framed
Oh,
me.
but Dad, I wasn't serious.
Well, I am. She was poisoned by a magician, all right. I've got him in the living room right now, under arrest.
You mean there's actually a magician mixed up in this? Oh, of course. The actor.
Uh-huh. Lives downstairs across the hall from Weber, the violin teacher.
The vaudeville magician, Maestro. Calls himself Gordini the Great.
I want to see him.
Flint.
Yeah, Inspector?
Gordini been acting up?
Gentle as a rabbit. I don't mean to tell you how to run your business, Inspector, but believe me, I didn't poison Sarah Brink.
I know, Gordini. You're just a victim of a plot. This is my son, Ellery. He wants to talk to you.
Mr. Gordini, I'm very much interested in Sarah Brink's death. I'm told you were home today in your apartment around noon when she was poisoned.
That's right, Mr. Queen. I'm temporarily at liberty.
You could have used your time to better advantage, man.
Just a moment, Sergeant. I'm told, too, Mr. Gordini, that the fire escape makes it possible for you to have been just outside Sarah Brink's kitchen window while the 2 plates of rabbit stew, which Miss Brink and her sister, Mrs. Hayes, ate for lunch today, stood on the serving cabinet near the kitchen window.
Yes, Mr. Queen, but the kitchen window has an iron grill which can only be opened from inside. All the windows at the back of this house have. How am I supposed to have got past those bars?
With this thingamajig, Gordini.
Where'd you get my lazy tongues?
Is that a lazy tongue? And what are they, Inspector?
It's like a pair of scissors, Veely. Opens and shoots out in crisscrossing slats. Like this.
Hussy, you missed my schnoz by half an inch.
I missed, didn't I?
Be careful.
You got the idea, Ellery?
Yes.
This is part of Gordini's magic equipment. Comes from his stuff downstairs. Gordini, you stood on the fire escape outside the Brink kitchen window and dropped arsenic into Sarah's plate of stew from the end of these tongs through the grill.
What can I do but deny it? It's not true.
And a top hat. It has pockets inside, Gordini. A regular magician's hat. You admit it's yours?
Of course it's mine.
If you're innocent, how did it get into the Brink woman's bedroom?
I don't know.
Dad,
Hold it,
may I...
son. Gordini, I've had you checked this afternoon. Your real handle's Gordon, Algernon Gordon. And you were a chemist before you became a stage magician. Then you'd know all about arsenic. Wouldn't you, Mr. Gordon Gordini?
I see I'm to be convicted on coincidence.
No coincidence that you've been quarreling with the murdered woman, Gordini. The whole neighborhood knows about it.
Quarreling about what?
Well, it seems the old lady told him to keep away from her sister Frances and the kid Bobby.
Oh, well, that's pretty circumstantial, Dad.
Is it? Then bat this around, Ellery. I've got a witness who lives in a McDougal Alley house opposite the back windows here. My witness says she saw Gordini standing on the fire escape outside Sarah Brink's kitchen window at just about the time that rabbit stew must have been poisoned.
Is that true, Gordini?
Yes, Mr. Queen, I was there, but I was, snooping.
Why?
I'd rather not say.
Pretty lame, Gordini. That's the best you can do.
Dad, there's one fact you've overlooked that punches a pretty big hole in your Gordini theory.
What's that, son?
Frances Hayes had stew for lunch today, too, didn't she?
Yes.
She wasn't poisoned, was she?
No.
But both plates of stew, you say, the one which Sarah ate and the one which Frances ate, were on a serving cabinet near the kitchen window, accessible to Gordini on the fire escape through the lazy tongs. How could Gordini have known which plate was Sarah's?
Yes, how could I have known?
Maestro's got something there, Inspector.
As for Gordini's top hat being in Sarah's bedroom, Bobby Hayes told me he brought it there this morning.
Yes, I'd forgotten that. That's quite possible. Bobby often plays with my paraphernalia.
Furthermore, the rabbits aren't Gordini's. They were Sarah Brink's. She sometimes fed them in her room. I think that pretty well explodes the circumstantial case against Gordini.
Thank you, Mr. Queen.
But I'm not through with you, Gordini.
What's that?
You're obviously concealing something. What is it?
I don't know what you mean.
Gordini, I think you know who poisoned Sarah Brink. Do you? You do, don't you?
No talkie.
See if you can make Gordini change his mind, Dad.
Where are you going?
Oh, to snoop around.
I knew something horrible would happen in this house. I knew it.
Oh, Mommy! Please, Mrs. Hayes, you've got to control yourself.
Yes. Bobby, son, it's all right. Now, don't be frightened, baby. Aunt Sarah's just gone away, Bobby.
Oh, she's dead, Mom.
Bobby. Who's that?
It's probably an officer.
Come in.
Oh, Nikki.
Ellery.
Well?
Glad you're with Mrs. Hayes, Nikki. Hi, Bobby.
Hi.
Miss Porter's been a great help, Mr. Queen.
You are a real detective?
Well, sometimes I wonder, Bobby. Mrs. Hayes, all the pets in this house, canary, cat, goldfish, they were your sister Sarah's, weren't they?
And the rabbits, too, Mr. Queen.
Oh, yes, the rabbits. I assume she didn't quarter them in her bedroom permanently. Where did she usually keep them, Mrs. Hayes?
In the backyard.
In a real rabbit hutch.
That's so, Bobby?
Yeah.
Sarah...
Mrs. Hayes, who fed them?
Sarah wouldn't let anyone else take care of...
You remembered something, Mrs. Hayes?
Yes. Sarah had an argument last week with Mr. Weber. She caught him feeding her rabbits in the yard.
Why did she tell him off?
Weber. Must be Weber playing the violin now. Excuse me. Sergeant.
Yeah, Maestro?
Have Weber brought up, will you?
Now, that's constructive. Anything to stop that fiddle.
Oh, Mrs. Hayes, you had rabbit stew rather often, didn't you?
At least once a week. Sarah was very fond of it. She killed her own rabbits. They were multiplying so rapidly.
I don't like rabbit stew. Yeah, and Mom doesn't either. She only ate it because Aunt Sarah made her.
Bobby.
Just after your sister brought the plates of stew into the dining room for lunch today, Mrs. Hayes, did anything unusual happen?
Unusual? Well, I don't think I...
Well, like the escape of the canary last week.
Oh, you mustn't think Bobby's a bad boy, Mr. Queen. He's just mischievous, like most boys of his age, and he didn't mean to do anything.
Then something did happen at lunch today.
Oh, you can tell him, Mom? I pushed over the fish bowl.
Oh, Ellery.
Sorry, Nikki. And while your mother and aunt were rescuing the goldfish, Bobby, what were you doing?
Sitting at the table. Aunt Sarah was yelling at me. She said just for that I couldn't have chocolate cream pie. I'm glad she's dead, old yeller.
Bobby, you mustn't talk that way about...
Yeah, come on.
Well, Inspector, Sergeant?
Dr. Melton and Herr Weber.
What's this now, Ellery?
Oh, we've just been chewing the fat in here, Dad. Mr. Weber, you're the violinist we've been hearing all afternoon?
Yeah. Mrs. Hayes, I'm terribly sorry about your Schwester, Miss Brink. I hear what happens.
If you're sorry, why have you been playing your violin? And my sister lying dead up here.
But das ist doch, how do you say, sad music, Mrs. Hayes.
I have sad feelings. I play sad music. What I am, from where I come, it is all sad. Everything. Everyone. Even here, I cannot forget.
Mr. Weber, I understand you fed Sarah Brink's rabbits last week.
Yeah, with lettuce.
And she was very angry with you.
That's so.
I sit in the backyard thinking of Köln, Stuttgart, Zwickau. I play my violin. I lay it on the bench. I feed the bunnies. Miss Brink, she comes out. She takes my violin. She breaks it in little pieces. She is like a crazy woman. That is my good violin. The other, the one I play now on, that is not so good.
Sarah had a vile temper. I'm sorry, Mr. Weber. I didn't know about that.
Natürlich. I want she shall pay for my instrument. I am poor. But she says no. I should move. Also, I move. Tomorrow. Herr Dr. Melton, he is moving also.
Oh, really?
That right, Dr. Melton?
Yes, as soon as I can find new quarters in this neighborhood.
Why are you moving, Doctor?
Well, my patients are all pretty poor, Mr. Queen. They don't pay very well. I've been behind in my rent. The other day, Miss Brink said she wouldn't wait any longer, that, well, I'd have to get out.
But Dr. Melton, I didn't know that either.
I know, Mrs. Hayes.
I suppose I own this house now. Or you don't have to move. You've been here so long, Doctor.
Why, that's very decent of you, Mrs. Hayes.
And you too, Mr. Weber. You stay on. And as soon as I can, I'll pay for your broken violin.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön, gnädige Frau.
Blast it.
What, Dad?
This racket is 1 part luck and 99 parts waiting. Reports. Where are they?
Why, Inspector, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Kicking that cat. Here, Puss, don't let the nasty old man hurt your feelings.
Cats, goldfish, canaries, rabbits, regular zoo. Don't look at me that way, Nikki. I didn't kick the confounded beast. I didn't know he was there.
There, he's apologized, Puss. He's a nice, nasty old man.
Ellery, what's the answer to this blasted riddle? If Gordini didn't poison the stew...
I've got a notion, Dad. Just the vaguest notion.
Oh, the great man has a notion. Imagine that, Puss. Suppose it'll ever grow up to be a great big idea.
Hey, who swiped my gun?
What, Billy?
My gun, Inspector, my rod. Somebody lifts it right out of my holster. Was it one of you? Come on. Was it?
Why, Sergeant, I'm ashamed of you.
You better find it, Billy, before it turns up on the scene of a crime.
It wasn't one of you?
No.
I'll never hear the end of this.
That's the funniest thing. Oh, where's my handkerchief? Funny. I'm sure it was in my bag.
Your handkerchief missing, Nikki?
No, Ellery, my compact. Why, it isn't here.
What's this now? You better take a look at yourself, son.
Oh. My fountain pen. It's gone.
Hey! My snuff box.
What?
Inspector.
Oh, Flint, what is it?
Well, Doc Prouty just phoned from the morgue. He said something about submucous hemorrhages showing up in the PM or something. Anyway, the old dame died of arsenic poisoning, he said.
Well, that's progress. Flint, when you know that?
Oh. Well, there's a report from the city toxicologist, too. You know that white stuff looked like flour we scraped up from the floor of the rabbit hutch?
Dad, you found a white powder in the backyard rabbit hutch?
Sure, son, before you got here. So what, Flint?
Well, the toxicologist says that's arsenic, too.
Arsenic in the rabbit hutch? Why didn't someone tell me?
Hey, Inspector.
Huh? Oh, it's you again.
Hey, I found my gun.
You did, Sergeant?
Where?
On the downstairs hall table. My gun and your snuff box, by the way.
Oh, give me that.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
You didn't find a compact by any chance, Sergeant?
I sure did. Is this yours, Miss Porter?
Well, thank you.
And don't tell me, Maestro, this fountain pen is yours.
Yes, Sergeant. Thanks. They were all on the downstairs hall table, huh?
Something awful funny around here.
Someone swiped something from each one of us. Leaves them in plain sight to be found.
Thief who returns his loot.
But if he didn't want the stuff, why in time did he steal it in the first place?
That's it.
What did he say?
Huh? What, Ellery?
The key to the whole case.
Ellery, you mean the one who stole
Yes,
it?
Nikki. The key to the whole case.
the whole case. Somewhere around this point, I believe, it used to be novelist Queen's practice to challenge the reader to name the culprit with all the pertinent facts at his disposal. My guess always goes wrong. And in this case, I suspect so is yours. Act 3 will, shall we say, let the cat out of the bag, or the rabbit out of the hat. And so you might just as well give up, stop guessing, and relax, and listen to Kenneth Banghart for the Ford Motor Company.
During the past 44 years, the experience of millions of people has proven countless times that Ford products are outstanding for their reliability, economy, and service. 3 generations have recognized the name Ford as an American symbol of quality and dependability. And now there is another definite scientific proof of Ford quality on a large scale. A recent study conducted by independent life insurance experts determined the life expectancy of the 5 largest selling makes of trucks. The experts tabulated and studied the histories of almost 5 million trucks and established the average life expectancy of each make. That study proved that Ford trucks last 10% longer than the average truck. It proved that Ford trucks last up to 19 6/10% longer than their 4 principal competitors. This scientific study is conclusive proof of what Ford truck owners have known for a long time, that Ford trucks last longer. It's an unusually important tribute to the quality of Ford products. But even this outstanding record is not good enough. True to the Ford tradition, Ford trucks are constantly being improved. Soon there will be new model Ford trucks with new power, versatility, and beauty. They will be built on a basic principle of engineering which assures even longer life for Ford trucks. And you will be served better because the organization that has built more trucks than any other, Ford, builds trucks stronger to last longer. You can depend on Ford.
As the previous act ended, you will recall, Ellery Queen had just discovered the key to the whole case, to which, as our curtain rises once more, Nikki makes reply.
You know, Ellery, you're the most exasperating man alive. You mislead people. Me, for instance.
What, Nikki?
Oh, I know you're not listening. You never do. You make people think things, then it turns out to be something entirely different. The inspector can't help himself. After all, he's your father. But someday
What's this?
What?
This, Nikki.
Oh, why do I always fall for it? An old closet. Key to the whole case. What key? No answer. The great man wraps himself in mystery. Hush, hush. Top secret. Ellery, will you come out of that closet and listen?
You come into this closet and listen.
Huh?
Hear it, Nikki?
Sounds hollow. Something funny about that wall. This is Bobby's bedroom.
Look.
Sliding panel. Sort of medieval, isn't it, Ellery?
No, Nikki. Simply 8-year-old boy. Bobby's sawn through the back wall of his closet. Let's see what's behind this panel.
Secret passages yet.
Here, give me that flash, Nikki.
Flight of wooden stairs going
Let's see where
up.
it goes.
Ellery, you wretch, you've got the flash.
Here, Nikki. Watch your step.
Ellery, doesn't that violin of Weber sound louder?
Uh-huh. This passage apparently acts as an amplifier. Wonder where it leads.
Door. Just an old attic.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Bobby couldn't have built these stairs.
Hardly. It's an old house, Nikki. Part of the original. The stairs were probably boarded up during some renovation, and Bobby's rediscovered them. What's that?
Ellery, if you leave me here in the dark,
Come here, Nikki. Look at this sign.
Sign?
Robert Hayes, magician. Bobby's handiwork. What's this box?
An awful mess in there.
Yes. Cards, handcuffs, trick coins, wand, handkerchiefs, ropes. Collapsible knife. The usual magician's truck.
Oh, don't try to impress me. What's in that packet? Magic Humpties?
I'm afraid, Nikki, it's a more deadly magic than that.
A more deadly
A white powder, Nikki.
white powder.
Arsenic.
I can't believe it. I just can't. It's too revolting, Ellery.
I wonder why Gordini didn't tell the truth. He knew all the time. Unless...
Ellery, a boy. A boy of 8.
Well, let's go downstairs, Nikki, and get it over with.
Well, despite the discouragement of our host against trying to solve this baffling puzzle, we're going to make a stab at it. And joining me as our armchair detective is Christy from Spokane Valley, Washington. She's a writer and a jewelry designer. And Christy, you've listened to the case. And who do you think did it?
I listened to it 2.5 times. And about the only thing I've come up with is I don't think the boy did it. I have a suspicion that the aunt actually potentially poisoned herself the first time as a means of teaching the boy a lesson and getting him in trouble, because it just seems like something based off of what we were hearing she would have done. I don't think the mother or the boy actually did the poisoning for the killer, but I could not figure out who would have had enough motive to do the actual killing for that final poisoning.
So we've got a negative guess that it's not the boy or his mother. Right.
I just don't think that. If anything, if he did it the first time, it would have been. I don't think it was on purpose, but I think that she actually poisoned herself the first time, just to further corral the boys, her sister, into submission as a see, this is how bad your boy is, and see, aren't I doing a nice thing by taking care of him, despite the fact that he tried to kill me. Just sounds like something she would have done.
Okay. Well, we will see if you're right in just a second. And thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's get now back to Ellery Queen and the solution to our mystery.
How can you know? I've seen everything you have. I've got all the facts. They don't add up to a thing.
Bad mathematics, Dad.
Unless this kid, this Bobby Hayes.
The kid? Oh, nuts. I'm in the wrong racket.
Ellery, please do it quickly. His poor mother is so upset now.
All right, let's go. We'll all be bawling in a minute. Quiet, please. Go ahead, Ellery.
Just a moment, please. Bobby, dear.
Hey, Mom, what are they going to do now? Why is everybody so quiet?
Bobby, I want you to do something for Mother. I want you to go to my bedroom and stay there.
Oh, Mom, I want to see. I never saw a real detective get his man. I want to stay.
Bobby, please go.
Mrs. Hayes.
What?
Mrs. Hayes, I'd prefer Bobby to remain here.
Remain here?
Queen, why don't you let the boy go? This is no place for a child 8 years old.
Then suppose you tell us, Mr. Gordini, who poisoned Sarah Brink. Tell us, and I'll send Bobby away.
No.
I don't want to go away.
Why won't you tell us, Mr. Gordini?
Because I've got no proof. You wouldn't believe me.
I see. Gordini, when you were on the fire escape, you were looking for proof, weren't you?
Yes.
Bobby, you and Mr. Gordini are great pals, I take it.
Bobby, be quiet.
Oh, Mom. Sure, Mr. Queen, we're just like that.
And Bobby's at the age, Gordini, when he's most susceptible to the fascinations of secret passages, sliding panels, and magic. Right, Gordini? You've been teaching Bobby magic, haven't you?
You ought to see all the tricks Mr. Gordini showed me.
Bobby, don't say anything.
And when Mr. Gordini showed you all these marvelous magic tricks, Bobby, just what did he tell you?
But I had to practice all the time. Practicing is the way you get to be a great magician.
And Sergeant Feely's revolver, Bobby. My fountain pen. Inspector Queen's snuff box. And, Miss Porter's compact. When you took them from us under our noses, Bobby, you were simply practicing, weren't you?
Oh, no,
What's this?
Bobby stole things. Oh, Mr. Queen, he couldn't have. He's only a boy. He didn't know what he was doing.
I did too, Mom. Only I wasn't stealing them. I left them right in the downstairs hall table, didn't I?
That's how I knew it was you, Bobby.
I just wanted to see if I could, Mr. Queen. That's not stealing.
Bobby.
Mommy, I didn't steal. I didn't steal.
Ellery, get it over with, will you?
And, Bobby, you took that packet of white powder, too, didn't you?
White powder?
And hid it in your attic hideout. Hmm?
Bobby, don't answer.
Let the boy answer, Mrs. Hayes, please. Bobby?
Mr. Gordini told me to look for packages of white powder, like flour, he said, and to take them and give them to him as soon as the coast was clear. But that one in the attic, I didn't get the chance, Mr. Gordini. I was going to give it to you,
Bobby, don't say any more.
Why not, Gordini? What is this, Ellery?
Bobby, what else did Mr. Gordini tell you to do?
Nothing. He didn't tell me nothing.
Bobby, you can tell me. Because I know.
You do? Yeah, sure. You're a detective. Detectives know everything. But I promised not to tell.
Well, then suppose I tell you, Bobby, and then it won't be breaking a promise, will it?
Oh.
Mr. Gordini told you there was something you had to do to save your mother's life. Isn't that right?
Gee, how'd you know that?
To save my life, Mr. Queen.
And, Bobby...
My life?
You had to do that thing every time there was rabbit stew for lunch or supper, didn't you?
Yes, sir. It was something fierce. I had to watch all the time. I had to save my mother's life. I don't know why, but that's what Mr. Gordini told me.
Oh, Bobby, no.
And when you couldn't do this certain thing that Mr. Gordini had told you to do, Bobby, when you couldn't do it without your mother and aunt seeing you, you were a very smart boy. You decided to distract their attention.
The way magicians do when you don't want them to see their trick.
That's
Yes,
right,
sir.
Bobby, that's right. So last week you purposely let the canary escape. This afternoon you purposely upset the fishbowl.
What's right, son? For the love of Pete, why?
A diversion, Dad, can only have one purpose, to mask an act. When his mother and aunt were chasing that canary last week, while they were saving the goldfish today, Bobby took the 2 plates of rabbit stew, his mother's and his aunt's, and switched them.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's what you told Bobby to do every time they had rabbit stew, Gordini, to switch the 2 women's plates. Because you knew, Gordini, you knew the secret of those rabbits.
What secret, Ellery? What are you talking about, Maestro?
Bobby, will you leave the room now, please?
Yes, sir.
I don't understand either, Ellery.
Dr. Prouty said today that rabbits are immune to arsenic. So if you fed rabbits lettuce or carrots which had been dosed with the poison, it wouldn't hurt them a bit. But their flesh would become permeated with it. Then, if you made a rabbit stew, you'd be arsenically poisoned. Dad, you found arsenic in the rabbit hutch. That proved the animals were being fed the poison while they were still alive. Then they were slaughtered and cooked into a stew. And yet, only one portion of the stew was poisoned. How is that possible? Who could have controlled the preparation of the stew so rigidly that one portion was cooked with poisoned rabbit and the other with unpoisoned rabbit? Only one person. The person who wouldn't let anyone else feed the rabbit. The person who wouldn't let anyone else prepare food in her kitchen. The cook herself.
Sarah. My sister, Sarah.
Yes, Mrs. Hayes, your sister Sarah. She obviously wasn't trying to poison herself or Bobby, who always refused rabbit stew. She could only have been trying to poison you.
Oh, Sarah.
Gordini, you used to be a chemist. You saw Sarah Brink sprinkle a white powder on the rabbit's food in the hutch one day. You scraped some of it up, analyzed it, saw the whole thing in a flash. And to save Mrs. Hayes' life, you got Bobby to switch plates every time the sisters had rabbit stew. And Bobby did so, never realizing the significance of his act. And so you got Sarah Brink to poison herself.
But why, Mr. Queen? Why did my sister want to kill me? I have nothing.
Oh, you underestimate your wealth, Mrs. Hayes. You have a boy, a son, and all your sister's possessions couldn't buy her that.
She wanted Bobby.
Yes, Nikki. She wanted Bobby.
I'm sure that all of you are as happy as I am to learn that Bobby was not the culprit. The first time I heard the play in rehearsal, my money went down on the doctor. But as I said, I'm always wrong about these things. Our performance engaged the talents of 3 members of the original cast of the Ellery Queen series. Hugh Marlowe, prominent star of the Broadway stage and motion pictures, who created the role of Ellery Queen. Santos Ortega as Inspector Richard Queen, and Ted DeCorsia once more in the part of Sergeant Veely. Nikki was played by Charlotte Keene. Next week, Storm in a Teacup. As a motion picture, Storm in a Teacup was one of those all-too-rare events, a comedy of solid warmth and character, a photoplay about real people. If you join us next week, you will find, I think, that the story has lost none of its warm humor in translation to radio for the first time. Next Sunday, then, you have an appointment to meet Mrs. Honoria Hegarty, her dog Patsy, and the people they stirred into a storm in a teacup.
The Adventure of the Bad Boy was written by Ellery Queen. The continuity was by George Faulkner. The original music was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. Our editor is Howard Teitman, and the entire production was under the direction of George Zachary. The other players heard in today's broadcast were Brad Barker, Harold Deerenforth, Sarah Fussell, John Gibson, Averill Harris, Jane Houston, Ann Seymour, Walter Vaughn, and Guy Wallace. The Ford Theater is presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, tractors, and motor coaches. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hi, this is Andrew from OTRWesterns.com. I wanted to invite you to come take a look at our site. We stream live OTR Westerns 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, along with putting out podcasts of old-time radio westerns. Check us out at OTRWesterns.com. You're listening to The Great Detectives of Old Time Radio with Adam Graham. Now let's get back into the show.
Welcome back. Well, a very fascinating and involved mystery, and an end that's not entirely surprising, but still I found it pretty interesting. This episode actually was a remake of a play from the Ellery Queen series that aired between 1939 and 40. Adventure of the Bad Boy was actually the seventh story that was aired back in 1939, and that may also explain why it seemed perhaps a little bit more melodramatic than your typical Ellery Queen story or most 1940s detective story scripts. And so the Ford Theater really did radio listeners then, and particularly radio listeners of the future, such a great service, because none of these original hour-long Ellery Queen mysteries are in circulation. But this episode of the Ford Theater, which recreated one of those episodes, is. And that was definitely a treat. There are a couple other notes I should add. They didn't actually do the Armchair Detective thing for the Ellery Queen series back in these early episodes. That was something that was a later innovation, but I thought that despite the urging of the host, that our Armchair Detectives would take a stab at it. And the one thing I do kind of wonder about is when I look at the date of this program, January the 4th of 1948, there actually was an ongoing Ellery Queen series airing on ABC that we've been listening to with Lawrence Dobkin and then Howard Culver. So I'm curious how they managed it from a rights perspective, but I honestly don't know how they would do that. But at any rate, however they did it, it was a very enjoyable hour. But we're not quite done with Ellery Queen yet, even though we've listened to all the American Ellery Queen episodes, because next week we're heading down under for an Australian episode of Ellery Queen as we wrap up the series on the great detectives of old-time radio. In the meantime, send your comments to box13@greatdetectives.net. Be sure and become one of our friends on Facebook, facebook.com/radiodetectives, and follow us on Twitter @Radio Detectives. But from Boise, Idaho, this is your host, Adam Graham, signing off.
Graham is transcribed. Ellery Queen. In the interest of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Ellery Queen.
I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not only crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but also crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America.
The American Broadcasting Company presents another case in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery. And before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the popular Hollywood columnist, Miss Sheila Graham. And now, Ellery Queen, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard me investigate crimes in just about every imaginable place. Well, our crime tonight took place in the strangest locale of all, right on my own radio program. I call it Paul.
Ellery, hold it, will you?
What's the matter, Paul? What is it?
Ellery, you can't do this. You'll have to switch. Give us another case.
Why?
Murder on the Queen Show? Are you crazy? You'll scare the bejinkers out of people, Ellery. They'll think it's actually happening in this studio during the broadcast.
Very good point, Paul. Yes, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to be sure and keep in mind throughout the next half hour that you're listening to a case from the past, a crime that occurred a long time ago. Satisfied, Paul?
Thanks, Ellery.
It's a case I've always called the Armchair Detective. Veteran Queen fans will recall that in the early days of our radio show, as today, I invited some well-known person to come to the studio and sit in the guest detective's armchair. Then, as now, it was usually fun. But on the night I had in mind, things didn't quite go in the usual way. That night, about 15 minutes before we were scheduled to go on the air...
Everybody got the cuts?
I think so. Still, how are we on time?
We'll have to pick up 15 seconds, Ellery.
Oh,
Go on, Ted, and fill the bucket again.
All right, coming, Nikki. Who is it tonight?
Dr. Monty McKing.
Who?
You know, the college professor who has his own radio show. McKing's English.
Oh. Correct English crusader.
That's right.
Better brush up on my grammar. After you, Nikki.
Thanks. Bill?
Here's Miss Porter again.
Dr. McKing, Ellery Queen in the body.
How do you do, sir? I'm almost afraid to answer, Dr. McKing. I might hang a participle or something.
Darling.
Oh, Rosemary, I'm sorry. My dear, may I present Mr. Ellery Queen. How do you do, Mrs. McKing? And, this character is my brother and business manager, Bud McKing. Oh, hello there. I think our paths have crossed in radio.
As a small business. Say, Ellery, seeing that we're pals, how about tipping Monty off to tonight's solution?
Oh, sorry. And we are rebuffed. Right. And, yes, sorry, Elsie. My secretary, Miss Woolen. Miss Woolen.
This is really a thrill, Mr. Queen. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Queen fan. Why isn't that nice,
Thank you,
Ellery?
Miss Woolen. Oh, Dr. McKim, we haven't too much time. Shall we go into the guest detective room?
Monty's to sit in a special room, Mr. Queen.
Right in here, Mrs. McKing.
Well,
all right, isn't it? You see, we try to duplicate a home atmosphere. Oh, Nikki, would you pour me a glass of water, please? My throat's dry. There's only one seat here.
You know, you can't see the broadcast in this room. Oh, is that so? You just hear it, as you would in your own home.
Program's piped in here from the control room, Monty. You get it through that loudspeaker.
Well, how
Yes, Doctor. Yes, it's strictly an ad-lib spot. Immediately after my announcement on the air that I know who committed the crime, Nikki and I dash into this room from the studio, seat ourselves on the other side of the table from you, and then we hold a three-cornered post-mortem over the court.
Not Dr. McKing's corpse, I hope.
Elsie, do I detect an unconscious secretarial wish to achieve my destruction?
Marty, I don't find that a bit funny.
Don't come, Rosemary.
But, Mrs. McKing, I didn't.
Oh, right, Nikki, yes. I should explain no one's allowed in this room but our guest of the evening. So, Nikki, if you'll show the rest of Dr. McKing's party into the client's booth.
Oh, certainly. This
I thought you would be... Now, if you get thirsty during the broadcast, Doctor, here's a pitcher of water right on the table.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh, Phil.
Yes, Ellery?
How about a quick level?
Whenever he's ready.
Uh-huh. All right, if you'll be seated, Dr. McKing. Yes, thank you. And say something into the mic, anything at all. Just a voice level, say. I left Dr. McKing alone in the Armchair Detective's room. We went on the air with our program, and in due course I reached the point in our mystery where I was able to say...
But, Ellery, do you mean to say...
Yes, Dad. Now I know who committed the murder. Nikki and I hurried to the Armchair Detective's room as usual. There was Dr. McKing, a little nervous, but otherwise himself. I said into the table, Mike. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, let's see what our guest Armchair Detective has to say. Nikki?
And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest is the famous Dr. Monty McKing, founder and leading light of that popular radio program, McKing's English.
All I can think of at this moment, Dr. McKing, is McQueen's ignorance.
You're too modest, Ellery. You're not the worst offender by any means. Oh, you're sometimes guilty of ellipses.
Is that bad, Doctor?
But you usually avoid committing such truly foul crimes against our mother tongue as needless variants, irrelevant allusions, pleonasms, periphrases.
Surrender. But to get away from the English language and how not to use it, Dr. McKing, I hear you're famous in a different sphere altogether.
Yes. You're said to be able to whip up a mean bouillabaisse, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Nikki. I am an enthusiastic amateur chef.
Doesn't your wife resent it?
On the contrary, Nikki, Mrs. McKing is only too happy to leave the solution of our household's culinary mysteries to me.
Ah, talking about solving mysteries, Dr. McKing.
Oh, dear. I find that drought has suddenly attacked my vocal cords.
Simple, we'll irrigate them. Nikki, will you oblige?
I'm way ahead of you, Ellery. Here you are, Dr. McKing. A nice wet glass of water.
Spoiled. Thank you.
Now, as soon as you're through oiling your larynx, Doctor, suppose you tell us who committed the murder in the police commissioner's office. Oh, what's the... don't let the water glass worry you, Doctor. Who committed the murder...
Ellery, he's...
Too nervous to speak, eh, Dr. McKing? Well, it happens to the best of us. In just a moment, I'll give you the solution to tonight's mystery, but first, here is... The control room cut our Armchair Detective's room off the air that night just in time, as Nikki and I hurried around the table to Dr. McKing's chair.
He fell off his chair.
Doctor?
Queen, I'm poisoned.
Poisoned?
By what, Dr. McKing? What's that?
Search Rosemary.
Doctor?
Search Rosemary. That's his wife. Dr. McKing. Ellery, call a doctor.
For what, Nikki?
Ellery, what's going on in here? What's happened to your guest? Hey.
Dead, Phil.
Dead? But we're still on the air.
Nikki, the poison is in that glass of water McKing just drank.
Our water? From the pitcher?
Pitcher's loaded with it, too. Smell this, Phil.
Huh? Oh, what am I doing? Ellery, for the love of Mike, we're still on. You've got to finish the show. Solve the murder.
Yes, solve the murder yet. Phil, have this room guarded till we're off the air. Nikki?
Yes, Ellery.
Back to the mic.
I don't know how we got through the rest of the program. My mind's a blank on the whole thing. But the minute we went off the air that evening, Ellery hurried back to the guest room to solve a very different kind of murder. the murder of his own armchair detective.
No. I didn't, Inspector Queen. I didn't, I tell you.
Mrs. McKing, your husband's dying words would assert you.
Well, you didn't find anything on me, did you?
The idea of murder's ridiculous. Queen, my brother probably committed suicide.
Impossible, Bud. The poison that killed him comes only in liquid form, so it must have been in the container.
And there's no poison container of any kind, either on Dr. McKing's body or in this room. Inspector, Billy, I found it. The bottle's empty, Inspector, but smell it. This is it, all right.
Sergeant, where'd you find that bottle?
On the floor of that glassed closed booth where Mrs. McKing, Bud McKing, and Miss Woolen were watching the broadcast, Maestro.
The client's booth?
Oh, Nikki, feeling better?
Oh, yes, Ellery. Well, no one else was in that booth, Inspector, just his wife, his brother, and his secretary.
Sort of simplifies it. Ellery, you sure the water in this picture was okay when the McKing party first came in here with you and Nikki?
Before we went on the air? Positive, Dad.
Oh, Inspector, Ellery drank a glass full of it himself.
So one of these three dropped the poison into the picture before Miss Porter escorted him out.
Disposed of the empty bottle in the booth.
Afraid we forced the poisoner's hand, Nikki, by sending them into that booth.
Mrs. McKing, it looked as if your husband had noticed you fooling around with that picture.
If Marty had seen me drop poison into the water, would he have drunk any of it?
Rosemary's got a point there, Inspector. He probably didn't get the significance of what he'd seen until he realized he was poisoned.
But when he does realize it, he says to search you for the bottle.
But why should I murder Marty? I loved my husband. I loved him dearly. Life won't be the same. I'll say it won't.
Miss Woolen. What did you say?
Oh, nothing.
What did you mean, Miss Woolen?
Yes, go on, Elsie. Say it. All right, I will. Dr. McKing was the kindest husband in the world to her. And all she cared about was money. Money for clothes, furs, and jewelry. And when he had to close down her charge account, she poisoned him.
Out of revenge. Huh, Miss Woolen?
No, for his estate. His will leaves everything to her. That's why Mrs. McKing poisoned him. For his money.
Well, Mrs. McKing?
What can I say, Mr. Queen, that I'm innocent? I've already told you that a dozen times. True, I've been extravagant, and I was angry when Monty clamped down on me, but commit murder for money? The man I loved?
Ellery, come out with me a minute.
Oh, yes, Dad.
Shut the door. Well, shut it.
It's shut, Dad.
Oh. These blamed radio doors. What do you think, son?
I don't know.
King did put the finger on his wife.
Well, may have been no more than a stab in the dark, Dad. Certainly not enough to hold her on.
I think I'll send her home. Have Beely gumshoe the house on the QT. Might send Nikki home with her, too.
Good idea, Dad.
She could snoop out information where they wouldn't give us the time of day.
Blast it.
Sure, but what?
Well, Dad, ever since McKing said search Rosemary, I've had the weirdest feeling that
he meant something else?
I don't know. I had the feeling there's a clue. A clue I've missed or forgotten. A clue that ties in with McKing's dying words. Maybe something that happened during the... Of course.
You've got it?
No, Dad. No, but I know where I can get it.
Talk sense, son.
Well, they always make recordings for the Queen shows, Dad. Now, you go ahead with your plans. I'm going to take a recording of tonight's show home and play it back. All night, if necessary. To spot that... whatever it is.
Simple. We'll irrigate him, Nikki. Will you oblige?
I'm way ahead of you, Ellery. Here you are, Dr. McKing. A nice, wet glass of water.
Spoiled. Thank you.
Oh, it's here. It's here somewhere.
Modest, Ellery. You're not the worst offender by any means. Oh, you're sometimes guilty of a listening.
Oh, it can't be there.
Variance, irrelevant allusions, pleonasm.
Yeah.
Said to be able to whip up a mean bouillabaisse, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Nikki. I am an enthusiastic amateur chef.
Doesn't your wife...
Wait a minute, chef.
On the contrary, Nikki.
Chef.
Mrs. McKing.
Chef. Can it be that...
Amateur chef.
Doesn't your wife...
That's it.
Bud McKing? Wait a minute. What do you want?
I saw the light under your door.
I've been reading. What are you doing back at your brother's house, Mr. McKing? I thought you left after we got Rosemary to bed.
Oh, I went home, but then I thought, with Monty, Rosemary in such a spot, may I come in and chin for a while?
I'm sorry. It's after 3. What do you want?
Oh, scared to death, huh?
Good night.
Oh, what's your hurry?
Your foot, Mr. McKing.
You're full of that murder op, too, aren't you? Has he made you afraid of me?
Please take your foot away. I want to go to bed.
Don't think Ellery's pulling the wool over my eyes. You're a spy. He planted you here.
Let go of the door!
Monty wasn't murdered. It was suicide.
You've been drinking. Get out.
I know what you think, that I'm in love with Rosemary, that I killed my brother to get his wife.
If you don't go
well,
away...
It's a lie. There's never been a thing between Rosemary and me. Not a thing.
Sergeant Bailey. Sergeant, you still down there?
Oh, Miss Porter, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Sergeant. I just want to make sure you were there.
Everything okay up there, Miss P?
Well, yes. I tucked Rosemary McKing into Betty by at 10:30, and Miss Woolen went to her room hours ago.
Well, you sound shaky. You sure everything's all right?
Well, Sergeant, Button McKing just came back to the house.
I know. I saw him go in, but he didn't try to sneak in, so maybe I better come in at that.
What was that? Oh, heaven's sake.
What's wrong now?
Don't you hear it, Sergeant? Sounds as if someone was breaking up the house. I better go see what's the matter.
Wait till I...
Downstairs. Funny. It stopped. Who's that downstairs? What happened? Where the dickens is the light? It ought to be around here.
Inspector's here. He just came. How you feeling, Nikki?
Inspector Queen.
She's still groggy.
I was upstairs.
Well, you're downstairs now, Nikki. Billy carried you here from the upper hall where he found you. Out cold. Then he phoned me at headquarters. I'd been working late.
Oh, what's the matter with my head?
Somebody used it for target practice, Miss Porter.
Oh, well, they scored a bullseye. Oh. Who was it? Who did it?
Neely was too late, Nikki. But it's somebody who was in the house. I checked right away, but the two women were in their room sleeping, or make them believe they were sleeping. And I found Bud McKing on a couch in the upstairs hall, snoring off a load. We've got him locked in separate rooms.
Dad.
Ellery, where the heck have you been, Maestro? I tried calling you at home, but no answer.
Must have been on my way over here, Sergeant. Nicky.
Hi, Mr. Q.
Nicky, you're hurt.
Got a crack on the skull, son.
Maybe I have a concussion.
Oh, Nicky.
Ellery, hold me close.
Baby. Well, what are you two standing here for? Didn't you call a doctor? Nicky, honey.
Closer.
Oh, she's okay, Maestro.
I am not, Sergeant.
Why, you... Oh. Nicky, what were you doing?
Snooping.
Why?
Well, I heard someone going berserk in some room downstairs.
Really?
By the time Nikki got out into the upstairs hall, it was all over, and she bumped into whoever it was, in the dark. He grabbed her.
Downstairs. The kitchen, wasn't it?
How'd you know?
I want to see it. Which way?
Come on.
Hey, wait for me.
Hurry up, Nicky.
Wouldn't care if I dropped dead right in this spot, Ellery.
Probably too late. I should have foreseen that the killer would want to...
What are you talking about, Ellery?
Here gets me half killed.
Here's the kitchen,
And
Maestro.
then he won't even wait. Well, for the... Look at this place.
A wreck.
Dishes broken, furniture knocked over.
It's a search or something. But why? Then why in the kitchen?
Remember Dr. McKing's dying words?
Search Rosemary.
Meaning his wife.
Not necessarily.
Not his wife?
But Ellery, Rosemary.
That's Mrs. McKing's first name, son.
It's also the name of something else. Dr. McKing was an amateur chef, an enthusiastic cook. This ought to be the spice cabinet.
Spice cabinet.
Got that cracked on the head anyway.
Old cloves, thyme, mace, marjoram, sage, basil, nutmeg, old ginger. Ah, look.
Rosemary. Huh?
Rosemary. And herb used in cooking.
When he said search Rosemary, he meant to finish a sentence.
Or search rosemary jar in spice cabinet or something like that.
Search Rosemary jar? Well, search it.
If I'm right, there'll be something in this jar, unless the searcher beat us to it.
He missed it. There is.
A wad of typewriter paper.
Letters the king left it. What's it say, Ellery?
Oh, dated 10 days ago. Due to a recent disturbing episode, I am writing this note as a precaution. If anyone finds it, I am the only one who uses the spice cabinet, so it is safe against accidental discovery. It will be because they are investigating my murder. The other night, a certain person close to me threatened my life. I was inclined to at first dismiss it as hysteria. Now I am not so sure. If anything happens to me, the person who threatened to kill me was...
Oh, Ellery.
Come on, Maestro.
Elsie Woolen, my secretary. Signed Monty McKing.
Billy, get that Woolen girl down here. And it is true, Miss Woolen.
Yes, but
You did threaten Dr. McKing's life.
Yes, but I can't.
Believe you threaten him. Come on, why? Tears.
Nikki, you tackle her.
Me?
Give her some of the old porter treatment. You know, the kind you use on me.
I hope I have better luck with her. Miss Woolen. Elsie. Oh, Miss Porter, they just don't understand. Yes, well, they're men, dear. But, Elsie, they'll find out eventually. It's much better to tell the truth. They're really not ogres. You can't blame them, dear. If you refuse to talk, it looks as if you have something to conceal. Why not tell the whole story? Come on now. I loved him. Secretary loves both.
Nikki, shut up.
I kept it locked up for so long. But one night it came out. Monty told me he loved his wife. I guess I said some foolish things. But I didn't poison him last night. I didn't. You can't prove I did because I didn't. Try to prove it. Go ahead, try.
Hey, all right, Billy. She's not going anywhere. Because she's right. We can't prove it. All this does is to uncover another possible motive. This is a toughie.
This would be about the time for the great Ellery Queen to come up with one of his miraculous solutions, wouldn't it?
Why, Nikki, how did you know?
Oh, no.
Ellery.
Yes, Dad. Now I know who murdered Dr. McKing. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives and our guest in the studio compare solutions. Nikki?
Ellery, I'm happy to introduce the charming proprietress of one of Hollywood's most popular syndicated columns, Miss Sheila Graham.
Good evening, Miss Graham, and welcome to the armchair.
Thank you, but after listening to your mystery tonight, I'm a little worried about occupying this post.
Oh, you have nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps you'd like a glass of water to help you relax.
Heavens, no! That's the last thing in the world I'd want.
I can't say that I blame you. But now suppose we get down to business. Tell me, who do you think is the criminal in tonight's story?
Well, it's very complicated tonight.
Sure.
But I think Miss Woolen, the secretary, did it.
I see. And
See, it was a very subtle murder. It takes a smart girl to murder a man like that, and took a lot of preparation. Secretaries are usually rather smart, and she knew this man. She knew that he might get thirsty. He obviously got thirsty very often in his office. And also he said that somebody very hysterically threatened his life previously.
You mean in the note he
Yes,
left for
in the note he left, and she was a very hysterical woman, so I think Miss Woolen did it.
Thank you very much, Miss Sheila Graham. We'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here is Paul Masterson.
A second great war has in the not-too-distant past drawn to a close. The magnificent self-sacrificing work of the International Red Cross will long be remembered. At home, the American Red Cross has always been on the job whenever disaster struck, whether it was a tornado, earthquake, fire, or flood. It is our duty and our privilege to help make the 1948 Red Cross campaign the best ever. The quota is set at $75 million. By giving to the Red Cross, you are giving directly to your relatives and friends in the armed forces and here at home. Let's make 1948 the banner year in donations to the American Red Cross.
I don't care. I don't want to hear it. He's just too smart. Always knows the answer to mysteries.
Well, I want to hear it.
Nicky, pipe down.
What have you got, Ellery?
Swelled head.
Nicky. It's all right, Dad. It's that crack on the skull. Well, now, what was Dr. Monty McKing's profession? What was he most famous for?
His radio program.
McKing's English.
His authority on the correct usage of the English language.
Then let's take another look at that note we just found in the rosemary jar. I quote, "Due to a recent disturbing episode, I am writing," and so forth.
Something wrong there, Maestro?
Well, Sergeant, due to in that sentence is hopelessly incorrect.
Oh, it is, huh?
It should read because of a recent disturbance. I'm writing, and so forth. Due to can never be used adverbially.
Is that so?
And this, if anyone finds it, it'll be because they are investigating my murder.
Any one must be followed by he. One can't possibly mean the plural.
Oh, Miss Porter is with us again. Yes, Nicky. Another mistake. And this, I was inclined to at first dismiss.
A split infinitive. A split in what?
In other words, this short note, purportedly from the pen of an authority on correct English, reveals not one, not two, but three of the commonest errors of usage. Incredible. Conclusion, Dr. McKing did not write the note.
It's a phony. I mean a forgery.
And since the note was not written by Dr. McKing, it was not left in the rosemary jar by Dr. McKing either. Someone else left the note in the jar, obviously the real writer of the note, the forger.
But, Ellery, why? What was accomplished by it?
Well, a great deal, Dad. It made us believe that the word rosemary in Dr. McKing's dying statement, "search rosemary," meant rosemary the herb rather than rosemary the name of a woman. And who gains by our thinking that the victim was not accusing a woman named Rosemary, but was merely telling us to look for a note in a spice jar?
Only Rosemary McKing herself. She did poison her husband.
Tried to twist his accusation of her to mean something entirely different, because she had a guilty conscience.
So tonight, after I put her to bed, she forged her husband's signature to a note accusing Elsie Woolen, then sneaked downstairs, left the note in the rosemary jar as a blind...
And then Nicky deliberately led us to that jar.
Wait a minute. Led us to the jar, Maestro?
Well, by wrecking the kitchen, Sergeant. What was that but a clever device to draw our attention to it? To make us search it and find her plant in the rosemary jar.
And then on her way back upstairs, she bumped into me in the dark and let me have it. But...
At that, Rosemary's attempt to lead us down a false trail might have succeeded, if only she'd learned from her victim the rules governing the English language.
Well, here's where she learned something about the rules governing murder. Really? Old Rosemary McKing? For the murder
of my armchair detective.
Yes, sir.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you again, Miss Sheila Graham, for serving as our guest armchair detective this evening. As mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine. Ah, Paul. Feeling all right?
Well, I guess we're okay. There have been no calls yet asking if our armchair detective's really been knocked off.
And what are you worried about?
Among other things, Ellery, next week.
And never mind about next week.
What's the matter, Nicky? What gives next week that it darkens the fair brow and brings lightning into those beauteous orbs?
Why, Paul.
Well, it's nothing, Nicky. I guess you bring out the poet in me.
Oh.
Nicky.
Remember me?
Go away. Not you, Nicky.
Yes, I remember you, Ellery Q. I remember that female, too.
What female?
Nikki's referring to next week's problem, Paul.
I'll say she was a problem.
What was her... its name, Ellery?
Oh, you were right the first time, Paul. I call her... it. The farmer's daughter. This is Ellery Queen saying good night until next week, and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
All names used on this program are fictitious and do not refer to real people, either living or dead. Among the members of tonight's cast were Larry Dobkin, Herb Butterfield, Kay Brinker, Alan Reed, Joan Banks, Bill Johnston, Charles Seal, Ann Morrison, and Joe Kearns. Music was by Rex Corey, direction by Dick Woolen, entire production under the supervision of Ellery Queen. Now, a listening reminder. For a hilarious combination of spring fever and spring house cleaning, listen when Willie Piper's spring fever combats his wife's feverish energy on Tales of Willie Piper tonight.
The preceding program came to you by transcription. The best time to plan for the future of your children is when they're small. That's the time to set up a nest egg for their education. And your banker will tell you that the best way to do it is to put the money... Best way to do it is to put the money... Best way to do it is to put the money... Best way to do it is to put the money...
Ellery Queen. In the interest of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Ellery Queen.
I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not only crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but also crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America.
The American Broadcasting Company presents another case in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery. And before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the famous columnist of Daily Variety, Miss Floribel Muir. And now, here's Ellery Queen, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's case is much more Nikki's than mine. I urge everyone interested in the problem of juvenile delinquency to listen to The Three Frogs. All right, Nikki, so you decided to find a new apartment, but did you have to pick the east side, the slums?
Around this corner, Ellery.
Garbage tossed out the front windows, gangs of young hoodlums. Nikki, do you know what the incidence of crime is in this neighborhood? Well, for the love of...
That 3-story and basement brownstone over there, Ellery. Take it back, Mr. Q.
Oh, in spades. Around the corner, and it's a very nice street.
Nothing wrong with the house, either.
You sure the place isn't haunted? There must be something wrong with it.
I'd like to see the ghost who could make me move. Thanks, Ellery.
Oh, wait, Nikki, I'll go up with you. I'd like to see that apartment.
Nothing doing. You wait till I fix it up.
Well, all right. See you tomorrow, Nikki.
Night, Ellery.
Night.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
I believe we're neighbors. My name is Stankman, Clyde Stankman.
Oh, yes. You're on the floor above me, Mr. Stanklin. My name is Nikki Porter.
How do you do? No, allow me, Miss Porter.
Oh, I thank you.
You know, young women really shouldn't live in this neighborhood.
Why not, Mr. Stanklin?
Too much crime. There was just a... Oh, Mr. Gazot.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Miss Porter, Mr. Gazot, top floor.
Hello, Mr. Gazelle.
Enchanté, mademoiselle. Monsieur Stanklin, did you hear?
Mr. Gazot was reporting the UN for a Paris paper, Miss Porter.
Yes.
How thrilling.
No, mademoiselle. Very dull. I'd much rather report your crime news. Monsieur, Did you hear on the radio?
That street fight 2 blocks away?
Oh, no.
Yes, Gazelle. I've just been over there. Bad.
Then it is where I'm going. Automobile.
Certainly.
Oh, it is like that.
Was anybody hurt, Mr. Stank?
Yes. Gang of hoodlums, mere boys, started it.
Oh, dear.
Well, I'll be saying good night.
Good night, Mr. Stanklin.
Good night, Miss Porter.
Now, where was that light switch again? Oh.
What? Yeah, this is a real rod, sister, so don't get no ideas.
What are you doing in my apartment?
I was in a fight. I'm on the lam from the lousy cops.
Aren't you a little young to be afraid of policemen? How old are you?
Stay where you are. 14 and no cracks.
14. And what's your name?
Frankie Clough. And you're going to hide me out, sister, or I'll...
You're bleeding. That's it. Now just lie still, Frankie. I know it hurts, but I've got to wash some of this blood away, Frankie. And it's no use fumbling around for your artillery. I've hidden it.
You... It's a trap. Sister, you call the cops and I'll... Who's that?
Yes? Who's there?
Police.
Cops. You called them. You...
Be quiet.
I told you, Sergeant. This is Nikki's new apartment.
Ellery.
Nikki, it's Ellery. Come on, open.
I'm getting out of here.
You're staying right here, Frankie, and keep your mouth shut. Coming, Ellery. Well, if it isn't EQ and Sergeant Veely. Fine time for a visit. What's up?
All hallelujahs broke loose over on Stucker Street, Miss Porter.
I was on my way home and I ran into the thick of it. And Veely here.
Yeah, somebody in the back thought he saw a kid duck into the alley behind this house, Miss P.
He wouldn't be in your apartment, would he, Nikki?
A boy? Who is he? What'd he do?
Well, apparently he's done a great deal, Nikki. He's one of the ringleaders of a juvenile gang who call themselves the Frogs.
This kid is known as the Bubblegum Kid.
The Frogs pulled a big job tonight, then apparently got into a fight over the division of the spoils.
Well, what's going to happen to this boy if he's caught?
What's going to happen to him? He's going to get what's coming to him, and that's plenty.
Juvenile court and probably the reformatory.
That's going to cure him, won't it?
I know, Nikki, it's a tough problem. But what are we standing here in the hall for? As long as I'm here, Nikki?
Not till the place is fixed up.
Why, Nikki, you'll have me thinking you've got that young hoodlum in there.
Oh, go on away.
Come on, Sergeant.
Right. Good night, Miss Porter.
Good night, Sergeant.
Night, Nikki.
Night, Ellery. Well, Frankie, you still think this is a trap?
I don't get it. Hey, lady, what are you doing?
You're going to bed. In the stay bed. Hold still.
You're gonna undress me?
Well, you can't go to bed with your clothes on.
I'll undress myself.
All right, Frankie. But be very careful.
You gonna stay in the room?
No, Frankie. Just wear my pajamas.
Put on a dame's pajamas, no soap.
Put this on, Frankie, or I put it on for you.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Hey, where you going?
For the doctor who lives on the ground floor.
No, don't get no doctor.
And then, Frankie, you and I are going to have a little talk.
Oh, no, young man. You'll have to hold still.
You're killing me, Doc.
This is going to hurt.
Dr. Cordell, isn't that an awfully nasty wound?
Yes, lost a lot of blood. But I wouldn't worry, Miss Porter. These slum boys are tough.
Oh, Frankie's no slum product, Doctor. He's my nephew.
Really? Oh. How did you get this knife wound, Frankie?
That's not from a knife. I was climbing a fence with glass on top. Cut me all up.
Oh, I see. He mustn't be moved, Miss Porter, and that wound has to be watched.
I'll be okay. Let me alone.
I'll watch it, Dr. Cordell. I've had some nursing experience.
Good. There, young man. How does that dressing feel?
Oh, great.
Should be changed every 12 hours, Miss Porter, and watch his temperature.
Yes, Doctor. What do I owe you?
Well, since we're neighbors, Miss Porter, I'll send you a bill. I'll take a look in on him tomorrow. Good night.
Good night, Doctor, and thank you. Well, that's over. Feel better?
He made me nervous. Hey, what are you doing?
Just tucking you in.
That little guy don't look like no real doctor anyway. He looks more like a toad all hunched over.
Frankie, we don't talk about other people's physical defects. It's not Dr. Cordell's fault that he has a hunchback. And it's to his credit that he was able to overcome his handicap.
Handicap?
Everyone has some handicap to overcome. Some of us have to overcome the way we started out in life.
Like me, you mean? I'm doing okay.
There you are. Frankie, I think we ought to let your father and mother know where you are, don't you?
My who? Hey, what do you think I am, a Boy Scout?
No, Frankie. I don't think you're a Boy Scout. You're not man enough to be one.
Say, listen, baby.
The name is Miss Porter, Frankie. Don't you have any parents?
Oh, sure. Sure, my old man's doing a stretch and stir, and my old lady, I don't know where she is. Ain't seen her for 2 years.
I see. Then where do you live, Frankie?
Oh, around. We frogs got a clubhouse, kinda. I sleep there on the floor most of the time. Hey, this bed is the nuts.
Frogs?
Yeah, my gang. The big shot who organized it calls himself the Frog, and
Yes, Frankie? Go on, I'm interested.
I made it all up. Hey, where are you going to sleep?
In my bedroom there. Now, you'd better get some rest.
Wait a second. Why are you doing all this for me? What's your angle?
Angle? Frankie, not everyone has an angle.
Oh, no. I suppose you're doing this because you like me, huh?
That's one reason.
Huh?
Another is that everybody talks about helping boys like you, but very few actually do.
Nobody's got to do nothing for me.
Frankie, I'd like you to talk to that man who was here a while ago, the one I called Ellery.
Yeah? What for? Who is he?
Ellery Queen.
Ellery Queen? That cop-loving... I knew this was a trap.
Frankie, no.
I want out. Let go of me.
No, Frankie.
Go. I'm so bushed I can't even get away from a lousy dame.
You're staying right here till you get well.
This Queen will sick the cops on me.
No, Frankie, he'll help you.
His old man's a cop. He's got cop blood. I hate every lousy cop that ever was...
Frankie, suppose I promise not to tell Mr. Queen about you till you say the word. How's that?
Okay.
It's a deal. Now, I'm going to turn the light off.
Say, Miss Porter.
Yes, Frankie?
I'm sorry I called you lousy dame. Night.
Good night, Frankie.
We've got to find that bubblegum kid. We've got to.
Yeah, Inspector.
Now, whoa, Dad. Take it easy.
Inspector, why is this boy so important?
Because, Nikki, I think he knows who the Frog is. The adult who organized the kid gang and directs their operations.
Oh, you make him talk, Inspector?
We've got to break the back of this gang. Believe. The boy's hiding out around Stocker Street somewhere. You get down there and don't come back till you find him.
Yes, sir. Let's see. I think we've been trying to find him.
Go on, you two. Go home.
Inspector.
What, Nikki?
Why do these boys hate policemen so?
Because they're on the street and they figure the officer's there to spoil their fun, Nikki.
Fear, Nicky. Hate is made by fear.
Any cop worth his salt knows he's got to sell the kids on the idea that he's their friend, which he is. If they learn to obey the rules the way they've got to when they grow up.
Look at the way they have to grow up, Inspector.
I know, Nikki, but after all, we're only cops. We can't change social conditions. That's the job for everybody. And I got to report to the boss. Night.
Night, Inspector.
Night, Dad.
Well...
Nicky, why this sudden interest in slum kids?
Oh, just generally. Ellery, I've got to get on home.
Oh, sure, I'll take you.
Well, don't bother.
No bother at all. I'd like to. Come on.
Ellery, no.
What's the matter, Nicky? Isn't your apartment fixed up yet?
Well, not entirely.
Or don't you want me to see the boy you're hiding out?
How'd you know?
I didn't. You just told me.
Ellery, he's only 14 years old. His father's in prison and his
Nicky,
mother's...
the boy's broken the law.
I know, but Ellery, he's just a child and he's hurt.
Oh. But, Nicky, if he can put the finger on this man they call the Frog...
Frankie doesn't know who he is. Ellery, he doesn't.
Nicky,
I tell you, he doesn't. He sends them messages. They've never seen him. That's what Frankie says, and I believe him. But even if he's lying, to turn him over to the police now... Ellery, I want to show him that not everyone's an enemy, that there are decent people in this world. People who'll give him what he's never had. Love. And I'm doing it, Ellery. I'm getting somewhere. He's fighting me, but he's losing. Let me have him for just a little while longer, won't you? Please, please.
Nikki, if Dad ever finds out about this, you'll have to hide me out, too.
There. Now take a look at yourself in the mirror, Frankie. Am I sure? Say, Aunt Nikki, this suit must have set you back plenty of moolah. Oh, never mind that. You're sure you feel well enough, Frankie? Oh, in the pink. Then come on. Well, where are we going? What's the mystery? Well, Frankie...
Well, then, good evening, Miss Porter.
Oh, hello.
And this is the nephew, Miss Porter?
Yes, Mr. Gazelle. This is Frankie.
Very nice-looking boy. Hello.
Hiya.
Hello?
And Mr. Stanton. Mr. Who?
This boy looks familiar to me.
Let's get a move on, huh, Aunt Nikki? Yes, Frankie. Nice to see you both.
Good evening, Mr. Very familiar.
Here you are. Why, Frankie, you remembered the door. Thank you. Say, Aunt Nikki, who's that little Frenchman? What's his racket? Why, little Mr. Gazelle is a reporter for a French newspaper. Oh. And, who is that great big tall old guy? Mr. Stanton? Another neighbor, apartment over mine. They say he has a strong box full of bonds in his... Yeah? Nothing, Frankie. You scared I'd crack his box, swipe the bond? Would you? You wouldn't like it, would you? No, Frankie, I wouldn't. That's what I thought. Stealing is for suckers. Say, where are we going, Aunt Nikki? To the subway to Brooklyn. Brooklyn? I have a niece there, Frankie. She's in junior high. I want you two to meet. A girl? I'm nothing doing. I think, Frankie, you'll find Ivy a little different from the girls you've known. Oh. Not a tough babe, huh? No, Frankie. I thought maybe you'd like to take Ivy and me out to movies tonight. She's terribly anxious to meet you. She is? Huh. Sounds okay? Yeah. Hey, not so fast. Hey, could you let me have a dime? Oh, sure, Frankie. What for? I feel like I'd like to have some bubble gum. Oh, you walk so fast, Frankie. I'd sit down here on the stoop till I catch my breath. But why won't you tell me what Ivy said, Aunt Nikki? He might get a swelled head. You mean she liked me? She couldn't get over you being only 14. Of course, Ivy goes for the tall, lanky type anyway. Well, what'd she say? She said you look and act like a great big man. At least 17. You're kidding. No. How'd you like her, Frankie? Oh, she's solid. I never met a girl like that before. Say, Aunt Nikki. Yes, dear? How soon can you fix it for me to meet Mr. Queen? Frankie. Oh, Frankie. I just want to... Hey, you kissed me. Here, Frankie, take my key. Go into the house. Wait for me. But where you going, Aunt Nikki? To phone Ellery. So I ran over to the drugstore to call you, Ellery. Isn't it wonderful? I won.
That kid must have good stuff.
Oh, he has, Ellery. He just never had a chance before, that's all. Ellery, couldn't we send him away to school? I'd pay my share. I can't swing it all alone.
I want to talk to him first, Nikki.
Oh, well, of course.
As a matter of fact, I was just coming over to your place anyway, with Dad.
With the inspector? Ellery, what's the matter? Something's wrong. Does he know about Frankie?
No, it's something else. Dad, talk to Nikki. All right, Nikki.
What is it, Inspector?
Feely just came up with a report.
The sergeant?
He found out something important. Feely. Yeah, Inspector. Tell Nikki what you told me. Okay. Miss Porter.
Yes, Sergeant.
You know this Fagan calls himself the Frog who runs that kid gang?
Yes.
Well, I just got one of the kids to open up. He don't know who the Frog is, but he does know where he lives.
Where, Sergeant?
In your house, Miss Porter.
My house?
Yeah, in one of those apartments. Really? Jimmy. Well, okay. Nikki, tell us what to do. You'd better not go back there. There may be fireworks, understand?
Yes, but...
Dad, don't hang up. Oh, okay, son. Really? Come on. Nikki.
Yes, Ellery.
Wait for me downstairs, Dad. Nikki, it might be wise to get the boy out of there for the time being.
Yes, Ellery.
Take him to the Y, Nikki. Park him there and come back. Quick, before we get there.
Right. Mr. Gazelle. Dr. Caudle.
Oh, yes, Miss Porter. Mademoiselle.
Oh, what's the matter? Frankie! Frankie! He's hurt. He's bleeding. It's his head, Dr. Caudle.
Mr. Gazelle just called me, Miss Porter. I just got here.
Mr. Gazelle.
I was going out for a newspaper, mademoiselle. I stumbled over your nephew. He was lying here in the hall, bleeding, unconscious.
Doctor, how is he?
Oh, bad blow on the head. Doesn't seem to be concussive, but, Mr. Gazelle, let me lift him. He's so big.
Yes, that's here. Let me help you. Okay, on so soon after.
Easy. There.
Oh! What's that?
Isn't that Mr.
That's somebody upstairs.
It's Mr. Stanklin, I believe.
Mr. Stanklin, what's the matter?
My bonds. My life savings. My bonds. I've been robbed.
Nikki.
Now look, Miss Porter.
Don't talk to me, any of you.
Nikki, in the first place, that boy is the bubblegum kid we've been looking for.
I've been looking for when all the time she had a...
I'm sorry, Sergeant. He was hurt. I had to give him his chance.
And look what he did with it.
Shut up, Feely.
In the second place, we found a wad of bubblegum stuck to Stanklin's strongbox.
And it's got the print of the kid's right forefinger smack on it. Clear as a picture.
Nikki, I'm sorry.
I suppose Frankie hit himself over the head.
Yes. The 3-pound scale weight we found near him with blood on it was made to order for a fake. All he had to do, Nikki, was hold it high over his head and let it drop.
And his prints are on that.
Fantastic.
Dad,
What, Sal?
this could be a frame-up, you know.
Yes, that's what it is. It's a frame-up.
We now know the man whom they call the Frog, the brains of the gang, lives in this house. Then he's seen Frankie here, and he's realized Nikki was rehabilitating him. He'd want to make Frankie an example, so that the kid still in the gang would be held in line. So he knocks out Frankie, presses Frankie's right forefinger into the bubble gum, robs Stanklin's strongbox, and leaves the gum on the box.
And I'm Uncle Tom.
And that's just what happened.
Yes? Didn't we find traces of bubble gum on the kid's right forefinger?
Of course you did, Sergeant. He was framed.
Wait a minute, Nikki. Were traces of gum found anywhere else on Frankie, Dad?
No, son, just on his right forefinger. Why?
I want to talk to Frankie.
So do I.
Oh, don't get him excited, please. Maybe he's still too weak. Doctor.
Oh, hello there.
Frankie's not well enough to be questioned yet, is he, Dr. Caudle?
Oh, I think so, Miss Porter.
Oh,
Even though the blow was directly on top of his head, he's made a fine recovery.
Frankie. Frankie, I'm sorry you two had to meet this way, but this is Ellery Queen.
Hi, Mr. Queen.
Hello, Frankie. Well, fella, it looks as if you're in a jam.
Yeah. Yeah, they told me. But I didn't do it, Mr. Queen.
Frankie, how'd you get that crack on the skull?
Well, while Miss Porter was phoning, somebody knocked on the door. And I open it, and there's nobody there. I go out in the hall, and wham. And that's all I remember.
Hit from behind, huh?
Yeah. And somebody was laying for me, Mr. Queen.
Frankie.
Huh?
Frankie. Who's the Frog?
I don't know.
He's somebody lives in this house, kid. Now, who is he?
I don't know, I tell you. Let me alone, you lousy...
Frankie.
I'm sorry, Aunt Nikki. Cops are my friends, huh?
Can't you see he's telling the truth? The Frog is Mr. Gazelle or Dr. Caudle here.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you could be, Doctor. Or maybe it's all Franklin himself. Stole his own bonds or something, but Frankie had nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, Nikki, but I'm going to have
Dad.
to... Now, son. now.
Dad, I can clear the whole thing up for you.
There he goes again.
I can't help that, Sergeant, but now I know who the Frog is, and all the rest of it. Gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives and our guest in the studio compare solutions. Nikki?
Certainly, Ellery. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Miss Flora Del Muir, famous columnist of Daily Variety, the entertainment world's trade publication, and also West Coast correspondent for the New York Daily News.
Welcome to the armchair, Miss Muir. Well, you shouldn't have too much trouble solving this case tonight. If memory serves, you've had a great deal of experience covering criminal cases as a newspaper woman.
Well, Ellery, you're correct on one thing. I have had plenty of occasions to write about actual murder cases. But when it comes to something like your thriller tonight, well, that's another story. I'm not too much on the actual solving end of the mystery.
Oh, you're just being modest, Miss Muir. Now, suppose we get down to the business at hand. Tell us, who is the Frog And who stole the bonds?
I think the Frenchman is the frog because that's the name we apply to Frenchmen. He probably might have taken it for that reason.
I see. Yes, many people do use that term. What is your reason for selecting him as the guilty party?
Well, he doesn't seem to have any real connection anywhere. He seems to be running around interesting himself in crime of one sort and another. He seems to have some sort of a connection with Stangler, or attempting to get acquainted with Stangler, probably, to find out whether Stangler had any bonds or not, or any money.
Thank you very much, Flora Belmure. We'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here's Paul Masterson.
The economic and political upheavals this country is experiencing now as a result of the war provides fertile ground for those who sow the seeds of racial and religious prejudice. Either through ignorance or indifference, many Americans these days are using the old scapegoat technique of blaming all modern-day difficulties on racial, religious, and other minority groups. Straighten out your friends who slander a whole group because of one petty personal dislike. Encourage respect of minority religions and races. Keep America great by promoting the racial and religious freedom that made it great.
First, Frankie didn't steal those bonds.
Frankie? See what I tell you.
It's purely a matter of bubblegum technique. The print of Frankie's forefinger was found on the gum stuck to the old man's strongbox. Traces of gum were found on Frankie's forefinger and nowhere else. Watch a kid remove a wad of gum from his mouth. You'll find that he uses two fingers, his forefinger and his thumb. No trace of gum on Frankie's thumb, no thumbprint on the gum. Frankie never took that gum out of his mouth. Someone else did and pressed Frankie's forefinger into it. A frame-up, as Nikki said.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think of that?
It looks as if we figured you all wrong, Frankie. Hey, Bailey? Sure does.
It's okay.
Second, who's the frog? Somebody living in this house. Now, aside from Nikki, who lives here? Dr. Cordell?
The frog. The frog. Hey, remember, Aunt Nikki? I said the doc looked like a Frankie.
It's all right. It doesn't bother me. And he's a child. But believe me, gentlemen, I'm not this man they call the frog.
Hey, wait a minute. Frog. The Frenchman. That's a slang word for Frenchman.
Yes, and as nasty a word, Sergeant, as kike, nigger, wop, Polak, or any of the other insulting terms some people use to assert their purely imaginary superiority over their fellow citizens.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way, Maestro. I just meant...
Frog. Stanklin. His voice. That frog in his throat.
I think we can arrive at the frog by a more satisfactory route, Dad.
Oh?
What do we know the frog did? He struck Veely directly on the top of the head. But Frankie is tall. Dr. Cordell is small. Monsieur Gazot has been described as the little Frenchman. But what about Stanklin? A big, tall man. Only Stanklin was tall enough, of the three possibilities, to strike the top of Frankie's head. Stanklin framed Frankie. Stanklin is the frog.
I think, Billy, we'll go upstairs and interview Mr. Stanklin.
Let me at him.
Thanks, Mr. Queen.
Frankie, this time I didn't have to remind you.
Boy, that was something. That was okay.
Ellery, will he have to go to court? I mean, those other charges?
I don't think we'll have much trouble in persuading the judge that Frankie deserves a chance, Nikki. He'll be put on probation in his Aunt Nikki's custody and mine.
Oh, Ellery. Gee, don't start bawling. Please, Aunt Nikki. Makes a guy want to bawl himself.
Oh, now listen,
Please,
for heaven's sake. You'll have me doing it in a minute. Nikki, will you cut that out? Frankie, for the love of God. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you, Miss Flora Belmure, for serving as our guest armchair detective this evening. As mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine. Oh, Paul.
And what's for next week, Ellery?
Well, Paul, next week. Oh, by the way, are you interested in cards?
Cards? You mean bridge, poker, and such?
Well, it isn't about cards, Paul, even though I call it One Diamond. Ellery Queen saying goodnight until next week and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
Ellery Queen. In the interests of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery. And before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the popular vocalist, Miss Peggy Lee. And now, here's Ellery Queen, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we meet Mr. Mark Gallows, who played a very dangerous game. I call it One Diamond. And this is...
Miss Eve Angel, Mr. Queen.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Queen?
Won't you sit down, Miss Angel?
I'd love it.
Notes, Nikki.
Yes, Ellery. Is this your secretary? Yes, I'm his secretary.
Miss Angel, Miss Porter.
How do you do? How do you do?
And what can I do for you, Miss Angel?
Mr. Queen, I've come to invite you for the weekend at the home of my employer.
Oh, I'm tempted to say, this is so sudden. Isn't there some mistake?
Oh, no. I'm sure, Mr. Queen, you've heard of Mark Gallows.
Mark Gallows? You work for Gallows?
I'm Mr. Gallows' secretary.
The Gallows diamond.
What, Nikki?
The Gallows diamond, Ellery. It's not been publicly displayed for... How long is it, Miss Angel? 40 or 50 years?
That's the Gallows. You are an efficient secretary, Miss Porter, aren't you?
I do my little best, Miss Angel.
But I don't get this, Miss Angel. I've never met Mr. Gallows. Why should he invite me for a weekend?
Because I asked him to.
Oh, I'm to be your guest?
In a way.
What, Nikki?
Nothing. I just went...
Will you come?
Yes.
Goody-goody, a weekend off.
Oh, no, Nikki. You're coming with me.
For notes, Ellery?
Yes, for notes.
Do come, too, Miss Porter, for notes. Friday afternoon, Mr. Queen, at the Riverdale Estate.
Miss Angel.
Yes?
Why did you ask Mr. Gallows to invite me?
See you Friday. Au revoir.
Interesting.
Yes, isn't she?
No, I mean the invitation, Nikki. Of course, this is Gallows' doing, not her idea at all.
Want to bet?
Oh, don't be silly, Nikki. There's skullduggery involved.
Is Gallows the type?
Mark Gallows? Don't you know anything about him, Nikki?
Just that he's one of the richest men in America.
He's a misophobe.
A whosophobe?
Afflicted with misophobia, Nikki. Morbid fear of dirt.
Dirt?
Mm-hmm. Gallows is supposed to have a gold-plated washstand in every room he commonly uses, so that he can wash his hands on a second's notice.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, that's the story. Buys germicides by the gallon, picks strange objects up with a specially sterilized tissue.
Oh, must be rough on his wife.
No, fortunately, he's not married. Wonder what's behind this invitation.
A two-legged word spelled E-V-E.
Oh, no, Nikki. She's just bait.
I'll answer right away, Ellery.
Oh, never mind, Nikki. I'll go. Yes? Nobody here. Who is it?
Oh. Ellery, what was that? That sounded just like a Ellery. No, but Ellery, you
what
can't.
What are you thinking of, son?
Oh, he's a fool, Inspector.
You're not getting out of this bed, Ellery, and that's that.
But I'm all right, I tell you.
All right.
With a bullet wound in your arm?
It's nothing, just a flesh wound. You heard the doctor.
It's that woman, that's what it is.
Oh, it's not that woman at all, Nikki. It's the whole thing.
You think the attempt on your life is connected with the invitation, son?
When I'm shot at within 2 minutes, Dad? Of course. Somebody followed Eve Angel, guessed her purpose, and tried to rub me out.
But why?
To keep me from going to the Gallows place this weekend, Nikki. Which is why I'll be there if I have to go in an ambulance.
And come back in a hearse. Ellery, be sensible.
You're still shaky, son.
I'm going.
You're not.
I won't let you, Ellery. By gosh, I'm still your father, and you'll do as I say.
And this is the gold room, Mr. Queen.
Really royal, Miss Angel.
That is a washstand, isn't it?
Yes, Miss Porter. By the way, when you meet Mark, I'd suggest you don't offer to shake hands. Germs, you know. Germs.
I suppose we all have them.
Yes. Let's go out onto the terrace. I want you to meet Mark's other house guests.
Oh, I think that'd be delightful.
We have a sort of international house here this weekend, Mr. Queen.
Oh, really?
Mark and I are Americans. Sidney Duff Brown, the Englishman. Cornelius Van Cleek of Holland. And Reginald Doss, who's an Anglo-Indian.
Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Queen?
Oh, nothing, Miss Angel. You bumped my sore arm.
Oh, I am sorry. Shots?
Yes, shots.
Oh, dear. No, I'll have to be so careful not to let you get romantic, Mr. Queen. Oh, by the way, before we go out there, when you meet Mr. Duff Brown, Mr. Van Cleek, and Mr. Doss, could you act just a little mysterious? Just to impress them, you know. The great detective.
Oh, would it make you happy, Miss Angel?
Oh, very.
Then I'll do my best.
This is going to be such an exciting weekend.
Shall we go out?
Yes, I think that would be a good idea.
It's right this way. Oh, there they are. Gentlemen?
Ah, Miss Angel again.
With my guest. George, I didn't know we were going to have any competition.
Miss Porter and Mr. Queen. Mr. Reginald Doss.
How do you do,
My
Mr.
pleasure.
Mr. Doss?
Mr. Cornelius Van Cleek.
Glad to know you.
And Mr. Sidney Duff Brown.
How do you do?
Mr. Duff Brown.
I'll fix something for you people in a moment.
Miss Porter, is it?
That's right, Mr. Van Cleek. Nikki Porter.
Watch Van Cleek, Miss Porter. He's a lady killer.
Or she thinks he is.
Now, don't mind those fellows. What do you do, Miss Porter? Except be beautiful, I mean.
Oh, I work for Mr. Queen here.
Oh, work for him?
In trade? By George, incredible.
This is an amazing contract.
Well, not half so amazing as Nikki, Mr. Doss. I really don't know what I'd do without her.
Working for Mr. Queen isn't really being in trade, Mr. Duff Brown.
No.
Definitely not. You see, he's Ellery Queen, the famous detective.
Really?
Your drink, Mr. Queen?
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Porter. I forgot yours. What can I get you?
Not a thing, thank you.
But the detective, Mr. Queen, this is exciting.
I quite agree with Mr. Doss. Are you here socially, Mr. Queen?
Or are you after one of us?
Why, Mr. Van Cleek, do you gentlemen have guilty consciences?
No. Oh, dear, that's Mark. Yes, Mark.
Is that fellow Queen out there?
Yes?
Bring him in here.
Is Mr. Gallows in the habit of referring to all his guests as that fellow, Miss Angel?
Never mind, Nikki. If you gentlemen will excuse us. Back through this terrace door, Miss Angel.
That's right. This way, please.
Miss Angel, there's something very strange going on here.
Will you come this way,
Nikki.
please? It's right in here.
Oh, there you are. Confounded Eve. You've got to do something about Reeves. He put my newspaper on my desk without spraying it first.
I'll discharge him right away, Mark. Here, I'll get you a sterile towel.
No, don't touch it, Eve. Well, so this is the famous Ellery Queen.
And my secretary, Miss Porter.
How do you do?
I'm afraid, Queen, we've rather put one over on you.
Have you, Mr. Gallows?
Oh, it does seem such a waste, Mark. He's so attractive.
Then you were bait, Miss Angel. All right, Mr. Gallows, now that you've got me here, what next?
Why, Queen, now you leave.
What?
That's right. He served his purpose, my girl. You'll please leave now, Queen. So.
This way out.
Ellery Queen, are you going to stand here and let these...
No, Nikki. Mr. Gallows...
Oh, dear. He's going to be difficult.
There's no difficulty, Eve, that can't be smoothed out with a little money. Send me your bill, Queen, whatever your fee is.
I don't charge fees.
No? Then what do you live on? Nuts?
I don't know exactly what double-dealing intrigue you've whipped up here, Mr. Gallows, but certain things are fairly obvious.
Oh, are they? This interests me, Queen. What's obvious?
You're the owner of one of the most famous diamonds in the world. You have 3 house guests, Mr. Duff Brown of England, Mr. Doss of India, and Mr. Van Cleek of Holland. Now, England is the spearhead of the world's diamond trade. India's Maharajas are the world's greatest collectors of precious stones. Holland is the capital of the world's lapidaries. I'd say Duff Brown, Doss, and Van Cleek are here to buy your diamond, Mr. Gallows.
Be quiet. Yes, Mr. Queen?
Why, we're suddenly all politeness.
Why you schemed to have me put in an appearance here, I don't know. But would it interest you, Mr. Gallows, to learn that within minutes of Miss Angel's visit to my home, I was shot at with intent to kill?
Your arm. Mark, what would...
Nonsense. That can't have anything to do with me.
Somebody didn't want me to show up here, Mr. Gallows.
You're a writer, aren't you?
Yes.
This is real life. Get out.
Mr. Gallows, you're an idiot. Come on, Nikki.
Excellent brandy, Mr. Gallows.
Yes, Detective.
I'm glad you like it, gentlemen. Now, Eve,
Yes, Mark?
go out there and close the door and stand in front of it. Keep those long-nosed flunkies of mine away, do you understand?
Mark, you're going to...
Go ahead.
Oh, but I wanted to see it.
Eve, I said get out of here.
All right, Mark. Gentlemen, will you excuse me?
But sir.
Oh, no, don't bother to get up, please. Have fun.
Thank you for your time.
Well, gentlemen.
I have the very odd feeling, mes confrères, that this is the great moment.
Hadn't you better have someone lock that door, sir?
My estate is well patrolled, Duff Brown. Mr. Daz, you don't look very interested.
This is an old story with me, Mr. Gallows.
Is it? Then look at this.
Around 150 carats, Mr. Gallows.
162 and 3/4, Mr. Van Cleek.
Larger than the Porter Roads from Kimberley.
And of just as fine a water, Duff Brown.
May I examine this, Mr. Gallows?
Certainly, Daz, certainly.
Daz, let me see that.
One moment, Mr. Duff Brown.
The Gallows diamond, colossal.
My father's wedding gift to my mother. Very sentimental man, my father. His will provided that the stone mustn't be touched for 25 years after my mother's death. It's been a great trial to me, gentlemen. Very unproductive. Money gathers money. Diamonds gather dust. Daz, do you like it?
Mr. Gallows, it is quite the most superb imitation I have ever seen.
Imitation?
I say, Van Cleek, stop pushing. By George, it's not genuine.
Is it a jest, Mr. Gallows? I have come all the way from Amsterdam.
This is an exact copy. Worthless, of course, but sufficient for you gentlemen to base your bids on.
When may we see that genuine stone, Mr. Gallows?
It won't be exhibited, Van Cleek, until I get what I consider a selling bid, confirmed by the principal for whom you're acting as agent.
I can't say, Mr. Gallows, I feel entirely comfortable. I've never had my integrity questioned before.
Nor I.
Nor I.
I'm sorry. I have to be careful, gentlemen. You forced me to show my hand. Yeah. That fellow Queen, the detective, whom I had Miss Angel invite a few days ago for the weekend. Actually, she engaged him in my behalf to... check up on you gentlemen.
This is intolerable, Mr. Gallows. What is your meaning?
Queen came here today to tell me the result of his investigation. He tells me that one of you was a fraud and an imposter. Yes. An international jewel thief who's here with forged credentials. Can you blame me for being careful? Oh, Eve, you should have seen their faces.
You're so clever, Mark.
Yeah, you think I'm not, huh? Oh, I get a kick out of this sort of thing, Eve, outsmarting them. You don't know these fellows the way I do, Evie. They're canny traders. They take their time.
But they won't in this case,
Why, they'll fall all over themselves, proving they're not fakes. Each one will rush to make his bid and present me with confirming authority from his principal. Things are going to hum around here, darling, and... I'll bet you I get 20% more for the diamond.
Mark.
What?
Look at this.
Get that charred scrap of paper? What is it?
Take it. Read it.
What's the matter with you? Wait till I spray it.
So you invented the story that one of them is a crook, did you? When, of course, all the time they're all honest men.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where'd you find this, Eve?
Living room fireplace. It just missed getting burned. Of course, it doesn't say much.
Wait a minute. This is the beginning of a letter. To me. I didn't see this.
Neither did I.
Dear Mr. Gallows, we regret that our representative has been delayed. Will not be able to arrive in the United States until May 15th to inspect the gallows. Eve, my lie was true. One of them is an imposter. Where's the rest of this, Eve? Talk, will you? The envelope, the rest of the letterhead. Who is this from? Which one does this refer
Mark,
to?
you'll have another attack.
One of them intercepted the mail this morning. He must have been watching for this very letter. Maybe the rest of the letter's in the fireplace. Eve,
Mark, wait a minute. I searched the ashes. This is all was left.
Get Queen on the phone.
But, Mark, he won't come now after...
Get Queen!
Yes, Ellery? Mark Gallows.
Said he kept calling me all night, Nikki. What for?
He wouldn't tell me. Said he had to see you, and right away.
Did you tell the great Mr. Gallows that Dad and I were out all night on another case?
Yes. Do you want me to call him?
No, Nikki. Anything interesting in the mail this morning?
I haven't finished.
Let's see. Bill, fan letter, special delivery.
Special delivery? I didn't notice it, Ellery.
From Mark Gallows.
From Gallows?
Apparently, Mr. Gallows is in a tizzy. Let's see. Dear Mr. Queen, you've got to help me. One of my guests is an imposter.
What?
He used me, Nicky, to scare Das, Duff Brown, and Van Cleek into thinking one of them was an imposter to force a quick sale, and then, by gosh, he found out one of them really is.
Oh, serves him right.
Expose the imposter, protect the diamond till the sale goes through, and, Mr. Queen, I'll pay you 10% of the sales price as a fee.
Don't you dare turn him down. I need a raise.
It's this way. The diamond has been buried on my Riverdale estate for years.
Buried?
I enclose a copy of my original map showing the hiding place. If anything should happen to me...
Oh, darn it. I'll take it. Hello.
Nikki?
Oh, Inspector.
Let me talk to Ellery, will you?
Oh, yes, Ellery. It's for you, Inspector.
Dad? Yes, Dad?
Your friend Mark Gallows.
Gallows? Yes, what's happened?
He's committed suicide.
Suicide?
Mark Gallows?
Hanged himself from a rafter in his barn.
Dad, keep everything the way you found it.
What do you mean?
I'm coming right up there.
For what? I tell you, Ellery, he committed...
Dad, sight unseen. He was murdered. Nicky, come on.
You men, pipe down! Well, son?
Murder.
But Ellery...
I'm sorry, Dad. It's murder.
I don't know how you can say that, Ellery.
Neither do I. Man found hanging from a rafter, not a clue to a second person.
Look at this rope he was hanged with.
What about it? The rope comes from this barn, Ellery.
It's filthy.
It's what?
His phobia.
That's it, Nicky. Dad, Gallows suffered from a morbid fear of dirt. Now, there were 2 ropes in this barn, this dirty one here and that clean one hanging over there. Even approaching death, Gallows would have used the clean one if he was going to hang himself.
Huh?
Gallows was strung up, Dad, and almost certainly by one of those 3 diamond buyers.
The imposter.
Imposter? What imposter?
No doubt about it, Nicky.
No doubt about what?
Oh, I'm afraid we're a little ahead of you on this one, Dad. Are Van Cleek, Das, and Duff Brown still here?
Yes.
You better hold them here for a while and keep them out of my way.
Why? What are you going to do?
Dad, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
I give up. You men, one of you watch the body, the rest of you come with me.
Joe, you better stay away.
Ellery, what are you going to do?
Look, Mr. Gallows over. Turn around, Nicky.
Oh. What are you looking for?
Gallows sent me a copy of the map. Where would he keep the original? I'd say it's an even bet he carried it on him, Nicky.
In a secret pocket, you mean?
Yes. Or here.
What?
Leather pouch around his waist next to the skin.
Is it in there?
No. It's empty.
His killer took the map.
Yes.
But how would the killer know?
About the map? Nicky, do you think you can stand a look at Gallows' face?
Well, it's awfully dead-looking.
And dirty. See here, Nicky.
Dirt around his mouth.
I think our diamond hunter tortured Gallows into telling his secret.
By putting dirt in his mouth. His phobia.
Really nasty, Nicky.
Why are you looking at the copy of the map, Ellery? Killer has the original. Must have dug up the diamond.
I know, Nicky, I know. Let's take a look anyway, shall we?
Maps, buried treasure. Why didn't he put the blasted bauble in a bank vault where it belongs?
I think this is exciting.
There is something gold-buggish about it, Nicky. Well, let's see. Uh-huh. I think this is it.
What's it?
This tree, Dad. It's our starting place. Here, look at Gallows' map.
I guess so. From this tree, you go due south.
And then due west, and X marks the spot. Wonderful.
Due south, due west. But how far? Just says 10 on the first leg and 10 on the second. 10 what? Miles?
Now, don't be sarcastic, Inspector. Not miles or feet or inches either, because then it wouldn't be far enough to cross that brook, and the south leg on the map does cross the brook.
Right, Nicky. Therefore, it must mean yards. Dad, let me have that compass and yardstick, will you?
Here. Due south.
Which is this way. 1 yard, 2, 3...
Hey!
What, Inspector?
Look at this, Nicky.
A sort of trail in the grass.
Ellery, see this trail?
I saw it, Dad. I'm right on it.
Killer's been here before us.
Didn't I tell you, Ellery?
Tried it. Come on, Nicky. Here, watch this rope.
Oh, gosh, I'm getting all wet. Buried treasure.
Here's the trail again.
And this is the end of the 10 yards, Dad.
But the trail keeps going, Ellery, in the same direction.
Uh-huh. Another yard.
Killer went 11 yards due south. Yeah. And then he turned west.
2, 3, 4.
And paralleled your route.
A yard away. I don't understand. How far does the map say you've got to go west, Ellery?
Another 10 yards. 9, 10.
But the killer's trail keeps going, son. To here. Toss that yardstick over.
Catch.
Another yard. Exactly. Again he went 11 yards instead of 10. Funny. Wait.
What is it, Dad?
Ellery, come here.
Nicky, stand on this spot, the end of the 10 yards west, so we don't lose it.
X marks the spot. Or does it?
What, Dad?
Look here.
Somebody dug here, then filled up the hole.
He found it, son. That map we've been following must be wrong.
darn it. Well, sure it must be wrong. After all, he had the original.
Gallus must have deliberately falsified the figures on the map he sent you, Ellery.
I doubt it. Maybe the killer didn't find the diamond. Maybe he was wrong and we're right.
There's only one way to find out, son.
Uh-huh. Nikki, hand me that shovel.
When you strike water, Ellery, let me know.
No sign of anything yet, son.
Not yet, Dad. Wait. Here it is.
The diamond?
No, a metal box. Pretty well chewed up, too. Dad, give me a hand up.
Here, son.
Just a rusty old box.
No, I think it's so eaten away it'll give without much trouble.
It's diamond.
Holy smokes, son.
Is that real, Ellery?
It's real, Nikki.
So the killer knocked off old Gallus for nothing. Dug in the wrong place.
Yes. Well, now let's go back to the house and finish this off. And there you have our mystery for tonight. Nikki, would you please introduce our very lovely and charming guest armchair detective for our listeners?
Certainly, Ellery. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Miss Peggy Lee, the popular vocalist who has made Mañana and her Capitol Records album, Rendezvous with Peggy Lee, both of which have set the public humming and dancing.
Welcome, Peggy, to the armchair. Say, it's too bad that we don't have a little more time. Then we could hear you sing one of the songs from that Rendezvous with Peggy Lee album.
Which you did in cooperation with your husband, Dave Barber.
Well, Ellery, right now I'm too nervous to sing anything. I've never been a detective before, and this case tonight has me missing the downbeat, if you know what I mean.
I'm afraid you're just jesting, Peggy. Anyway, what about our case? Tell me, have you figured out who hanged Mark Gallows?
Well, I couldn't say exactly. I couldn't exactly name one person, but I think that Eve Angel had something to do with it because she knew all about his fear of dirt. And I think that she probably was the only one who could intercept the letter that was partly burned. And also that she was the only one who would know about the map. And he may have told her the wrong directions.
Just to throw her off?
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-huh.
That's a very interesting deduction. And thank you very much, Peggy Lee. We'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct.
I will not be held indefinitely. I'm a subject of His Majesty. Will you stop that weeping? You give me a headache.
Oh, but he was so kind to me.
Miss Angel, if you please.
And what's this nonsense about murder, Inspector Queen?
Yes, the man hanged himself.
You said so yourself, sir.
Yes, I did, didn't I, Mr. Dawes? You people all through? All right. Go ahead, son.
Unfortunately, Gallows' murderer made a mistake. Mr. Gallows sent me a copy of that map, and by following its directions exactly, I located the spot where he'd buried the Gallows diamond. Now, how did the killer miss it? Well, what were the directions? To go 10-something due south and then 10-something due west. We assumed that the figure 10 referred to yards, as they did, since by going 10 yards south and then 10 yards west, we did find the diamond. Then the killer did not take the figure 10 to mean yards, or he'd have found the right spot, too. He took it to mean a different unit of measurement. Nikki, exactly how far did the killer measure?
11 yards instead of 10, each way.
He reads the figure 10 and measures off 11 yards. Now, how can that be? Only if, in the kind of measure he was using, 10 units equal 11 yards. And which unit of measurement is that? The meter.
Meter?
That's right. Meters exceed yards in exactly the proportion of 11 to 10. But that gives us our criminal.
Oh, I do not see.
Van Cleek, you're not alone.
How does that give you your criminal, Mr. Queen?
It tells me, Mr. Das, that the killer of Gallows thinks in terms not of yards, but of meters. Could that be Miss Angel?
Me?
No, it couldn't. Miss Angel is an American, and we use yards, not meters.
So do we in Britain, Mr. Queen.
That's quite true, Mr. Duff Brown. And so do the Hindus, especially one as anglicized as Mr. Reginald Das.
Fortunately for me, sir.
But almost all of continental Europe uses the metric system, including, of course, the Dutch.
Ellery.
Drop it, Van Cleek! Drop it!
You have the advantage of me, Herr Inspector.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you, Peggy Lee, for serving as our guest armchair detective this evening. As mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine. And here's Mr. Masterson.
Panting, Mr. Q. About next week, I mean.
Suppose I give you a good reason to pant, Paul. Want to meet a movie star?
Are you kidding? Where? Where is she, Ellery?
Nikki.
Yes, Ellery?
Mind stepping over here, Miss Porter?
Me? What's the matter with you?
Paul, and ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Nikki Porter, starlet. This is Ellery Queen saying goodnight till next week, and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
All names used on this program are fictitious and do not refer to real people either living or dead. Among the members of tonight's cast were Howard Culver, Herb Butterfield, Kay Brinker, Joan Banks, Bill Boucher, Wilms Herbert, Eric Snowden, and Sidney Miller. Music was by Rex Corey, direction by Dwight Hauser. Entire production under the supervision of Ellery Queen.
The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight we bring you another thrilling adventure of Ellery Queen, the celebrated fighter of crime. Representing you home armchair detectives is world-famous personality Gypsy Rose Lee. You'll hear from her later. But now, here's your host, Ellery Queen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's case, my secretary, Nikki Porter, finds herself hunted by the police. She is wanted for murder. I call it The Adventure of Nikki Porter, Suspect. Excuse me. Would you mind letting me through?
Now, here you. Oh, hello, Ellery.
What's going on here to warrant the attention of Inspector Queen of the New York Police?
Oh, just a thing. Aren't you up pretty early, son?
Early? I overslept. I was supposed to meet this train.
Somebody you know coming in?
Nikki Porter. She's been visiting her family, and now I've missed her. All the passengers are out.
Not all, Ellery. Here, down here.
The train? Huh. What happened here, anyway?
Oh, guy just down here with half his head blown off. He's in a compartment.
6 slugs in his head. Who was he, Dad?
Ernie Buffle, Midwest bank robber.
Gun taken away, I suppose?
But we found these 3 $1,000 bills, Ellery, on the floor of this compartment.
Let me see those bills, Dad. Yeah, I thought so. Look at these serial numbers. These $1,000 bills are part of the money.
Yeah, stolen from the Second Commercial Bank of Chicago night before last. Correct.
So it was Buffalo who pulled that bank top, huh? On the line with his loot. How much did he get away with, Dad?
$258,000.
Wow. That leaves only $255,000 we've still got to recover.
Yep, looks like it.
Was this Buffalo's compartment, C in car 103?
No, this compartment was occupied by a lady. The porter noticed her get off before he and the conductor found Buffalo's body. Buffalo had a lower in the next car.
A woman, huh? Young?
About 5'3", and in her 20s, and pretty. Red hair, wore a muskrat coat, carried a dark blue suitcase, and the compartment is full of her fingerprints. No. Don't touch that compact, Ellery.
Oh. The compact belonged to the girl, Dad?
Yes, sir. Well, it's easy enough to figure. With this compact of hers, her prints, the description we've got, it's only a matter of time, Ellery.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Well, you don't need me in on this, Dad.
Going to Nikki's place to take your medicine for missing her, huh?
Nikki. Nikki, wake up. Nikki. Nikki, it's Ellery.
Ellery?
Nikki, listen to me. Nikki, will you listen to me?
I was in Kansas City.
Nikki, you left Kansas City. You wired me yesterday from Chicago that you'd arrive in New York at 8:30 this morning.
The train?
Were you in a compartment, Nikki? Tell me.
Compartment?
Car 103, compartment C?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
I'm so sick. I ache. Oh, Ellery, what happened?
Don't you know, Nikki?
I can't seem to remember anything.
Well, don't you remember leaving the train?
No. Oh, look at me. Oh, dirty.
You were in a struggle of some sort, Nikki.
Struggle?
You suffered a violent physical as well as nervous shock. It brought on a temporary amnesia, Nikki.
Struggle? That man.
Then you're beginning to remember. Now, when did you first see this man, Buffalo?
Buffalo?
Yeah, the man with the broken nose, Nikki. He's a criminal wanted for bank robbery.
Bank robber? So that's why he...
Nikki, he's lying on the floor of that compartment dead, shot to death. You left your compact there. Your fingerprints are all over the place. Nikki, you're in a jam, so talk, will you?
I killed him. I killed him.
Oh, Nikki, how did you kill him? Nikki, any minute now, Dad will realize that the compact, the prints, the description all add up to you. He may be on his way here now. Will you tell me what happened before he gets here?
All right, Ellery. The train had stopped at 125th Street. Then it started again. I'd already packed my suitcase, and I was about to close it when my door opened, and... Is that the porter? I'll have my bag ready in a mo... What do you want?
Don't call for help and don't yell.
Who's yelling?
And don't shut that suitcase.
Would you mind waving that gun elsewhere?
Do what I say and you won't get hurt. See this package?
Package?
Put it in your suitcase.
You're giving me something?
Put it in your suitcase.
Well, now what do I do? Write you a thank you note?
Close it up.
Close the back. Uh-huh.
Now get this. In 5 minutes, we'll be in New York. You'll carry your suitcase off the train yourself. Don't give it to a red cap, understand? Walk up to the check room at the west end of the station and check the bag. I'll be right behind you.
Suppose somebody I know is meeting the train.
Ditch him. When you get the baggage check, go to the nearest cigar stand and buy a packet of cigarettes. Leave the check on the counter, careless, like you dropped it. Then go on about your business.
And you'll pick it up.
That's the idea, baby.
Oh. Well, there's not very much I can do, is there?
Smart gal.
Why, we're in the tunnel. I'm actually shaking. Do you have a cigarette?
Yeah, sure.
It's very kind of you to look through your pockets for one, because it gives me a chance to grab your gun.
Why, you... You big pussy. You... Okay. Make a sucker out of me, will you? Now, get up off that floor. We're almost in. Get up or I... All right.
Yes. Go on, Nikki.
All I know is I was reaching for the gun as he was bending over me. That's the last clear recollection I have, Ellery. That and the shots.
All in his head. All at close range.
I see I brought the suitcase home. Is the package in it, Ellery?
No, it isn't, Nikki.
It isn't?
But there's no question what it contained. The $258,000 Buffalo stole from the Chicago bank night before last.
I wonder what I did with it.
$3,000 of it was found on the floor of the compartment. And, Nikki...
What now?
I just found this in the pocket of your fur coat.
A gun?
All 6 shots fired. I'm afraid, Nikki, this was the gun that killed Buffalo. His own gun.
Oh, Ellery.
Can't you remember anything? What you might have done with the rest of the money? Or...
I only could before the inspector and... Oh, Ellery.
The door.
The police. The police after me.
Now, look, you're to tell Dad the truth. Meanwhile, I'll be backtracking, trying to find the money. Don't give up, understand? Just hang on.
All right, Ellery.
That's the stuff. I'm coming. Coming, Dad. I'll come right in.
Drop the rod.
Ellery?
You heard him, Mud. Drop the rod.
Sure. It's not loaded anyway. I got it, Reader.
Yeah, it's Ernie's gun, all right. That was a good hunch, Frank. Following this guy from the station. Jupe, shut the door.
Ellery, I don't understand. Who are they?
You followed me here from Grand Central?
Yeah. We're three friends of Ernie Buffalo's. We came in on the same train from Chicago. We hung around the station when Ernie didn't get off the train. You, the baby doll. Come here.
Me? What do you want?
I spotted you on the train. You were in that compartment. How'd you get Ernie in there? Huh?
I didn't. You knocked off my Ernie.
Nikki.
Steady, bud.
Tie him up.
Yeah. Stand still, will you?
Baby doll, before I go to work on you, tell me, what did you do with the dough?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're lying.
Can't you see she's telling the truth?
Steady, pal. Ain't quite finished tying you.
Girlfriend, I'm going to give you one more chance. Just tell us where you hid that dough from the bank. Okay.
Stop it. Can't you see she's fainted?
Nuts. Frank, you sure it ain't here?
It ain't in the room. It ain't on either of them.
Darn. Wake up.
Wait a minute. Look, I'm Ellery Queen.
The detective?
And this is my secretary, Nikki Porter. I give you my word, Nikki doesn't know where that money is. Amnesia. She can't remember a thing since she left that compartment.
What do we do, Rita? Let's knock out these two and blow. We'll find a door ourselves.
Where, Frank? But you just gave me an idea, Mr. Queen. You got quite a rep. You're pretty good at finding out stuff. Okay. You find that dough for us.
Wait a minute, you nuts. Shut up, Frank. How's it figure, Rita?
Why, Jupe, he'll find... We're going to be keeping this doll of his company in a nice, safe place. Get it, Mr. Queen?
I get it.
If you don't, Nikki gets what she gave Ernie Buffalo, but slower.
I'm thoroughly convinced, Rita.
And you don't get all the time in the world. 12 hours, Queen. That's all.
I understand, Frank. How do I get in touch with you?
You'll get a phone call at midnight tonight.
Cops! Rita, let's scram.
Grab the doll, Jupe. Carry her to the car.
Come on, baby. Out the way.
Frank, you cover us.
Jupe, step on it. Oh, she ain't no 20 pounds.
Out the back way, Jupe. Come on, Frank.
I'm coming. But before I go, Mr. Queen, I'm going to give you something to remember us by. So you'll know we're not kidding.
I wish my hands were free.
Wait. So here's the midnight. Sucker! And now, ladies and gentlemen, you have the first part of our mystery. You'll hear more shortly.
Dad? Have they phoned yet? It's midnight.
No, son, no call yet.
But I wouldn't get back in time.
How's your head, son?
Oh, never mind my head. Now, listen, I found the cab driver who drove Nikki from the station.
Just a minute, son.
Dad, what's the matter?
Just 30 seconds ago, look what I found in the suit you were wearing this morning.
Huh? Oh, that.
It's a $1,000 bill. One of the missing bills from Buffalo's Hall. Where did you get it, Ellery?
Oh, don't act the inspector with me, Dad. I found it in the pocket of Nikki's fur coat, along with Buffalo's gun. I didn't even tell Nikki about it.
I thought you said Buffalo's pals searched you.
They did, but I pawned the bill. And after they got through frisking me, I simply put the bill in my pocket. Now, listen, it all adds up to...
I know what it adds up to, Ellery. Once we get Nikki back, I'll do what I can for her, but...
Sure. Where's that call?
No, what were you going to tell me?
Oh, never mind. What's this, Dad?
The autopsy report on Buffalo.
Very interesting.
What's interesting about...
The call. I'll get it. Ellery Queen speaking.
Well?
How's Nikki?
Stop stalling. She's okay. So far. Did you find out where the dough is?
Yes?
Where is it?
I'll tell you when I see you, Frank. You and Jupe and Rita.
Oh. Will you have the dough with you?
No, but I'll tell you where you can find it. Where do I meet you?
Nothing doing. I don't like it.
Suit yourself, Frank. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't you care about the days?
If you won't let me see her, obviously it's too late.
Okay.
Tell me where to drive.
Pick me up at First Avenue and 96th.
Here he is, Jupe. Inside. Everything okay, Frank? Sure, Jupe. No cops hiding in his car. Nobody tailed us. I'll guarantee it.
Where's Nikki?
Not so fast.
Rita, I didn't see you there. Where's Nikki Porter?
Where's the dough?
No, Nikki. No talk.
In here.
Nikki.
Ellery, hi.
Hi yourself. You all right?
They've handled me like a piece of china all day. Oh, Ellery, I'm so glad.
Hold it. So here she is, Queen, still in one chunk. Now, where did she hide the dough?
She didn't.
Why?
Ellery, what are you talking about?
I was able to trace your movements, Nikki. You carried your suitcase right from the train to a station cab. You spoke to no one. No one came near you. You gave the cab driver your home address. He drove you right there. You got out, and your landlady saw you come in and go to your room. You didn't drop anything. You didn't leave anything in the cab. The bulk of that stolen money wasn't found in your room because you never brought it there. You never took it from the train, Nikki.
Then someone else did?
Someone else did.
Malarkey. Next thing we know, you'll be telling her she didn't bop off Ernie Buffalo.
She didn't.
She didn't. I didn't, Ellery?
No, Nikki. I just saw the autopsy report.
I didn't kill him.
At the time of the shots, you were on the floor, and Buffalo was coming at you, leaning over you. The autopsy report shows that all 6 bullets struck Buffalo's head at the top and at the back. Only someone higher than Buffalo could have fired those shots.
Someone else that sneaked into the compartment?
Yes, Rita. Now it's perfectly clear, isn't it? You were all in on that Chicago robbery with Buffalo. You all came in on the same train, Buffalo carrying the money. At the last moment, Buffalo decided to double-cross the rest of you. He got into Nikki's compartment and tried to get her to carry the money off the train for him so he could recover her suitcase later and have the whole haul for himself.
Ernie double-crossed us?
Yes, Rita. What's more, one of you was afraid of just that and followed Buffalo and stood outside Nikki's compartment and heard the whole thing. That one entered the compartment, shot Buffalo with his own gun, framed Nikki for the murder, and walked off the train carrying the money, saying nothing to the other 2 of you. Not only was Buffalo a double-crosser, one of you 3 is a double-crosser, too.
Where's that $254 grand, Rita?
I didn't take it, Jupe. Oh, I wouldn't have killed Ernie. Not Ernie.
Frank, don't put the finger on me, Jupe. You got nothing on me. Maybe you did it yourself.
It's one of you 2. I didn't sweat on that bank job to get cheated out of mine.
Neither did I.
Hold it. I'll put the finger on the one who killed Buffalo today and hid that money if the other 2 of you promise to let Nikki Porter and me walk out of here unharmed when I've done so.
Sure.
Okay. Promise.
No, that's too easy. Suppose you all put your guns on the table first as a guarantee of good faith. Then I've got as good a chance as any of you to grab just in case you, forget your promise.
Here's mine. Jupe?
Okay. Come on, Frank. I got a clear conscience.
One of us is a cockeyed liar. Okay, Queen, talk. Who killed Ernie?
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Nikki, would you introduce our guest armchair detective?
No, sir. Nikki's still a little shaky, so I'm going to help out while Nikki rests.
Dad, is that the real reason you want to be in on this interview?
Why, of course, Ellery. Well, anyway, it's a very great pleasure to introduce our guest for tonight, that world-famous personality currently appearing at the Palladium Theater in Sydney, Miss Gypsy Rose Lee.
Well, welcome to the show, Miss Lee.
Well, thank you, Ellery. And thank you, Inspector.
Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Ellery, you're much more fortunate than I am. You have your wonderful father to help you solve your solutions.
Yes, Miss Lee, I am. I'm very fortunate. However, before we proceed with your solution to the mystery, we'd all like to meet you personally.
Yes, indeed.
Well, you've certainly been a smash hit at the Sydney Palladium. Are you visiting any other Australian cities, Miss Lee?
Oh, I wish I were, but I'm going to have to get on back home, I'm afraid. Although we'd like to play Adelaide and Melbourne, and particularly Perth.
Uh-huh.
I'd love to see Perth. People have told me it's so beautiful.
Well, then, we'd...
Miss Lee, how do you like the audiences here?
Oh, I think they're just simply wonderful. I think you're pretty cute, too. You know that?
Well,
yeah, well, that's really...
Miss Lee, of course, you're a well-known mystery writer yourself, too, aren't you? I mean, I've read your mysteries. Mother Finds the Body and the Striptease Murder. Oh, they're wonderful.
Well, thank you, honey. Actually, you know, at home, the Striptease Murders wasn't called that at all. It was called the G-String Murders. But they figured that in Australia they wouldn't know what a G-string is, so they'd probably think it was something to do with a violin. So they changed it to Striptease Murders.
I see. Well, you're quite a...
Yes, I think that's marvelous, Miss Lee. And do you have any particular hobbies outside the theater and writing?
Well, yes, I have. What is your favorite hobby?
Well,
I could sort of match it, maybe, and we could compare hobbies.
Indoors or outdoors?
Well, wherever you like. I like to collect stamps.
Yes. Philately is one of my hobbies. In fact, I'm thinking of taking it up full-time, aren't I, Ellery? Wasn't I talking to you just the other day?
I guess so, Dad. Yeah, sure. Now, thank you very much, Miss Lee, but I think it's about time we got to our problem.
I'll do it, Ellery.
All right.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Now, Miss Lee, who killed Buffle and hid the money?
Oh, dear. I'm not really sure, you know. But I have a very sneaking hunch that Rita might have done it. Just on general principles, that is. I don't have any evidence against her, not even circumstantial evidence. But I don't like her personally.
I see.
And, of course, I do think that whoever got rid of Buffle was doing an awfully good deed anyway.
Yes. Well, thank you, Miss Lee. And in just a moment, we'll learn if your solution is the correct one.
I'm on your side, Miss Lee. If there's anything I can do, you can be sure that
Rita, how much money was in that haul?
$258,000.
$258,000. But Buffle's killer left some of that money to frame Nikki Porter. So he didn't get away with the whole amount. Duke, how much did the killer actually get away with?
I just said a minute ago. $254,000.
$254,000. Frank, is that right?
Huh? No. It ought to be $255,000. The papers today said 3 $1,000 bills were left on the floor of the train.
The papers were wrong, Frank, because the papers didn't know that the killer left an additional $1,000 bill in Nicky Porter's coat pocket where I found it. So that does make 4, and 4 from 258 is 254, as Jupe correctly stated.
See, Frank?
He sees, Jupe, but apparently you don't. Because only 3 people in the universe know that the exact amount in the killer's possession is $254,000, Jupe. I'm one of them. My father, Inspector Queen, is number 2. And he didn't know till 30 seconds before Frank's phone call to me tonight. And Buffle's killer is the 3rd. Then how did you know, Jupe?
Well, Miss Damie, it's Nikki. She spelled it today.
Impossible, Jupe. Nikki herself didn't know. I never told her. No, Jupe, there's only one way you could have known. And that's if you planted that bill in Nikki's pocket.
Don't move.
Dirty double-crosser had another dump.
Get to the other side of the room, all of you. I'm going to take these rods, I'm going to get that door, and I'm going to scram out of here. First one that comes after me gets...
Don't move,
Juke. Go on, get him, man.
Oh, come right in, Dad.
Yeah, you hear what he said, Ellery? He's going to get the dough and scram out of here. That means he's hidden it in this house. Men, search the house.
Okay, Inspector, come on, you.
Take these two cuties in, too.
Come on.
Nikki, I can't tell you how I feel thinking all day today that you... Oh, Nikki, will you forgive me?
Why, Ellery, it's the inspector. When did he get here?
Huh?
Good grief, Dad, it's another attack of amnesia.
Oh, nonsense, son. She's just out on her feet. Come on, honey. We'll take you home. Grab her under the other arm, Ellery.
Easy does it, Dad. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thanks again, Gypsy Rose Lee, and thanks to the directors of the Palladium Theater, Sydney, who made it possible for you to come along and be our guest armchair detective this evening. Nikki?
Never mind, Nikki. You rest, dear. Yes, Miss Lee, I'd also like you to accept this subscription to the Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine, which I'll send to wherever you may be.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. Well, good night, Ellery. Good night, listeners. Come on, sweetie. Let's us go play with our stamps, shall we?
Well, thank you, Gypsy Rose Lee. And now, all you home armchair detectives...
Oh, Miss Lee.
Dad. Well, okay. Good night, everyone, until next week.
The Adventures of Ellery Queen is a Grace Gibson radio production directed by John Saul.